back for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GF
Close
house.
combat onto a Mugen. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Volchua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, trainers. Welcome to the Pokemon Regional Championship here in Milwaukee. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined here by DFIE250, Wisconsin native.
I am from Wisconsin. I absolutely love the Milwaukee Regional Championships. It was not on the calendar last season. The last time we were here was 2023, where Bulk 88 took on Kimisui in the grand finals. Now, if I had my choice, Nick, we would have the regional championships in Wisconsin all the time. Just every regional taking place in my home state. But that choice isn't up to me. What is up to you, trainers, the choice that you have today is on our community choice vote. Who do you want to see streamed next? So be on the lookout in the Twitch chat to cast your vote here today.
While you're doing that, let's take a look at the regional schedule here. So we're at the very end of the regional season. After Milwaukee, there's just one more North America regional left in Portland, Oregon, followed by NAIC in New Orleans, and then it all comes down to Worlds in Anaheim, California, 2025.
And to get your spot at Worlds, you can either win a regional level event, or you can be in the US and Canada. The top 75 trainers on the championship point leaderboard will secure their ticket to Worlds. First place gets 350 championship points. Championship points are great. They also help you win travel awards like to NAIC coming up in New Orleans.
So that's the future. Let's rewind a little bit and take a look back at Atlanta, Georgia, where our last regional was at. Here's the recap.
It was the debut of the full Might and Mastery update in the North American region, and there was a record-setting turnout of over 200 trainers testing their might in this new meta. Pokemon like Shadow Sableye, Claydol, and Cradily skyrocketed in usage, but fringe picks like Corviknight, Lapras, and Shadow Primeape were X-Factors all weekend. Out of Pocket and Ashton Ash recreated the same magic they had at NAIC 2024 by controlling the winner's side of the bracket, but the main character is not always who we expect. Down on the loser side of the bracket, Elam was taking out top trainer after top trainer. He hung on against Nighttime Clasher to secure one of the best victories in Championship Series history.
No way! But Stumble debuff isn't enough, though, to take it out. I think Nighttime Clasher might be able to hang on here. Resisted Ice Bug. Wait! Elam comes away with it!
Elam faced another major challenge when he met Ashton Ash in the losers finals, the trainer that defeated him on day one. It seemed like a disadvantage when Elam had no answer to Ashton Ash's Corviknight, but Elam, in his Shadow Drapion, seemed to have an answer for everything. In the grand finals, Pocket started out on top with amazing execution, but after Elam dropped game one, he masterfully bounced back with a staggering 6 straight victories to win his second regional of the season.
Elam, once again, is your 2025 Atlanta Grand Champion.
If you want a chance to be a part of Pokemon history, join in on the action by going to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
And a huge congratulations to our winner, Elam. It was an impressive 6-0 sweep in those winners finals, or excuse me, in the grand finals. It was a very dominant performance from him, and Out of Pocket and Ashton Ash like Butters called out in that video, I thought it was a really great recreation of the NAIC finals as well. It was great to see both of those players perform adequately.
As well as Butters mentioned, it was really great to see some of the Pokemon that really rose up in the Atlanta Regional. We had Claydol, we had Cradilly, and Shadow Sableye really have breakout performances here in Atlanta. But this was earlier, Nick. This was before Tinkaton was eligible to be used.
And we talked very early in the season about how Dugong had its swan song, and maybe this is going to be the swan song for Azumarill. Maybe people have probably said that time and time again, but Azumarill has been here for the longest in the Pokemon in the Open Great League format. It is the last regional that Tinkaton hasn't been available, but let's go ahead and take us through the regional champions we've had so far.
Elam being the first one in the 2025 season to put his name on the champions list twice in a single season in North America. I wonder who is going to be slotting in the right for Milwaukee today.
Only one way to find out. In addition to those champions, we also have the leaderboard qualifications, as you had mentioned earlier. Out of Pocket reigning coming in at number 1 with 1,800 championship points, and as you said, 350 points on the line for winning this event as well. And you can see just how close all of these trainers are on this leaderboard.
Yeah, it was really cool to see just Durk actually really ramping up the championship points, taking 16th place there, putting himself in the top 16.
Yeah, and of course you have trainers that are vying for the travel award for going to NAIC as well as Worlds at Anaheim. So even though they have likely locked in their invite to Worlds, they haven't necessarily stopped fighting because there's a lot still on the line.
There is, and North America is not the only place for exciting battles. We also have our special championship in Sevilla, Spain. HK Assassin took the win, Padoman taking second place, both trainers bringing a Talonflame. So an Incinerate user taking these top 2 spots.
Yeah, and big shout out to HK Assassin, able to take down Padoman, our EUIC winner from this year. It's a really great win for him, his first tournament win. Let's go ahead and take a look at the top 12 usage there, and not a huge surprise, Tinkaton coming in at number 1, but look at Azumarill, it's all the way down in 8th.
Yeah, also coming in at number 1, we can take a look at the EU leaderboards. Let's see who we think is going to be number 1 there, the EU regional champions. And we can see HK Assassin going in Sevilla, but we have Utrecht and Bologna special championships as well. You pointed out something really interesting about EU versus NA champions.
Yeah, for EU, we've had a number of people who have won their first regional champion or first tournament win. HK Assassin, Kazim, Bohm, and I believe Icelandic Lapras as well. Nickname got his second tournament win this season as well. But let's go ahead and look at that leaderboard to see the other ways players are qualifying for Worlds.
The top 2 are absolutely no surprise to me. Padoman being our EUIC champion this year, and Colin 6. We often dub him the final boss. We have seen him in so many grand finals. It does not surprise me to see them taking the top 2 spots on the EU leaderboard.
And you might be thinking, hey, Europe has a little more point value than NA. Why might that be? That's because NAIC is yet to happen, and of course, you know, you wouldn't want to say, oh, NA is worse than EU. Of course, not on an NA stream.
Never, but we are all looking forward to NAIC coming up, and we'll see those championship points on the rise.
Yeah, so we have a list of Worlds qualifiers. You know, Yakai, Inadequate, Smarto, and Beasleboy have all qualified from last year's Worlds, but are there any other names on this list that are sticking out to you, Stephanie?
Of course, we have Elite, Patomon, Siege, Wireless, lots of amazing trainers who have done very well this season, securing their ticket to Worlds. Now, these trainers will not take up those top 75 or top 50 spots when we look at the leaderboards. Those trainers are removed from that top 75 or 50, depending on your region.
So we've talked a lot about NA and we've talked a lot about EU. Let's go ahead and look at LATAM, who had their own event recently down in Monterrey, and it's a little bit strange. I think I see 2 NA trainers on this top 3.
We do. We see Dunebug97 with his myriad of medals and a trophy there, as well as Nighttime Clasher. But taking second place representing the LATAM region is TZ Spanx, running a Swalot, which is kind of a really interesting poison type pick.
I will say I'm a little bit disappointed from TC Spanx. He had in the past been a favorite of the triple fire team, and I don't see a single fire Pokemon on his team, but I'll have to let that slide. Let's take a look at the top 12 usage. No Tinkaton here, so Azumarill did take that #1 slot once again.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if Corviknight is going to have any play in any of the events coming up. It really puts a hard stop to Tinkaton, which goes a little bit against the lore in the main series games. Tinkaton kind of likes to bully Corviknight out of the sky.
I think it makes its hammer out of Corviknights.
Corviknight feathers?
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard for LATAM. Of course, #1 is Martogalde. No big surprise, followed by Richie, Harjef, as well as Ashton Ash.
Yes, and we see Desynced, Rocha as well, LNDS Steiner, lots of amazing trainers representing LATAM on that leaderboard. Now, Nick, we were talking, maybe in Boston, I think it was a little bit warmer for you when you got off the plane, but it's a little chillier here in Wisconsin.
Yeah, let's take a look at the weekend forecast. We have Pokemon that we think are on the rise and on the fall. For the rise, of course, it's gotta be that Tinkaton, new released. Great typing of Fairy and Steel. I think it's only our second Pokemon in Pokemon Go with that typing. It has a little bit better charge attacks than Mawile does.
And people, I have been seeing trades happening all over the venue to try to get those optimal spreads for attack, HP, and defense. So be sure that you are hatching their in 10K eggs right now, and then see if you can find a friend to trade with.
Got a confession? I didn't hatch a single one, so I need to go hatching those 10K eggs, absolutely. Trending down is that Azumarill. Of course, it's not going to have a very favorable typing matchup into that Tinkaton, but also as the Fairy type, it's going to lose the Fairy type matchup there, so that is why we are expecting to see Azumarill trend down.
Well, I want to take a look at which trainers are trending today. Which trainers do we have our eyes set on? If we're not seeing so much Azumarill, we're going to see a lot of Tinkaton. Are there any players that you want to see do really well? There's plenty that we've seen come up here on the season snapshot. Like I believe Rise to Occasion is here today, as well. I believe Dunebug is here today. So some of these season snapshot trainers we might also see here in Milwaukee.
Absolutely. We also have the Pokemon that we've been looking at this season. You know, Lapras coming in strong with Psywave and Sparkling Area as its a charged attack. It hasn't been as dominant as some people might have thought, but Azumarill getting pushed out of the meta, maybe it'll be the water type to kind of rise up a little bit to fight up against Tinkaton. However, Steel typing does resist those psychic fast attacks.
Yeah, like Lapras. So I think we're going to see a lot more things like Lapras rather than that poor Azumarill. I don't know if we can call it poor Azumarill. I have it here on my pin. I'm a little bit of an Azumarill enjoyer, but I don't know. I think it's going to be outclassed by some of those other water types. Trainers with a lot of class, we can take a look at the trainers to watch this weekend. And Rise to Occasion and Dunebug, like I mentioned from the season snapshot, they are titans. They are rivals here in Milwaukee today. But taking a look right in the center is Kakuna Matata 42.
Yeah, of course, he is well known amongst the community for all of the hard work that he does, helping support with the various tools that we can use in the grassroots tournaments to see which Pokemon are good and which Pokemon maybe not aren't so good. But you were calling it out earlier, you know, Tinkaton being the Fairy type to probably rise up. I'm thinking of some Fire type users. I know Mama Climbs and Valor both love their Talonflame. Mama Climbs, of course, getting that top 16 in San Antonio, and also being a local to the Midwest herself is able to come quite easily to this regional.
And we're keeping her team a secret until she shows up on stream. So just a little bit of suspense, but we know that both her and Valor Ash, big fans of the Talonflame. I would not be surprised to see both of them bring that Pokemon here today.
Speaking of Pokemon, we each brought 4 Pokemon to our caster predictions. Let's see which Pokemon is on the top of all 4 of us. Oh, it is Tinkaton. No real big surprise there, I guess.
No, I'm really interested to see that Rayquaza on your list. If you could tell me a little bit about that, Nick.
I'm not super sure it'll be very prominent here, but given that I am an NA caster and not an EU caster, I don't have the ability to make caster predictions for Utrecht, so maybe look a little bit in the future for that.
All right, another couple Pokemon. I think Talonflame is going to do quite well. We love Lapras here. Golisopod is also really good. It has a lot of really good neutral play and just can outpace a lot of Pokemon. So I'm really interested to see if Golisopod can core break some teams out there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see because it is a bit more neutral into the Fairy and Steel type Pokemon of Tinkaton. Maybe it rises up because Azumarill is a little bit pushed out of the meta. We'll have to see.
And you trainers have a chance to see all of the action. Be sure to visit Pokemon.com/broadcast. You can check out the Go, the video game, and the trading card game all in one convenient spot.
Yeah, of course, make sure to follow the action at Play Pokemon on Twitter, /Pokemon on YouTube and Facebook, as well as Instagram. Follow the channels on YouTube and Twitch, but I think that's going to be it for us this morning. Any final words before we throw it over to the casters?
Yeah, just be sure as well to check out that at Play Pokemon in YouTube. We have a new channel, so definitely go ahead and take a look for that in your YouTube search right now, trainers.
All right, well, that's going to be it from us. Let's go ahead and send it over to Soph and Henry. Take it away for the first cast of the day.
Thank you so much, Phoebe and D5. My name is Homesize Henry, and I'm joined here by my wonderful co-host caster, Soph Toph, and we're here to bring you all the exciting Pokemon Go action this weekend here in Milwaukee.
There's going to be a ton of great battles today and tomorrow. Before we get into those, let's take a look at our format.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
We are getting very close to the end of the regular season, but there's still a lot to fight for besides just that World Championships qualification. Let's take a look at the prizes that our trainers are going to be fighting for today.
And in first place, $2,500, 108 booster packs. And I mean, there's still a lot, even if you're not getting first place here. Tied for fifth, $1,000, 72 booster packs. I don't even know if I could open that many booster packs, so that is a lot of cards.
A lot of cards, a lot of fun to trade and open with your friends, but let's take a look at some of the tools that our trainers will be using to try and earn some of that cash and those booster packs. I was actually really looking forward to seeing this top usage because, again, this is the first North American tournament with Tinkaton. No surprise to me that it's a #1 spot, but I do have to say I was actually expecting a little bit more usage.
Yeah, Tinkaton sitting at 39.7%, so we have no Pokemon even over 40% usage, followed by Lapras, 2 Pokemon that have incredible synergy, the Shadow Jumpluff Claydol, and the Shadow Drapion plus Azumarill core. It used to run the scene. Now all the way down to 5th and 6th place. This is a bit of a surprise here, seeing those 2 Pokemon. I guess that is the impact of Tinkaton. This Pokemon is here to stay, and it is instantly top usage here in Milwaukee.
It's really interesting because Tinkaton is a core breaker for that Drapion Azu core, but it also kind of replaces Azumarill in that fairy role. So I think that's kind of why we see the usage of those Pokemon drop down a little bit. And I know we're not getting quite into our first match yet, but interestingly, I was looking at their teams, and I think both of the trainers are actually sticking with that old Drapion Azumarill core. So we'll have to see if that continues to play out successfully throughout the day.
I'm excited to see because we have a bit of a clash here, old meta versus new meta, and we still see, obviously, one is 5th and one is 5th and 6th, but that's still only about 10% in usage overall, so there's still a lot of trainers sticking with that OG core, so it'll be a bit of a clash here to see which is able to emerge victorious.
I think Stephanie was saying earlier that a lot of trainers are still trying to trade for those Tinkaton, looking for that low attack stat spread. So I wouldn't be surprised if, some trainers already have the Tinkaton, I think 39.7% of them, and then the rest of them are still like, well, I still need the fairy coverage, I still maybe need that steel coverage elsewhere, so that's probably why they might still be sticking with the old meta.
That makes quite a bit of sense. I was at the venue all day yesterday, and the amount of people I saw just going from person to person, hey, do you have any Tinkatink? Do you have any Tinkatink? But it's honestly something that I really like about these regionals is you get to meet people that you would never ordinarily get to meet in person, get to make new friends. There's even a research you get at the venue that gives you extra Stardust for making a new friend as well. So a lot of people trying to get these good Tinkatons, because we've seen, I believe it's been eligible for 2 events so far, and it's won both of them. But this matchup here, we have a clash of titans, Dunebug versus Bosox.
And Dunebug, of course, fresh off that win in Monterey, and I think this is actually almost the same team he had in Monterey with the exception of the Mud Slapper. He had Gastrodon in Monterey, and here he's bringing the Kanto Marowak, but like I was saying earlier, no Tinkaton on either side. We're probably going to see more of that Drapion Azumarill play.
And that's an interesting adjustment here from Dunebug. Gastrodon, it feels like it's more of a defensive pick. It's a lot bulkier, it's stronger when Protect Shields are down because it can take the hits. Whereas Shadow Marowak, it feels more offensive. Where the Shadow Marowak, it has a lot faster pacing, 4-3 to the Bone Club, 5-4 to the Rock Slide, but if shields are down, if a charge attack's landing on Shadow Marowak's gonna have a tough time.
Shadow Marowak is interesting, again, talking about that old meta where neither of these players actually have Claydol, which has kind of been the ground type of choice, but now we don't see a Claydol on either side. I feel like both of these trainers are kind of looking at that old meta a little bit, although Bosox Guy has the Unova Stunfisk, of course, very successful for HK Assassin in Seville last weekend, so going for that double ground strategy with both the Unova Stunfisk and the Shadow Swampert there.
And one thing to note about this Unova Stunfisk, it's a Pokemon that has a weakness to grass, but in this meta with the only grass type being Shadow Jumpluff and it typically being on the double flying moveset, which I can confirm Dunebug is running, that means that despite the fact that it's a ground type, it's actually resisting the charge moves from the grass type on Dunebug's team.
All right, well, we'll have to see if Dunebug decides to bring that Jumpluff and whether Bosox Guy decides to bring the Unovan Stunfisk. I think we're still just very close to getting locked in for both of these trainers, and I'm really excited to see our first game of the day.
I am as well. One thing I do want to note is it feels like a little bit of a throwback here. A water ground type plus a steel flying. So where have I seen this before? It seems like Bosox is taking some inspiration from metas of the past when it was the Swampert plus Skarmory core. Now this is a bit of a new age version of that with Shadow Swampert, of course, getting access to the new charge attack of Sludge, improving its coverage with pacing, and Corviknight as the new steel flyer of choice.
Bosox Guy has been around for a very long time, and I know these trainers have played a lot in those grassroots formats dating back to before the championship series existed, so wouldn't be surprised to see Bosox Guy leaning on that very familiar Swampert steel flying core.
It looks like we do have lock-ins here. Game number 1 at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. It's the battle of ground types. Shadow Marowak for Dunebug versus the Shadow Swampert for Bosox.
And this is a matchup where if shields are down, it's scary for Marowak, but with shields up, Marowak is absolutely chunking away at the Swampert with those neutral mud slaps.
This a bit reminds me of the Shadow Marowak versus Shadow Feraligatr matchup, where if it's the 2-shield, Shadow Marowak is probably going to be able to eventually farm all the way down. We're going to see a catch attempt by Bosox, sneaking a free bubble as well. That was precision in timing, and the Bone Club that was aimed at the Swampert lands on the bulky Azumarill.
This is still some nice chip damage for Dunebug, and he still has the Jumpluff in the back, which he can save for the Swampert, but instead brings in the Shadow Claw, Alolan Sandslash, which is going to be able to resist all of the energy from Azumarill.
And if we take a look at the backline here for Bosox, baiting out that Alolan Sandslash could pay dividends, as that is a Pokemon that Corviknight, I mean, with that out of the way, you're left with a Mud Slapper and you're left with a Jumpluff. So Corviknight with a shield could potentially be quite scary for Dunebug in this endgame.
It does feel like that Marowak for Dunebug might be kind of dead weight later down the line, but we'll have to see how it plays out. For now, we're still in this Alolan Sandslash versus Azumarill matchup. Bosox Guy gonna fire off this play rough, and the Alolan Sandslash still has quite a bit of energy. Maybe gonna try to farm up a little bit more before throwing this last drill run.
Sandslash could look to exit with the back-to-back drill runs here and will do just that. Nice energy management by Dunebug, because this means that no matter what Bosox brings in here, it's going to get hit with a charge move, and this is damage that will add up.
And he does come back in with the Swampert, hoping to get a nice mud shot down, but like you said, has to deal with this Ice Punch coming through, and Bosox guy is going to put up a shield.
Bosox looking for a farm down. The mud shot goes through. Down goes Sand Slash. And for Dunebug, he chooses to send in the Marowak. Banked a Bone Club before switching out here, and this Bone Club applies immediate pressure. And just like that, in a split second, Swampert goes from 2 shields down to 0.
Swampert does have a Hydro Cannon loaded though, so Dune now has to decide whether he wants to shield, and he actually uses his shields on the Marowak, which we were saying might actually be dead weight for Dunebug here, so we're gonna have to see what happens now. Bosox guy goes straight into the Corviknight and 0 shields left on either side.
And this is where you want to be as the Corviknight, as Corviknight really thrives when shields are down. It does not have a lot of fast attack pressure. We are going to see the Rock Slide land. This is valuable damage for Dunebug, as this could put it, with the Mud Slaps, closer and closer to double acrobatics range.
And this is the downside of Corviknight. You mentioned the very little fast attack pressure, and Bosox guy not able to get a farm down, gonna have to expend some energy to take out the Marowak. Now it is the jump bluff in the back, but these sand attacks are doing absolutely nothing. I think you're going to need 2 charge attacks to take out the jump bluff.
And here's where, unfortunately, the sand attacks being triple resisted. This jump bluff, that's exactly right. You have to land the 2 charge attacks, and this jump bluff is getting closer and closer to a move. Clock will be up for Bosox here shortly. This acrobatics will connect, and Corviknight, it's already lost so much of its health.
Yeah, that is a Shadow Acrobatics coming through, and Corviknight able to hang on, able to just get to the Iron Head and not quite a Sky Attack, but I think this is still going to be enough to take out the jump bluff. And now the question is there still any energy left on the Swampert? Oh wait, no, that was Dunebug's last Pokemon.
He's able to take game number 1. The Corviknight proving to be too much to handle, baiting out that Sand Slash, paying off. Pretty nice dividends here from Bosox, and it seems that was a winning strategy, getting those Protect shields down, because in the zeros, even if Corviknight cannot farm you down, Corviknight had the bulk to withstand that acrobatics. Dunebug needed a second move, but the energy just wasn't available.
I think maybe just one more Mud Slap even for Dunebug could have been enough to make the difference there. Let's take a closer look at Bosox guy's team here, that we saw the Corviknight in play last game, as well as the Shadow Swampert, that, you know, Mudboy Flying Steel core that you mentioned, which has served so many trainers so well over the years, and paying off for Bosox guy here as well in Milwaukee.
As we look back at this game, a pivotal moment right here was Bosox 1 mud shot, the switch, and look at the bubble sneak here, because this is free energy for the Azumarill that allowed the Azumarill to land this play rough later in the match. Dunebug was able to get a double up, but unfortunately, he ended up having to give up shields, and that just set up the Corviknight so well.
It looked kind of scary for Bosox guy, like you said, going from 2 shields to 0 in just an instant, but I think for Dunebug, maybe thinking he had to prioritize the Marowak over the jump bluff, and that just didn't pay off for him, because as we saw, jump bluff 0 shields against Corviknight did not play out very well.
And a really nice optimization from Bosox in that endgame. I believe he ended up throwing that Iron Head on turn 1 of that 3rd Mud Slap. Obviously, he could have gone for 1 extra sand attack, but then the Mud Slap damage would have registered. So that small optimization by Bosox, I believe, ended up being the difference there, as that Corviknight barely held on, surviving that Shadow Acrobatics. So really nice precision from Bosox guy, and that proves to be a difference maker against a ferocious opponent in Dune.
A difference maker for Bosox guy, and we'll have to see if these trainers try to switch up their teams for game number 2. Kind of felt like both players had a lot of play against each other, but maybe wanted to make a couple of adjustments in terms of how they were playing, how they managed their shields. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them bring very similar teams for game number 2.
Looking across Dunebug's team, that Shadow Swampert for Bosox, it just looks incredibly safe, and it looks like we don't have to wait much longer. We have lock-ins. It's the Shadow Jump Bluff, but it does not catch the water types. It catches the Corviknight. This is not what Dunebug was hoping to see.
It's like the end of last game playing out in the lead here, but it's actually not the worst matchup for Jump Bluff. You mentioned those triple resisted sand attacks, so with shields up as the Jump Bluff, you can actually shield up the damage from those Sky attacks and get a lot of damage off on the Corviknight.
I believe the Shadow Jump Bluff does have the ability to win the 2 Protect shield. We're going to see a switch and a nice catch by Dunebug. He's able to make the Sky Attack energy not go very far, as it's going to be resisted on the Sand Slash. But Sand Slash is going to be met with that ever-present Shadow Swampert.
But the great thing for Dunebug is that he was able to sneak a Shadow Claw in on that switch in. That allows him to now outpace the Shadow Swampert to the very first charge attack.
We saw precision rewarding Bosox guy in game 1, and now precision from Dunebug in game 2. they're both able to execute that catch and sneak technique, which is down to 0.5 seconds of precision. And that pays off here in a really nice way, as now Dunebug has the ability to shield, because he has the Ice Punch, but no charge attack available for the Swampert.
Bosox guy is going to invest a shield here to save the Swampert. I don't think you can get the Mud Shot down, but maybe you can try to go for it or farm up as much energy as you can before throwing the Hydro Cannon. But actually, it was really close whether he could have gotten that Mud Shot down, but chooses to just throw the Hydro Cannon here before the Sand Slash can try to Shadow Claw down.
Decides to play it safe and go for the Hydro Cannon. In comes the Malamar. Malamar looking for the farm down and gets it. The Psy Wave damage connects, but that's not what Malamar was hoping to see as Azumarill hits the field. Even with a small energy head start, this is looking very difficult for Dune.
All the energy from Malamar is going to be walled by Azumarill. Superpower coming through, this is just a little bit more efficient, but it does debuff the Malamar, so I have to imagine that Dune is going to want to switch out into Jump Left soon. Maybe trying to go for a catch of the Play Rough, but Bosox guy, very patient, banks all that energy and now brings in the Corviknight.
And the scary thing is this Azumarill energy, it goes everywhere into Dunebug's remaining Pokemon. We're going to see the Acrobatics connect. That's going to get the Corviknight very low, and unfortunately, Jump Left, even with the energy head start, is getting outpaced here, and we will see the Sky Attack reached by the Corviknight.
But Dunebug knows that because the Azumarill has so much energy, he does actually shield up the Sky Attack, maybe not sure whether that does more or less than the Ice Beam. And Dune farming up a ton of energy. I don't think he can get the Fairy Winds down, so he does go for the Aerial Ace at the last second.
But for Bosox guy, he knows he can let this go. The Azumarill has the Ice Beam loaded. That's double super effective damage. And throughout the course of this battle, there has been more and more damage taken. That's going to be a CMP tie here. Charge attack priority. It's the Aerial Ace onto the Ice Beam.
But this is going to be some nice chip damage for Dunebug. There's a tiny possibility that the Malamar might be able to hang on, get some Psywave damage off, but the Malamar has also already been chipped by a couple of fast attacks, so I'm not sure if Dunebug's Malamar is going to be able to power through the rest of this game.
Oh man, this Malamar, every bubble that lands gets it closer and closer to Play Rough range. The Azumarill is already pretty low. We will see the foul play come through from the Malamar, but Azumarill, it's too bulky. It's hanging on, and now the Play Rough is reached.
And that foul play was nowhere near the damage that Dunebug needed. Bosox guy gonna land the Play Rough, gonna barely take out the Malamar and take this 2-0 victory in winners round 3.
That Shadow Swampert plus Corviknight duo proving to be absolutely devastating for Bosox guy, and it really felt like Swampert in both games was able to generate a really nice advantage for Bosox.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're talking about the Shadow Swampert, but I feel like the Corviknight was surprisingly the star of the show there for me. I feel like we've seen Corviknight kind of fall just a little bit short in a lot of these situations, but it was really safe into Dunebug's team, and I really liked how Bosox guy kind of maneuvered it around, knew when the damage was resisted, and he could get a lot of mileage out of that.
I really like the game 1 game plan. He was able to keep that Corviknight hiding in the back, and once he got those Protect Shields down, then the Shadow Jump Bluff just didn't really have anywhere it could go. And then game 2, running the same line, but saying, I'm leading the Corviknight, Dunebug's leading that Jump Bluff, and that just put him in a very difficult spot, and he just really wasn't able to recover.
Yeah, even with that nice catch on the Alolan Sandslash in the mid-game, it's still not a great matchup against Shadow Swampert. You know, we saw the Shadow Swampert able to take the Ice Punch, whereas Alolan Sandslash not able to take the Hydro Cannon. So even with the nice catch, even with actually taking down the Shadow Swampert from Bosox guy, remember it fainted with the full Hydro Cannon, even with all of that, it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, that Azumarill. Malamar up energy, so incredibly deadly, but unfortunately was not quite enough. As we go back to game number 1, and Bosox, we saw it a couple times in the series, the catch and the sneak, the free damage and energy is so nice. And throwing this Play Rough here, guaranteeing damage onto that Sand Slash, set up a nice farm down for Bosox guy later in this match.
Yeah, nice energy management from Dune, but like you said, giving a couple of extra mud shots to Shadow Swampert. And, you know, in this meta, which does feel like it's so much about energy advantage, just a couple of mud shots, a couple of Shadow Claws even can really flip a game.
And right at the end, the Corviknight barely hanging on, but making the Iron Head. It's neutral damage, but it's enough. And Bosox was able to take the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, this is game number 2, that lead matchup. Here's the catch from Dunebug, catching the resisted Sky Attack, getting the Shadow Claw through, which is a really nice play, but I think what we just saw in the end game, once shields were down, the Azumarill for Bosox guy really kind of shined through, so I feel like he was maneuvering through all of these Pokemon extremely well.
I agree, and the Aerial Ace, knocking out the Corviknight, but the Azumarill, he stored all that energy, and the shielded Sky Attack, I think, looms large in this particular match, because Sky Attack only singularly super effective, whereas that Ice Beam, double super effective. We just saw Jumpluff disappear live on broadcast.
It was a nicely played game from Dunebug, but I think he let the Azumarill get too much energy. There was a weird moment when the Azumarill came into the Malamar. He did a bunch of side waves and then tried to catch on Jumpluff, but maybe if he had just left right away and prevented the Azumarill from being able to build up all that, maybe he would have had a better chance, but it was honestly a pretty tough backline for Dunebug there.
I agree. Once that Azumarill got that energy head start, it almost felt like a runaway train, and it's kind of funny that it was in our trending down segment, because obviously we've been talking so much about Tinkaton, but in a matchup where there's no Tinkaton, Azumarill again felt so incredibly safe for Bosox. He was able to save switch at game 1, get a really nice catch, and then in game 2, again, getting shields down. Pokemon like Malamar really like shields up scenarios where they can let those side waves accumulate over time, putting more and more pressure on the opponents. But shields down, Malamar was just able to get the farm down on the Swampert, but it still wasn't enough to escape the wrath of Azumarill.
I think Bosox guy knew those matchups inside and out, but let's hear from the man himself. I think we have an interview with Nick.
Thanks, Soph. I'm here with the man himself, Bosox guy. Yesterday you told me you're a bit washed. It's looking like that might not be the case. What's going on?
Yeah, put in some work over the past couple of days with some of my friends, and we'll see where it goes.
All right, well, as a fellow Boston local, what sort of preparation were you able to do before? Did you go any of the locals yourself? I don't recall seeing you there much.
Nope. Have not been to many locals. I was at Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, so that was a good, dip my toe back in real quick. And in the last couple of weeks, we were playing some Battle Tower, some Grassroots, and just generally playing GBLs, staying on top of my game, I think has been helpful. And then these last couple of days, team building with some teammates, Frostfire, Jan, Jeff, Calvo, all those guys in team chat, more than I can name, have been super helpful, and it's been, very productive the last few days and weeks. So seeing it now.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about the team, because it is maybe not the most standard meta team. I don't think you had Claydol. I don't think you have Tinkaton. So how did you choose the core breakers? I heard you mention to your teammates you have 3 core breakers on your team. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first pick that I knew I really wanted to use was Corviknight. My teammate Calvo had a lot of success with that back in Atlanta, and it seems like a really good fit in the meta right now with Sand Attack doing, super effective to those poisons and the steals. Tinkaton being released since then, I think only boosted its value. So Corviknight, I think, has great coverage right now into the meta. And then you get, Azu's great. Swampert is a core breaker right now. It got buffed with Sludge. And so that's, super strong pick that I was able to use there a few times. And yeah, I think, we were kind of pivoting between grass types, Jumpluff, Cradily, Serperior, and we landed on Jumpluff because it has that flying type, so that's helpful for stuff like Primeape as well that we're, looking to beat.
I know from personal experience that Shadow Primeape can be very terrifying. I got 3-0 swept in a Grassroots tournament myself.
That'll happen.
What about the Unova Stunfisk? How do you see that fitting into the meta?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Electric is great right now. In my round 1 matchup, I played a Galissapod, and Stunfisk came into play there big time. And I think Stunfisk with that, like we said, the ground damage goes a long way. Thundershock, isn't as great as Mudshot used to be, I don't think, in terms of, just like versatility and flexibility. But it definitely has a lot of play, I think, in terms of being able to take on the waters like Lapras and Feraligatr and Azu, as well as, taking on the steals, Drapion, all that kind of stuff.
All right, well, you haven't participated too much in this season so far. Are you looking forward? Will we see you at NAIC? Are you going for a Worlds invite this year?
I think this might be the last one. NAIC is like a 50-50 shot for me right now. If I do, it'll be like a Friday night type of thing. So we'll see where it goes. But yeah, I'm just here to be with my friends and hang out and, tap my phone a little bit. But for the most part, just here to see the community.
All right, well, thank you for the interview. Appreciate the insight into your team building as well as your specific picks. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. I'll send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Phoebe and Bosox. And the thing that really stood out to me from that interview was a sense of community. you could tell the impact that this community has had on, he shouted out a ton of his friends who helped him with team building and practice and getting prepared for this tournament. And just the fact that that's one of the reasons for him competing today is getting to hang out with his friends, this wonderful community that we have built. And as you mentioned also, tap his phone a little bit, which it seems like it's going pretty well there with an early 2-0 victory.
Yeah, he mentioned he was just kind of dipping his toes back in, but taking out Dunebug, I don't even know how many regional championships he has at this point, is definitely no small feat. But, you know, you mentioned that sense of community. I think Phoebe even mentioned that he hadn't seen Bosox Guy at their locals, but I recommend that you do actually check out your locals. If you scan this QR code, you'll be able to find events near you. I think there's all levels of play, from the more competitive cups where you can earn championship points to kind of more casual events where you can just learn to play, maybe just kind of connect with your community.
And locals can be such a good opportunity to test out strategies that you might be considering for a potential regional championship. Of course, there's always going to be an amazing opportunity to do these trades as well. If you've hatched a Tinkatink, really good opportunity to find someone you haven't met before, add a new friend, trade it, and see if you can get one of those really optimized Tinkaton. We haven't seen one on broadcast yet, but I assure you, they are very scary to battle against. Maybe
We'll see more of them in day 2. I am still surprised that we didn't get any Tinkaton, although we've only seen one match so far. But I think definitely, you know, pro tip here, if you want to get those optimal, you know, maximum defense Tinkatink or Tinkaton, I recommend you find someone who you have absolutely 0 interactions with, add them as a friend, and make sure that very first trade you do is that Tinkatink.
I think that's a really valuable point, because with the lower friendship, there is no IV floor on those trades. So you can get some really interesting spreads that you can't get from hatching. And there is, as you specifically mentioned, if you reach a certain defense stat, Poison Sting from Shadow Drapion, one of the Pokemon that has terrorized the meta for months. It's like 2/3 of all regionals. It's been winning it. Will actually do 1 less damage per Poison Sting, which turns it from a great matchup into a dominant win.
All right, well, you're giving away a lot of secrets for all the aspiring Tinkaton trainers out there. You know, so far we've seen Shadow Drapion on both of the teams from our first 2 trainers, and I think, you know, our next match is still getting ready, but I think those 2 teams also have Shadow Drapion, so it's looking like we're going to be, you know, kind of sitting back, looking at maybe flashbacks to previous metas for at least the first part of day 1 here.
I am very happy to hear that. And speaking of previous metas and Tinkatink trades, I was actually able to meet up with Gabby, who was one of the VG casters, and I traded her some Tinkatink. She sent me some Galarian Corsola. So even at these regional championships, it's an amazing opportunity I was lucky enough to get a good Tinkaton, but I still don't have a good Corsola. So finding those people with the low friendship, it's just such an advantage of being here at the venue.
If you're looking to kind of jumpstart your inventory or your arsenal of Pokemon, I think just coming to a regional championship offers a lot of great opportunities. We've talked about those trades, but there's also a lot of special spawns in the venue that are really relevant for PvP. There's also a lot of trainers around to help you with maybe those Gigantamax raids. So definitely a lot to take advantage of if you come to the venue.
And I believe double Stardust as well. So many benefits here to traveling to these regional championships. And you know who else traveled to regional championships? Shadow Mimikyu and Keenbart. Shadow Mimikyu, I see a Furret on the team. I'm immediately happy. Furret, one of my favorite Pokemon, and I'm so happy that with these updates, Furret now sees play.
And Furret actually looks really, really good into Keenbart's team. The worst matchup is probably that Shadow Drapion, which of course resists those sucker punches. But other than that, I think especially if you start ramping up your damage, you know, you're going to be hitting Lapras and Stunfisk for super effective with those Trailblazes. And the sucker punches, I don't even want to think about what those would look like on the Shadow Alolan Marowak there.
Let's take a look at Keenbart's team. Speaking of, we saw the Shadow Kanto Marowak in match 1. Now the Alola Marowak in round number 2. And that's paired up with the Shadow Drapion, the Jumpluff, Credilli, our first sighting of Credilli today. So a double grass strategy from Keenbart, Lapras, and again, a Unova Stunfisk. We didn't see it brought in round number 1, but it can prove to be interesting bench pressure, as it can do a good job at walling off Pokemon like Talonflame, the Jumpluff, and super effective damage into the Lapras and the Drapion.
I think if it avoids the Claydol on Shadow Mimikyu's team, the Unovan Stunfisk could definitely be a key player, but I'm looking at that Cradilly for Keenbart where, I mean, it kind of struggles versus the Shadow Drapion, but other than that, I mean, it's hitting almost everything on Shadow Mimikyu's team for super effective damage, so we haven't seen a lot of Cradilly play, at least in the very short Tinkaton meta that we've had, but I feel like this could be a good chance for it to shine.
I agree. One thing I did want to double check was the Lapras moveset for Shadow Mimikyu, and it looks like Shadow Mimikyu does have Ice Beam. So Lapras does typically get outpaced in that matchup, but with Ice Beam, even at -1, Ice Beam is still going to inflict some pretty solid damage in return onto that Cradilly. So while Cradilly does look pretty strong, I think there is some pretty nice counterplay there.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times you see someone maybe like safe swap a Lapras met by a Cradilly, but like you mentioned, the Ice Beam isn't too much energy, and also I think maybe like 2 Sparkling Arias comes pretty close to knocking out the Cradilly, so it's actually not the worst matchup in the world, even though you're taking super effective damage as the Lapras.
Yeah, Lapras could be a really nice bait out opportunity there. And you know what else is going to be a pretty nice opportunity? I believe we have the details for the upcoming Community Day, and that is Pommy. Pommy, Sunday, May 11th from 2 to 5 p.m. local. And looks like we have some pretty nice bonuses here as well.
Yeah, we've got the quarter hatch distance. You know, if you're trying to hatch Tinkatink out of those 10K eggs, this could be a good opportunity for you to incubate a lot of them. Also, double Candy XL chance, not only good for the Pommy that you'll be catching, but also if you have a lot of, you know, research encounters or similar stacked up, that could be a good time for you to kind of go through and catch all of those Pokemon.
And +1 special trade, and trades are going to be cheaper. So yet another opportunity. If you're going out there meeting local trainers in your community, another good opportunity to try and re-roll some of the stats of these Tinkatink that you have, because Tinkaton, the high stat product Tinkaton, it is incredibly fun to play.
Hey, I'll tell you what, this is match number 2 on the stream. Still no Tinkaton. I have to say, I am a little bit surprised. We saw it at 39.7% usage, so on expectation, we should have had at least 1, if not 2, Tinkaton by now. We said it was trending up. It has such great coverage with, usually you see it with Bulldoze and Play Rough. Some trainers are opting for Heavy Slam, but really that Fairy Steel defensive typing is going to be what's carrying it.
Yeah, that defensive typing is absolutely unreal. Being a Steel type by itself, you're already off to an amazing start, and pairing that with the Fairy type as well, so that way fighters aren't as much of an issue. Tinkaton, but I think that's part of what I really like about this meta is even though it is #1 usage, it's sitting below 40%. So that even though it's a very strong Pokemon, it's not feeling like the only way forward or the only strategy for success. So we still have a lot of variety in this meta, and that's something that I really like only 39.7. Like, I'm thinking back to the days of Metacham when we were sitting at, what, 85% usage on Metacham? So I'm really liking the amount of different options players have in this meta. And we see my boy Furret, he's sitting at 11th, but he's just happy to be on the graphic.
We see Unovan Stunfisk there, a little bit more usage than Furret, probably inspired by HK Assassin's win. Also Talonflame at the bottom of the graphic. I believe that was actually used on both of the grand finalist team in Seville last weekend, but I'll tell you what, Henry, I'll make a bet with, well, I don't know if you want to take the other side of this bet, but I think Tinkaton will be, I'll say 50 or higher % usage on day 2. Is that too conservative?
Honestly, I'm just strictly in agreement there.
Okay.
I think for those who have it, because we saw something similar in Seville, where I believe it was 5th in usage for day 1, and then once that day 2 usage came out, it was almost double. Like, it went from like 30% usage to, I believe, like 58.9% usage. So if you brought Tinkaton, it was a very winning strategy. But speaking of Talonflame, one interesting adjustment that I saw in Seville was we've seen double flying Talonflame for many months, but we actually saw, I believe it was both had Flame Charge on Talonflame, a bit of an adaptation for ramping up that Incinerate damage into something like Tinkaton, but also having a bit of counterplay into something like a Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I think in these teams coming up, I believe Shadow Mimikyu is rocking that Flame Charge Fly moveset that you mentioned. And I think when you watch these Talonflame at play, there's a really nice pacing that happens when you do 1 Flame Charge and 2 flies. You get all of the residual energy out of the way. You get so much damage off with those flies. So I feel like the Flame Charge double fly strategy might be in our near future.
I think that makes quite a bit of sense there. Because if you end up throwing 2 flame charges, then I believe it's 3 to the next fly, and 15 turns does feel a little bit slow at times. So that flame charge into double fly, it's a very powerful combination of attacks where it's 15 turns for the first, but it's 10 turns for the next 2. And Talonflame, especially now that it's boosted every 10 turns, it can feel like a bit of a runaway train at that point.
Especially because I feel like a lot of the, well, we haven't seen any Tinkaton teams, but a lot of teams have maybe Jumpluff and Tinkaton on them. And for these teams here, I mean, obviously Keenbart doesn't have a Talonflame of his own, but he does have the Shadow Alolan Marowak. But you would see that the fire is doing super effective into Jumpluff and then neutral into everything else. And I feel like that's kind of a common theme of what we might see in that top meta.
The Alolan Marowak, it could be a bit of a tough bring because, as you identified earlier, boosted Sucker Punches from Furret would be really tough for it to handle. There is also Claydol, super effective Mud Slaps, Shadow Dropion. Anytime a charge move lands, it's gonna do some damage. Lapras as well, so maybe if it's able to get some kind of an advantage, but it feels like there's a lot of counterplay here for Shadow Mimikyu.
Maybe not the greatest matchup for the Alolan Marowak, but let's go back to the Cradily for Keenbart, and I think what Shadow Mimikyu's maybe safest Pokemon is going to be, other than the Fur, I think it's going to be that Shadow Drapion. And, you know, we see the dynamics of these matchups where your best Pokemon is advantageous against the opponent's best Pokemon, and I think that might tip the scales just a little bit in Shadow Mimikyu's favor.
I agree. Shadow Drapion, as long as it can avoid that Unova Stunfisk, just looks so incredibly safe. And on top of that, I do feel like the Claydol as well, because taking a look at the Claydol moveset, it is running Rock Tomb Ice Beam, so even if it's against that Cradily, Grass Knot not gonna knock out, but Ice Beam will leave a mark in retaliation.
All right, well, we took a little bit to get locked in and set up, but I think we're finally getting into game number 1 between Shadow Mimikyu and Keenbart. We're leading with Claydol against Lapras.
Lapras will have a pacing advantage here. We're actually going to see a switch out into the Furret. Furret has access to super effective Trail Blaze, but not before Lapras will fire off the Sparkling Aria, and we see an immediate no shield from Shadow Mimikyu.
Keenbart does have the Shadow Drapion in the back, but actually chooses to chip with the Sparkling Aria first, maybe hoping to get this Fur into Aqua Tail or Crunch range after these Poison Stings start adding up. And Shadow Mimikyu, though, now actually has a lot of energy on the Fur, so is going to be able to fire off a Swift.
This Swift is going to land, another Swift loaded and ready to go. So is the Crunch, but Keenbart decides to not throw his charge attack there. Could have played to the charge attack priority, but instead choosing to let the Swift land. And now the Shadow Drapion has lost almost all of its health.
Yeah, going to fire off a Crunch, and I think an Aqua Tail might have been enough, but you're likely not getting to multiple charge attacks anyway, so it does go for that heavier hitting Crunch and able to maintain switch advantage. But you know what? If Shadow Mimikyu gets some energy on either of these Pokemon, that could be very difficult for Keenbart to deal with.
In comes the Claydol, one Mud Slap, and goodbye Drapion. It could very well be met with the Cradily as Keenbart looks to reposition, but that Shadow Drapion for Shadow Mimikyu looks so safe. He actually sends out the Lapras, so choosing to save that Cradily in the back. Rock Tomb is reached, but we see Lapras firing off the Sparkling Aria first and grabbing an early Protect Shield from Mimikyu.
And we saw Shadow Mimikyu instantly swap out of this lead, but it's actually not a bad matchup at all for the Claydol because you have these super effective Rock Tombs, and I believe those Psy Waves are doing exactly 1 damage per attack.
So even with this -1 attack from the Rock Tomb, there's the switch to Cradily, answered with the Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion continues to farm up energy, but with the energy advantage, Cradily's going to strike first with the Rock Tomb.
We did see that full Poison Sting come through though, so that could help Shadow Mimikyu with that little bit of energy deficit that you mentioned. And Shadow Mimikyu going to build up a little bit of energy before throwing this very first Crunch, 4 Poison Stings, and throwing on very good timing.
That free Poison Sting is a massive difference maker because you're going to see right here, Shadow Mimikyu is 1 Poison Sting off the next Crunch, and that is entirely because of that free Poison Sting. And Keenbart, a little bit of a grimace there, as now this Shadow Drapion is going to apply so much pressure onto Cradily, and there goes the final Protect Shield of the match.
And I think I saw the defense fall as well on that first crunch, but Keenbart is going to fire off a Grass Knot here. This is actually resisted damage, but maybe thinking that Shadow Mimikyu might have had the opportunity to switch out into the Clay Doll there. Shadow Mimikyu going to shield it up there and instantly meet the Lapras with his own Clay Doll. I think he can still hang on to an Aria here. Also gets the full Mud Slap through, so Shadow Mimikyu looking like he's in a very good spot here.
Energy management on this Clay Doll will be very helpful in this end game. The Aria lands, going for the Rock Tomb immediately. And Rock Tomb, this is super effective damage onto the Lapras. We see a full charge on that Rock Tomb. Down goes the Lapras. And now for Keenbart, these Bullet Seeds not doing a lot. He's gonna need to throw some energy here because a move will be reached. That's a nice overfarm by Keenbart.
But a lot of Mud Slap damage was taken by the Cradily here, and the Drapion still has some energy, I think, and also still has some health. Yes, already has the Crunch loaded, so that's going to be a very clean game number 1 for Shadow Mimikyu.
That Shadow Drapion, once the opposing Drapion was baited out, was just so deadly for Mimikyu. We identified it has very little counterplay on Keenbart's side outside of the Unova Stunfisk. And man, Shadow Drapion, we definitely felt why it's been a top meta threat for many months in that game, as that was expert piloting by Mimikyu.
And I definitely expect to see Mimikyu continue to bring that Shadow Drapion. Even if the Unovan Stunfisk comes into play, you have the super effective Aqua Tail to hit back.
I absolutely agree with that. So now the question will be, is what adjustments are made here from Keenbart? Do you risk bringing that Stunfisk even though that Clay Doll was brought in? Stunfisk on a Clay Doll, it'd be a really, really tough spot to be in as Keenbart.
Well, here's a question. I am actually not sure if Keenbart needs to make any adjustments to the actual team. Maybe you bring in the Unovan Stunfisk, but I feel like the Lapras, Cradily, Drapion team has a lot of play into Shadow Mimikyu's team. And I think Keenbart actually had an advantage with Switch Advantage to realign Cradily onto Clay Doll instead of Lapras, but instead got the Cradily onto the Shadow Drapion, which, as we've said, just feels like it's so safe into Keenbart's team that you should probably just be expecting it at this point.
I think that's a very wise point. Is this line, it's a very good one, but the lack of repositioning ended up making it very, very tough. Mimikyu getting the knockout with the Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb KOing the Lapras, and then Cradily trying to get to 2 moves, but it just could not get there. And the Drapion with the Crunch stored just made it feel very comfortable for Mimikyu throughout the course of this matchup.
And contrary to popular belief, Lapras as a water type does not have a very comfortable matchup against Clay Doll because of those super effective Rock Tombs from the Clay Doll, and then your own Psywaves just being resisted and doing very, very little damage. So I feel like if Keenbart maybe brought that team, maybe just realigned his Pokemon a little bit differently, could have had a better outcome.
Looks like we do have lock-ins for game number 2, and it looks like the tides may be turning here as Keenbart picks up a pretty nice lead, leading Cradily into that Clay Doll.
Oh boy, but here's the Shadow Drapion safe spot from Shadow Mimikyu, and Keenbart doesn't have an answer and is going to let Shadow Mimikyu fire off this Crunch before he has thrown the Rock Tomb.
Crunch no shielded, and look at how much HP is immediately gone from that Cradily. One and the Rock Tomb here, and now Mimikyu has to decide. He knows he's going to be debuffed by this Rock Tomb. Do you decide to invest in the Drapion? He says no, and Rock Tomb connects.
And Keenbart now going to dip into his own Drapion. You did debuff the opposing Drapion, so it should be very, very comfortable for Keenbart to maintain Switch Advantage, but at this point, your Cradily is very low, so you have to wonder how useful that Switch Advantage is going to be.
And baiting out that Drapion, Furret looking deadly in the back. Keenbart plays 2 charge attack priority and wins it. Mimikyu letting it go, understanding that even if that Aqua Tail landed, it's debuffed, so it's not going to remove a lot of HP away from Keenbart.
Yeah, very confidently throwing on charge attack priority, but now you have a little bit of energy on this Drapion, has more than a Crunch loaded. We're going to have to see if Keenbart is able to maybe reach 1 more Aqua Tail. I think he might be just 2 Poison Stings off.
Crunch. We do see the shield from Mimikyu. Mimikyu looking for the farm down, and we will see the Aqua Tail reached. So Mimikyu getting the shield call right, as Crunch would do a lot more damage than a debuffed Aqua Tail here. Oh, sorry, a non-debuffed Aqua Tail, but that still, Clay Doll loses a lot of HP.
Clay Doll loses a lot of HP, but remember that Keenbart also has lost a lot of HP on the Cradily. The difference, though, is that Keenbart is up a shield. Keenbart going to bring the Cradily back in, and Shadow Mimikyu actually just going to go for the Rock Tomb instead of the Ice Beam. A little bit of a reaction there. I'm not sure if Keenbart's actually going to respect the Ice Beam now.
Rock Tomb lands. Will this set up a farm down here? It does set up a farm down. Down goes Cradilli. In the back is Lapras, and Lapras will have a debuff permanently applied as this Rock Tomb gets launched at the Lapras.
And this is looking very nice for Shadow Mimikyu all of a sudden with that Cradilli just fainting with all of that energy. Now you have the Furret and you can start ramping up. I think as the Furret, all you need to do here is get to 2 Trailblazes before Keenbart is able to reach 3 Arias.
And these Arias, now that they're debuffed, are not going to be nearly as effective. Aria connects, Furret shakes off that damage, and Furret will continue to farm, and there is that Trailblaze we were waiting for.
And Keenbart is going to let this go. I think the only win condition that's even remotely possible at this point would be to call a Swift bait, but Shadow Mimikyu going straight for that super effective Trailblaze, and this is looking very, very difficult for Keenbart to make a comeback for.
These boosted Sucker Punches are the big concern for Keenbart. He still has the shield to hide behind, but you can't shield fast moves. Sucker Punches farming all the way down, and Shadow Mimikyu is able to take the series 2-0.
And didn't need any adjustments in that game number 2, just sticking with that trusty Claydol, Furret, Drapion line. I feel like the Drapion and the Furret are really safe into Keenbart's team, so, you know, just kind of recognizing that, sticking to his first impressions really paid off for him there.
I agree. That Drapion, even in the bad lead matchup, being able to switch it into the Cradilli, and Cradilli, its power is in debuffs over time, but it doesn't have the fastest pacing. So even being behind by 1 turn, the Drapion being able to switch in, getting that crunch, just making life really uncomfortable for Keenbart, just set up that Furret so beautifully in the end game. I'm just happy to see Furret doing well.
I think it's doing a little more than well, not just in this tournament, but in the meta in general. You know, you said Furret's just happy to be on the graphic, but I feel like we saw a lot of Furret action in Atlanta, so I feel like you're selling it a little bit short.
Hey, well, Furret, he's happy to be here, and he's getting wins as well. We saw the Rock Tomb launched at the Drapion, but a very wise decision by Mimikyu not committing resources to a debuffed Pokemon. Instead, Keenbart picking up the knockout, but this set up Claydol to get a big farm down.
Yeah, it did have to take, well, it shielded 1 charge attack and had to take the other, but I think really the key moment was when that Cradilli came in and actually fainted with a lot of energy. We're going to see the Rock Tomb land here, and actually Keenbart, maybe with just 1 more Bullet Seed, could have gotten a charge attack, but he does let that Cradilli go down with the energy there.
And then tries to play to the win con of calling that Swift bait, but Shadow Mimikyu making the right call, going for the Trailblaze, ramping up the damage on these Sucker Punches, and then the Lapras trying so desperately to get to another charge attack, but it was not to be.
Yeah, that matchup is actually not that bad for Lapras, as you might think, because you do have to take the super effective Trailblazes. But in that situation, remember that the Lapras was permanently debuffed by the Rock Tomb, which meant that the Arias did less, and it was just really difficult to come back from that.
Yeah, that pacing advantage for Lapras, even up a little bit of energy, and I believe it was, at least prior to the Rock Tomb, it was going to be up a Protect Shield in that end game, but the moment it got that debuff, that Protect Shield advantage was taken away, then suddenly Lapras, one of the titans of this new meta, just could not muster enough damage to take down that Furret.
I think where Lapras really shines is with its flexibility, right? You have 3 different typings covered between Psywave, Sparkling Aria, and Ice Beam. You can even sometimes go, well, you have to register Skull Bash if you want that normal type coverage, but I feel like in some of these closing situations, it's just a little bit underwhelming, as we saw there.
I can agree, especially after its -1, made it a little bit difficult, but I think the idea was set up well there, where Lapras, if it's able to get up energy, it can be scary even against something like the Furret, but that debuff just unfortunately a little bit ruined Lapras's plans of being able to get a reverse sweep there and tie up that series.
I also really liked how you mentioned that the pacing of Drapion is what allows it to be such a, well, I was going to say super effective safe swap, but you know, super effective is its own term, but a very good safe swap, right? You outpace so many Pokemon, including Cradilli, and as long as there's no Mud Slapper on the other team, you have a lot of play and you can pretty much outpace anything that counter swaps. So it puts the opponent in a really uncomfortable position.
Especially because the anti Drapion tech of use was Unova Stunfisk, which wasn't brought to the field. We haven't seen the Tinkaton yet, and if your opponent has a Tinkaton, suddenly that Shadow Drapion save switch is looking a lot less safe because you're suddenly met with a Pokemon that's surviving 3 Aqua Tails. Your Poison Stings feel like you're healing this Pokemon. You can't generate an advantage, and that's what Drapion for months has been so consistent at. So it'll be a little bit interesting to see. Drapion's had a little bit of a reign of terror so far. It's been incredibly strong, but it'll be a little bit interesting to see if it can continue as we see more Tinkaton teams.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether these Drapion, who, I mean, we've seen Drapion in every matchup so far, but we'll have to see if they can kind of continue once they start meeting the Tinkaton, maybe in the later stages of the bracket. Because like you mentioned, Tinkaton has a really dominant matchup against Drapion. It has that super effective Bulldoze most of the time, which it paces to very quickly, and able to hang on to 3 charge attacks. So yeah, I said that Drapion only has to fear Mud Slappers, but now, yeah, there's also Tinkaton.
And Tinkaton, I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot more of it throughout the day, and you can actually see a lot more of us throughout the day on the new Play Pokemon YouTube channel. Just started up, we now have a channel where it's going to be Play Pokemon action all the time. We've already got 500 videos on there, so there's a lot of content.
That is a lot of content for a relatively new channel, but I think that's a channel where you're going to be able to see, you know, a lot of highlights from past tournaments. You know, a lot of times we see clips of, you know, winners finals, losers finals, grand finals, and you can also see that highlighted video is the World Championships 2025 location reveal. Of course, we know that's going to be in Anaheim, but there's going to be a lot of content there, so make sure to subscribe because I think that's where a lot of the Play Pokemon content is going to be living from now into the future.
And I believe for this tournament as well, we are actually going to be streaming the Milwaukee Regionals as we get to pan over to the crowd and look at that. Thousands of Pokemon traders have descended on Milwaukee, Wisconsin, all battling for community, battling for a chance at claiming the title of regional champion.
And so many people attend these events. You know, if you just watch the stream, you see 2 people at a time, but there are literally thousands of, you know, trading card game players here. There are tons of staff and judges working behind the scenes to make sure everything runs smoothly. So, you know, if you come to these events and experience kind of just the aura for yourself, it's a really great experience.
Walking into a convention center at the first regional I ever attended was honestly a bit of I was a bit awestruck just at the sheer size of the convention center, the thousands of players, everyone just all coming together to celebrate Pokemon, to play Pokemon, to build this community. It was one of the coolest experiences, honestly, I've ever had, and I do get a bit of that magic every time I get to come back and cast behind this desk. But it's such an unbelievably cool experience, and it's amazing what Pokemon can do in terms of bringing us all together from all walks of life, all corners of the country as well, just to come together and play the game that we love.
I think celebration of Pokemon is exactly how I would describe these regionals, and of course, international championships and worlds. The kind of glamour of it all just increases exponentially more. So definitely I recommend checking out these tournaments if you haven't already. But we're actually getting into our 3rd match of the day. I believe this is Gordon the Flash on the left there with the Venusaur plushie. And we'll have to see what teams these trainers are treating us to.
Oh my goodness, we have a bit of a sneak peek here, and it looks like we have, oh my goodness, we have some interesting Pokemon on both sides. I won't spoil it just yet up until it comes out on broadcast, but just know these trainers are thinking outside the box for these teams, and I'm excited to see this matchup.
All right, if you're listening in and you don't see the teams yet, let's play a little game. So Gordon has a Pokemon that caps at below 1400 CP, so you know, think of what Pokemon satisfy that, and then you can drop the next hint from there.
All right, it is a mono-type Pokemon, and it runs mono-type moves.
Oh, that's too much. Now it's so obvious. All right, well, we'll give you, you know, maybe 10, 15 seconds to chew on that and think about it. But on the other side, we've actually got a pretty interesting team as well. Some of the Pokemon look pretty standard. I believe this is Felici on the right. Felici is the in-game name, but we've got the Superior, Lapras, Claydol, Unovan Stunfisk, you know, pretty standard. But then I also see a Purified Sableye and a Bastiodon.
Bastiodon making its return. Oh, this will be an interesting one. And the Purified Sableye not on return. It has TM'd away the return and is running Dazzling Gleam. And you may have guessed it from our hints, Gordon the Flash running Pachirisu on his team of 6 here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much play that Pachirisu is going to get here. Walled, like you said, with that mono-type attack set, it's going to be walled by Superior, walled by Unova Stunfisk, walled by Claydol, so don't expect to see the Pachirisu on the field, but, you know, it is still sitting there, maybe just happy to be here on the bench for Gordon the Flash.
Yeah. If you had to dream up a worst-case matchup for Pachirisu, this might be it. So many Pokemon where it doesn't have a lot of play. But taking a look across Gordon's other Pokemon, we see Shadow Sableye, which is always deadly, Diggersby, Primeape, Shadow Jumpluff, Talonflame, and it looks like the leads are set for game number 1, Shadow Sableye, but it meets a nemesis in Bastiodon.
And this is a matchup that you would normally see in the Go Battle League instead of in Show 6, but we're seeing it here in Milwaukee. Gordon the Flash just calmly throwing these Shadow Claws, probably going to try to throw the first foul play on good timing. I believe that was after 10 Shadow Claws, so the Bastiodon has just reached a charge attack.
Bastiodon incredibly slow at its pacing, but it has a lot of bulk. It's able to shake off that foul play, doing very little damage. And for Fitzy, this is honestly probably the best case scenario. You're able to neutralize Shadow Sableye energy, and Shadow Sableye energy is usually very difficult to neutralize.
Yeah, I'm sure the Lapras in the back is very happy that it's not seeing the Sableye. Gordon the Flash, on the other hand, has the Jumpluff in the back, which would be weak to the Bastiodon, so it looks like he is going to shield up the Stone Edge, maybe going to try to go for switch advantage as well, continuing to Shadow Claw, continuing to overfarm and count. Like you mentioned, Bastiodon paces very slowly, so Gordon the Flash going to fire off a foul play when he has 2.
Back-to-back moves reached here. Bastiodon also has a move loaded. Fitzy choosing to let it go, and Bastiodon does not survive. Sableye wins switch advantage.
And Sableye is going to have a charge attack to throw at the Superior. It looks to me like it's only going to reach 1 charge attack, and Gordon the Flash does go for the foul play, and probably going to be happy to just take switch advantage and get the Jumpluff aligned on the Superior.
Sableye does not get that second foul play. That would have been incredibly helpful damage. Out comes the Shadow Jumpluff, and it will immediately be met with a super effective Aerial Ace.
Yeah, super effective, but it is non-stab coming from a relatively bulky Pokemon, so Gordon the Flash going to let the Aerial Ace go. You see it does just about 1/3 of the damage there. And actually, I didn't notice this before, this is actually an Energy Ball Jumpluff, so Fitzy getting a nice catch of the Aerial Ace, but now you're kind of opening yourself up to start getting hit with these super effective Energy Balls.
That Diggersby in a bit of a tough spot in this endgame, as with the Bastiodon off the field, that was its main target. We do see this is a Skull Bash Lapras, so this Lapras does not have super effective Ice Beam for that Jumpluff.
Yeah, Aerial Ace coming through, and Fitzy is going to respect it, but Gordon the Flash, now with a quick swap into the Diggersby, kind of an awkward situation because you need the Jumpluff for the Superior, but now you have to absorb these super effective Sparkling Aria on your Diggersby.
Sparkling Aria is going to connect. Diggersby barely hanging on, getting outpaced. Another Sparkling Aria is reached. And this Lapras, so much value for Fitzy, as we will see the final shield come up from Gordon.
Oh, but this is so awkward because now you've shielded your Diggersby, which can take super effective from both of Fitzy's final Pokemon. So really going to come down to energy management for Gordon the Flash here. Scorching Sands coming through. I don't even think this is enough to take out the Lapras. Nowhere near close. Lapras still going to be able to reach another Aria.
My goodness, this Lapras devastating in this endgame scenario. Gordon, he's going to lose the Diggersby. He invested a Protect Shield. He still lost the Diggersby. In comes the Jumpluff. There's going to be the switch to the Superior. And Superior, it still has that shield to hide behind because Lapras did not have to respect Scorching Sands.
This is a super effective Aerial Ace, but I think Jumpluff is going to be able to hang on. So, you know, if you're Gordon, you have maybe just a sliver of hope if you're able to manage your energy, but actually loses the charge attack priority to the Superior there, and Fitzy going to be able to take this very first game.
That Bastiodon just absorbing hit after hit from that Shadow Sableye set up Fitzy to where that Lapras was just devastating in that endgame. Lapras, its Psywave heavily resisted by that Sableye, but once the Sableye was out of the way, Lapras's energy just felt like it went everywhere.
Even without the Ice Beam for the Jumpluff, I feel like those Psy Waves put it really low and kind of enabled that Superior to finish things off in the end. But as for Gordon the Flash, you know, he brought Diggersby most likely to deal with the Bastiodon, but kind of against the back line that Fitzy brought, it kind of felt like dead weight.
And in this matchup here, we see a very nice switch out and a catch. getting the catch on the aerial ace, wasting that energy of Gordon the Flash proved to be very, very helpful because the Lapras survived the Scorching Sands, and if that had been an energy ball from Gordon the Flash, then he would have had to, at the very least, give up a shield, make some kind of other play, but by getting the catch there, Fitzy just played really well in this endgame, and Gordon, down a shield, kind of out of options, couldn't really figure out the counterplay to be able to escape with a win.
I think that catch was absolutely pivotal, and most often we see people trying to catch charge attacks that are maybe resisted, and of course just now we just saw the neutral aerial ace being caught, but when you compare it to the counterfactual, like you said, of the super effective energy ball, that was actually a really efficient catch from Fitzy there.
It looks like these battlers are locking in for game number 2. Gordon the Flash versus Fitzy. It's Lapras, and it's going to be met with the Shadow Sableye.
Gordon the Flash sticking to his guns and leading the Shadow Sableye, and Fitzy is actually staying into what I would consider just a horrible matchup for Lapras. Yes, you can hit with these neutral sparkling Arias, but the Psywaves do absolutely nothing, and Sableye can very comfortably take one Aria.
And look at the backline for Gordon the Flash. This is Gordon the Flash saying enough with the Bastiodon. I'm bringing out the Diggersby. I'm bringing out the Primeape as well. So Bastiodon in the back looks like it's going to have a very tough day.
All right, well, Gordon does go straight for the Power Gem, which Fitzy correctly shields up. And now Fitzy is able to reach the second Aria before Gordon has decided to throw that foul play.
And I do like this shield from Gordon because even though you've already taken a lot of damage, these Psywaves, I mean, look at the health bar on the Sableye. That's not doing a whole lot. We will see the foul play fired off by the Shadow Sableye. Fitzy now has to make a decision. Do you invest the final shield here? He says no, and foul play will connect, and down goes Lapras.
And Gordon has switch advantage once again, but now you're actually on even shields instead of being down a shield. You also have a lot of energy banked, so I would have to give the advantage to Gordon the Flash in this situation. Oh, but Gordon actually saves the energy, brings in Primeape because he knows he has 2 answers to the Bastiodon.
I love this play from Gordon. The energy will be more valuable elsewhere. Don't let Fitzy do what he did in game 1, which is use Bastiodon to absorb all this energy. Instead, the aggressive pivot into the Primeape. Primeape looks to ramp up on damage as Superior is going to grab the final shield with a super effective aerial ace.
But Gordon already has, I believe, another Rage Fist loaded on this Primeape, and these Karate Chops are also adding up pretty quickly, so I think the Rage Fist is going to come close to knocking out. Fitzy actually didn't even tap the aerial ace there, so there's no opportunity to confirm landing the aerial ace with a charge attack priority, and I have to wonder if Gordon's going to go immediately for this second attack, but actually doesn't, going to let the Primeape go down.
But there is still the energy available on this Shadow Sableye, where Shadow Sableye can land a foul play, and while it's not super effective, it's going to inflict serious damage. No switch out from Fitzy. This damage is landing on the Superior, and now this Bastiodon, I don't think it's going to like what it sees in the back.
Yeah, Diggersby finally finding its target in the Bastiodon, so this is going to be a very good game for Gordon the Flash. I also really like throwing the foul play right away because I think Fitzy just had about 1 second left remaining on the switch timer, so Gordon really able to confirm that he's able to pretty much knock out that Superior and confirm the victory for this game.
And these smackdowns, I mean, they're just absolutely healing this Diggersby here. Diggersby taking no damage whatsoever. Scorching Sands number 2 is reached. And Gordon the Flash, an adjustment in strategy. Primeape providing incredibly flexible play as a safe swap. And that's Gordon's key to victory, to staying alive in this winner's round 2 matchup.
Evens up the series 1-1 with that adjustment. I do have to, worry a little bit though. If you have Sableye and Primeape on the same team, feels like both of those are Pokemon that really love to use up the Protect Shields. But it worked out for Gordon there because we saw Sableye in that very advantageous lead matchup against Lapras.
Sableye being able to win that matchup and exit with energy was so key. The shields were even, but Sableye had a whole extra move, the pivot into the Primeape, successfully luring out that Superior, and then the Sableye, as you identified, landing that charge attack, and the Diggersby, once that Superior was out of the way, shutting down that Bastiodon.
There might have still been a tiny chance for Fitzy if he had been able to land a Frenzy Plant on the Diggersby, but because of all of that energy that Gordon had saved from the lead matchup, that kind of just confirmed Superior's fate and didn't allow it to do any damage to the Diggersby.
So for Gordon, I really like that Primeape adjustment. I'm really hoping that he stays with it in this game number 3, because looking across the team for Fitzy, there isn't really a tough matchup for that Primeape. Even against the Psyche-type Claydol, you have super effective Rage Fist.
I think the worst matchup would probably be that Purified Sableye, which of course is going Dazzling instead of Return, but let's see what happens. And this is fantastic for Gordon the Flash, sticking with the Primeape, and it's found the Bastiodon.
Oh, that is devastating. In comes the Lapras. Psywave's hitting for super effective damage, but Primeape can immediately pressure a shield with a close combat. Fitzy immediately on the defensive as the first Protect shield goes up.
But you still have the very hard answer of Sableye in the back, and that's exactly what Gordon the Flash decides to switch into. Like I said, you can take this Aria with absolutely zero problem. You're up a shield, and honestly, I know it's early, but I don't really see how Gordon loses this game.
Things could get a little bit interesting if the Superior is able to be, oh my goodness, the Power Gem is reached. I was gonna say, if Superior is able to be in an even shield scenario, maybe there's a chance, but the shield advantage, it stays on the side of Gordon the Flash, and this is looking dire for Fitzy.
And those shields are going to be critical. Fitzy is going to bring the Bastiodon back in, so Gordon doesn't know that it's that Superior in the back, but I think he knows that he's going to need to prioritize the shields with Primeape, and you know, he also knows he has ABA strong to the Bastiodon, so wouldn't even be surprised to see him just bring Diggersby in here to absorb the energy. But Fitzy looks like reaching for the Superior.
Superior gets a small energy advantage, but Gordon still has access to that Primeape. The Primeape's still pretty healthy. Those Psywaves did about 25% of its health bar, and he's gonna send the Primeape into Superior.
And the Primeape is actually dry, and the Vine Whips are adding up relatively quickly. Fitzy going to be throwing the Aerial Ace, I believe, very quickly, but oh, this is very risky. Gordon's actually going for the close combat, and it lands on the Superior, and I think that's going to be very critical in finishing out this game for Gordon. Now he can just let the Primeape go.
And the nod from Gordon. Primeape did its job, neutralized Superior, and now for a second game in a row, it's gonna be Diggersby shutting down Bastiodon. We will see an Aerial Ace bait, but for Gordon, he knows any move from Superior is gonna do more than a move from Bastiodon. So Diggersby in prime position in game number 3.
Just an Aerial Ace, but I mean, Diggersby on even shields versus Bastiodon. Even if Diggersby had 0 shields and Bastiodon had 2, I think Diggersby would handily take this matchup. Bastiodon's already been chipped as well, so I think Gordon the Flash going to be able to take the series 2-1.
And we see a Scorching Sands debuff as well. Oh my goodness, that wasn't needed to win the game, but that just makes it even a little bit more convincing there. That Flamethrower Diggersby, I believe you're absolutely correct. 0-2 shield matchup, Diggersby probably still taking home this win.
Scorching Sands coming through. Curious to see if Fitzy decides to shield this up, but looks like he is going to just let the Bastiodon go down. Gordon the Flash able to come out of that 0-1 hole to take the series off the back of the adjustment to the Primeape.
Very important. Game number 1, that jump fluff felt like it was more of a liability than a benefit to the team. Benching it for games 2 and 3, saying that Sableye Diggersby pairing, it's a very strong one, but Primeape, the key to victory, offering such nice play into basically anything that Fitzy could have brought, and it pays massive dividends.
I think Fitzy, yeah, maybe it just had to commit to the to the Purified Sableye and hope that it landed on the Primeape, but kind of a tough composition otherwise. Like you said, the Primeape for Gordon the Flash was actually just really safe into the entire team. Kind of makes you wonder why it didn't show up in game number 1, but you know, found its mark in games number 2 and 3.
And this Sableye, honestly, I feel like Lapras it couldn't really ever generate an advantage because he chose to run Power Gem over Dazzling Gleam. We've seen trainers use both, but the Power Gem was key in this series. Superior getting ahead on energy, but Gordon can just bring in the Primeape. No baits here, close combat connects, and at that health range, Superior was not doing enough damage to that Diggersby.
I thought it was a little bit risky because there's a chance that if you debuff your defense like that, that maybe Superior can farm you down in some situations. But, you know, Gordon kind of recognizing, I have 2 shields, you have 1, you probably don't want to go down to 0 shields, and kind of just reading the opponent really well there to get off the close combat.
And it also felt like, because in game 2, he did actually go for the Rage Fist first, and we did see a no-shield from the opponent. So it felt like there was a little bit of setup there where he abated game 2, he called it and he says, I mean, if you're gonna no-shield, I'm just going for the close combat. And the moment that close combat landed, that just secured the victory for Gordon.
Yeah, I think I said it looked like it was over very early on, but I think you were right that the Superior could have maybe swept if Gordon was a little bit loose with the shields. But kind of, Gordon knew what he was doing, saved the shields for the Primate, although he didn't actually end up using them, but just in case they were still there, and of course able to close things out with the Dickersby once again on the Bastiodon.
Bastiodon giveth and it taketh away. Game 1, it looked dominant, but games 2 and 3, it just couldn't ever really find its traction there. But very well played from Gordon and a very nice adjustment overall.
That's right, the nice 2-1 victory. Moving on to, it looks like that was actually a quite late round of the, oh no, it's just, that was round 2 of Winners Group F. So Gordon will be moving on to Winners Round 3. And, just as a reminder, during day 1, we mostly show these winners side matches, and then later in the day, we might start showing those losers matches, especially if we get to, losers finals that are pivotal to making day number 2.
And I'm very excited because we have so many great competitors who are here in Milwaukee. One of those, of course, being Rise to the Occasion, a trainer who won Milwaukee back in 2022. He's back here trying to claim the crown in 2025. And I believe we're going to cut to a quick segment here of him talking about his win in Vancouver of 2025.
Rise to Occasion on the hunt.
He has been on an absolute heater, and he seems to be unstoppable right now.
My name is Chris Reisner. I'm originally from Wisconsin, but now I live in Dallas, Texas. I first got into competitive Pokemon in about 2020 when the pandemic had just started and I had some more time on my hands. When I found out that you could go to local tournaments and play against other trainers, that was really appealing to me. I was kind of the new guy that was just showing up and people didn't really know me, but I started to improve really quickly, and within about a year I was already winning some grassroots tournaments and had this quick sort of rise, if you will, in the circuit. It's just a game, right? But it really is like a microcosm for life, and I feel like every time I've gotten knocked down or have had embarrassing moments on stage where I just completely throw a game, I've always come back stronger. I took a little bit of a break, and it was good for me, I think, because watching these other tournaments play out, like EUIC that I didn't go to, you get that hunger back. My mindset coming to this tournament was just take it one game at a time and be deliberate with the lines that I was bringing, and I just didn't want to rush. I wanted to make sure I was taking my time, thinking my lines through. I was bringing a unique team that could maybe catch some people off guard with some picks they weren't expecting, like the Shadow Steelix and the Golisopod. The MVP of my team this weekend had to be the Golisopod. I was annoying people at the venue trying to trade for a Golisopod. There were some games where not only did it take out the lead Pokemon, but then it landed a move on the next Pokemon as well and just immediately put me in a great position. This time I lost right away on day 2, and I was able to keep climbing all the way through the loser's bracket. So this is probably the best loser's bracket run I've had. I fell just short in my last tournament. I was right there, one game away, maybe even one play away. So to come back from that and come back stronger is something I'm really proud of.
Rise to Occasion is your 2025 Vancouver Regional Pokemon Go champion. He has won a regional in 4 consecutive seasons.
Now that I'm automatically qualified for the World Championship, it definitely takes a little bit of pressure off to have some more fun with it. Some of my favorite moments from the past World Championships have just been seeing my friends succeed at the highest level. It's Axon winning the World Championship in Japan. To see him go all the way and be on the front page of a Japanese newspaper was amazing. In terms of my goals playing competitive Pokemon, I do want to try to go for the LAIC Travel Award to go back to Brazil. I think I've really learned that I just enjoy the process of putting the time in and practicing and doing my best to execute versus focusing more on the outcomes. Am I going to win Worlds this year? We'll see about that.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, like, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? and I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can. Although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
We are ready to begin here with our next set of battles in Milwaukee. Are you ready to go, Nick?
Absolutely. We are just getting started. This is going to be the 4th match up on stream. We saw some really intense battles so far, but we are well on our way through this tournament.
And we have some trainers getting ready on the stage. Maybe a few lesser known than some of the ones we've already seen today. We have Sword Slash, who is going to be fighting Dijon the Jin, also just known as Dijon, sometimes just called Spicy.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen too much of the meta play out so far. I was in my interview with Bosox, I was talking a little bit about the Pokemon he was using, a little bit of off-meta picks. I'm really excited to see kind of as the day progresses, which Pokemon really start to shine on these teams. Let's take a look at these teams. For Sword Slash, he does have a Dusclops, which is quite interesting. I feel like we saw that in that one little mini meta that we had in Vancouver, right? But we haven't really seen too much of it since, so I'm excited to see how it does. You know, pure ghost typing is pretty neutral across the board against most of the meta. We haven't seen too many dark types. You know, Shadow Drapion, of course, has been out there for a long time, but Poison Sting is going to be doing resisted damage against that ghost subtyping.
I am also really interested to see how Dusclops is going to play out, because you're right, we had it in the Vancouver meta, but we haven't really seen it a lot since. We've seen it maybe a little bit more in like Go Battle League, different cups and things, but not as much in the championship series. So interested to see how that's going to play out. I'm a big fan of Dijon's team. I love Golisopod. It is one of my favorite Pokemon to use in Go Battle League, and I also used it in the challenge on Friday. You can enter, they have challenges and cups here, so you can actually do some of your locals and get some of your local championship points right here at regional tournaments. And I used a Golisopod, and it was pretty great.
And I think it's going to be really useful for Dijon here. Looking at his team, he doesn't have too many amazing answers for Shadow Primeape, given the moveset that is actually being run from Sword Slash. He's going to be running Rage Fist and Ice Punch. Ice Punch going to be able to do double super effective damage against that Shadow Jump Bluff, and going to be able to put a lot of pressure on the shields from Dijon. I mentioned once again in that interview with Bosox Guy, the amount of pressure that Shadow Primeape can push out with how fast it paces to its charge attacks, how damaging they can be, and being able to ramp up your attack with that Rage Fist. It's a very, very potent Pokemon.
It is, and really one of the only fighters that we see now. It used to be in previous metas, we would just see Annihilate everywhere. Back in the day, you would see Medicham everywhere. Now you see a lot of teams, much like the team that Spicy Dijon is running, doesn't have a fighter at all.
Yeah, you don't have quite amazing coverage into things that fighters typically do well against. Aside from the like Rock Steel type Pokemon like Bastion that we saw in that last matchup, you know, something like Claydol does really, really well against that Pokemon. But you know, Tinkaton, Jump Bluff, even something like the Cradily isn't going to do super well into that Rock and Steel type Pokemon. So you know, Dijon would really need to heavily rely on that Claydol if he ever goes up against that a Bastion.
Yeah, like we saw in that most recent match. I guess some people are still utilizing Bastiodon even in the current 2025 season. That last Bastiodon user really got punished, though, for bringing it.
Yeah, it's very depending. It's very alignment dependent. You need to make sure that it does not get lined up against a Pokemon that it is weak to. And you saw that it got lined up against the Primeape in that final game, and with your second best answer on your team being a Lapras, which takes super effective damage from the close combat that was available to that Primeape, you're really forced into a bad spot where you're going to need to use a shield even after switching in, which puts you really, really far behind. You know, the Shadow Sableye came in afterwards, and Gordon the Flash was able to maintain that switch advantage there because of the amount of pressure that Primeape was able to pull out. We'll have to see how Sword Slash utilizes it in this matchup, given that maybe it has a few more Pokemon on Dijon's team that it won't be able to hit for as super effective damage. You know, I'd mentioned Claydol, but also, like you said, the Glycopod, able to resist that fighting type damage, able to resist the Ice Punch. So you're going to be able to not put out as much super effective damage in that matchup.
Right, another reason I like Glycopod, this is a really ground-heavy meta, and Glycopod resists those ground-type attacks. That makes it really unique. It shares the same typing as Araquanid, which is that water and bug type, which made it awesome in the Walrein metas of the past. That's why Weedle actually became kind of notably used the Araquanid to win a tournament because of its great matchup into Walrein.
All right, well, that's enough about the past. Let's come back to the present. We are ready for our first battle here between Dijon and Sword Slash. It's going to be that ever-safe Dusclops into the Cradily. It's a pretty neutral matchup, but Ice Punch is available for this Dusclops.
Yeah, and Dusclops has a lot of different charge attacks that you can run with it. You can run Fire Punch. You can actually run Poltergeist if you really want something heavy hitting on Dusclops. But it looks like Sword Slash is happy to bank all that energy for later and bring in the Shadow Drapion to face off against Dijon's Shadow Lapras. What do you think about this mid-game matchup, Nick?
It's going to be a little bit favored to the Lapras, I feel, because of the extra bulk it has, but that defense drop is going to mean that the Poison Stings are going to be able to add up so much more effectively, doing neutral damage to the Water and Ice type Lapras. Sparkling Area coming through, able to outpace once again to a second move. We're going to be seeing 2 shields put up by Sword Slash. Will he be able to get a Poison Sting down now because of that defense drop?
Ooh, that's a bit of a Poison Sting down. Will Lapras be able to get to that Sparkling Aria? I think it might have. So Sword Slash instead is going to opt to throw the Aqua Tail, doesn't want to risk getting hit with a Sparkling Aria.
Dijon able to pull out both shields from Sword Slash here. Sword Slash able to hold on to switch advantage, and in comes a fairly solid wall to the energy in the Tinkaton. Quick switch out back into the Cradily. No Ice Beam available for Sword Slash, so it's going to have to throw these neutral Sparkling Areas as opposed to super effective Ice Beam.
Yes, and that Sparkling Aria is going to connect. It's a lot of nice neutral damage hitting against the Cradily. Dijon used to be called spicy. I think part of that was he would run Cradily. Cradily used to be quite a spicy pick, not so spicy anymore. Definitely has a solid spot in the meta, especially with that Rock Tomb. You can see that it caused an attack fall in the opposing Lapras.
Another no shield here from Dijon, putting both of his shields for the Tinkaton in the back. Sparkling Area going to be enough to knock out, and will another one be reached? It looks like yes. Dijon unable to go for the farm down, going to be likely forced to use a shield, or no, actually opting not to.
And going ahead, we're going to see Tinkaton can take a lot of damage. I'm excited that this tournament is an opportunity to see Tinkaton in action. Bulldoze, a very unimpressive charge attack, but it's going to be more than enough to knock the Lapras back out. And here comes Sword Slash with that Shadow Drapion. It's got 2 attacks locked and loaded.
Yeah, Aqua Tail going through here, going to pull the first shield. Another one also ready, going to pull the second shield from Dijon. This is going to be what looked like a charge attack tie between these 2 Pokemon. A secondary Bulldoze now being thrown, and this is really great for Sword Slash, able to get both of those moves off, and now being able to pull out the rest of Dijon's energy. He's got a fairly healthy Dusclops in the back with more than 2 Shadow Punches loaded at this point. The first one coming through, going to do good neutral damage to this Tinkaton, and I don't think Dijon is close enough to a charge attack to be able to threaten a knockout, but no, 1 Shadow Punch not able to pull enough damage for the second to knock out. So I think actually now Sword Slash has another 2 Shadow Punches loaded, and I think the second one will be more than enough to knock out.
Or a fast attack, but there is a play rough ready. It looks like Sword Slash might not have been quite there. The play rough's gonna come through. It is not enough. And then the damage from that fast attack applied to knock out the Tinkaton. That was a very, very close endgame, Nick.
Yeah, the charge attack play rough is quite good, but Tinkaton is not the most attack-weighted Pokemon, so you saw that it did not do the amount of damage necessary to pull the knockout onto Sword Slash's Dusclops, and you got to see some really great energy management from Sword Slash there, able to stack the moves on Dusclops, switch out, not throwing any energy after the debuff came through from Dijon's Cradily. I really liked that play going into the mid-game, and then able to pull both shields, with the loaded energy on the Shadow Drapion. Really, really impressive stuff from Sword Slash.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how we are going to see the trainers switch things up in the next game. Will we see maybe a little bit more Golisopod? Are we going to see the Tinkaton again? I like that we're seeing Tinkaton. I think it has a really good spot against Sword Slash.
Playrough not able to pull the knockout there, just a little too much health remaining, as well as a charge attack loaded, but that Hex was able to pull the knockout nonetheless. Going into game number 2, I think Dijon might need to figure out a way to preserve some Pokemon in the back like Sword Slash did, maybe utilizing those shields a little bit earlier. I think with the amount of energy and health that Sword Slash had remaining on his Pokemon in the end game, Dijon might have been better situated to have the Cradily still alive at the end game to be able to try to debuff and retain those debuffs into the very last Pokemon, which would have been a little bit helpful to reduce the amount of damage that the charge attacks were doing from Sword Slash.
And I do think that Dijon is going to continue to keep bringing that Tinkaton. It just looks so safe, Nick, into Sword Slash's team. It just has, like, really everywhere to be able to throw its energy.
Yeah, and it's really tough for Sword Slash to bring that Unova Stunfisk with the double grass line on Dijon. So I agree. Tinkaton then becomes extremely safe. You just need to maybe utilize your shields a little earlier on those harder hitting moves. Aqua Tail maybe not the most energy efficient move to shield up. But here we go into game number 2. It is going to be the Dusclops into the Shadow Lapras.
And Dusclops going to be needing to utilize its same type of attack bonus, but very neutral Shadow Punches. Dusclops is a very tanky Pokemon. It is not known for attack output unless you're using that charge attack Poltergeist. So you're going to see these Shadow Punches just kind of slowly chip away. Dusclops also really utilizing Hex as its fast attack to try to continue to apply more damage.
And importantly, if you notice, Dijon's Lapras does not have Skull Bash available. So in the mirror match, Sword Slash is going to feel very safe. So he does switch in right away, but it is answered by the Cradily. Sparkling Area is now loaded, thrown right before the Rock Tomb. I like this play from Sword Slash. I'm not 100% sure he needed to pull out the Cradily, but maybe trying to catch a move onto the Lapras is what he was intending to do there in that early stage.
You mentioned that Sword Slash's Lapras does really well into the mirror, but in this matchup, you really want Ice Beam. So it really is, you do have to make that very tough decision when you decide what do you want to pair with Sparkling Aria on your Lapras. It looks like Sword Slash is going to apply a Sparkling Aria now onto Dijon's Cradily, and it is not quite enough to knock out. Cradily is able to throw one more Bullet Seed to get a little bit more energy before knocking out with this Rock Tomb.
And I think Sword Slash is going to be A-okay with this because the Cradily is unable to reach another charged attack here. He's going to be able to get some energy on whichever Pokemon he brings in. It is unfortunately that Shadow Drapion into a standard Claydol, and the Claydol's fast attack damage here is going to be really good for Dijon core shields on the board for these trainers, fast attack damage is going to be king.
Yeah, Drapion is just not going to have time with all of those mud slaps to be able to launch enough charge attacks to be able to knock out the Credilli. Sword Slash recognizes this and swaps out, bringing the Dustclops in instead.
Dijon's going to get a really nice farm down here. Shadow Punch is not the strongest move. It is same type attack bonus, but Dustclops is really bulky, able to get the Psywave down, 2 charge attacks loaded now, and I think Dijon has this one in the books. The Sparkling Areas are going to be able to pull both shields. It's going to be a really nice farm down for Sword Slash, which might make it a little bit close in the end game if he's able to come out with 2 moves, but I think the Clay Doll has some energy and will likely be able to get a Rock Tomb debuff off at a point, and it might lower the effectiveness of the unshielded charge attack.
And yes, going for that Rock Tomb, Shadow Drapion, no shields left to protect it. Rock Tomb, not a super powerful attack. Its attack power comes in where with its attack drops. And Sword Slash doesn't even have enough time to throw both of the charge attacks in order to even attempt to knock out that Credilli, bringing us to an even series 1-1. We're heading into a decisive game 3.
That was a really solid team read from Dijon there, bringing multiple Pokemon that are going to thrive against that Shadow Drapion. You know, the grass type in Cradilly, typically grass types really struggle against poison types like Shadow Drapion. However, with the access to Rock Tomb, a really potent move, a really good energy efficient move, as well as having the ability to lower the attack of your opponent, means that the grass type's able to really confidently fight back against that poison type, especially given that it doesn't typically run Sludge Bomb. It's typically Aqua Tail and Crunch, so you're not able to really threaten any super effective damage into Cradilly.
Taking a look at the replay, we can see Dustclops again just so bulky and able to, Sword Slash able to bank a lot of energy to try to use later, but it just didn't end up being as impactful as I think Sword Slash needed that to be.
Yeah, and maybe a potential play here for Sword Slash could have been doing fewer Psywaves into the Cradilly to offer his Shadow Drapion more energy on the farm down. As you saw at the very end game here, the Rock Tomb came through, didn't quite pick up the knockout. So if he did have maybe 2 crunches loaded at this point in time, maybe if he gets the defense drop with the first and then the second one applies before the Rock Tomb comes through, maybe he has a win condition. But with Dijon having really great energy management, coming out with a Rock Tomb into that final moment really allowed no great plays for Sword Slash there in that game number 2.
Dijon's been bringing a core of Shadow, Lapras, and Credilly each game so far. I'm really curious to see if Dijon is going to bring that again. With Shadow, Lapras, and Credilly being pretty consistent, I'm wondering if the Shadow Primeape on the side of Sword Slash could be useful.
It could. The one issue is that it's running Ice Punch and Rage Fist, right? So it doesn't have any super effective charged attacks into that Lapras, and Lapras is going to be fighting back with the super effective Psywaves. So that becomes a matchup where you really need to be able to ramp up that Shadow Primeape, get it with that boosted attack into that matchup so that those Rage Fists can start feeling like they're super effective as opposed to just neutral.
Yeah, and then the fast attack damage as well being ramped up is going to be really useful into Lapras. Speaking of Lapras, that's how Sword Slash is going to start off this matchup against the Credilly. Credilly resisting the Psywave damage, and Credilly's going to be able to throw super effective Rock Tombs. However, Lapras outpaces with Sparkling Aria, able to launch this charge attack first.
Shielding up is not a big surprise here typically. As the Clay Doll, you want to shield up the first charge attack as your Rock Tomb will be lowering the attack of your opponent's Pokemon. Rock Tomb coming through, not onto that Lapras, now just neutral into the Dustclops, gets the attack drop, going to try to catch the Shadow Punch. However, that would be the move of choice into the Lapras anyways.
Yeah, Dustclops is just so safe for Sword Slash, but just because it's safe, just because it's neutral, is it going to be enough to turn the tide of the game? Going to start launching those Shadow Punches into the Lapras, trying to unleash all of this energy, but it's barely going to take Lapras down to half health.
I really like this play from Sword Slash though. He's baiting out the Lapras, What's he going to bring in afterwards? He's going to bring in his own Lapras, get a huge farm down because none of the energy from Dijon's Lapras will threaten his own. It's Sparkling Area Ice Beam. We'll have to see if Dijon recognizes that this farm down will be really key for him, and he potentially could try to pivot out into one of his 2 Pokemon in the back.
Sword Slash waiting out the timer, actually bringing in the Primeape instead, maybe trying to ramp up, get that energy like we were talking about earlier. So it looks like you do not quite have the future sight today. You are not the Cresselia, Nick.
The really tough thing here, though, is that now his full line of 3 has been exposed. No shield into the Rage Fist. A bit surprising because I think he had energy for the Ice Punch. The Ice Punch might have gotten a knockout. The charge attack is now loaded from Dijon. This is going to go ahead and lower the attack stat of this Primeape once more. So now we are at net 0, going to be able to build up to another Rage Fist, 3, 4, switching into the Lapras, trying to save that energy for a matchup in the future.
Yes, and clearing that debuff, so maybe being able to Rage Fist right away into the future matchup, perhaps. We can see that Rock Tomb, though, does a lot of damage. Do we get a Psywave down? Just barely. The Lapras hangs on and then is able to throw a Sparkling Aria into the Credilli, but I don't think it's going to be able to throw another one. Let's find out.
I think it will. I think it's only one Psywave away from the next one, or it has it. It does. One more Psywave before throwing is perfect time. You don't want that fast attack to apply from the Bullet Seed, which the damage would apply if you had thrown 2 Psywaves. In comes a Primeape. It has nearly 2 Rage Fists loaded. No shield on this first one, I think, is exactly the play Dijon needs to secure this game, as this will not pick the knockout, but he does have a lot of health left on this Lapras, and super effective Psywaves will secure him game number 3.
That was, again, really tight games, I would say, from Sword Slash and Dijon. Those were all really exciting. I would say, though, Dijon bringing that Lapras, bringing the Credilli each and every time. They make such a powerful core, and Sword Slash just couldn't find a way around it.
Yeah, there were really no amazing answers to that core. You know, Credilli felt pretty safe into that team, and if you're going to be playing Dijon, you're probably going to want a Credilli answer.
Most definitely. I really did like Sword Slash's team, though. I like the Dusclops and Lapras that he was bringing as well, and just kind of varying up, either bringing the Shadow Drapion or the Shadow Primeape, trying to bring like a big damage dealer in response to having both of those really bulky Pokemon in Dusclops and Lapras.
Yeah, I keep thinking back to this game 3 about bringing in that Primeape as opposed to the Lapras. I would have really like to see a big Psywave down there. Get the energy on the Lapras. You're not threatened by either the charge moves. You can then save your shields for your Shadow Primeape in the end. It would have been tricky. It was a tough call, of course, but I think potentially if Dijon allows for the full farm down in that instance, Sword Slash is in just such a strong spot. He was still able to get 2 Sparkling Areas off in the end game, but it just wasn't quite enough.
I know, and that's something that Sword Slash might recognize. It's always tough. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. You can always think of ways that, maybe if I had played this a little bit differently. That's why I recommend trainers who are looking to do even better in the competitive circuit or in Go Battle League, record your battles and go back and rewatch them.
That's a great piece of advice, and frankly, a piece of advice that I need to listen to because I don't actually go back and watch my battles too frequently afterwards. Also, the screen recording on my phone makes my phone really, really slow, so I sometimes don't even screen record it in the first place. But great piece of advice for trainers who are just getting started out there. Maybe attending some local events. Always a good spot to start.
Yeah, be sure that you are out there attending your locals. And like I mentioned earlier, you can even get some of those local events, the challenges, and I believe there's a cup on Sunday as well at these regional tournaments. When you come to the regional tournaments, there's so much to do and to see.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to participate in that cup on Sunday as we'll be stuck back here behind this desk, but that is okay. You can always scan this QR code, find events near you. We're in Milwaukee this weekend, but, I find locals in Boston. I'm sure you find locals in the greater Wisconsin area all the time. Back when I was in Minneapolis myself, there was a pretty good local scene. So, there's going to be locals all around the country. Make sure that you find one near you so that you can attend and get some championship points yourself.
Yeah, and if you play in those events, if you're at a regional tournament, you can also get some tickets for the prize wall. They have a lot of really good prize wall prizes there today, and all kinds of side events that you can do as well. I think there was an Ultra League battle that happened yesterday, maybe a Master League battle. I think there's some Pokemon Pocket tournaments happening.
They often have Little Cup matches, and my good friend Ross, loves Little Cup matches. He's also called the Messi of Pokemon Go, so you know, make sure that you're watching out for him anytime you go to a Little Cup battle.
But Little Cup is not what we are playing today. We are out here playing in the Open Great League format, and we have August Isley versus SJSP. We've seen SJSP do incredibly well, taking his prowess from the Go Battle League and applying it here to the Championship Series. Has regional wins under his belt, and maybe today looking for another one.
He's got a Pokemon on his team that is incredibly safe and incredibly good, and it's that Furret. Surprisingly, Furret hasn't really been around for too long, but access to Swift with the upgraded Dark type fast attack. I'm blanking on it right now. Sucker Punch. Thank you. It is just so potent. Trailblaze doing super effective damage into Azumarill, even though we're not seeing Azumarill as much anymore. I think it makes it a really strong contender. However, something like Tinkaton resists all 3 of those moves, so maybe a good reason to have Tinkaton on your team of 6.
I really have been enjoying Furret as well. Across the ocean, Paula Shaw has really been enjoying using Furret. I believe she took 9th place in Sevilla at the special championship there with Furret. She did really well, and it's such a fun Pokemon to play. I love its attack animation.
And looking at the rest of these teams, no big surprise from August Isley. Jumpluff plus Tinkaton core, I think, is going to be a core that we see a lot this weekend. A Malamar still on the team, looking fairly decent into the rest of SJ's team. Besides, of course, that Tinkaton Fairy type damage, going to be one of the few types that do super effective damage into that Dark and Psychic type.
Yeah, do you think Malamar is a little bit more on the rise right now? August Isley bringing the Malamar. I've seen it. I saw it a little bit in the challenge yesterday. Does it have any potential play here?
I think it does in the right matchups. You know, you're going to probably want to avoid that Furret, but something like Lapras being able to triple resist those Psywaves means that you're basically taking no fast attack damage. You, of course, aren't going to be resisting the charged attacks from Lapras with that Sparkling Area and Ice Beam and or the normal type charge attack. I'm just struggling with fast charge attacks right now, sorry. So it has play there. It has play into the fighting types. And again, it's really just going to struggle into Tinkaton, and it's going to do fairly well into the Claydol, able to hit for super effective damage with those foul plays. So the one negative thing about that matchup for the Malamar is that you don't resist any of the fast attacks or the Rock Tomb coming from the Claydol, meaning that it's still able to fight back, and it becomes more of a energy-dependent matchup. You know, if the Claydol's ahead, able to land a Rock Tomb, able to get that debuff off before a foul play lands, it's going to be a little bit more tough for that Malamar to win that matchup.
So maybe Malamar going to be a little bit more useful. I see we're finally starting to see more Tinkaton, maybe as we move in, because this is the winners finals of Group A.
Oh my gosh.
So we didn't see as many Tinkaton, I think, earlier in the day, but now we can see, like, this is a great Pokemon because it's on both sides of the field of the winners finals of Group A. The winner of this is going to be moving on to day 2 already. It's not even noon, Nick. We're in winners finals.
It's not even noon here, but it's 1 hour ahead for the East Coast, which is where I'm from. So maybe that explains why we're already in winners finals. No, I'm just kidding. Absolutely no correlation there whatsoever. These trainers are still thinking about their teams, thinking about what they want to lock in. I remember the charge attack. It's called Skull Bash. Silly me. Skull Bash, of course, being able to do good neutral damage across the board. We don't have any ghost types on August Isley's team. We do have one steel type, though.
Yeah, it's really tough, like we were talking about in the last matchup of Sword Slash versus Dijon, because both charge attacks have a lot of value. Ice being able to hit super effective into things like Credilli. However, in the mirror, you need Skull Bash to be able to win that matchup. Otherwise, all of your charge attack damage is like null and void. Moving into our opening matchup, we have a Jumpluff showdown. We have a regular Jumpluff on the side of August and a Shadow Jumpluff on the side of SJSP. Both are running the very popular nowadays double flying attack set of Acrobatics and Aerial Ace.
And very importantly, August Isley is going to win this charge attack tie here. Aerial Ace coming through, no shielded. Aerial Ace coming back from SJSP. Will August Isley decide to no shield as well? Ooh, he does put up that shield, and that's going to be a big advantage for S-James. Going to have the shield advantage going later onto this matchup. I don't imagine he wants to switch out, given that that Shadow Primate is in the back. Second charge attack coming through from August Isley here. It is just going to be the Aerial Ace, not really threatening a knockout yet, given that the Jumpluff on SJ's side is going to be above 50% health.
No shield on this one, and it was the Acrobatics. Does not quite knock out because this is a regular Jumpluff. It's a little bulkier. So this Jumpluff is actually going to be able to throw a charge attack, but it is the Acrobatics. It is going to knock out.
What's going on here? August Isley shielded up an Aerial Ace and let an Acrobatics through, but because he wins that charge attack tie, he's still able to win that lead matchup. We see an immediate switch out from August. I think that's the right play here because both of his Pokemon in the back are going to do quite well into this Shadow Primate. SJ has an option here. Does he want to shield to preserve this Shadow Primate? Looks like he doesn't want to, saving that shield for the Claydol in the back. However, I think this Malamar is going to be able to reach another foul play because these Mud Slaps aren't adding up fast enough.
No, just neutral damage for this. So maybe we're talking about earlier, Malamar, it has to be in the right matchup. I think it's found a pretty solid matchup for itself, being able to eliminate the Primate and then get quite a bit of damage done on the Claydol. Was not quite able to get to a second charge attack. Now it is Claydol versus Claydol, but August's Claydol has a massive health advantage.
And SJ does not have access to a super effective charge attack. It's just going to be Rock Tomb and Scorching Sands. However, because of the health advantage, August Isley can just go straight for Rock Tomb. It's going to be resisted damage, but it's going to be enough to, I think, pick up a knockout here. It is a very bulky Pokemon. Looks like maybe one more Mud Slap, two more Mud Slaps to pick up the knockout.
S-James already on the notebook, taking notes, thinking, what do I need to do for this next game? August is up 1-0, but S-James can definitely turn this around. S-James bringing that Shadow Primate, the Shadow Jumpluff. I don't think the Shadow Primate got to do as much as S-James really wanted it to. He didn't seem to be able to leverage it.
And I'll have to also say that I think SJ probably wants to bench the Claydol because of the mirror matchup. Scorching Sands not really having like amazing play into the rest of August Isley's team. Like, yeah, of course, it'll be great into Tinkaton and that Shadow Drapion, but you're doing pretty well in those matchups already with the damage that you're doing from Mud Slap. So I think like the mirror matchup, you really want Ice Beam or you really want Shadow Ball, and I think SJ's really feeling the hurt from not having that charge attack in that matchup.
And we can take a look at the replay, that Acrobatics to pick up the knockout, which really helped, I think, August to win the entire game, really set him up for success.
And even in the end game, in the back was that standard Jumpluff, excuse me. And it's going to triple resist the Mud Slaps here. So I think there was just really no play for SJ in this end game. Unfortunate final Pokemon for him to see with his coverage move of Scorching Sands, maybe hoping for Tinkaton in the back or Furret, I guess, also, or Lapras. Frankly, anything besides that mirror Claydol would have been good for him, but because it was that Claydol, access to no super effective moves and with a significant health disadvantage, excuse me, he was really just in a tough spot.
Claydol is a Pokemon with, I think, some of the most access to charge attacks that exist in Pokemon Go. Right now, I would say the current standard is Rock Tomb with Ice Beam.
Absolutely.
But there are so many different moves that you could run on Claydol if you wanted to. You have Shadow Ball, you have Earthquake, you have Gyro Ball as well if you need Steel type coverage for something. Psychic as well. So many different attacks. Really interested that S-James brought that Scorching Sands, trying to get some of that more ground type damage onto his own Claydol. And it is that Claydol mirror match. And as we mentioned, August Claydol wins that handily because of that Ice Beam coverage. S-James bringing in the Jumpluff, but Jumpluff has to be afraid of both of August's charge attacks, actually going for the Rock Tomb instead of, which just does regular super effective damage instead of the double super effective Ice Beam.
Very interesting play because SJ no-shielded it immediately, but I think it could have been an Ice Beam there based on the energy that August had. Acrobatics coming through does a lot of good neutral damage. One problem for August here is that he did not have a really great counter swap for this Pokemon. On the flip side, though, giving up his Malamar is pretty good because his own Jumpluff is looking quite good in the back. As we had said, there's no Ice Beam for SJ's Claydol. If he's able to shield up an Acrobatics here, he's going to be in a really great spot. No shield comes up. It is just an Aerial Ace. Great call from August Isley.
And then Jumpluff is able to go into this Claydol matchup with an Acrobatics basically ready to go. S-James no shields. This is just neutral damage. It's a standard Jumpluff, not a Shadow, but it still takes it down not quite to half health.
I'm a little bit surprised that August is not switching into his own Claydol. He does eventually to catch the Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb going to be resisted on his own Claydol. I would love to see August Isley farm up extra energy here because neither of the charge attacks from SJ's Claydol will be doing that much meaningful damage here. Scorching Sands coming through at the same time as the Ice Beam, and August wins that charge attack tie.
And August winning a bunch of charge attack ties today, going to be able to knock out the opposing Claydol. S-James kind of putting it all on this Primeape, hoping to be able to ramp up energy to hopefully secure some KOs. But August still has both Protect Shields available. Will August choose to use one now up against this Rage Fist? No, actually allows the Claydol to go down, puts it all on Jumpluff.
Jumpluff's going to be able to pace these charge attacks quite quickly, but there are so many shields on both of these trainers' sides. We see the first one come up from SJ. Another Rage Fist is loaded. Rage Fist going to be a little bit cheaper than the Ice Punch. August knows that he needs to utilize his shields here. A singular Ice Punch would knock out his last Pokemon, and there is a little bit of trouble for him. There is still a Jumpluff in the back for a potential catch from SJ. Rage Fist coming through here. It's going to pull the last shield from August Isley, and does he have enough energy to outpace this Primeape to another Rage Fist?
The first Aerial Ace going to probably claim the last Protect Shield. S-James wants to preserve the energy that he has on the Primeape. But S-James also has a switch available, could have potentially swapped out, but instead this Shadow Primeape is going down. All Jumpluff needs is an Aerial Ace to be able to send it back to the Pokeball. And now it's Jumpluff versus Jumpluff. It is a race, and going for the Aerial Ace. This is likely to knock out here.
Just outpacing because of that extra energy August Isley had, going to be able to pick up the knockout, and really strong win from August Isley there. Really tough team compositions in both of those games for SJ to overcome. It really just felt like August was in the driver's seat for both of those games.
Yeah, both trainers bringing the exact same 3 Pokemon to each series. August bringing that Jumpluff, Claydol, and Malamar. S-James bringing the Shadow Primeape, Claydol, Shadow, Jumpluff. So really both times, because S-James didn't change up the team, maybe just that same combination of 3, August had a little bit of an advantage.
And I would have really liked to see the Ferret come into play, frankly just because I think it's so good, but I get the hesitation from SJ. Tinkaton is going to be just such a bad matchup for it, and both of these trainers have Tinkaton, but I don't think we saw it in any of these games.
Disappointing, Nick. I love Tinkaton. I'm very excited to have it in the meta. I think it's such a fun Pokemon. I think its lore is very fun from Scarlet and Violet. And it's just a great opportunity to meet up with trainers in the venue or trainers at home in your local communities and do some trades to try to get those optimal HP, defense, and attack stats.
Yeah. And it was tough, right? Because I think Claydol also looked quite good for both of these trainers, but SJ had the inherent disadvantage with his Claydol's moveset. You know, maybe the Scorching Sands helped him in previous matches to get to this point, but it was really a detriment in this matchup not having the ability to hit for super effective damage. He also lost that charge attack tie, which meant that August Isley's Claydol came out so much healthier in that matchup. and I think he was also losing the jump left charge attack tie as well, which is a little bit surprising because typically we see Shadow Pokemon winning the charge attack tie against non-Shadows because they don't have as good of a spread. You have less access to them to really optimize those stat spreads, but maybe August is very specifically chosen his jump left to try to win those charge attack ties in those mirrors.
That's kind of what I was thinking. When you're in a meta and you know you're going to be seeing a lot of the mirror, you know that a Pokemon is going to be really, really popular, sometimes it's nice to have two different Pokemon. You can maybe have one that you use maybe in Go Battle League or in different situations that just has high HP, high defense. But then you have another one that you build that's going to win those charge attack ties. I know that's something Speediest Chief and I have talked about. Like, he has two Frostlass, depending on if it's going to be a meta where Frostlass is very unique and you're only going to see a few of them, or if it's a meta like a Go Battle League meta where it's Frostlass everywhere, you really want one that's going to win charge attack ties.
And that's a really important one too, because one singular Shadow Ball is able to pick up the knockout. So if both trainers are only throwing straight Shadow Ball, whoever wins the charge attack tie is going to win the matchup and typically win the game.
And we are interested to see is who's going to win the next game. Spicy Dijon is back on the stage, but this time up against Silent Beast. This is the winners finals for Group B, continuing to bring you the exciting big matches here Saturday of the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
And you know what else is really exciting for you in particular? Both trainers have Golisopod, so you're going to hopefully get some Golisopod action here.
I will. I absolutely love it. I think it's such a fun Pokemon. I think the Shadow Claw damage has a lot of places to go in the current meta. Of course, not against Furret, which is something that Silent Beast also has on his team. But Golisopod, again, I think the X-Scissor has a lot of really great neutral play, as does Aqua Jet, and you just pace to them so quickly. The one disadvantage Golisopod, it's not necessarily a very bulky Pokemon, and it does take a lot of different super effective damage, especially from like all of the like Aerial Ace, from like a Jump Bluff. There's a lot of different ways to hit it for super effective.
The other detriment for it is that Bug type doesn't resist Dark type damage. It does super effective damage to Dark types, but it does not resist it in return. So something like the Furret, almost said Bullet Punch, the Sucker Punch is not going to be resisted, and it really makes that matchup better for that Furret, able to hit back with just neutral damage with those fast attacks, able to get to those Swifts so quickly. But on the other side, Dijon does have another Tinkaton. We see Tinkaton on both teams again, so that's 4 out of 4 Tinkatons so far in winners finals. It might, we'll have to see. Does this push the Furret away like it did in that last matchup, or will Silent Beast choose to bring it to try to answer the Pokemon like the Claydol, like the Golisopod, or even the Cradily?
I'm really curious to see if Silent Beast is going to bring that Shadow Typhlosion. Having an Incinerate user really puts a hard stop to something like a Tinkaton, puts a hard stop to something like Jump Bluff, could potentially scare both of those Pokemon away. Even if you never bring it to the match, that bench pressure might be enough to scare away some of Typhlosion's opponents.
I was talking to fan favorite Crimson K19 outside. He was taking a bit of a break from his burger making and talking to me a little bit about fire types in the cup. I think you had mentioned to me, but he mentioned as well that he was running double Incinerate user. He was looking at Talonflame as well as Typhlosion. I think he opted for the Talonflame in the end because he didn't like getting mud-slapped down, and that's what Silent Beast is going to have to really be careful about in this matchup if he decides to bring that Typhlosion. Needs to avoid that Claydol at any and all costs.
Yes, but Claydol's really going to be relying on that fast attack pressure from Mudslap. It can, because if you're running, for example, Ice Beam, that's not very helpful. You can use the Rock Tomb as well. And what's interesting about that matchup too, Typhlosion, one thing that's great about it is every 2 Incinerates you're at a Thunder Punch. That doesn't really help you in the Claydol matchup. You have to be able to hit the Blast Burns.
Yeah, and again, Ground type doesn't resist fire, so it is at least neutral damage there. However, Claydol is extremely bulky, so I think even a blast from a Shadow Typhlosion plus the Incinerate damage, I don't think really threatens a knockout, and I don't think it'll necessarily threaten a shield from Dijon unless that's his final Pokemon. You know, looking at the other Pokemon on his team, he has basically taking neutral or super effective damage all across the board. Lapras is going to be neutral. It's going to be neutral against the Golisopod as well as that Cradily, you know, rock type there, going to resist, grass type taking super effective, canceling each other out. But the two Pokemon on the right side of Dijon's team, both the Jumpluff and the Tinkaton, are going to take super effective damage. So it looks pretty safe outside of that Claydol.
I also really want to see Silent Beast for it, but again, I'm not sure how much play it really has. Against Cradily, it's kind of tough because you can't really use your Swift, that really quick charging attack that you have. It's great into the Claydol. It doesn't do and then Tinkaton doesn't help it at all. Oh, we're going to see that Shadow Typhlosion right away, Nick, but it's being met with the Lapras. Now, again, Shadow Typhlosion, all you need is 2 Incinerates, and you're at the Thunder Punch already. Silent Beast actually going for the 3rd Incinerate, perhaps going to bait a Blast Burn, but is going to have to do so at the cost of a Protect Shield, because a Sparkling Aria would certainly knock out. Able to get to another Incinerate, is now at back-to-back Thunder Punches, so Dijon's got a decision to make. Are you going to double shield the Lapras or just kind of let it go? Decides to let it go.
Yeah, I think you have to let it go at that point. You can't get to another Sparkling Area in time, and a quick switch out from Silent Beast there makes a lot of sense, and he does have a Shadow Claw or 2 advantage in this matchup. Going to be able to throw this X-Scissor. It's going to be doing a good amount of neutral damage here in the mirror matchup.
I get not just 1 Golisopod on the screen, but I get 2 at once. What a treat for me. And we have X-Scissor again. It does a lot, like you mentioned, a lot of neutral damage in the mirror. It's going to depend on who can get to that next attack first, and that is going to be Silent Beast, actually charging up a little bit extra, recognizing that Silent Beast himself came into that matchup with a little bit of an energy advantage.
And I think Dijon really needed a shield there because the fast attack damage from the Claydol would have been resisted by the bug subtyping on Silent Beast's Golisopod. He would have gotten to a Aqua Jet onto the Claydol, and that would have pulled his final shield. In comes the Claydol. Blast Burn is loaded, going to be able to pull the shield from the Claydol, and Furret is waiting in the background to do super effective Sucker Punch damage into this Claydol.
And Claydol's stuck here for a while, having to take that super effective Sucker Punch damage. Dijon does not have the option to switch out anytime soon. Now, Silent Beast is going to have to deal with all of these Rock Tombs, but if he wanted, he could just use Trailblaze to kind of neutralize that, bringing us back up to net 0 like you mentioned.
I'm a little bit surprised he's going for this Trailblaze. Maybe the Trailblaze plus Sucker Punches will be enough to pick up the knockout. I think Double Swift might have been a little bit safer. In comes the Rock Tomb, not able to pick up the knockout yet. I think Rock Tomb is going to be a little bit shy on picking up this knockout. I don't know my Furret calculations super well.
Furret's bulkier than you might think, and able to get to a Swift to knock out this Golisopod, and then with no Protect Shields remaining, the Swift is going to knock out the Golisopod. Claydol comes back in, but it's energy dry. All Furret needs to do is scurry over, do 1 quick Sucker Punch, and that's all it is going to take.
Furret be like, I'ma punch you, sucker.
So that brings it 1-0 in the favor of Silent Beast. So happy to see both the Golisopod and the Furret. I really liked how Silent Beast was able to utilize the Shadow Typhlosion. What Typhlosion is great at is taking Protect Shields from the opponent, because very few Pokemon are interested in taking a charged attack from a Shadow Typhlosion, even if it's just neutral damage, sometimes even resisted damage. It's just such an attack-weighted Pokemon.
Oh gosh, the word interested there really threw me. It's just, I'm interested in taking a Blast Burn. It is what I want to do. Here we see Thunder Punch able to pick up the knockout like you called, going to be able to get some more energy into that final matchup where it was crucial to reach that Blast Burn in time to pull that shield away from Dijon's Claydol so that those Sucker Punches and the Trailblaze could come through.
But you can see here just briefly in the matchup how much a Mud Slap really does to a Shadow Typhlosion. It is so threatening. So if Dijon had been able to maybe have that alignment a little bit better, could have neutralized all of that damage from the Shadow Typhlosion. Just the alignment wasn't quite in his favor.
And Swift, such a strong move, definitely getting an over knockout there into that final low HP Glycopod. Gonna have to see how Dijon pivots. Does he try to cover for that Shadow Typhlosion a little bit more carefully, or does Silent Beast potentially leave it on the bench given how potent it was in that lead matchup against that Shadow Lapras?
Yeah, and did Dijon bring the Credillion that last matchup? His signature Pokemon?
I don't think so.
No, because he brought the Claydol, the Glycopod, and I believe it was the Lapras, right?
Yes, Lapras.
So maybe Dijon needs to maybe lean a little bit more in to his signature Pokemon of Credilli.
And go back to his roots.
Go back to his roots.
The grass type roots.
Yes. And we are going to see both of these trainers lock in very shortly, but it's tough. It's a little bit of mind games always. So you have to, like, Dijon's got to think. He brought the Shadow Typhlosion in the lead once. Is he going to do it again? He does, and this is the alignment Dijon needs to be able to neutralize that Shadow Typhlosion. Forces Silent Beast to quickly safe swap into the Glycopod, and Jumpluff is a really solid answer to this Pokemon because those aerial aces are super effective, Glycopod being a bug and water type, and Glycopod really only able to counter with neutral damage with X-Scissor.
Yeah, the flying type for Jumpluff really shoring up that bug type weakness. A second X-Scissor coming through, not going to threaten a knockout yet. I think because he's no shielding here, Silent Beast is now afforded the opportunity to potentially double shield his Glycopod and get a farm down. Putting up the first shield now. I believe this is just an aerial ace. Oh no, it's an acrobatics. Even better for Silent Beast, meaning now he's going to very cleanly be able to get this this fast attack down for the cost of both shields. Had it been an aerial ace bait, I think Dijon might have been able to make 3.
But that is not the case here. Glycopod loaded on energy, but now because it costs 2 shields, Silent Beast has to be really, really careful. Shadow Typhlosion cannot take a hit from just about anything, so really needs to be able to protect it and align it well.
And I think this was smart from Dijon. He played ABA strong to that Typhlosion, given an energy advantage. He's now gained that energy advantage on his Claydol with these fast attacks. He has a Rock Tomb loaded, and he's a bit confused. I don't think he was expecting to be able to throw it right there. Rock Tomb coming through, going to pick up the knockout. Now there's no energy left for the Cradilly. However, I think it's going to be able to get to the Rock Tomb right before the Typhlosion was able to reach its own
Blast Burn?
Yeah, I'm trying to say Fire Blast, but
it hits like a Fire Blast.
We basically have no Pokemon that run Fire Blast because it's not that great of a move in Pokemon Go. Anyways, back to the matchup. Trailblaze coming through is going to be able to do good neutral damage to this Cradilly, boost its attack stat. Can Silent Beast get the farm down before the next Rock Tomb comes through? No, it was a charge attack tie. This is going to go ahead and remove that boost from the table, and it looks like an undercharge coming in from Dijon the Gym.
Maybe trying to get a little bit of farm on the Claydol. Furret is going to be able to... it had the Swift. I think Silent Beast wanted the Trailblaze, so did not go for the Swift when he had it. And this, because Silent Beast decided to give up both Protect Shields early in the game, there is nothing protecting the Shadow Typhlosion now as it goes down. Dijon ties this series up 1-1. We are in a decisive game 3. Dijon goes back to the drawing board thinking, how can I, because he had a really strong start with that Claydol. So he's got to think, how am I going to like reverse sweep? I've got to win the second one too. What am I going to do? Is he going to lead the Shadow Typhlosion a third time? Really has to think about it.
And I think Dijon made a really great team compositional call. He saw what Pokemon were in the back for Silent Beast in game number 1, and Silent Beast basically ran the same team, right? Switching into the safe swap of the Glycopod, what is Dijon's best answer? It's going to be that Jumpluff, right? And he made sure to have Jumpluff in the back, the Pokemon that's going to be weak to that Typhlosion, but also had Cradilly in the back in case Silent Beast went for the 2-shield farm down like he did, so that he could carry this energy over into the Typhlosion and pull a shield with the Cradilly, or get the knockout with the Rock Tomb from his own Claydol.
And we are going to see that Rock Tomb, I think, very, very shortly. Furret doing everything it can, but it just cannot get to that Trailblaze. I'm not sure if that would have even made a difference in this end game, but here it is. The Claydol with the Rock Tomb. Shadow Typhlosion needs to have Protect Shields, and we see it a third time, Nick. Shadow Typhlosion in the lead. It looks like Silent Beast is running the exact same team again.
This is going to be not quite as good for Dijon. He would have preferred to have the Claydol in this position because now the Furret in the back is going to potentially be able to get aligned onto his Claydol. Shielding up the first Rock Tomb makes sense from Silent Beast. You would prefer to not throw immediately at 3 Incinerates because you could potentially let a Bullet Seed go through. Blast Burn coming through, this is going to do a lot of good neutral damage to the Claydol, or excuse me, the Cradilly. They have such similar names. In comes the Claydol, immediate switch out by Silent Beast now that he has 2 Pokemon in the back that do fairly well into this Claydol.
Yeah, Golisopod really loves this matchup. It's able to do a lot of super effective damage, not only with this fast attack, but also with Aqua Jet, and it just charges so quickly. However, Dijon going right for the Rock Tomb, and Silent Beast not wanting to sacrifice that last Protect Shield. Golisopod is going to have to tank a Rock Tomb before Dijon switches into the Jump Bluff, which is a great answer for Golisopod. Golisopod actually going to be able to throw a charge attack here.
This is going to not threaten a shield from the Jump Bluff. Jump Bluff very bulky, able to take X-Scissor no problem. I have to imagine with that farm down, Silent Beast is in a really tricky spot here. He has some energy on his Typhlosion building up to the Thunder Punch at this point, is going to put up a shield. Does Dijon have a second charge move ready? If he does, he could potentially get it thrown at the same time here. No, he instead opts to switch into the Furret. No shields remaining for Silent Beast. This is going to be an Acrobatics coming through, and it's going to do so much neutral damage. And the Claydol now is going to get rematched up against the Typhlosion.
And the Furret going to hope is trying its best to be able to pull Protect Shields. That Typhlosion has a ton of energy, but it doesn't want to be hit with a, it wants to meet the Pokemon. It does not want to get bounced off against a shield. Here we have the Furret trying to get to that charge attack again. It does reach the Trailblaze. Dijon needs to use a Protect Shield here, more than likely.
He has to actually no shield because if this knocks out, there's a Blast Burn loaded in the back, so that was the exact right call from Dijon. He had to pray that that didn't knock out. It was enough damage. Those Sucker Punches really added up, but Blast Burn threatens so much more severely than Trailblaze from that Furret. So had he shielded, the Typhlosion's going to win that charge attack tie, and it's going to be able to do so much neutral damage with Blast Burn.
Makes sense, and yeah, just really needed that Trailblaze to not knock out. However, with the Sucker Punch damage included, it was too much for that Claydol to handle.
It really just goes to show how important good timing is in that matchup, because I think maybe 1 or 2 fewer Sucker Punches onto that Claydol, the Claydol does survive, able to get potentially a charge attack tie with that Typhlosion, throw the Rock Tomb at the same time as the Blast Burn, shield the Blast Burn, and that game number 3 becomes Dijon's win.
It was a very tight end game, and it goes to show just the precision plays that need to be made in Pokemon Go to take you from a trainer who maybe does okay in a tournament and the winner of the Group B finals.
I was gonna say, yeah, maybe they're the winner of Group B, but you had that joke right on cue. That was a really intense best of 3 there, back and forth. Really, you know, Silent Beast really stuck with his guns there, right? He stuck with his gut. He went for the same team composition over and over and over, and he just hoped and prayed that Dijon overcorrected with his team reads. You know, game number 2, he got it exactly right, but he switched it up in game number 3, put the Cradilly in the lead as opposed to that Claydol, and everything just changed from there.
Yeah, when you're up against an opponent and they run the exact same thing 2 times in a row, it's hard to say because you think they'd have to be crazy to run it again, right? But maybe not.
Those are the sort of mind games that you do get in a best of 3 that become a little less potent in a best of 5. Like, sure, you could run the same team 5 games in a row, but I don't think I've ever seen it happen before. Someone scroll through all the footage ever from the Pokemon Championship Series, and please let me know if someone's ran the same team 5 times in a row. That would be wild.
What was wild was all of the battles we've seen so far today. Let's go ahead and look back at some of that footage. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have lots of exciting matches left here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
My name's Sean Plowski. I'm from Wildwood, Missouri. Well, I started playing Pokemon Go from basically the very beginning. Took a little bit of a break and came back to it, and that's when PvP came out. I was using stuff like Lucario and Metagross and Ultra League, which is typically not what you would see. Those are a couple of my favorite Pokemon. I feel like I've been honing my skills as the years go on, and now I'm here. My first tournament was in Peoria last year. I was just happy to be there. My last tournament in Louisville, it didn't go exactly how I wanted it to. So for me this time, there was a little bit more of an expectation that I wanted to do well. I really just wanted to do it for me. I think I do it because it's still fun for me. I don't know if I'd still be competing if I didn't make all the relationships that I've had. You know, they have a lot of experience playing the game, so just bounce ideas off of people like them, it's really helpful. A C team that I might like, I changed like one or two things about it. I know how to use the stuff I'm gonna bring, and I'm not just like going in with a big question mark before the tourney. I've always been a person that's tried to use more flexible Pokemon. I don't really try to go for like RPS per se. Being able to adapt to any situation, it's how you gotta go. You're gonna lose eventually. Like, there's a lot of good players out there, and there's gonna be some tough matchups. I'm a very competitive person, so I think the biggest thing for me is just trying to not get too down after like one loss. Game 2 of Winners Finals, I wasn't sure if my aerial ace on Jump Bluff would knock out of pocket to Zumeral. I think I said out loud, I don't think this KOs. And it did. I was just shocked, and I feel like that gave me such a rush to go on and compete for the rest of the tournament. I felt very comfortable after that. I know out of pocket pretty well. Played him in like 3 different regionals now. So we're pretty familiar with each other, and I know he's a really good player. The Winners Finals and the Grand Finals, I think he won Game 3 in both of those. So I don't want to leave any window of opportunity where he can come back from that.
Absolute fireworks on stage. SJ is your Sacramento 2025 regional champion.
I mean, this was really the goal. I just wanted to qualify for Worlds, and winning Sacramento did that for me. Feel good to win a regional. I don't think the feeling will ever not feel good. By the end of it, I'm a little mentally spent, but I'm just really happy I was able to get it done. Last time for Worlds, I didn't really like my team, so for this go around, I would like to, you know, spend a little bit more time on it and find a team that fits my play style again. With I don't think I've gotten the opportunity to play him head on in a while, maybe ever. He took a break, came back, and won the first regional of the season, so I would like to play him. I would love to win the World Championship, but there's a lot that can happen in this game, so you just kind of have to take things one step at a time. It would mean a lot. I don't even know what that could possibly feel like. My name kind of speaks for itself in terms of like factions and grassroots formats. I feel pretty solidified at this point, and now it's just a matter of going and doing it at Worlds.
one of our multi-time regional champions at this tournament, and that is SJSP 21. But we're about to get the opportunity to watch another one of those, and that is Rise to Occasion on the stage coming up. But my name is Softov, and I'm here joined by my good friend, Slice Henry.
And as Softov mentioned, we have an amazing match coming up here. Rise to the Occasion. The name, it speaks for itself. He's won a regional every season that Go has been a part of the Pokemon Championship Series. He already took home a crown here in Vancouver, and he may be looking to double up with a second regional championship win this season in Milwaukee.
That's right, 4-time regional champion, but I know that, even though he's already kind of gotten his quota for the season, I'm sure he'd be happy to add another title to his very, very long resume at this point. And he's going to be going up against Teddy Bear XD, who I believe has had a couple of top cuts in his career, but still definitely going to be a little bit of a David versus Goliath situation against Rise.
And Rise has been performing so well in these regionals as of late. I believe he was the runner-up in San Antonio, had a great showing in Monterey, won Vancouver, so he has all this momentum. But just because you've done it in the past doesn't mean that you're going to be able to win when the lights are the brightest. And Teddy Bear may be looking to play a bit of a spoiler role here today as he looks to get that coveted Day 2 slot on the winner's side of the bracket.
I see a couple of Shadow Pokemon on both of these teams, but let's take a look at this upcoming event, which is going to be really, really good for Shadow Pokemon. As a reminder, you cannot always get rid of frustration on your Shadow Pokemon, but during this event from May 14th to May 18th, you're going to be able to forget frustration with a charged TM, so definitely take advantage of that, especially if you're looking to compete in Portland.
And a couple of Pokemon that we've seen on stream already today. Shadow Typhlosion, Shadow Cyndaquil 1-star raids, Shadow Lapras in 3-star raids, and the new Pokemon, Shadow Malamar. We just saw Shadow Malamar a regular Malamar get Day 2 with August, and with the Shadow being able to increase the damage on those Psywaves, I am incredibly excited for this addition to Pokemon Go.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of matchups. Obviously, we're going to have to see how Shadow Malamar plays out, but I think there's going to be a couple of key matchups that Shadow Malamar might be able to just kind of muscle its way through with those Psywaves. So I'm really excited to see Malamar in addition to some of those new other Shadow Pokemon that are going to be coming to Pokemon Go.
And with Psywave being a one-turn fast move, having that extra shadow damage, even if it's only one extra damage, that's one extra damage every half second. That adds up so much. Like, that's such a big difference compared to like a one extra damage on an Incinerate, where it's one extra damage every 5 turns. This is 5 damage every 5 turns. So I'm incredibly excited. I really feel like this event is kind of a must play, to be honest.
I think every Shadow event like this, where you can TM off frustration, and there's a lot of different Team Rocket grunts around, those are definitely must-plays. They happen roughly every 3 months, so I would definitely say take the advantage to go out, do as many of these grunts as you can, TM frustration off of the ones that you like and want to use, and then go from there.
And do you have any particular Shadow Pokemon that you are excited to TM frustration off of? For me personally, I was able to get a good Shadow Sableye, and I'm so excited, like a very high-ranked Shadow Sableye, and I'm excited to get to unleash this Shadow Sableye once I can TM off frustration.
Yeah, for me, I really want to TM this Shadow Hoppip I have. I have a regular Jumpluff, and I have a somewhat usable Shadow Jumpluff, but the one that I'm going to be TMing off is a huge upgrade. But enough about us. Let's take a look at the players on the stage. We've got Rise to Occasion on the left, facing off against Teddy Bear XD. And speaking of Shadow Jumpluff, I see one on both sides.
It looks like these teams, they have so much in common here. It looks like, I believe, 5 of the 6 are the same, but just a different choice of grass type. Rise opting for the Shadow Jumpluff, and Teddy Bear, it looks like Teddy Bear has a Jumpluff as well. All right, my math might be a little bit off here.
No, I think you're right. It's the Lapras that's different for Rise.
Okay, it's the Lapras.
For the Cradily on Teddy Bear's side, but like you mentioned, a lot of similarities. That Jumpluff, Unova, Stunfisk core, I think is going to be, I don't know if it's going to be common, but I think it's very, very strong. They've also both got the Shadow for Alligator, which is just a really, really flexible Pokemon, especially into Teddy Bear's team, where there isn't that Lapras.
And with a bit of an adjustment here in terms of Lapras versus Cradily, Cradily on Teddy Bear's side is going to mean that the Stunfisk less safe for Rise. And it looks like we do have lock-ins here in this title matchup here. Rise to the Occasion versus Teddy Bear. It's going to be the Shadow Primeape into Unova Stunfisk for Teddy Bear.
Very offensive Pokemon for Rise on the field into a relatively defensive Pokemon, but both sides are just going to be staying in for now.
In close combat, it will not knock out, but it will inflict some serious damage. Rise not baiting. He is going for these big damage. Teddy Bear, no shields. Close combat connects, and most of us Stunfisk lost in a split second.
Yeah, a ton of damage, but Rise is going to go for a quick swap into the Lapras, wants to clear that defense drop, but now Teddy has a lot of energy on the Unova Stunfisk, might even try to throw both of these discharges before switching out.
Chooses to bank that discharge and send out Tinkaton, as Tinkaton does have an ability to survive 2 Sparkling Arias. Psywave does not do a lot of damage, but if you're Teddy Bear, this is a really good opportunity to leverage the type advantage matchup to get a healthy energy head start on the Tinkaton, because 2 Sparkling Arias is not going to cut it against the bulky Tinkaton.
I like this overfarm from Teddy because, like you said, you can take 2 Sparkling Arias very, very comfortably, and because I don't think Play Rough was quite enough, he's probably going to try to get some extra energy with these Fairy Winds before throwing. A little bit over 100 energy there, but does get off the Play Rough.
Play Rough, no shielded by Rise. Lapras does have quite a bit of bulk to it, and Play Rough, it's gonna be close. Lapras hangs on 1 HP remaining. In comes the Primeape, but thanks to the overfarm, there's an immediate bulldoze from Teddy Bear.
Yeah, nice reaction seeing the Primeape coming in, not letting himself just get karate chopped down, and now Teddy is actually gonna bring in his own Primeape and actually got the 50% defense drop, which means he's going to be able to farm down that much quicker.
True, that does mean he may get slightly fewer karate chops here, but you're also taking less damage, which if you're a Shadow Primeape, I think is overall going to be pretty nice. But now we see the matchup that we saw at the start of the game, but now in reverse, as it's going to be the Primeape against the Unova Stunfisk once again.
And Teddy Bear actually going straight for the super effective Ice Punch, maybe taking a page out of Rise's book, not messing around with those Rage Fists. And the Ice Punch does land, and now I think this might have been a charge attack priority on the Rage Fist.
And Rise still has those Protect Shields to hide behind, but he's going to have to use them now. It is going to be a Rage Fist bait that does get shielded. Rage Fist, slightly cheaper energy cost than that super effective Ice Punch. And this Mud Bomb is going to be no shielded by Teddy Bear, and this is going to hurt.
And Teddy still has his own Unovan Stunfisk in the back, but going to actually stay in and let Rise farm him down. But he knows that the Thunder Shocks aren't going to be doing very much to his own Unovan Stunfisk. So it's going to come down to energy, and he already has a Mud Bomb banked.
So for Rise, he is able to force the final shield, but Teddy Bear banking that energy from earlier comes back in a big way here, as now he will look to land the double Mud Bomb. Will Rise get a catch here? Rise over farming and gets the catch! The perfect prediction! Rise to the occasion, does it again!
Making full use of this 1 HP Lapras. Read that Teddy was, I think, at 100 energy, knew that was exactly when he was going to throw the Mud Bomb. But is it going to be enough? Rise still has a shield, but is still not quite at the Mud Bomb.
We will see the final Protect Shield come up from Rise. Rise needs to be careful. There's the switch into the Tinkaton. Rise needs the double up. He gets the double Mud Bomb, and he's going to survive the perfect overfarm to the catch and rise to the occasion in top form here in Milwaukee.
Pristine plays at the end of the game. Looked a little bit scary. It looked like Teddy maybe could have outpaced to those charge attacks, but Rise saw it coming and didn't let Teddy get off a catch of his own.
You don't win 4 regionals in 4 seasons by mistake. Rise pulling out the regional champion level plays when it all looked lost. He dug deep, he got the catch, he overfarmed past the double Mud Bomb, the perfect prediction. I'm just at a loss. That was incredible by Rise.
You know, the beginning of the game looked a little bit awkward because, yes, he did land that very heavy-hitting close combat with Shadow Primeape, but then he didn't really have a good swap to go into to absorb the energy. And Teddy, of course, was able to, you know, not only land the discharge, but also come in with Tinkaton. But Rise, you know, like you were saying, top of his game here at the very end of game 1.
And a really nice job by Rise in this end. And here we go, this catch. Look at this. He farms past the Mud Bomb, and he still gets the catch. Oh my goodness, he saved that Lapras earlier. He switched out into the Primeape specifically so he could save it for a catch, and here Teddy Bear tries for the catch, but the patience of Rise farming up to the back-to-back, and that is a convincing game 1 win.
And Rise knew the energy on Tinkaton, knew he wasn't in danger of taking any charge attacks, so he knew he could just farm up a little bit of energy, and it really takes concentration throughout the game to be able to have that awareness.
Very great games by Rise. Now, if you're Teddy Bear, do you decide to try and bring the Cradilly? It's a bit of a risk, because that Shadow Primate would be an absolute nightmare for it, especially because it's running that Shadow Close Combat. Whereas Teddy Bear, they're very similar teams, but a difference in moves that they're opting for the slightly faster pacing of Ice Punch, but it doesn't quite have that same closing power as a Shadow Close Combat.
I still like the Tinkaton for Teddy. I feel like it had a lot of play into Ryze's team. Really just has to look out for Unovan Stunfisk and Shadow for Alligator. And because of the Cradily, I don't know if Ryze would actually bring them together.
We do have lock-ins for game number 2. It's going to be Unova Stunfisk staring down the Lapras for Rise to occasion.
This is an interesting matchup because I think depending on the exact stat spreads, Lapras might be able to actually get to 2 Arias in the zero shield situation, but we're going to have to wait a little bit to get there. Teddy Bear going to throw off this first discharge.
And I know Rise was actually at the venue yesterday, trading with a lot of trainers trying to get a really good Lapras. So this will be interesting to see if Lapras is going to be able to survive the super effective barrage of discharges from the Unova Stunfisk.
Sparkling Aria coming through, and Teddy is going to outpace to that discharge, but we're going to have to see just how much damage it does. Actually over farming, and I think he might have clicked the Mud Bomb.
He clicked the Mud Bomb, maybe anticipating a catch attempt, but no catch came through. Rise is letting it go, and now Lapras survives with a lot more HP than it typically would.
And now Rise is definitely able to get off this Sparkling Aria. He's going to be able to knock out the Unovan Stunfisk and take switch advantage, and Teddy chooses to let it go.
This does set up a nice farm for the Shadow Primate. Shadow Primate up 2 Karate Chops is going to make life very difficult for Rise. It's going to outpace for Alligator. It's going to outpace the Shadow Jump Bluff. What do you do here as Rise?
Oh, and this is giving me flashbacks to Ash in Atlanta with that Shadow Primate just outpacing absolutely everything. Rise is actually going to let this first Rage Fist go. If he's able to take the Rage Fist and make a Hydro Cannon, that could allow his Jump Bluff to do something, but there's still that full health Tinkaton in the back for Teddy.
And Tinkaton does a great job at shutting down the Jump Bluff. One thing to note here is when Rise eventually does switch, does Teddy Bear stay in to throw the Ice Punch? And if so, could desync the switch clocks and will fire off this charge attack. So this could potentially give Rise an opportunity later in the match to switch back in that for Alligator, but things are still looking very, very difficult.
I like that identification. I think that's exactly going to be Rise's very, very narrow possible path to victory here. Teddy gonna throw this Ice Punch. I wouldn't be surprised to see him switch into the Tinkaton now, but he might just stay in and maybe try to force the energy from Jump Bluff, but these fairy ones are chunking very quickly. Oh, and able to get a last second Rage Fist.
But Rise knows his counts. This is going to be a +1 Rage Fist, but this is only neutral damage. It will add up. There's so much Jump Bluff energy. Jump Bluff energy goes far into everything, but not the Tinkaton. Tinkaton will be able to shake off 2 Shadow Acrobatics pretty comfortably here.
And I think the Feraligatr might have switched out just at the Hydro Cannon. Teddy Bear doesn't get the Fairy Wind through there, and now, like he said, the switch clocks were desynced, which means Rise is going to be able to switch in. I think he is going to be able to make the Hydro Cannon, but now Teddy Bear is going to go for that farm down. Really needs to land a Play Rough on the Jump Bluff.
This could get a little interesting. Hydro Cannon does a lot of damage. We're going to see a farm down by the Tinkaton. Tinkaton needs a Play Rough to knock out here. It's the Shadow Jump Bluff. I don't think Shadow Jump Bluff has what it takes here, but this is going to come right down to the wire.
It's going to be very, very close. Shadow Jump Bluff actually does hang on and is going to be able to make the acrobatics. This is resisted damage, but I think it might be barely enough to take out the Tinkaton.
Oh my goodness, acrobatics into the Tinkaton, and Jump Bluff proving me wrong, clutches the win. Very low HP remaining, and a deep breath there from Rise. That game was a very tricky game to navigate out of.
And just a couple of HP remaining on the Jump Bluff at the end of the game. And you have to wonder if maybe just one more Fairy Wind would have done it for Teddy Bear. I think that's what they're discussing on the stage right now.
Yeah, being able to potentially outpace the Feraligatr there could have been a win con, but was not able to outpace, needed to go for the farm down there. And then after that Hydro Cannon landed, there just wasn't enough HP remaining on that Tinkaton.
Yeah, it took, a Hydro Cannon and multiple acrobatics, I think. So definitely difficult even for a bulky Pokemon like Tinkaton. But I think a little bit of missed Fairy Wind, but the trainers are standing up, so I think Rise to Occasion is going to be able to take that series.
And that honestly looked to be a pretty tough matchup because the Unova Stunfisk looked to be pretty safe into Rise's team. So Rise was needing to try and be as flexible as possible, and that Primate landing that close combat in game 1, even that wasn't enough. He still had to make an incredible catch to escape that Unova Stunfisk because his energy just goes everywhere into his team.
A lot of action from Shadow Primate on both sides in that matchup. Like you mentioned, the close combat landing, and then of course game 2, I think Teddy able to pull both shields with his Shadow Primate, but really kind of needed the Tinkaton to close things out, and it just wasn't able to.
As we go back into the replay, the decision to Mud Bomb, potentially worried about a catch onto Stunfisk, That did set up farm for the Shadow Primate, the Feraligatr grabbing the shield, and then it was all up to Jumpluff, but Jumpluff had to give up shields, committing to the farm down, taking the Rage Fist, but exiting with energy.
Yeah, actually, you talk about that Mud Bomb maybe thinking that Rise is going to try to catch on the Stunfisk, but I actually wonder if Teddy was, 5 steps ahead of us and going for that farm down on the Primate.
And Primate energy did go very far, but in that endgame, PlayRough just not enough damage. The Shadow Jumpluff hanging on, making the acrobatics, and a bit flipping the script here, saying, type disadvantage? I did not see a type disadvantage.
Yeah, it's one of those matchups where Tinkaton, yes, has the advantageous typing, right? You're Steel type versus Jumpluff, who is grass flying and doing just flying and fairy damage. But Tinkaton also doesn't have the most efficient charge attacks, and it really makes some of those matchups where you think it would dominate actually not that close, or not that comfortable.
I agree with that assessment where, especially if Shadow Jumpluff plays out shielded scenarios, it can actually get extremely, extremely close, where the acrobatics plus the fairy winds add up over time, and you do have that slight pacing advantage where over time, it starts to get a lot more even, which is a little surprising, to be honest.
All right, well, I think our next match coming up is going to be the community choice winner from earlier in the stream. I think it's going to be actually Sustenance Eater, kind of an emerging fan favorite in the community here. You might notice, or you might remember, he's actually the brother of Nighttime Clasher versus Khesi Fitzy on the other side.
Now, we have seen both these trainers quite a few times at previous regionals and have some pretty nice results, so it's really nice to see them putting together great runs here in Milwaukee. Sustenance Eater, the brother of Nighttime Clasher, so I guess Pokemon Go skill is running in the family, so because Nighttime Clasher, a regional champion in his own right, and Sustenance Eater looking to even the score here in Milwaukee.
And I think Nighttime Clasher is kind of building up a little empire of friends and students who are slowly taking over the championship series. Obviously, we've got Nighttime Clasher himself. We've also got his brother, and I believe August might actually be one of Nighttime Clasher's students as well.
Yes, so his influence continues to grow. It's incredibly cool to see. And now Sustenance Eater might be looking to pave his own path here, because making day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, you just have so much more like wiggle room and margin for error in day number 2.
And I think going back to Atlanta, Sustenance Eater was very, very close to making day 2 on the winner's side. We're still just in winner's semis here, but I think Sustenance Eater actually made winner's finals and then barely lost, ended up going to loser's finals, which are also very, very close games. So looking to kind of improve his performance here.
Something to note, you mentioned August was one of Nighttime students. Used Malamar, had great results with it. What do we see on Sustenance Eater's team? Another Malamar. Could this be the secret sauce of Milwaukee? Bringing Malamar back, because Malamar looked really good in that earlier series, even in matchups like against Jumpluff, where on paper you would think the Jumpluff has an advantage. Malamar can hold its own. It is incredibly powerful.
Malamar is an interesting Pokemon because like Psywave is such a great fast attack. You also have really good coverage, but it used to be difficult to bring alongside Lapras because of the prevalence of Shadow Sableye and maybe other dark types. But now, because of Tinkaton, I think there's starting to be a little bit less Shadow Sableye usage. So you see Sustenance Eater bringing both the Malamar and the Lapras.
And taking a look across Khesi Fitzy's team, we see another Cradilly being brought to the battle, pairing it up with a Azumarill, Claydol, which we've seen a lot, Shadow Drapion, Clodsire. I think that might be our first Clodsire sighting of the day.
Yeah, Clodsire is also an interesting Pokemon, really maybe trying to target Pokemon like Tinkaton and Jumpluff, but we also saw Khesi Fitzy's maybe signature Pokemon with the Lapras there on stage. You see several of them.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Khesi had run Lapras at a previous regional in seasons past, and this was before Sparkling Aria, before Psywave, just running Lapras, because sometimes you just got to bring your favorite Pokemon to a regional. So it's awesome to see that the love of Lapras has only grown, and now it has emerged as a top meta threat in this format, as both Khesi and Sustenance did bring Lapras to this battle.
And speaking of these Lapras, I believe they are actually running different charge attack sets. So Sustenance Eater is opting for Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam, and Khesi looks like she is actually opting for Sparkling Aria and Skull Bash. So that is going to give her the advantage if we ever end up in a Lapras mirror.
Skull Bash boosting up Lapras' already incredible bulk. it can make things really, really scary if you don't have a good check to Lapras Energy. And looking across this team here, it does seem like Lapras Energy does go pretty far. I would say probably the best counterplay there is going to be the Tinkaton, but it looks like we've got leads set for game one. Malamar for Sustenance Eater, and the Shadow Drapion for Khesi Fitzy.
And this is a nice matchup for the Drapion because you are resisting those Psy Waves, and as for Malamar, you actually have to land the superpower to deal any meaningful damage, but Khesi is going to be able to fire off her Crunch first.
Sustenance Eater knows that Malamar will not get knocked out here, so we are going to see a no shield and then can look to try and lock in some damage with Superpower. Going for the Superpower right before that Aqua Tail is reached. Very well timed by Sustenance Eater.
Nice counting and nice timing, and now you have to wonder, is Sustenance Eater going to try to swap out with this energy? And yes, he does, actually goes right into the Lapras, but Khesi doesn't fall for the catch and actually throws the Crunch instead of the resisted Aqua Tail.
Decision time for Sustenance Eater. Crunch is going to be no shielded. I actually like this play. And now we will see the switch into Credilli with the energy advantage here. Sustenance Eater reaching for the Ice Beam and outpaces by one singular turn. This will not knock out, but it's going to remove a lot of health from the Credilli, and Credilli gives up an early Protect Shield.
And it's really nice to be able to get off that Ice Beam before any potential Rock Tomb debuffs come in. Khesi actually throws the Rock Tomb after just one Bullet Seed. Potentially could have farmed up a little bit more energy, but Sustenance Eater is going to let the Lapras go.
Down goes Lapras. Sustenance Eater has two pretty good options here. Going to send in the Malamar. Malamar will be able to unleash Superpower, playing two charge attack priority there. Very, very nice mechanics by Sustenance Eater. Just very precise in his gameplay throughout this game.
But the Superpower actually doesn't even take out the Credilli, and now the Malamar is locked in there, can't switch out. And Khesi, I think, is going to be able to knock out the Malamar with this Rock Tomb, and Sustenance Eater is left down to just the Tinkaton.
And Tinkaton, it's a very powerful Pokemon, but when a Mud Slap user hits the field, that's not what you're hoping to see, as even with entirely resisted charge attacks, Claydol can just fire off this Rock Tomb, debuff the Tinkaton, and with no other Pokemon left on the field, there's no way for Sustenance Eater to reset this attack drop.
Yeah, no Scorching Sands for Khesi, but I mean, the Mud Slaps, look at that. We've only thrown one resisted Rock Tomb, and the Tinkaton is already below half health. Sustenance Eater going to fire off this Bulldoze, but Khesi isn't shielding.
Khesi, I really like the thought process there, saying even if it's the play rough, you're -1. That's not going to do a lot of damage. Now, because of that Bulldoze drop, we will actually see a shield on the play rough, just looking to keep this Claydol as healthy as possible so it can continue Mud Slap after Mud Slap against this Tinkaton.
Firing off a Rock Tomb, maybe just to make extra sure that the next play rough doesn't do too much damage, but Sustenance Eater actually is going to shield it up, but I think the writing's pretty much on the wall for this Tinkaton.
Yeah, at -2 attack and Claydol being a -1 defense, this play rough, it's just not going to do nearly enough damage. And Khesi Fitzy is going to take game number 1 in convincing fashion. There's 3 Pokeballs at the top of the screen, all 3 Pokemon still remaining with health.
Really felt like she had all the answers. She had the Drapion into the Malamar, the Credilli for the Lapras, and of course the Mud Slapping Claydol for the Tinkaton. So Sustenance Eater kind of in a difficult spot right now in this series as Khesi waves to the audience.
Khesi, I really liked the line that she ran, and we can take a look at the team. It is actually a Sludge Bomb Clodsire, so that is good information to have. So if it does end up on that Lapras, doesn't quite have that same super effective damage that Stone Edge would provide, but Sludge Bomb does allow for faster pacing, which can have its advantages.
All right, taking a look back at the game number 1, Khesi, again, not falling for the catch, making sure to get the Crunch into the Lapras, and then, you know, like I was saying, just kind of had all the answers, really had Sustenance Eater kind of just outpicked from the beginning of the game, and Sustenance Eater not really able to make a comeback through that very difficult team composition.
And that play rough, he would have needed a whole second play rough there. Claydol just really being able to close down these games. Once your opponent has no ability to swap, they've lost the remainder of their Pokemon, you can just slowly chip away at that attack stat. Even if your charge moves are completely walled, the one thing Sustenance Eater cannot shield is the super effective Mud Slaps.
That's right, shields do not work on fast attacks, but I think both of these trainers are actually locked in. Let's see what adjustments they've made for game number 2.
For game 2, oh, we are looking at a mirror here. Lapras versus Lapras, but what's so identified in the pregame here is there's a difference in moveset. Khesi Fitzy has the Skull Bash, and Sustenance Eater is left with only resisted charge attacks.
Yeah, the Psywaves are, doing a little bit of damage though, so it's not the worst matchup. I have to imagine Sustenance Eater is going to want to chip this Lapras down as low as possible and maybe hope that his Shadow Feraligatr can kind of be a closer in the back once the Lapras is out of the way.
Difficult thing is Skull Bash applies such massive pressure. As the Lapras, you can survive this, but it removes so much of your health. So we will see a shield and now an aggressive pivot into the Malamar, but this is still a boosted Lapras, and it will outpace making it to the Sparkling Aria.
And Khesi does have the Shadow Drapion in the back, so I'm curious if she's going to try to switch out after she lands this Aria, and she does go out into the Shadow Drapion. Actually, and now with that Sparkling Aria, the Malamar is almost in crunch range, but she goes for the Aqua Tail.
Aqua Tail will not knock out here. This is great identification by Sustenance Eater, saying 5 poison things you needed for the crunch. Aqua Tail will not knock out. I can no shield and still make back-to-back superpowers. But the one thing that I like about this play pattern from Sustenance Eater is a boosted Lapras is a huge problem. But by the way he played this match so far, he forced the Lapras to switch out. So Lapras is now back at 0 defense, which is exactly what he needs if he wants to fight back in this game.
Oh, but I wonder if Khaleesi knows how valuable her Lapras is. Can you get this Psywave down? These are triple resistant, but she gets it, has some energy on her Lapras, and she's also up a shield.
That's a really nice play from Khaleesi. Lapras normally going to struggle to Psywave down a Malamar, but Malamar, its defense was at -2. We're going to see the Sparkling Aria come out from the Lapras, and now Khaleesi is actually going to protect HP on this Lapras and try and make it to that Skull Bash.
Oh, but this is tough. You're actually getting quite low, even as this Skull Bash is coming through and going to raise your defense, because Sustenance Eater still has a Shadow Feraligatr, and I think even with this defense increase, you might be in range of a Hydro Cannon.
And Shadow Feraligatr, it would really like to see the Claydol in the end game. We're going to see the Sparkling Aria launched at the Lapras. Lapras +1 defense, but it's just running out of HP. The no shield from Khaleesi. Sparkling Aria will not KO. In comes Feraligatr, gets the Shadow Claw down, and Feraligatr looks to be deadly in this end game.
And this is exactly what it wanted to see. Super effective Shadow Claws, super effective Hydro Cannon, and Claydol. While it does do great against Tinkaton, it is just way too slow to have any counterplay. Khaleesi recognizes that and lets this Hydro Cannon go.
And Hydro Cannon, that's going to be good night to the Claydol. Claydol getting KO'd. And from that lead matchup, it looked really difficult for Sustenance Eater to fight back in this game. But in a weird way, by switching in a really good counter, which normally you don't switch in your best counter, it forced the Lapras to pivot out. And Lapras taking those Psywaves over time, switching out of that +1 defense, allowed Sustenance Eater to claw his way back into this game and force a game number 3.
And that's a really nice adjustment from a Show 6 player, because like you mentioned, in the Go Battle League, you don't usually want to go into a hard answer because you know that you're going to get potentially hard countered in the back. But Sustenance Eater looks at Khaleesi Fitzy's team. The worst answer for the Malamar is probably just that Azumarill, and she didn't end up bringing it in. That's also not the worst matchup ever. So really nice recognition from Sustenance Eater.
And not only that, the recognition of no shield in that Aqua Tail, it did set up this really nice farm down, the triple resisted farm down from the Lapras, but the Lapras was just too low. It had reset that defense buff, and suddenly the lack of HP became a big problem for Khaleesi.
Yeah, I think even with that kind of moveset advantage with the Skull Bash, once the Lapras was super low, it couldn't do anything against the Feraligatr. Yes, you typically have an advantage there because you resist all of the charge attacks and you're doing a lot of damage with the Psywaves, but once you're below 20% health, it's really hard for the Lapras to do anything meaningful.
And Shadow Feraligatr, it's been one of the deadliest sweepers in the Championship Series since Lantern was nerfed back in the day. And it's good to see it return to form, being able to Shadow Claw down a boosted Lapras, and then its energy just went everywhere. There was nowhere for Claydol to run.
I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see Feraligatr even crack the top 12 of that day 1 usage, but this is Pokemon where, like you said, has incredible sweeping potential, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it creeping into the day 2 usage.
I think that's a very good point. We've seen Feraligatr, it's performed very well, and it's in winners semifinals, so if we can get a few of these Feraligatrs in day 2, things could be interesting. But to get to day 2, you're gonna have to win this decisive game 3, and what a lead! Tinkaton makes its appearance, and is ready to shut down Shadow Drapion.
And this is your favorite matchup. Let's watch for how much damage these Poison Stings do and see whether 3 Aqua Tails are enough to knock out the Tinkaton, but Sustenance Eater is also curious to find out how much they do, and lets this Aqua Tail go.
We do see the Azumarill in the back for Khaleesi, and Azumarill, it's probably a closer matchup into the Tinkaton, but its charge attacks are still walled, so this is still a bit of an uncomfortable spot to be in as Khaleesi. As Bulldoze lands, will we see the debuff? We do.
an Aqua Tail coming through, but Sustenance Eater is going to be able to take it very comfortably and probably wants to farm up just a little bit more energy before throwing a Bulldoze that would threaten to knock out the Drapion.
We will see this overfarm can throw 3 and the move. Perfect counting here by Sustenance Eater. Very nice precision in gameplay again. But will we potentially see, because I'm expecting to see the Claydol here, will Sustenance Eater look to pivot out of this matchup, and does. In comes Feraligatr, answered with the Azumarill, and this is everything Sustenance Eater could hope for.
This is Feraligatr's ideal scenario. You have 2 shields up, you're in a matchup where you're taking little to no fast attack damage. Hydro Cannon coming through, and this is resisted damage, but Feraligatr just has, I think this is such a nice matchup for it.
And Shadow Feraligatr, as long as it doesn't let a play rough land, it's taking such little damage from these bubbles. So as Sustenance Eater, Shadow Feraligatr will have incredible value in this endgame. Azumarill, it was on our trending down graphic because of its slow pacing. And when you have every 10 turns to a Hydro Cannon like Feraligatr, Azumarill has never felt like it has slower pacing than this exact moment.
Hydro Cannon coming through, and I think it's also in Hydro Cannon range now. Khesi's Azumarill is still reaching for those charge attacks, but not even close to another play rough. She's going to shield it up though, actually at maybe just 1 bubble away from a play rough, but Sustenance Eater still has so much energy on this Feraligatr, and of course there's still that very weak Claydol lurking in the back.
Play rough coming through from the Azumarill. Sustenance Eater double shielding the Feraligatr, doubling down. In comes the Claydol, and Claydol, oh my goodness, it is just getting overrun by this Shadow Feraligatr.
Now we talk about the slow pacing on the Azumarill, but Claydol has a very similar problem. I believe it's actually just 1 Mudslap away from a charge attack, but Feraligatr has done more than its job here. Gonna rely on the Malamar to kind of close things out, maybe get off a super effective foul play.
Malamar in prime position. The switch timer not available for Khesi. No ability to catch this foul play. And Sustenance Eater looking to write a story here in Milwaukee as he fights his way back from down 0 games to 1. Malamar foul play into the Claydol. That's going to connect. And with a few Psywaves more, that's going to be his ticket to day number 2.
And he's even going to flex a little bit and catch this Ice Beam on Tinkaton. Didn't really need to do that probably. I think Malamar could have taken care of things all by itself, but really wants to put an exclamation mark on his run here in Milwaukee.
And Tinkaton, we mentioned it so much earlier, and Tinkaton was missing in action. Well, here is Tinkaton. It's putting on a show in that Azumarill Shadow Drapion core that was so strong earlier. Suddenly, we are seeing some cracks appear in that core as Tinkaton advances to winners finals.
That's right. I think we've seen, as we're getting into the later stages of the bracket, right, we've already seen winners finals for both Group A and Group B, and that was also a winners semis match. Like you said, cracks starting to appear, Tinkaton starting to creep its way back into the usage, might even be at more than 50% usage on day number 2 tomorrow.
And my goodness, we saw leading that into the leading the Drapion into the Tinkaton. What do? Do you switch in the Azumarill? You're completely walled. You don't really want to send in the Claydol. It kind of felt like there was really no way out, but a great call in choosing to lead that Tinkaton, and it shows that there may be some new meta blowing in here in Milwaukee as Tinkaton with a statement win.
And I think Khesi maybe dropped her signature Lapras pick in that game number 3, thinking, of course, that it might, run into the Tinkaton, but that ended up just making her very, very weak to the Shadow Feraligatr, which kind of took the spotlight in the second half of the game.
And that Shadow Feraligatr, the moment the Azumarill switched in, we saw both of us had a pretty big reaction here behind the desk because we know Shadow Feraligatr up energy is an absolutely terrifying sweeper. There was the switch into the Claydol. Claydol could not even farm down, was forced to throw energy, and then Malamar was just in prime position to close out this game.
Yeah, Feraligatr couldn't quite get the job done and completely 1v2, but, with a little help from its friend, the Malamar was able to take that game number 3 for Sustenance Eater.
Very well played by Sustenance Eater. Game 1, it looked a little tough, but that's why these are best of 3 series. Sometimes you've got to dig deep, fight back, and emerge victorious, and that's exactly what he did. And again, another Malamar having great success here in Milwaukee.
Sustenance Eater, you mentioned game number 1 looking tough. I think game number 2 was also looking very, very tough, right? Leading the Lapras into the Skull Bash Lapras on the other side, but was kind of able to maneuver his way out of that situation. And then, of course, game number 3 just being very dominant. So really a reversal of momentum in that series.
and an incredibly impactful adjustment, bringing that Shadow for Alligator. Because if Shadow for Alligator was able to dodge that Lapras, where Lapras will absorb quite a few Hydro Cannons there, but outside of the Lapras, it felt so safe into that team, and that was just a perfect example of why if you team build a little bit soft to that Shadow for Alligator can apply some serious pressure.
We saw it kind of missing from the last little segment of the meta, but I think it's really back now because even though there are still a lot of Lapras around, it's one of the very few kind of offensive Pokemon that do well into Tinkaton, right? We think about Pokemon like Drapion, like Sableye, like the Fighters. They all lose to Tinkaton, and Shadow for Alligator is kind of really the only one left standing that has a lot of shield pressure it can apply, and that is favorable against Tinkaton.
And as we see a bit of an adjustment in the poison roll of Shadow Drapion trending downwards, and on Khesi's team, the Clodsire, because Clodsire is a poison that can do very well into the Tinkaton, but Clodsire and Tinkaton both not big fans of that for Alligator, so a bit of, with Tinkaton arriving, the meta shifting, it's shifting in a pretty favorable way here for our good friend for Alligator.
I think also, not only does it beat Tinkaton, it also is covered by Tinkaton very, very well, right? For Alligator does well against Claydol, which threatens Tinkaton. And Tinkaton, helps out for Alligator by covering some of those grass types. So it's a really, really nice core of two Pokemon, and I think Sustenance Eater recognized that.
It looks like we are getting ready on the stage for our next round here. Looks like it is going to be the winners round 4. And taking an early look at the teams, and it looks like we do have a Tinkaton. So Tinkaton continuing to make its presence felt here in Milwaukee.
Just one Tinkaton though, and without looking at the players, looking at the rest of the teams, I would just guess that whoever has Tinkaton is going to do better in this matchup here. But let's take a little bit of a deeper look than that. We have Omero on the left there with a very interesting team there. That's Tinkaton, Lapras, Unova Stunfisk, and Jumpluff, and Primeape. Actually, this looks pretty similar to Rise's team, I want to say, with the exception of the Dusclops. And on the other side, we've got Ox, or the Ox. No Tinkaton, but there is an alternative steel type there in the Ferrothorn.
Pairing that up with a Jumpluff, Blastoise, Claydol, and Cradily. Count them up. I think that's 3 grass types on one team.
Yeah, that's a lot of grass types, and there's no fire type to be seen on Omero's side, so maybe some nice play there. Ferrothorn is a very interesting Pokemon that we haven't seen a lot of play for in the Championship Series, but does have a little bit of play here. Obviously very favorable into the Stunfisk and the Lapras.
And it looks like the coverage move that Ferrothorn has opted for is Thunder. So Thunder, super effective into most flyers, but with Jumpluff having the grass subtyping, it is going to be hitting for neutral damage. So at the very least, there is some coverage for that matchup. But the Tinkaton Ferrothorn matchup's got to be a bit interesting because, I mean, there's a lot of resistant damage going around on both sides, with the exception of the neutral Bulldoze from Tinkaton. But Bulldoze not really known for its damage.
Yeah, Thunder without Stab is also not really known for its damage, so I'm actually not sure how that plays out. There's actually a little bit of an interesting dynamic I want to call it here, where Talonflame looks really nice into Omero's team, and the only counter is Unova Stunfisk, but like you mentioned, there's 3 grass types, and then also a Water and a Mud Slapper on the Ox's side, so I'm not sure if Omero is going to be feeling brave enough to risk that Unova Stunfisk.
Looks like one battler has locked in the second battler, making last-second adjustments. This is winners semifinals. So these battlers looking to punch their ticket to winners finals. But anytime I see Shadow Primeape on the team, and I do see it on Omero's team, I always worry a little bit as the opponent, because Shadow Primeape, we saw Shadow for Alligator as a sweeper, but Shadow Primeape is also terrifying if it can get any kind of an advantage.
It looks like Omero's Shadow Primeape does have Karate Chop, Rage Fist, and Ice Punch, so no close combat, but the Ice Punch is going to come in really, really handy for those grass types.
And there's 3 of them. Looks like we do have a double lock-in here. Ox versus Omero. Game number 1, Talonflame, but that's not what it was hoping to see, leading into Unova Stunfisk.
But the Ox has 2 grass types in the back, but he actually stays in to do some Incinerates. Not really sure what the plan is here, but now finally after 2 Incinerates comes into the Cradily, and Omero, ready for the switch, brings in the Primeape.
Primeape down energy, so it will actually be met with a Grass Knot. Omero using a Protect Shield, as a Grass Knot would inflict massive, massive damage onto the Glassy Primeape.
And no messing around with Rock Tomb, but Omero is actually going to have a little bait of his own. This is just a Rage Fist, not the super effective Ice Punch, but the Ox is actually going to let it go, recognizing there's no close combat, so I think Cradily could have taken either of those charge attacks.
Can the Primeape get the farm down here? No! The Cradilly too healthy. That forces Primeape to throw more energy, so Primeape will exit this matchup with quite a lot of boosted attack here. It's +2, but not as much energy as it would have otherwise.
And the Talonflame comes back in, still has a lot of energy, but not able to get it off before Omero throws this Rage Fist. That's going to pull a Protect Shield from the Ox, and you know, this Primeape is still in the field. It's going to make another Rage Fist if you don't throw, so Ox decides to go with a Fly.
We will see the immediate no shield, as getting that shield back is so nice for Omero. Omero was able to hold on to that energy on the Stunfisk, so he will be able to send back at the Stunfisk, and if the Talonflame doesn't switch out, 2 Thunder Shocks and a Discharge will apply immediate shield pressure.
And this is really nice alignment for Omero, still holding all of that energy. I don't think the Stunfisk has thrown any charge attacks yet, but able to get his Dusclops aligned with the Ferrothorn, and these super effective Ice Punches are going to be really useful in the matchup.
And I'll confess, this is not a matchup that I have seen played out before. The bulky Dusclops against Ferrothorn. Dusclops will have a pacing advantage. Shadow Punch not going to hit for a lot of damage, but if you can get to a lot of Shadow Punches, it will add up over time.
Shadow Punch landing, so yeah, that is some neutral damage because the Ice Punch would also be neutral and Shadow Punch is just a little bit more efficient. So another Shadow Punch coming through here for Omero, putting the Ferrothorn at maybe about 1/3 of its health, maybe 25% as these hexes continue to add up.
And I think this Stunfisk energy that Omero was able to hold on to throughout the course of this entire game is going to be the path to victory here. Power Whip connects. Dusclops will not get knocked out, but we will see a quick switch into the Talonflame to absorb this energy.
And nice catch from the Ox there. You definitely want to let this go because you know that the Unova Stunfisk has so much energy, but Omero going to go to a lot of energy there. 2 Thunder Shocks and throwing the Discharge really wants to maximize all of that Thunder Shock damage, and for the Ox, just decides to let it go, maybe recognizing that the Ferrothorn might be your path to victory, but there's still a lot of energy for these neutral Mud Bombs.
We do see the back-to-back Mud Bombs reached here by Omero. The Ox would need 2 Power Whips, but he just doesn't have the energy available. 1 Thunder Shock and a Mud Bomb. This is neutral damage, and this should be a Game 1 win for Omero.
Yeah, really nice team read, leading the Unovan Stunfisk, which is really his only answer to Talonflame, but luckily it found its mark. He was very patient throughout the battle as well, saving the energy for when it mattered.
And I think there was a really interesting choice of a line by Omero, as he left behind that Shadow Jumpluff and the Tinkaton that would be taking massive super effective damage from the Talonflame, instead opting for the Shadow Primeape and the Dusclops and the Unova Stunfisk. Stunfisk obviously the best counter, but Dusclops at least can fire back neutral damage, and the Shadow Primeape, if it gets boosted, was actually able to pull shields away from that Talonflame.
I like the line from Omero. I don't even know if you need to make adjustments for Game 2 because you need the Unovan, well, you don't need, but you might want the Unovan Stunfisk for the Talonflame. The Primeape, like you said, is just so flexible, and then the Dusclops also really, really flexible and adds some bulk to the team. So I like that line a lot. Maybe just change up the order a little bit, but wouldn't be surprised to see him go with the same 3.
Yeah, because looking across Ox's team, I mean, the worst you can have for the Dusclops is probably a Cradilly, which just debuffs it over time, but you can still hit back with super effective damage. So I think in this matchup, Dusclops, that's a really great point. It just looks so incredibly safe. And in a matchup where Talonflame looks very scary, I think leading on that Dusclops can prove to be a winning strategy.
And I'm not sure what adjustments the Ox can make. Maybe you can keep bringing the Cradilly, because yes, you have to watch out for the Primeape and the Tinkaton, but it has pretty favorable matchups looking at the rest of Omero's team. So maybe you bring the Cradilly, you surround it with the Talonflame, and kind of just hope you get the alignment that you need.
Yeah, because if we see that Cradilly on that Primeape being able to exit that matchup +2 attack and with enough residual energy to outpace a Talonflame just really made that difficult, because if the Ox has a shield advantage in that end game, if Primeape isn't able to generate that advantage, that potentially could have looked very different. But with shield parity, unfortunately, the Ox just wasn't able to have that Ferrothorn sweep that he was hoping for.
Yeah, I think with that ABB double grass strategy, maybe was hoping that the Cradilly would bait something out and then the Ferrothorn could kind of take over from there, but didn't really work out because of that shield advantage like you just said. But let's not dwell on the past. We're already in game number 2, and Omero is leading the Dusclops into the Ox's Talonflame.
Now this Talonflame does have access to Flame Charge, but look at the pacing on that Dusclops. Before even 2 Incinerates are thrown, there's already a Shadow Punch being fired at the Talonflame.
The Shadow Punches don't do a lot of damage, as we've seen throughout the day, but the Hexes actually do add up, and they generate energy very, very quickly. So the Ox is going to continue to throw these Incinerates, and Omero, in the meantime, happy to just throw another Shadow Punch.
This Shadow Punch actually does grab a Protect Shield from Ox, would not have knocked out, but looking to invest in the health of this Talonflame. Talonflame farming up to the max energy and will now fire off a Flame Charge.
Yeah, but the Flame Charge isn't going to knock out the Dusclops, so I think you need to maybe throw another Flame Charge or another Fly. Does opt for the Flame Charge, so that in the case he's able to do more damage with the Talonflame, those Incinerators will do even more damage.
This Flame Charge does grab a shield, but let's see those Incinerates now. Those Incinerates, so much damage. Can Dusclops survive? No, it cannot. All that energy is lost. That is devastating for Omero.
And I think he went for the timing, the optimal charge attack timing, but like you said, I think that was close to 100 energy, and now all of a sudden, this Talonflame, those Incinerates are doing a ton of damage to the Primeape, and the Ox is just going to continue ramping up with another Flame Charge.
My goodness. We've seen it a few times. The one thing you can't shield is fast moves, and this is now, I believe, +3 Incinerates. Look at the Primeape getting absolutely melted by this Talonflame.
And the Ox, I was going to say, you can even shield just to get that little bit of Incinerate damage, and does put up the shield. I don't know if you can hang on to more Karate Chop, so the Ox does switch out, I think, banked a charge attack, and this was looking fantastic for the Ox.
Great decision there to be up a little bit of energy, because now the Ox gets the acrobatics first, so making the read that if you're bringing a Primeape into a boosted Talonflame, it's probably this jump bluff in the back. And what a great play there by Ox. Brilliant stuff, and that should put him pretty comfortably here in the driver's seat of this matchup.
A lot of energy on Omero's jump bluff, but I don't think it's going to be enough. As a reminder, the Ox still has a bit of the Talonflame in the back, I think with a charge attack loaded, as well as a full health Ferrothorn, but I think maybe if you don't want to reveal that, you just come back in, and one Incinerate is enough to take out the jump bluff.
Oh my goodness, we saw the power of Talonflame in that matchup, and I believe the Stunfisk did not make an appearance that game, and the lack of the Stunfisk, its presence was felt. There was no way to stop the Talonflame. The Talonflame just completely ran away with that game.
Yeah, we saw in game number 1, Talonflame not really able to kind of perform to its best, you could say, because it was lined up against the Unova Stunfisk kind of throughout the game. But game number 2, you see what happens when Talonflame isn't lined up on something that hard counters it, right? It just ramps up and kind of ended up just sweeping through the whole team.
And that decision to run Flame Charge, we saw it in Seville, and it paid. I mean, it was so good. It was so good for the Ox, nodding there. And this decision right here, trying to get both Shadow Punches, and does not get it, losing all that energy. And then the Talonflame just continuing an absolute rampage. These Incinerates, so much damage onto that Primeape.
Yeah, maybe Omero, if he had just settled for one Shadow Punch, or actually, I think he still could have gone both off if he had just done one Hex and then one Hex. But yeah, it did go down with a lot of energy, which really would have helped out against this Talonflame, which was just running rampant through his entire line.
I really liked the decision to lead the Dusclops. Dusclops feels like it can really set up the team against basically any lead that you can encounter. But that decision, losing all of that energy, really meant that the Dusclops wasn't able to get the advantage that it was hoping for, and then Talonflame just ran away with that game.
And if you're Omero and you just saw that Talonflame running away with the game, you might think that you have to bring the Unovan Stunfisk kind of back into play. As for the Ox, he has been running Talonflame Double Grass in both of the first 2 games, of course switching out one of the grasses, so we'll have to see what the Ox decides to do for game 3.
It looks like we do have lock-ins for this decisive game number 3, winners semifinals. It's going to be the Shadow Jump Bluff for the Ox, but staring down an Ice Punch Dusclops.
Yeah, I have to give the advantage to Dusclops in this matchup just because of that double super effective Ice Punch, and it looks like the Ox is going to be throwing a charge attack before Omero, but I didn't actually see which one this was. It was the heavier hitting acrobatics, so that's going to do a nice chunk to the Dusclops.
We will see a beautiful catch and sneak onto the Blastoise, catching the Ice Punch where it's going to be resisted, and keeping that jump bluff with energy and almost full HP as well.
Oh boy, and I think the Ox might have wanted to bait out the Unovan Stunfisk there, but Omero not falling for it, bringing in the Primeape, which does resist these rollouts from Blastoise.
This is an incredibly smart prediction by Omero, trusting that this is probably going to be the bait out attempt for this Unova Stunfisk, sending in the Primeape. Instead, Primeape will have to go down shields, but in game 1, it went down shields, but it was able to get those shields right back.
Exactly. You have to give something up, but you come out with so much attack and maybe some energy as well. But it looks like, I wonder, is Omero just going to go for the full karate chop down?
I mean, what wants to see a boosted Primeape with this much energy? This energy is going to be incredibly scary. Primeape exits with 2 Ice Punches loaded, and things could get very tricky here for the Ox.
Oh boy, and it's still very healthy. I think Omero just did 1 karate chop before throwing this Rage Fist, and the Ox is actually going to let it go. It is a boosted Rage Fist, but not incredibly boosted that you can't take it. Omero, though, still has so much energy, already back to double Rage Fist.
We will see a shield from the Talonflame, and I think Primeape is still able to do 2 karate chops and another Rage Fist here, and that's exactly what it can do. And just like that, you go from a full health Talonflame with 2 shields to a quarter health Talonflame with no shields.
And allowing a Primeape to just kind of lock in and get so much energy, even if it has to go down 2 shields, is kind of what is leading to this. And we saw Omero transfer the Incinerate onto the Dusclops and land this Shadow Punch.
If this knocks out, this is absolute brilliance. And it does! It KOs all that energy lost. What a play by Omero!
All right, and now it's all up to the Ox's Jump Bluff, but Omero's already at a double super effective Ice Punch. The Jump Bluff has a lot of energy, but there's also still a full health Unovan Stunfisk in the back to get through. I think this is Omero's game.
And there's still even the Primeape as well. Primeape did all that work, got rid of almost an entire Talonflame, got both shields, and it's still somehow around.
All right, Aerial is coming through. The Ox finally able to get rid of one of Omero's Pokemon. Karate Chop comes through from the Primeape, not able to land a charge attack, so the Ox is going to be able to at least see Omero's 3rd Pokemon, but it is that Unovan Stunfisk, which absolutely walls all of the energy from Jump Bluff.
Unova Stunfisk. It is going to be able to take the win here, but man, Shadow Primeape, oh my goodness. Going down 2 shields for a lot of Pokemon could potentially mean that you're in trouble. But if you have Shadow Primeape, you could get those shields right back and then some.
Yeah, the Shadow Primeape was really just too much to deal with. I don't know if the Ox was trying to bait out the Unovan Stunfisk or just wanted to kind of swap it out, but that's such a good matchup for Primeape to kind of just be able to farm up a lot of energy, not take a lot of fast attack damage, which is really the key with these Glacier Pokemon, and Omero just piloted that Primeape so well throughout the rest of the game.
And I loved the thought process there from Omero, deciding that Talonflame's been brought every single game. If it's Talonflame in the back, being down 2 shields is fine as long as I'm boosted and I exit with 2 Ice Punches of energy, and then I can just start throwing these Rage Fists. He no-shielded the first, there was another Rage Fist, and another Rage Fist, and then at the last second, sniping with the energy on the Dusclops. Just brilliance from Omero. As Omero in game 2 lost all that Dusclops energy and that cost him the game, but in game 3 he says, I'm actually going to be the one making my opponent lose all that energy, sniping down that Talonflame, and that was just absolute dominance from Omero.
I saw you get so excited when he saved the Primeape. Not only does he transfer the Incinerate, he also snipes, right? Gets rid of all the Talonflame's energy, and then, I mean, the game was pretty much over at that point.
That was just incredible stuff. I love watching players find creative win cons and being able to dance in and out of matchups and have a glassy Pokemon like Primeape. It's already glassy to begin with. Now you add the Shadow, it's even glassier, but those Rage Fist, not necessarily the strongest move on paper, but with that attack stat, the Shadow, and the constant boost, oh my goodness. I feel like a lot of people watching are going to be queuing into the Go Battle League and adding a Shadow Primeape to the team after that game. This thing is deadly.
Well, there were a lot of fantastic plays from Omero in that last series, as well as the other matches that we've seen. So let's take a quick look at those highlights, and we'll be right back.
I don't know if they... I got denied with my Gator, actually.
GG's.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is HomesliceHenry, and welcome to A Slice of Home, a segment where today we're talking about some of the local tournaments that players can participate in and earn championship points in between these regional and international championships. Today, I'm joined by a special guest, Rainfall, who is here to talk about his local community and how that has influenced his journey as a Pokemon Go player.
So, back when I first went to my first local, I remember I was more of a casual Go player at the time, and I decided I would try out my first local. Little did I know there would be like professional players there, and in my very first local, I got defeated by Dijon, which made me decide, okay, I'm gonna take this a little more seriously. So from there, I just kept attending locals, and eventually I made it to my first regional almost 2 years ago, which, with a top 16 finish, made me realize, okay, I'm not as bad as I thought I was. So from there, I've just been working basically in the shadows since, and finally I'm back at a regional once again.
And we're definitely happy to have you back, but it's awesome to hear that these local tournaments and sometimes running into some extremely ferocious competition like Dijon, a regional champion, can kind of ignite that fire of competition. So it sounds like you have been continuing to go to these local tournaments and improving from there, which is just unbelievably exciting to see. So in your time with these local tournaments, how has that kind of shaped you and molded you as a player?
It's helped me be better with team composition for sure. Okay. Team composition and matchmaking decisions, because since I'm going up against players of higher skill levels, they're going to be doing a lot of more things you would probably see on stage at these kinds of events, and therefore I just learn from what I see and learn from my mistakes.
That's honestly exciting to hear, because oftentimes, I believe there's an old expression that iron sharpens iron, and going up against these good players can continue to help you adjust your strategies in terms of not only what 6 Pokemon am I bringing, but what 3 of the 6, what order am I playing for a shield advantage, a switch advantage. So it's exciting to hear that these local tournaments have helped you improve so much as a player, top 16 performance under your belt, and now seems like the world is your oyster here in Milwaukee, so making your return there. But what would you have to say if you had any advice for someone who's maybe on the fence? They've played some in the Go Battle League, but they haven't quite taken that step towards going out in person and going to one of these local tournaments.
Honestly, just take that step. That step is what you need to get out there. That step is what changed my trajectory with this game in general.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you so much for joining us today, Rainfall, and thank you for sharing your words of wisdom and what has helped your Pokemon Go journey. And now let's get back to some exciting Pokemon action. Welcome, Pokemon trainers. My name is HomesliceHenry, and welcome to A Slice of Home. Here I'm joined by the one and only Rise to Occasion, the only trainer to have won a regional every single season that Pokemon Go has been a part of the competitive series. And now he's here today looking to reclaim his crown. He's the 2023 Milwaukee champion, maybe even the 2025 Milwaukee champion. How are you feeling today, Rise?
Feeling pretty good. It's good to be back home here in Milwaukee, visit the fam, and I'm excited to get going.
Glad to hear it. Now, something you've mentioned in previous interviews is throughout the course of your journey here in the championship series, the impact that these local tournaments that you've had have really helped mold and grow you as a player. So I'd like to hear a bit more about that.
Absolutely. I think local tournaments are a great opportunity to test things out. The main example that comes to mind for me was Los Angeles at the end of last season. I was testing out a double dark moveset Umbreon that a lot of people thought was pretty crazy. And I tested out and actually won a few locals with it against some really solid competition. And that gave me the confidence to actually bring it to a regional. And then it went pretty well.
More than pretty well. He was the Los Angeles regional champion with that double dark Umbreon. So it's awesome to hear that the strategies that you can kind of build up and mold in these local tournaments can have such good results in these official tournaments. And another question that I do want to have for you, because I know that obviously we have a large crowd watching here today. We are going to have players who, like yourself, have competed in many tournaments. There's going to be some players who queue up in the Go Battle League but have never gone to a local before. So what advice would you have to a trainer who's looking to make that jump from just playing in the Go Battle League to potentially testing the waters here and trying out a local tournament?
I think locals are the best place for you to start if you're making that transition, because it's just a different feel, right? Interacting with people in person, sitting right across from them, not from the comfort of your own home. And I think that interaction as well is a lot of fun. To me, it's more fun battling people in person when you have that interaction than remotely. So I think it's a ton of fun, first of all, and also great practice for the big time events can help give you that confidence.
That's good to hear. And I mean, it certainly seems like the confidence has paid off for Rise. As I mentioned, he's won a regional every single season. That's, I believe, now 4 straight seasons, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, 4 straight. All 4 we've had go as part of the championship series.
Well, hey, it shows that when you put in the time, the results can come. Big thank you to Rise for joining me here today, and good luck competing this weekend. And we'll send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Home Slice Henry, for that interview with Rise to Occasion. As he mentioned, the only trainer who can say that they have won a regional championship in all 4 seasons that Pokemon Go has been part of the championship series. I am DeFi250, also known as Stephanie Christine, and I am so pleased to be joined here by Nick at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
It's been a cold morning, but the heat is definitely turning up here as the battles get going. I do want to call out, it's really, really tough to have done that because our very first season, in NA at least, we only had 3 regionals. We had Indy, we had Vancouver, and we had Milwaukee. So to be able to say that, there's realistically only 3 people who can, and our first regional champion, King, doesn't really compete anymore. He judges nowadays, so realistically at this point there could only be 2.
And we are so excited to have Rise here today, as well as many other trainers. Another trainer who we know has done very well in the championship series for a long time is actually Omero, who we're going to be seeing on the left-hand side of the screen. A little bit newer to the game is Sustenance Eater. We know that that's the sibling of Nighttime Clasher, looking to have more of a breakout performance here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, we saw him on stage earlier get a victory, so it is going to be the Group E winners finals for that group. Of course, there are still a good number of groups to go through, and then we have the loser side of the bracket to wrap up as well. So we are just maybe about halfway, maybe a little less than halfway through our day. I got some lunch in me. You had a little bit of bite to eat too, so I am ready to get going at these battles.
We have energy, and the Pokemon on this that we are about to see on the screen are going to be looking to get as much energy as possible. Some Pokemon that I am looking forward to seeing. Again, we are seeing Tinkaton. We didn't see him at the beginning of the day in the earlier rounds, but as we move forward in the tournament, as we get to these winners finals, we are seeing Tinkaton mirrors. We are seeing Tinkaton on both sides of the screen. It is proving to be a fantastic Pokemon to have on your team, and a lot of Pokemon that has been paired with, especially that Jumpluff. We've been seeing a lot of Jumpluff and a lot of Lapras. Both are on Omero and Sustenance Eater's teams.
I'm looking through our list of previous trainers, and I believe, if I'm correct, it was in Tinkaton was in both teams for Winners Group A, both teams for Winners Group B, both teams for Winners Group C. I think we have skipped winners of Group D for now, but we are in winners of Group E here, and it's on both teams as well. So 100% winners participation for that Tinkaton. We're going to have to see how it matches up against the opposing teams here. Omero, of course, with that very safe Dusclops going up against Sustenance Eater. We'll have to see if that Feraligatr can potentially get matched up there. Super effective Shadow Claws makes that Pokemon just a little bit less safe.
We've been seeing a little bit less of the Feraligatr. We've been seeing more of the Lapras kind of taking the role of the water type on the team. We've been seeing a lot less Azumarill. Azumarill just seems all but absent. We noted that it's trending downwards right now in the championship series. But yeah, Lapras seems to be on just about every team as well. Does Feraligatr still really have a place?
I think so. Hydro Cannon is such a strong move, and there are, as now you have mentioned, Azumarill's gone. There's one fewer Pokemon that resists it in the meta. My good friend Martine Inadequence loves to say that Jumpluff is a bad Pokemon because it loses to Feraligatr in certain shielding scenarios, but we have a Jumpluff on the stage here. It's gonna need to switch out immediately because Tinkaton is a very bad matchup for it.
You mentioned Jump Bluff is bad because it loses to Feraligatr. It also loses to Tinkaton, so we saw Omero immediately swap back out into the Shadow Lapras, who Sparkling Aria, because it's got that Shadow boost, it takes the Malamar down underneath half health. But Sustenance Eater's got 2 attacks, just a hair short of 2 attacks locked and loaded, going for a superpower. No shield on the side of Omero, and the Lapras almost is knocked out, but he's not quite able to fire that Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, Lapras' typing coming into a bit of a detriment. They're not able to hang on to that singular side wave to throw that second Sparkling Aria. In comes the foul play here, going to do nice chip damage, but I believe Omero is going to be able to get a full Fairy Wind down after the second foul play. It's same type attack bonus, but it is not super effective into the Jump Bluff, so it does not threaten a knockout at this point. But Jump Bluff is deep into the yellow at this point, but is near at 100 energy.
And that energy has to go somewhere. Unfortunately, it's going to be met by the Tinkaton, the matchup we started the battle with. And this is why this energy just doesn't have a lot of spots to go. Its Acrobatics is a massive attack. However, it just doesn't do very much to the Tinkaton. Tinkaton is going to fire back with a Bulldoze into the Unova Stunfisk. It's super effective, but does basically nothing.
Yeah, Bulldoze more like Bull doesn't, because that did no damage whatsoever. This is a great matchup for this Unova Stunfisk. Super effective discharge into the Lapras is going to do meaningful damage. However, a second one isn't going to quite threaten a knockout, but I imagine we'll see a shield come up from Sustenance Eater because that Tinkaton does not want to face off against this Unova Stunfisk.
And we see the Protect Shield, and the Lapras is gaining a lot of energy. Sparkling Aria is going to bounce right off of the Protect Shield put up by Omero on the Unova Stunfisk. Omero does have that switch clock available if that is something that he chooses to use. He does fire his final Protect Shield here.
It'll be interesting to see the pacing of these final charge attacks. We do have plenty of energy still loaded onto that Shadow Jump Bluff in the back. This discharge now threatens a knockout. Will Sustenance Eater choose to shield? No, he lets his Lapras go, saving that final shield for his Tinkaton, which is completely energy dry. And we saw earlier that Bulldoze does very little damage to the Unova Stunfisk, even though it is super effective. So I think this is a really great spot for Omero.
And using that final Protect Shield, Tinkaton is trying to build up energy. We see Omero maybe trying to make a catch, but swapping into the Jump Bluff. Jump Bluff is going to absorb this play rough. Because Tinkaton's other attack is Bulldoze, it has to utilize all of that energy to knock out the Jump Bluff. And then we see both Pokemon get to its attack. Sustenance Eater's kind of looking around. Is this going to be enough? I don't think it is.
No, not enough to pick up the knockout. Mudbond coming through, it is going to be super effective, same type attack bonus, so going to be probably hitting a little bit harder than that Bulldoze. However, it is not a mud shot, but it is enough to pick up a knockout. I was going to say Thundershock down is likely going to happen first before the Fairy Wind. Because Thundershock's damage has been increased in recent times, but didn't even come down to that. Mud Bomb, really solid same type attack bonus move, able to pick up the knockout into the very bulky Tinkaton.
Yeah, Bulldoze is the damage from Bulldoze has me dozing off because it's so boring. It's it's not a good attack. I understand why Tinkaton uses it as opposed to its steel type charge attack. However, it's just not very impressive.
Yeah, I'm curious to think, would a play rough have been the play? Okay, no reaction, that's fine. Because it would have just done a little bit more damage. Of course, the Bulldoze was reached at the charge attack tie. Tinkaton won that charge attack tie with that Unova Stunfisk, so I have to imagine 2 Bulldozes do more damage than a singular play rough, and that he would not have been able to reach a play rough and a Bulldoze, so that must have been the best that Sustenance Eater could have done in that matchup.
Omero is up 1-0 in the winners finals for this group. The winner of this battle, if Omero can secure one more, that secures his spot in day 2 in the top cut bracket. Sustenance Eater has to pull off a reverse sweep and win the next 2 games. These 2 trainers bringing very different ground type Pokemon. Omero bringing the Unova Stunfisk and Sustenance Eater with the Diggersby. We'll have to see if that Diggersby makes an appearance. Again, it would put a pretty tough stop to that Tinkaton. And we see double Tinkaton in the lead matchup. This is kind of tough though, because the super effective move again is that Bulldoze. Not same type attack bonus, and it's just, let's go take a look at see what a super effective Bulldoze does to Tinkaton.
These Tinkatons are putting on a Tinka Tantrum. Bulldoze super effective damage doesn't really even look like it's all that super effective. Did 25, maybe 30% of the total health?
Yeah, but I heard that debuff sound, so that first Bulldoze did get a defense drop on the opposing Tinkaton.
An attempted catch there from Omero makes a lot of sense. Did not want to take that defense dropped Bulldoze. Counter swap into Diggersby. I don't know if you recall our conversations in Vancouver, but Diggersby typically loses most matchups into the ghost type of Dusclops, but I think that was Shadow Dusclops, so maybe it has a little bit different play with the standard Dusclops.
And we're going to get to see that play out here. Dusclops really benefiting from the Ice Punch damage. Ice Punch was buffed recently. However, Sustenance Eater was able to take down Dusclops' attack with the Scorching Sands. Scorching Sands does have a rather low chance to drop the opponent's attack one stage, and Sustenance Eater got a good roll there.
Next, Scorching Sands coming through, going to do a nice chip amount of damage to the Dusclops. Not able to pick up a knockout or another debuff. Ice Punch coming through, not going to threaten a knockout. I'm thinking the next one won't even either because of that debuff, showing just how crucial it has been in this matchup, but it's very close. Scorching Sands not reached. Did that singular Hex do enough damage to make this Ice Punch knockout?
I'm leaning into the screen. We're looking at little bit. It did manage to knock out. So that is going to secure switch advantage for Omero for his Tinkaton and his Primeape in the back, which could prove critical.
Shadow Punch coming through, doing a little bit of chip damage to this Malamar. Malamar getting the full Psywave down. I have to imagine Tinkaton comes back in, and instead of switching immediately, Sustenance Eater does throw the superpower, which will do good neutral damage to the Fairy and Steel type. Now in Bulldoze range, but the Bulldoze is caught, and you see the frustration from Sustenance Eater. Really would have preferred to throw a Play Rough into the Fighting type. Bulldoze, it's neutral damage, but it just does not do enough.
Yeah, these Fairy Winds are doing much more damage, like as we get several of those in. Omero choosing to shield the Bulldoze, the next Bulldoze, and then we can see Primeape is ramping up energy, going to throw this first Rage Fist. Does Sustenance Eater choose to shield the first one, knowing that it's not going to be like as impactful as the second?
I like the call because he does survive. However, now Iomero's in a... Oh, no, chooses to shield. I thought he was going to go for the Fairy Wind down. Instead, opting to throw the Rage Fist immediately, predicting Sustenance Eater is going to switch in the Malamar and try to snipe. Omero does have a lot of energy on his own. The Psywaves are resisted. Can he reach a Bulldoze and a Play Rough? This is a Bulldoze base. This is a really big call from Sustenance Eater.
Oh, and he puts up a Protect Shield. So, but now this superpower is going to land and knock out the Tinkaton.
Yeah, maybe playing that up a little bit. Did not realize how much energy that the Malamar had. It's going to be able to farm down this Primeape in the end game, even with that attack drop. Sustenance Eater maybe had a few misplays there in the middle game, but the team composition was able to carry him through. The alignment of where that Shadow Primeape was for Omero, just not the right spot, just taking so much damage from the Malamar, not able to knock out the Tinkaton with that Rage Fist, still having to put up that last shield. to prevent the Bulldoze from knocking out.
My favorite moment from this match was when the Dusclops was able to knock out the Diggersby despite having that attack drop. It was going to be razor thin margins, but the Dusclops was just barely able to secure the KO.
And from like the player's perspective, that has to feel really great for Omero. You know, he lost the percentage chance on that first Scorching Sands, but it didn't really end up affecting the matchup all that much, because one fewer ice punches would have never really been able to knock out, so it didn't require him to throw more energy. He got the perfect knockout right after here, one more Hex into the Ice Punch, able to pick up the knockout. Really great for him, able to go into this next matchup. However, his Shadow Primate just didn't have a ton of play in the back end into the Tinkaton as well as the Malamar.
Yeah, Shadow Primate is tough. It needs a lot of shields, and it needs to be able to match up against a really good target. There are some Pokemon in the meta right now that are really neutral, that you can put, like I would say Furret is a very neutral Pokemon in the current meta because there are so few Primates running around. There are so few fighters running around. But Primate is definitely much more of a polarizing Pokemon where it can do really well if it's up energy, if it's up shields, if you get it just in the right spot. It can be very tricky though.
And the best players won't allow you to get that energy advantage that you really need on a Shadow Primate. So it really goes to the players to be able to prevent those farm down situations from occurring. With the shortened switch clock that we've had for quite some time now, it's a little bit harder to get those farm down scenarios.
And in our opening matchup, this is a great matchup for the Diggersby. And we can see the battle going ahead. Ooh, looks like maybe it was a little miscued, but I think it might have. Ooh, looks like we might be having some technical difficulties there.
Little bit of stutter there from Omero's side. He was unable to really get too much to happen. We're seeing both of the players kind of looking at the judges, see where we go from here. Looks like the Diggersby was able to throw a Fire Punch. In comes the Tinkaton, and it looks like our players are going to continue playing it out until the screen comes up, and it looks like we're going to be getting a reset on that match.
Yeah, so maybe just a little bit of refresh on the phones, clear things out, make sure we're ready for the next battles.
Our players are ready, but the phones, it didn't seem like they were.
No, maybe they didn't get a good lunch. Maybe the phones needed to get a good lunch
Or
in.
a good night's sleep, you know? When do phones ever sleep? Do you ever turn off your phone?
I don't, and I know I probably should.
I never do either, so.
All right, let's think a little bit more. We're back. So once this gets settled on the screen, we're going to be back in a decisive game number 3. Omero 1, Sustenance Eater 1. This is the winners finals for Group E. Winner does move on to day 2. So this is a very impactful game. What are some Pokemon that you are hoping to see? What we saw in the beginning, the ideal matchup would have been Diggersby into that Tinkaton. So Sustenance Eater really able to align the Diggersby properly into Tinkaton. Tinkaton can do a lot of work with play rough in that matchup, but because Diggersby is able to get to those Scorching Sands and it does such nice super effective damage, nothing like that Bulldoze damage we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, Scorching Sands and Bulldoze, slightly different moves in terms of how much damage that they put out, as well as Diggersby having that same type attack bonus. It's a bit tough, right? Because after the swap, Omero brought in his own Tinkaton, and Sustenance Eater was able to respond with the jump up. So Sustenance Eater was in a very commanding position in that match. We'll have to see if he's able to recreate that sort of positioning again, in this repeat of game number 3.
Yeah, really, and again, thinking back to games number 1 and 2, Omero bringing, really, I think the Tinkaton was the only thing that Omero brought pretty regularly, right?
Yeah, and I think, was the Stunfisk in game number 1?
I believe so. This is game number 1 with the Unova Stunfisk against the Tinkaton, and we saw the very unimpressive Bulldoze damage.
Yeah, and I think Omero might want to lean on that a bit, though it's tough, right? Because Sustenance Eater has been leaning into his Diggersby a little bit more, and that is a matchup that you don't really want to be in as the Unova Stunfisk either.
Correct. But yeah, Omero bringing really just a wide slot, like pretty much all of his Pokemon here, utilizing Tinkaton, Dusclops, and that Shadow Primeape, really not able to align the Shadow Primeape to get as much potential out of that Pokemon. We talked about how polarizing it can truly be.
Yeah, and if Omero wants to avoid polarizing matchups, I think he'll want to lean into that Dusclops again, given how safe it can be in a meta where very few Dark-type Pokemon exist. Of course, Sustenance Eater does have the Malamar, but that Malamar is also sub-Psychic typing, which makes it a lot more neutral into the Ghost typing of that Dusclops. And Dusclops does have a significant bulk advantage in that matchup.
So what now? We kind of saw the end of the Primeape there at the end of that replay. Does Omero bring the Primeape back? I feel like this is enough to put Shadow Primeape on the bench.
Yeah, I think unless he can get it aligned into that Diggersby, it's just not really worth bringing into this matchup because the other Pokemon that Sustenance Eater's been bringing, the Jumpluff, the Tinkaton, the Malamar, it just doesn't have that great matchup into those Pokemon. It's a little bit riskier to bring. We're starting off game number 3 here. It's going to be Shadow Lapras into the Diggersby. This is going to be a positive matchup for Omero. However, the Diggersby can fight back a little bit because Psywave is only neutral as opposed to Ice Shard or Frost Breath or Water Gun that Lapras could be running instead.
And so we are going to see that Protect Shield right away for the Diggersby, and then it's going to return fire with that Scorching Sands. Can Sustenance Eater get another Scorching Sands debuff? I don't hear the sound, doesn't look like it.
Unfortunate this time around. However, look at how much damage he is doing to this Lapras. He can quite easily take the Sparkling Area and throw potentially even just a Fire Punch at this point to pull a shield or pick up a knockout. Instead, we see a switch by Omero into the Shadow Jumpluff, not afraid of that Tinkaton counter switch, I guess.
Yeah, interesting that Sustenance Eater decided to throw a Fire Punch here first to chip the Jumpluff rather than hold on to the energy. But we're going to see the Tinkaton here. This is a really commanding matchup for Tinkaton. Even in Acrobatics into Tinkaton, you're going to see it maybe does a quarter health. It's just not much. So this is very commanding place for Tinkaton to be.
Very great timing from Sustenance Eater here, knowing that he's going to winch that Charge Attack tie into the Shadow Jumpluff. Play Rough going to do a lot of good neutral damage into the Jumpluff, not pick up the knockout. However, Sustenance Eater is absolutely fine taking its Acrobatics. We talk about how Bulldoze doesn't do all that much damage. Well, Tinkaton makes Acrobatics, one of the best moves in the game, look like it does not do all that much damage.
Counter-swapping in the Lapras to absorb this Bulldoze. Omero kind of recognizing that this isn't going to do very much damage. The Lapras is going to be able to hang on. It does get a Bulldoze defense drop, and because of that defense drop, Omero not able to get to that Sparkling Aria.
However, Omero now has a shield advantage into this final matchup. Foul Play is loaded, it is going to be resisted, and it's going to be the move that Sustenance Eater needs to throw at this point in time in order to not debuff himself further.
So getting a little bit of chip damage, gonna go for another Foul Play to chip a little bit more, and we actually see Omero use that Protect Shield, afraid of getting hit with a neutral superpower.
Going now for the Play Rough. This is not a bait. One shield remaining from Sustenance Eater. Does he choose to use it now? He does. That is a great call from Sustenance Eater, protecting this Malamar. He needs to be able to throw a superpower before the next Play Rough. Great timing once again. Does not pull the shield from Omero. He's saving it for a Pokemon later on, or maybe another charge move.
The superpower is not enough to knock out. We see a quick swap in to the to Sustenance Eater's own Tinkatons in order to absorb this charge attack. Would rather see it here than on one of his other two remaining Pokemon. We are at the very final stages of this game, trying to get as much Psywave damage as possible. Omero goes for the Bulldoze. I don't think it's going to be enough. It's only neutral damage. It barely does half of Malasmar's health, but there's another defense fall.
That might be impactful here as the Foul Play is going to be shielded here. Fairywind going to be doing a little bit more damage now. The Diggersby, I think, is close to another Ice Punch, or Fire Punch, excuse me, but it is not in range. Sustenance Eater is able to get the farm down and able to secure game number 3.
What amazing games. Congratulations to Sustenance Eater for winning Group E Winners Finals. Those were fantastic games, keeping me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, not as commanding of a lead in that game. 3 repeat there for him. However, he was able to utilize the momentum he could get from his Pokemon, switching out and able to capitalize on the energy advantages he had built up, as well as the pressure from Psywave from his Malamar. I think that really just goes to show why Malamar, we're seeing it a little bit more now, because even resisted into a Pokemon like Tinkaton with its steel typing, it's able to deal so much pressure because of that same type attack bonus Psywave.
Yeah, and we're going to see this great moment from Sustenance Eater able to absorb the energy so that on his own Tinkaton, I thought this defense fall could have been the end. However, able to kind of stick through. The Malamar was able to hang on. That was like 1 HP right at the end. That was so much fun. One thing I really liked about Omero, I want to point out, he used every single one of his Pokemon on the team of 6 at least once in that series, which is not something we often see. A lot of times, thinking back to some of the matches we've already casted today, trainers will just stick to one group of 3 Pokemon, maybe switch up the lead, like which Pokemon is in the lead, which one's in the back, but they kind of stick to that one formula. It's kind of fun to see, like, show me everything on your team.
And it probably just goes to show how balanced Omero's team is if he's able to bring all 6 of his Pokemon to a singular set of 3 matches. You know, you'll oftentimes have a Pokemon that you're using for bench pressure. Maybe it's Shadow Typhlosion, or maybe it's Bastiodon, something like that, where you don't necessarily want to bring it to every matchup, and it kind of pigeonholes you into utilizing your other 5 or 4 Pokemon, depending on how many Pokemon you're using for bench pressure, which makes you a little easier to read, which is definitely a benefit for the way that Omero is playing this set out. Having all 6 Pokemon available, a lot harder to read which Pokemon he's going to bring to any individual battle.
Quick question for you, Nick. Do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 2.
Wow. So do you have any like sibling rivalry going on with that?
Not really. Me and my siblings get along quite well. I don't think I've really ever had that many fights with either of my siblings.
So I know, like, as a sibling, sometimes, like, once you, like, the older sibling does really well, or, like, the first sibling does really well, it can kind of be a lot of pressure to follow it up. Let's see how Nighttime Clasher follows up Sustenance Eater's win in that last match. We can see Nighttime Clasher over here on the left. Are we going to see a win from both brothers here today?
Potentially. I'll have to agree. I am the youngest of all 3 siblings, so I definitely feel that pressure from my older siblings succeeding. They're both married, they both have kids. I'm single, I don't have kids.
But are they doctors? Do they have their doctorate?
They both do.
I didn't know that. That's fantastic. Very well-educated family, Nick. Moving on to what we can see on the screen, we have Nighttime Clasher versus Spartan L17. So we have this trainer coming from Mexico to play today, hoping to score a win here in Milwaukee. This is the winners finals you mentioned earlier. We went on to Group E. Now we're going back to Group D for this winners finals.
I'm going to put on my detective glasses here. I think I spy with my little eye. Is that the same exact team as his brother? Or is it extremely similar? I'm seeing Shadow Feraligatr, I'm seeing Shadow Jumpluff. That's looking like the same exact 6.
Well, you know, if it works, it works. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Maybe these 2 did some training together and arrived at the same conclusion.
On the other side of the field, Spartan is going to be using a significantly different team from Omero. He does have that same Unova Stunfisk, but Cradily on the team. Talonflame going to make it a little bit different for Nighttime Clasher to handle. I'm really liking the way that Talonflame pairs into Nighttime Clasher's team. Does neutral damage into the Lapras. It's got a positive matchup into the Tinkaton, the Diggersby, as well as the Shadow Jumpluff. Malamar can be a little bit iffy in the 2-shield matchup. Like I had said before, Psywave damage with that same type attack bonus can do a lot of damage, puts a lot of pressure. I believe in most energy situations and shield situations, Malamar's able to, well, not most shield situations, in the 2-shield situation, Malamar's able to farm all the way down if it has the appropriate attack stat. And then Shadow Feraligatr, if it's down energy, can actually lose to Talonflame as well.
I'm really interested in Spartan's Talonflame. We saw Talonflame take both first and second place in the Sevilla Special Championship the previous weekend. So I'm interested to see if Talonflame can have another really great performance. Does phenomenal into the Tinkaton that we've been seeing on everybody's team here in the winners finals. I think we are, what is it, 10 Tinkatons?
Oh yeah.
I think we're at all 10 for the 10 winners finals we've seen.
I had been counting up to this point, but great. We brought it back to Group D here. It is on both teams, so we are 10 for 10. Trainers at home, if you're preparing for Portland, if you're preparing for NAIC in New Orleans, if you're preparing for Worlds at this point, you better be taking notes. You better be going out on those walks to hatch those Tinkaton. I made the mistake of not actually hatching any, so I'm going to be looking for some 10Ks to hatch quite soon so that I can get one in my Pokedex.
I actually traded somebody at the challenge. I traded Tinkatons. Mine didn't turn out very well, but the one that I traded away to Heather was actually like top 10 rank Tinkaton.
When you saw her, did you say, "Hey there, Heather, would you like to trade some Tinkaton?"
I would love to get a Tinkaton. I did say that. Hey there, Heather. So I'm really glad that we got to do that trade. I'm glad it worked out for somebody else, even though it didn't work out for me. There was definitely a lot of excitement when we saw how good that Tinkaton was with its stat spread.
All right, our trainers are making the final decisions for their teams that they are going to bring into the first battle here of the Group D winners finals. The winner here will be securing their ticket to day 2 here. The loser will drop to the loser side of the bracket. They're not going to be out of it yet, but they will have to win one more time, win that losers finals in order to secure day 2. Here we go. Game number 1. It's Tinkaton versus Cradilly.
And what do you think about this matchup? We're actually not going to see too much of it. We see an immediate safe swap into the Talonflame, and I like the attack set on Spartan's Talonflame, running the Flame Charge instead of the double flying moveset we've seen in previous seasons.
Flame Charge going to be boosting up that attack stat, allowing for Spartan to have a significantly easier time of farming down. However, Nighttime Clasher is going to no-shield the first Flame Charge, get off the sparkling area, and going to pull away shields. If he's able to reach a second, it'll be a really commanding position for him. However, now he has a decision. Do I want to shield this this next Flame Charge in order to pull the second shield from Spartan, or do I let it go and take that small advantage that I've been given?
So Spartan decides is going to shield the Talonflame, and we're probably going to see one more Incinerate. But actually, we see a swap right away. Nighttime Clasher not wanting to concede a farm down. And then we're going to see the Talonflame ready to go with a charge attack. Nighttime Clasher has to make a decision, does decide to shield the fly.
Absolutely needed to shield that fly. Had that fly gone through, I'm certain it would have picked up a one-hit knockout, and his remaining Pokemon, the Tinkaton, does not like Talonflame whatsoever. It's a great charge attack tie there from Nighttime Clasher, securing the knockout, not allowing Spartan to switch out. However, he's now lost switch advantage. He does not he no longer has the hard wall of the Tinkaton onto the Cradilly. Superpower coming through, though. It is super effective damage. No switch currently available. I'd like to see Spartan throw a charge move before the switch clock comes up, and he does. He's one more fast attack away from another charge attack, and it'll be very nice for him to be able to pick up the lowered attack. However, he instead opts to switch immediately.
And we're going to start to see those heavy-hitting play roughs. No reason to try to bait with a Bulldoze because there are no Protect Shields left in play. The first play rough comes through, is going to take Lapras pretty close to half health. We can see that this Lapras is running Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam, so it's not going to fare very well in the mirror. Nighttime Clasher's Lapras also running that same attack set.
Next play rough is being reached. Sparkling Aria thrown right before. Sparkling Aria is going to do a nice little bit of chip damage here, not quite be able to pick up the knockout. As I recall, I believe that Cradilly is not at a move yet, so this overfarm from Nighttime Clasher might prove incredibly critical.
And we're going to see the play rough connect and not quite. almost knocked the Lapras out. We see Spartan swap out actually really quickly, and then we see kind of a smile and a nod as to how that played out.
And a smirk on Nighttime Clasher's face saying, I got you there. Able to catch that move. Player up now loaded. Building up extra energy, actually reaching for 2 bulldozes, playing incredibly safe here, just in case there's a move loaded on Spartan's Lapras. However, I don't think there is. I think he was just fine to go for the Fairy Wind down, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with playing to a more safe win condition.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher is on fire today using the same exact team as Sustenance Eater. Now, when we saw Sustenance Eater take the wins, we saw a lot of Tinkaton, Diggersby, and Malamar are kind of the Pokemon we saw a lot of. I don't think Sustenance Eater only utilized the Lapras once in that last matchup. So maybe we'll see Nighttime. Maybe in this matchup against Spartan, the Lapras is going to be a little bit more impactful than it was last set for Sustenance Eater.
It's tough, right? Because you have 2 grass types on Spartan's team, and without the Ice Shard pressure into Jumpluff or Cradilly, it's pretty tough to bring. But in a sense, I think it might be necessary in order to counter the Talonflame, which Nighttime Clasher doesn't have an amazing answer for outside of that Lapras.
Again, these 2 trainers running those very different ground type Pokemon. We'll have to look back at it, but here we can take a look at that Talonflame. That Talonflame on Spartan's team did a ton of work. I would say it was more impactful than easily than his other 2 Pokemon.
And unfortunately, not quite able to get the charge attack here into the Tinkaton, securing Nighttime Clasher victory. I think had he been able to land that move, he would have been able to pick up the win. But going back to the beginning of that matchup, he could have guaranteed that Rock Tomb into the Tinkaton had he thrown it before switching out.
Taking a look at the at game number 2. I thought we were already at game 3 for a moment. That last matchup was so exciting. Moving into game number 2, Nighttime Clasher needs 1 more win to secure a winner's finals for Group D. And we are going to see right away at the start of this match, Cradilly debuff with a Rock Tomb, and then Nighttime Clasher going for a superpower. This means that the Malamar is going to be 2 stages attack debuff after this.
Superpower coming through, doing good amount of super effective damage. I'll be curious to see if the next one is enough to knock out. Based on the current health remaining, I think it is going to be just enough, but it's going to be very close.
Let's take a look. Superpower comes through, and it is enough. Cradilly goes down, and we see a quick pivot by Nighttime Clasher into the Diggersby, and Talonflame just going to try to do as much as it can. This is a great matchup for Talonflame as it resists the Fire Punch and the Scorching Sands.
Yeah, this is actually exactly where Spartan wants to see this Diggersby. His 3rd Pokemon in the back is very weak to it. 1 more Incinerate, going for the Flame Charge. Now, the attack drop did occur from that Scorching Sands, so this Flame Charge will now raise it back up for neutral damage. I'm assuming 1 more Incinerate into a charge attack, but the Scorching Sands is reached first. Have to imagine Spartan shields this one up. Will we see a 2nd attack drop?
That would be quite a feat from Nighttime Clasher. We're going to see another Incinerate go through before a Fly.
Fly coming through. I think this is going to be just enough to threaten a knockout. 1 more Incinerate could come through after to pick it up. It looks like it's just shy. Fire Punch able to be thrown here. However, I think Spartan's fine with no shielding. I don't think it'll quite pick up the knockout, but I think he's going to immediately pivot to get a farm down. The Incinerate actually picks up the knockout. It'll be curious to see if it pops up. Does he have a move loaded? Yes, he has a Fly and a Flame Charge. Able to switch now. 2 shields remaining for Nighttime Clasher. Is going to have to try to find a way through this Malamar so that this Stunfisk can get onto that Lapras in the back.
And we're going to start to see those foul plays fly. And actually, Nighttime Clasher no shielding the Malamar as well. Going to put everything on the back of his Lapras. So Lapras, it's a very bulky Pokemon. So the Unova Stunfisk needs to be able to get to 3. It needs 3 discharges at least, right? Because you need all of these to take the Protect Shields.
I have to imagine Nighttime Clasher will save a Protect Shield for the move on the Talonflame. So you're right. I think he does need to get to 3 here. No shielding the first. Second one's going to pull the shield. Talonflame wins a charge attack tie into Lapras, but it's looking like he's going to be able to outpace into a second Sparkling Aria here. And I think Spartan might need to get a CMP catch.
He goes for a Flame Charge. There's the Protect Shield that Nighttime Clasher was saving just for this situation. However, the Talonflame, it's not going to be able to register another Incinerate, and the Unova Stunfisk doesn't quite have a move loaded. Nighttime Clasher is not messing around with Sparkling Aria, going right for the Ice Beam to guarantee a knockout, and Nighttime Clasher 2-0 sweeps Spartan L17 to claim the winners finals for Group D.
Yeah, that was incredibly impressive. I thought that Nighttime Clasher had a team disadvantage based on how strong Spartan's Talonflame looked into his team, but able to play around it very masterfully, making sure that the Lapras always had an opportunity to be able to do a lot of damage to pull shields. Just really well played by Nighttime Clasher. A very deserving day 2 from him here in Milwaukee.
But Spartan's not out of it yet. That was the winner's final, so he is going to go down to the loser side of the bracket and can continue his run from there. I loved seeing that Talonflame play. Definitely the MVP of the matchup, even though he Spartan was not able to bring the win home. I was really impressed by the Talonflame plays.
Talonflame coming here in, able to pick almost the knockout. Both players... Oh, actually not switching. I had forgotten about this. He got the Fire Punch off. The Incinerate knocks out. Then Spartan switch out into that Unovan Stunfisk, but not quite enough energy into this final matchup. Maybe needed to do a few more sparks in order to outpace this Lapras to its moves, or getting the ever-elusive CMP catch going into the Talonflame and getting a charge attack tie with that Lapras. I think would have been his only win condition here. But if you saw Nighttime Clasher, he was so dialed in. He was focused intently on doing those fast attacks. I don't think he was ever really planning on throwing a move before it was absolutely necessary.
That was an incredible set of battles. Really interested to see. So both Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater doing quite well and going on to day 2, which is really, really fun. But now we're actually coming up next, just taking a quick peek into the future. We're actually going to take a little bit of a break from the winner side of the bracket and take a peek down into the losers group finals as well. The groups from earlier today have now progressed to the point where we can see who's in the loser side.
It's not the final winners finals. However, it has 2 Tinkaton. So we're continuing the streak.
Yes, we said Tinkaton was going to be on the rise, but I don't think anybody predicted just how much Tinkaton we would see in day 2 is what it's taking a look like. And actually the trainers we're going to be seeing up next, this could easily be a grand finals.
Absolutely.
So seeing it as a losers group A finals is really surprising. The 2 trainers we're going to see next are SJSP versus Out of Pocket.
Before we get to that, though, we have an interview on deck. Home Slice Henry, or as our producer called him, Homie Henry, has got an interview with the brothers who ran the same team. We'll have to hear which one of them came up with it first.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and Phoebe. My name is Home Slice Henry, and I am here with, honestly, the I was going to say Wonder Twins, but they are brothers. They are twins, though. Sustenance Eater and Nighttime Clasher both making day 2 winner side of the bracket. I'm going to have to start with Sustenance Eater. I believe this is your first day 2 winner side. Talk me through that moment when you realized that your day was over and you punched your ticket to day number 2.
Yeah, so I was just using Malabar. It was just slapping around, and I knew it was going to slap all the way down. I was good to go.
Glad to hear it. And Malamar typically struggles with Tinkaton, but in that decisive game, Psy-waving down one of its worst matchups to exit with energy there. I have to imagine, upon seeing that health range, there had to be a moment of just, wait a minute, I can win this.
Yeah, it was kind of like that, but like before that, I was kind of manifesting some debuffs. You know, whenever I use Bulldoze, I'm just praying for a nice little debuff or any other mon actually, so this works out for me usually.
And big congratulations, your first day 2 on winter side, and now we got the other brother, Nighttime Clasher. This is not your first day 2 on winter side. You are a regional champion, someone who has, and something that has been a common theme so far in these interviews is kind of your influence on other players. A student of yours, August, made day 2. Your brother made day 2. You are now in day 2. Talk to me about that journey of kind of building up other players, and now you almost have this like little clique of players who are just dominating the competition.
Yeah, it's nice because as soon as I started doing pretty good in the tournaments, a lot of people have been reaching out for coaching, and I've been able to help a lot of people like make their day 2s, do really good in tournaments, get medals, all sorts of stuff. But this time I actually decided to take my brother's team because it looked a little better than whatever I was doing. So sometimes you got to be humble. You got to learn from those who are new and maybe have something that they want to share with the scene, and no one really knows about it.
And talk to me about Malamar, because Malamar has been on both of your teams and on August's team as well. So what about Malamar really made you want to bring it to this competition? Because it so far has been unbelievable in the games on stream.
It just makes me so happy, like when he's like flapping his arms and you see the side waves going one by one, lagging your entire screen, and then the superpower is like, it's always so nuclear when you like land a superpower or like bait a foul play. It feels so good and so neutral. Against like Tinkaton, like honestly, I just called the Bulldoze bait earlier and they just couldn't do anything to me. Superpower is a nuclear move.
All right, important question, and I'm going to start with Sustenance Eater here. Let's say you guys get matched up in day 2. Who's winning?
Not me.
Okay, who's winning?
Well, I think he kind of set me up for this one, but I'd be pretty confident.
Hey, well, overall, big congratulations to the both of you. Just unbelievable performance so far. And one final thing before we go, because things were looking a little dire in that first game up until you got that catch on the Lapras. Talk me through that moment, because I know the moment you saw charge attack coming through, you had to know this game is mine.
So every time you try to go for a catch, like I see it as a 50-50. Like either you get the catch or you don't. This time we were successful, and based on probability, my next catch is.
Well, hey, it worked out, and both of you guys in day number 2, not round 2. Your guys' day is done, but we'll be seeing you back here tomorrow. So big congratulations again. For content's sake, I'm a bit hoping that you guys end up getting matched up day 2, because it would be a pretty incredible matchup. But again, massive congratulations to you both, and I'll send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Henry, for that great interview with those brothers who have made day 2, the day 2 brothers. I really gotta call out Nighttime Clasher, though. Great words of wisdom. Gotta stay humble, take the better team. We figured out whose team it was. It was Sustenance Eaters. And the last thing I want to call out about that interview, Pocket's just staring at the camera the whole time, man. Get the camera off of Pocket. He doesn't deserve it.
No, I also just really love Nighttime Clasher's statement of, with catches, it's 50-50. Either you get it or you don't. That needs to go on a t-shirt, I think.
You know, Shinies, you either get it or you don't. When you click on it, it's a 50-50 chance, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Get it or you don't. What we are going to get next, though, is a phenomenal pair of trainers in SJSP and Out of Pocket, who we got to see up on the stage staring into the camera, like you mentioned. And both, again, as I mentioned earlier, this could be a grand finals with these two trainers. They are both phenomenal, but it's going to be the end of the road for one of them right now. Because this is the losers finals, one of them will move on to finish to continue on to day 2. Other one's packing, going home.
Both regional champions as well. Out of Pocket, international champion. Star-studded lineup here for losers finals of Group A. Looking at the teams, we do have the Ferret for SJ again, and on the side of Pocket, his team is looking fairly similar to that of the brothers previously. Let me double check. It is a non-shadow jump lift, with I think is the only difference.
Yeah, and really interested, again, that there's really 3 ground-type Pokemon that we've been seeing a lot today. The meta hasn't really solidified into just choosing one of them. We have Unova and Stunfisk, we have Diggersby that Pocket is running, but then we also have Claydol, like how SJSP is running. And Claydol, and we saw SJSP earlier running the Scorching Sands and Rock Tomb Claydol. That's really important to mention because we would not consider that to be a standard attack set for Claydol. Typically, it runs Ice Beam for additional coverage.
Maybe a little bit better into the Tinkaton meta that SJS was calling. I think that's realistically the only place that he wants that energy to go with the Scorching Sands. Rock Tomb gonna be better into Lapras. It's fine into Malamar. I guess Diggersby as well, but you really don't want to be in that matchup in the first place. Here we go. Great game number 1, Group A losers finals. Tinkaton into Malamar. This is a solid matchup for that Tinkaton.
Yeah, you can see just how much Fairy Wind is not really a heavy damage dealing fast attack, but you can already see how much it's chipping away at Malamar's health. It looks like Out of Pocket going right for a superpower, and then I'm imagining he's going to swap immediately into the mirror. And we're going to get to see, again, just how little and unimpressive this Bulldoze is. Let's see how SJSP is going to respond.
I have to imagine he's going to build up a little bit more energy and then switch. Oh no, actually throwing a secondary Bulldoze? I'm not super sure about this. I would have preferred for him to switch out. He has the jump bluff in the back, which I think would have been okay to switch in here. You know, earlier I was saying jump bluff is really awful matchup into the Tinkaton, but he chipped it enough. I think he could have switched if necessary.
And was able to get the Bulldoze debuff. We heard one of those go off as well. So Tinkaton throwing another Bulldoze. That did a lot more damage with that defense fall. Now the jump bluff can come in and safely Fairy Wind down. Gonna have to do it at the expense of one tanked Play Rough that is gonna do maybe about a third of the health. We see Out of Pocket switch out of his Tinkaton, preserving it with a very, very low health.
And this is a very interesting matchup where neither trainer really has great answers for the other person's Pokemon. Not a great answer on SJ's team for that Tinkaton switch in, and not a great answer for the jump bluff here from Out of Pocket. Neither Malamar nor his own jump bluff want to go into a jump bluff that's loaded with energy. Aerial Ace now shielded. Can SJ get another move off in time? Yes, he does. He goes immediately for another Aerial Ace bait, getting that last shield from Out of Pocket.
So Jump Love uses that Aerial Ace. SJM still has a full health Furret in the back. We actually see a catching on a one-turn fast attack. Very impressive by S-James. Is going to absorb that foul play. Out of Pocket's only going to get one Psy Wave in return.
Oh, and gets a catch of his own back onto the Aerial Ace. SJ a little bit frustrated with that. Going to completely undercharge, but I think this is still going to be enough to pick up the knockout, and his switch clock is not up yet, so he might just get farmed all the way down here.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. So the Malamar now has almost 2 attacks fully loaded, is just going to be able to superpower twice. S-James actually shielding the first one, which makes sense because the second superpower is going to be one stage attack dropped.
Yeah, Out of Pocket had a chance there to be a little bit cheeky, throw the foul play and then the superpower. However, the secondary superpower, even though it's one stage debuff, will do so much super effective damage. Swift is loaded onto the Furret, but it is an extremely healthy jump bluff in the back. 2 Swifts won't be nearly enough damage to knock out, and the acrobatics will be reached well before this third Swift would be reached. We see SJ give up, no shields remaining, acrobatics coming through, picking up game number 1.
That is not what I want to see from Furret, Alpha Feed. I really enjoy Furret. I think it has a lot of great neutral play, but in the back, with only 1 shield against a fully loaded Malamar, just did not have anywhere else to go. What do you think S-James was hoping for in the back? Because it definitely wasn't the jump bluff.
My guess is probably the Shadow for Alligator, potentially, or maybe even the Diggersby. Or frankly, almost anything in the back would have been fine, but Out of Pocket brought a team that was very strong into the Furret. Great catches back and forth. SJ getting this first one, neutralizing the Malamar's energy. However, Out of Pocket able to return the favor with the catchback on his own Tinkaton, and that provided him the ability to get the farm down afterwards, which was very crucial going into that final matchup.
Yeah, both trainers bringing Tinkaton, both trainers bringing a jump bluff, 1 Shadow, 1 not. The key difference here was that Furret and that Malamar matchup. So we are going to have to see how we're gonna have to see how SJames is going to adjust. If he doesn't want his tournament to end right here, right now, he has to reverse sweep out of pocket with 2 wins in a row. Furret, that might have been enough to scare Furret back onto the bench because it just didn't have anywhere to go. I wonder how SJames is gonna adjust.
Yeah, it's really scary. This is our first streamed match of the loser's side, so this is the first time that we've seen anyone with their back really up against the wall. Gonna be tough. I think maybe the Furret is not the call given how strong Out of Pocket played against it in that game number 1. The question is, what does he bring to answer it? Is it gonna be the Lapras? Or what is he going to bring instead? Is it going to be the Lapras? Is it gonna bring the Claydol? I don't think it's gonna be the Shadow Primate, but we'll have to see. It looks like our trainers are locked in, and this is a great lead for SJ. It is that Claydol into Tinkaton.
SJames might be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. Out of Pocket going to switch in his own ground type Pokemon, which is the Diggersby. SJames building up a lot of energy. I'm curious to see if he's going to switch out or stay in with the Claydol.
I think he might throw a singular Scorching Sands and then switch out, given that he does not have another amazing answer like the Claydol for the Tinkaton in the back. Scorching Sands number 2 coming through into this Lapras. I actually really like that play from SJ because it mitigates the opportunities for Out of Pocket to get those debuffs into the remaining matchup if he forces Out of Pocket to throw into his lead Pokemon.
Yeah, I really like banking all of that energy on the Claydol. And here, Lapras is a fine answer to the Diggersby, being able to throw super effective damage. Out of Pocket actually made, as soon as he can, trying to swap out into the Tinkaton to absorb these Sparkling Arias instead. The switch timers are a little misaligned because SJames stayed in that matchup so long. So we've got just another few seconds before SJames can answer again with the Claydol. He should be able to right after this charge attack is thrown.
Be interesting to see if SJ does a immediate switch and throw here, or if he stays in this matchup expecting a play rough to be thrown, maybe out predicting Out of Pocket here, maybe Out of Pocket thinking, hey, I think he's gonna bring in the Claydol, I'm going to throw my heavy hitting move here and prevent a fast attack down, but instead now is met with the Claydol. Fast attack down does not quite occur before this Bulldoze is thrown, but as we've seen time and time again, Bulldoze is just not the strongest move.
It does basically nothing. And the Shadow, now we've got Shadow Jumpluff into Malamar. Malamar definitely doesn't want to get hit with that Acrobatics. SJames has 2 Protect Shields to guard his Shadow Jumpluff from significant damage. I think this Jumpluff is starting to look really, really good.
Jumpluff is in a positive matchup here for sure. Acrobatics coming through. Out of Pocket tries to make a call, but it is the heavier hitting move, going to almost get Fairy Winded down. Just enough health to survive, get this foul play off, and pull away SJ's first shield.
Yeah, that's an easy shield for SJames. He's got this Shadow Jumpluff, looks really, really good. The Tinkaton is very low on energy. Diggersby does have a lot of energy though, because we're gonna see this first Fire Punch can connect with the Protect Shield. I think he's almost at another one.
Catches the Aerial Ace here. I think that's the okay play from SJ. It would have been really impactful if it was the Acrobatics. Aerial Ace a little bit safer to throw in that situation with the switch available, knowing that he can throw this next Aerial Ace and it will be a charge attack tie if Out of Pocket threw the Fire Punch immediately.
Now SJames has 2 attacks loaded on the Claydol. Actually goes for the Rock Tomb first. So Out of Pocket shielding a not very effective attack that's going to drop the attack of the Diggersby, make the Scorching Sands a little less impactful. I think it still might knock out. Let's see, Claydol is very bulky. Can it withstand? It does by just a hair. SJames is able to throw the Scorching Sands, and this should be enough. We've got 2 trainers who are laughing. These are such intense battles. SJames won that by a thread.
I'm pretty sure SJ did not realize that he was going to be able to hang on, but it was the absolute correct play to throw that Rock Tomb. So little health remaining on his Claydol, and had it picked up the knockout, he would have been able to get a Fire Punch into that Jumpluff, and it might have been able to pick up the knockout because I don't think the Jumpluff had another move stored.
I'm excited to see the replay of that match because especially right at the end, that was so close. Very, very exciting. And you can see, again, I love seeing the trainers laugh it off right at the end.
Bulldoze doing what Bulldoze does, which is basically no damage. In comes the Jumpluff, able to get that farm down. Fire Punch going into the Jumpluff, pulling the shield. The catch, though, into the Tinkaton, able to mitigate some of SJ's energy.
And we are going to see, as again, the laughter at the end as James not realizing his Claydol was going to hang on. Throwing that Rock Tomb first and getting that attack fall and pulling the shield from out of pocket was massive. That was beautiful endgame play from S. James. And we've been joking around all day about just how terrible Bulldoze is, but can you imagine if Tinkaton had a better second attack than Bulldoze? Like, we are already seeing it all over the place. I don't think Tinkaton needs to be more dominant with a better secondary charge attack.
Nah, we can give it to it.
Nah,
I think we're fine.
Nick just wants to see the world burn.
Heck yeah.
Moving in, we are now at a very decisive Game 3. It is the end of the road for one of these trainers, either for S. James or for Out of Pocket. Pocket seems to be a little bit more calm, cool, and collected here. S. James, I did not realize he was going to win that game. I think it came as a surprise to him. So really interested to see, can S. James keep with this momentum, or is Out of Pocket going to wrestle away a win?
Yeah, it's really tough. SJ can't really rely on too many of his Pokemon. He had basically the best lead for himself there with the Claydol into the Tinkaton, but the save swap of the Diggersby providing a little bit of threat to him. He did not feel very safe, very confident to switch out of the matchup, built up so much energy, and then only after the first Scorching Sand was thrown, then did he switch into his own Lapras. I think this Diggersby is a little bit tough for him to handle. It's not going to be amazing matchups all around for him, and he's just not been willing to bring his Shadow Primate because he knows how strong Out of Pocket is going into that Pokemon elsewhere on the team.
Taking a look at our decisive game number 3, we have a Tinkaton mirror match. These Tinkaton are going to be throwing Bulldoze into each other. I'm interested to see, are we going to see a catch? How are these trainers going to set up their back lines? We have the Jumpluff and the Lapras for S. James P, and we have the Diggersby and the Malamar on the side of Out of Pocket. So this could be really critical how this first matchup plays out to set up success for the Pokemon in the back.
Both trainers getting the defense drop there, but we did crucially see that SJ was winning the charge attack tie. Very strangely enough, these trainers are overfarming to the exact same energy counts and throwing their charge attacks a second charged attack tie, but not when the moves are being reached, but significantly after.
I think these two trainers must just be on the same wavelength. We're seeing Bulldoze do a little more damage due to the defense drop, and then we see looked like perhaps an attempted catch, and now we're at Diggersby versus Lapras. What do you think of this matchup, Nick?
I just want to say SJ is in Out of Pocket's mind right now, knowing that he's not going to throw on charge attack tie because he knows he's going to lose it, so he overfarms with his Tinkaton. In comes the Lapras, the answer to this Diggersby, and I think SJ is just in a really commanding spot here.
This S. James just needs to continue with this momentum. I think that Shadow Jumpluff in the back looks really good as well. We've been talking about just how impactful Acrobatics has been for Shadow Jumpluff, so we're going to have to see. Lapras should be able to tank the Scorching Sands no problem, so we see S. James clearly no shield that, and then are we going to get to see a Psywave down?
It looks like a simultaneous switch into the final matchup here. It is going to be the Jumpluff into that Malamar. Jumpluff doing super effective Fairy Wind damage here. Psywave damage is adding up just as fast, but the first foul play is coming through.
I think we're setting up for a really exciting end game. We've got I think we're going to have 3 Pokemon all with very low health, and we're going to have 3 Pokemon with very low health. We've got all of our Protect Shields remaining. I think this is going to be some very exciting stuff.
A huge call on that Aerial Ace there from Out of Pocket. However, it's going to put him in a bit of a tricky spot, given that he's now a little more susceptible to a Fairy Wind down. He's going to be able to reach a third foul play there, but there are still 6 Pokemon left on the field of play. So many catch opportunities remain.
And we see Jumpluff get to the aerial ace, but then S. James makes the catch out of pocket, kind of deciding how many bubbles, how powerful do I want this foul play to be. It does knock out, so now S. James has the decision to make. Do I bring in the Jumpluff? Do I bring in the Tinkaton? Out of pocket still has a Protect Shield, so he has to pull the Protect Shield away and knock out the other 2 Pokemon in the back.
He has energy on the Tinkaton. Both of these trainers are above a Bulldoze. However, Out of Pocket does have the shield. He's going to be able to farm up extra energy here. He's going to want to throw before the aerial ace, but no, he doesn't want to throw before the aerial ace. He wants to catch the aerial ace.
So now the Diggersby is going down. Out of Pocket's Tinkaton has to knock out both the Jumpluff and the opposing Tinkaton. So Out of Pocket needs to throw the heavy-hitting Play Rough in order to knock the Jumpluff out. But there's a Bulldoze loaded. S. James needs 2 of them, though, and doesn't quite get there. So Out of Pocket, this Bulldoze is going to connect, knock out the opposing Tinkaton. Out of Pocket has secured day 2 going through the losers finals of Group A. That is end of the road for S. James today.
Holy, what a game number 3 there. Can we get 2 more? Can we get these players to sit back down and play 2 more and make it a best of 5? Because gosh, that truly felt like a grand finals at a international or worlds level event.
That's exactly what I said at the beginning of this match. I'm surprised it wasn't the grand finals today, but Out of Pocket is going to be continuing on through the loser side of the bracket tomorrow, trying to get to that grand final seat. For S. James today, that is the end of the road, but phenomenal battles. I knew from the moment I saw all 3 Pokemon still on the screen, we've got all these Protect Shields still remaining, that it was going to be a fast-paced endgame with lots of catches, lots of switches, really exciting stuff.
Yeah, just a little bit better at positioning for Out of Pocket there. With that extra shield, allowed him a little bit more flexibility of when he wanted to throw his moves. He had the safety net of that final shield, allowed himself to go get his opponent, get the energy to that aerial ace, and still get that final critical catch, putting his Tinkaton in that winning position. Just beautiful plays all around.
Yeah, I'm excited to go ahead and see the final highlights of those battles. It is going to be so great to go ahead and check those highlights out. We are going to be taking a break here, but you go ahead and watch those highlights, and we will be back with some more exciting battles after this.
Love Bay. GG's. Dude, I was like so close. Oh my god, that was a weird game.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Home Slice Henry, and welcome to A Slice of Home, where today we are interviewing more trainers, talking about the local scene and the impact that it's had on their tournaments. Now, today I'm joined by Septile Ice, a trainer who, throughout this 2025 competitive season, this has been a season of transformation from a battler who attended quite a few regionals and was able to get a top cut or two to now pretty consistently top cutting. So talk me through what has helped you kind of make that jump here in your play.
As much practice as possible and studying matchups, knowing the ins and out of my entire team.
That's awesome. And it sounds like from what you're mentioning off camera as well, that a lot of that practice can take place in your local tournaments. It sounds like you have a pretty accomplished competitor as one of your locals, and that can kind of help with this process of really testing teams and really working out, like, is this going to be a strategy that can help take you to the top?
I don't know if they...
Yes,
I got denied
Out of
with my
Pocket
gator,
is my
actually.
local, so I do see him from time to time. We're not always at the same tournaments, but it's always one of us there, so it gets pretty competitive, and it's very helpful for practice.
Glad to hear it. And now, so walk me through this season so far, because I did allude to it a bit earlier where you've had quite a few top cuts here. So what has been your results so far this season?
I am 4 for 5 on top cuts. My only bad tournament was San Antonio, where I got 17th. I have Toronto, where I was finalist, so pretty good.
Honestly, if 17th is considered an off tournament, it seems like the process is really working for you. And again, another case where we see these local tournaments having pretty big impacts on helping battlers have really consistent results from tournament to tournament. Now, final question here for you, Septile, while I have you, is what advice would you give to a trainer who is potentially looking to kind of branch out and test the waters maybe and try out a local tournament for the first time?
Just go out there. It's a lot of fun. Everybody's nice. We always have a good time. You can run off meta picks. You can run serious meta picks. Either way, it's a good time.
Thank you so much for sharing your insight, Septile. And back to the Pokemon action.
Bumper goes down. That means Elite is your Sacramento Regional Grand Champion.
Undefeated on day number 2 for Elite, not dropping a single set. What impeccable plays from Elite.
I first got involved in middle school. It was Pokemon Gold and Silver. My friend showed it to me, and then I started playing it, and I got hooked to the main series. And ever since then, like I've been like on and off with Pokemon until about the start of COVID, like 2020. That's when I started getting more into Pokemon Go. And yeah, I've just been playing PvP and getting better. I remember I was in a daycare and I was watching the anime, and it was the first season of Indigo Plateau, and I just remember sitting on the couch in the daycare just watching it, and yeah, I was enjoying it a lot. So I started playing with my friends, just out and about, just walking around. And it was ever since Go Battle League started. I wanted to be like really good at Pokemon, and I wanted to compete in the World Championship. At the time, Pokemon Go wasn't a part of the competitive circuit, but I like started playing it, and like I enjoyed the game, and I felt like I could get good at it. So I put in more time in practice, and then eventually the game joined the circuit. Then I started taking things even more seriously, and I'm qualified for the World Championship.
And he's going to be the 3rd trainer from North America to have that guaranteed invitation to World Championships.
I want to do well in Worlds. I don't want to put a placing on it, but I want to do like really good in Worlds this year, and I'm going to prepare for it. It's just mainly game mechanics for me, like just learning and mastering those, like counting my opponent's fast moves and knowing exactly when they're going to get to the charge moves, and just keeping that all in my head like the whole game.
We're going to see Elite take it.
It was when I played Caleb Hank in the finals, the grand finals, when I went 6-0. It was that whole day really. Just starting from the losers bracket, going all the way back up into the grand finals, and then ending up winning it all. That's definitely the biggest moment for me. It's not really looking up, because I like to think of myself as a good player. I think everyone else has like a chance to win. But yeah, I would say Wadaj and my friend Pocket as well. I think those two are really good players, and I'd like to stay like on par with them. Originally, I had a drive to win, and I still have that drive, right? But it started to become more like a drive to just be with friends and hang out with everyone that like I've made really good friendships with, and yeah, just to play the battles and just enjoy my time here.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Home Slice Henry, joined by the one and only Softove here behind the desk with more exciting action from the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
That's right, we're still in day one, but the battles are definitely heating up. We've started to see, some of the trainers that are making day two on the winner's side, especially from those earlier groups, but we're actually going to be jumping down to the lower half of the bracket to see who's going to be filling out the loser side of the bracket as well.
It looks like we have some losers finals on our agenda here today, and that means these trainers are one best of 3 away, so close to qualifying for day number 2 here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, just to give a little bit of a preview, these are actually both trainers who have been on the circuit for a very long time. They've both been successful. I believe they've actually both been to a grand finals, and that's going to be Dijon on the left. I believe we've already seen him on the stream earlier today, and Beach on the right.
Now, for those who've been watching the Pokemon Go competitive series for a while, there may be an old meta monster on the right side. That is Lantern. Lantern, I never thought I'd see it again here, but here it is in a losers finals, and it looks like that Beach is actually opting for Water Gun on that Lantern.
And we've started to see a lot more Tinkaton on the field as well as the day has progressed. So you mentioned the Lantern on Beach's side. Definitely it might have play into the Tinkaton. Also maybe the Golisopod, even though it has Water Gun, and then resisting all the charge attacks from Jumpluff. So that's going to be key. But I do think that a key core in this meta is going to be Tinkaton plus a Water. So I would expect to see something of that form maybe from both of these trainers.
Tinkaton plus a Water has consistently been a winning strategy all day. Another strategy that's worked out really nicely has been just 2 shielding Shadow Primate. Beach has a Shadow Primate, but looks like he has opted for Ice Punch. So Ice Punch offers really nice coverage when a lot of teams are running Shadow Jumpluff. You have that incredible 5-4 pacing, and a double super effective move from a Pokemon with an attack stat of Primate is no joke.
Yeah, up 1 Karate Chopper, even just on even energy, Primate can definitely take out Jumpluff, even if it's flying around in the sky there. But looks like we're already locking into game number 1 here. We've got Lapras on the left for Dijon versus Tinkaton on the right for Beach.
Now, the Shadow Lapras does have a pretty different matchup against Tinkaton compared to the regular, whereas with the regular Lapras, 2 Sparkling Arias, that's something that is not really a problem for Tinkaton. But as we see this damage land, as Beach puts up a no-shield, watch Tinkaton's health bar. It's going to be in the yellow, and that's because of that shadow difference. You can actually pick up a KO with 2 Sparkling Arias and the Psywaves.
And I think that's definitely the rationale for bringing the Shadow Lapras. It's pretty much just for this Tinkaton matchup, because in most other matchups, your Psywaves are actually doing the same amount of damage, and you're taking more damage. But if you look at this matchup in particular, like you said, those Psywaves are just shredding at the Tinkaton's health.
Tinkaton opting to fully let itself get knocked out here. Lapras, early control of switch advantage, but Golisopod hits the field.
This is the first of 2 Waters on Beach's side. You do resist all of Lapras's charge attacks, so Beach is just going to let this go, maybe try to commit for the full Shadow Claw down.
That would be an aggressive farm down. Sparkling Aria does quite a lot of damage. Golisopod taking so much damage here. Can it get the farm down? Yes, but it's lost 3/4 of its health bar already.
Has tons of energy, but like you said, not much HP. Jumpluff does come in, Beach does a Shadow Claw and throws an X-Scissor. This is going to be neutral damage, but as we know, Jumpluff is very bulky, so it's going to be able to take it no problem.
Jumpluff shrugs off that damage, continues to farm. Another X-Scissor fired off by the Golisopod. And for Dijon, if he wants to, he can afford to survive this damage, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, he does take the damage, maybe thinking once the Golisopod is this low, the Jumpluff doesn't have much utility. Does bank an Aerial Ace though, and now all of a sudden we have Lantern, that very old school Pokemon facing off against Tinkaton, the newest Pokemon added to the meta.
Lantern going to be firing off a Surf. We will see the shield from Tinkaton. Bulldoze is super effective damage, but does not get same type attack bonus. It's very low damage overall, so will we actually see the play rough? No, instead opting for the Bulldoze. 50-50 chance at a defense drop, and it pulls a shield from Beach.
Yeah, there were still 2 shields up from Beach, so I'm not surprised to see Dijon just kind of settling for the Bulldoze. He is probably going to continue to build up to play rough, though, as we see him fire off the second Bulldoze.
Now, this one will be no-shielded. Beach confident that even at -1 defense, calling the Bulldoze bait, and we do not see a debuff come through on this occasion.
Yeah, but the Lantern is getting quite low now, but this is yet another Bulldoze coming from Dijon, and now the Lantern is pretty much in the range where the Bulldoze is going to threaten to knock it out. You have just a little bit of health, but Beach decides to switch out into the Golisopod.
There's the switch into the Jumpluff, and Jumpluff able to force the final shield. A quick switch in by Dijon means that the Golisopod did not have time to react and click X-Scissor.
Yeah, there goes the X-Scissor now, but at this point the Golisopod is so low, I'm pretty sure that Dijon could just go for a full Fairy Wind down, and that's probably what he's going to do as soon as this Jumpluff goes down.
Back in comes Tinkaton. Tinkaton looking for the farm down. Galisapod makes a last-second charge attack. That is going to grab the shield of the Tinkaton. And then for Beach, all his hopes rest in that Lantern.
All right, well, Dijon does have a bulldoze now. It is charge attack priority, though, so we're going to have to see. Well, actually, no. I was going to say we have to see if the Thunderbolt takes out the Tinkaton, but Tinkaton does win charge attack priority. It is bulky, but not that bulky, and down goes the Lantern for Beach.
So the new meta taking care of the old meta here at game number 1. Dijon expertly piloting that double fairy wind strategy here with Tinkaton and the Shadow Jumpluff. And that moves him 1 game closer to day number 2.
And that core has just been so powerful. Jumpluff, of course, protecting Tinkaton from Mudslappers like the Claydol. And, of course, you know, Fairy Wind is a very efficient, fast attack as well.
Galisapod from Beach, I definitely understood the idea. He really wanted to try and use Galisapod as a sweeper. Its energy can go far in a lot of matchups, but Shadow Jumpluff, being able to absorb those 2 X-scissors without having to concede a Protect Shield, really, honestly, unfortunately, neutralized that advantage that Beach was going for. Sacrificed so much health for the energy, but didn't get the value out of the energy that he was hoping for.
Yeah, Galisapod is interesting because it looks really, really flexible, actually, into both of these teams. Has a lot of neutral play, can deal, neutral damage to just about everything. But, you know, like we saw coming out of that lead matchup, Beach went for this really aggressive farm down. And I think to kind of use Galisapod to its full potential, you need both health and energy, and Beach only had 1.
Yeah, there was just a bit too much HP remaining when Galisapod tried that farm down. And, I mean, Sparkling Arias resisted, but that combined with the Psy Waves, it just lost so much ground, really made it difficult for any kind of traction to be generated there. But I do kind of want to circle back to Lantern. It unfortunately lost the charge tech priority tie, but it was a bit interesting to see Lantern get brought into this particular matchup.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the advantage that Dijon got really came from being a Shadow Lapras, and the match is going under review. I think they're checking whether Tinkaton should win charge attack priority. I mean, that could depend on the stats of the Pokemon, but I think the vast majority of the time, Tinkaton does take that one.
I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've had to think about Lantern the fish as a Pokemon. So I will defer to your knowledge on this one. But as you saw there, the Thunderbolt was loaded. Tinkaton getting to fire off that Bulldoze. And Thunderbolt, I imagine, would have been enough to knock out if Lantern did win the charge attack priority tie. So looks like they're doing a double check just to make sure everything did work as intended.
Yeah, it should be a relatively simple check. There's a couple things. One is, you know, checking whether Tinkaton does in fact win charge attack priority, and then another, I mean, whether the Thunderbolt takes out the Tinkaton from there. And I guess if this shiny Lantern has a lot of attack, it is theoretically possible for both of the things that I just mentioned to go in Beach's favor.
That is a very fair point. I'm a little rusty on my Lantern damage calculations. I'll be honest, flying here to Milwaukee, I was not expecting to see a Lantern, but clearly it's made it to losers final, so it has been doing something right. And the water gun did really add up over time against that Tinkaton, which honestly made the matchup a lot closer than I was expecting.
Yeah, if we're thinking about why Lantern kind of dropped out of the meta, it's really, I think, because it lost a lot of the pacing with Surf now being 45 energy instead of 40, which is what it was previously. And, you know, in this new meta where everything feels like it gets to a charge attack in 5 seconds or even 6, you know, Lantern not being able to get to Surf quite as quickly has really just kind of pulled it out. But I guess Beach is trying to bring the water type back to Milwaukee.
And with Water Gun, I imagine it would actually match up surprisingly okay into a Pokemon like Claydol. Like we have seen some Scorching Sands Claydols, but if they're on Rock Tomb Ice Beam, then you're consistently only hitting for neutral with your charge attacks, whereas Lantern can chip away with those super effective water guns. So I imagine it is, the idea behind Lantern is it's an electric that surprisingly is pretty fine into a lot of the grounds, like a Unova Stunfisk or like the Claydol.
That's true. The super effective water guns definitely help it out, and we haven't seen much Gastrodon today, which would be of course, the Mudslapper that doesn't take super effective from water there. So I can see why Beach thought Lantern might have been decent into the meta.
And it very nearly was. That's a bit of an interesting meta trend that we've seen a lot more Diggersby this weekend and a lot more Claydol, and it seems Gastrodon, which proved to be a very nice pick in an Azumarill Shadow Dropion environment because it offered a lot of neutral play there. It could survive a hit no matter what was throwing it. But it seems like people are opting for a different flavor of ground type now that Tinkaton has made its entrance into the meta.
Yeah, key point there is about trying to address the Tinkaton, right? Because I think prior to last week, it was really just, or sorry, last meta shift, it was really just Claydol that was the ground type, but now people are exploring Pokemon like, Stunfisk, Diggersby. We even saw a Clodsire earlier to try and deal with the Tinkaton. So yeah, there's a lot of variety in the ground types right now.
And I really like to see that variety. Honestly, from the top on down, like the fact that Tinkaton is only, I mean, it's #1 in usage. It's still below 40%.
Well,
so,
we'll see about day 2.
Yeah, day 2, I'm expecting day 2 to look quite a bit different because as the day has progressed, I think it's no accident that suddenly we're seeing a lot of Tinkaton because Tinkaton, for the battlers who brought it, is proving to be a very successful strategy just by the fact that it has an incredible defensive typing, and Bulldoze may not be the greatest move ever in terms of damage, but it does offer really nice consistency, a consistent 10 turns to a move, and in that game especially, a Bulldoze debuff on that first Bulldoze and it was a shielded Bulldoze at that, really helped simplify things for Dijon.
Yeah, I have a little challenge for those of you at home who are maybe looking at this matchup as we're waiting to hear the results of the review. Try and build a team of 6 that doesn't have Tinkaton and then tell me that you're satisfied. Because what I found is that Tinkaton just basically fills every weakness that you can think of, right? It covers regular Lapras, not Shadow. Covers Pokemon like Cradily, which it's really easy to be weak to. It covers the fighters, which it's also really easy to be soft to. And it just has so much defensive utility, as you mentioned. And then, of course, I mean, Steel, as we know, is the best defensive typing, but Fairy paired with that just really gives it such great coverage.
I'm liking the variety in Steel types that we have with Tinkaton. Also, we've seen a rise of Corviknight as well, and other Pokemon with an incredible defensive typing. I know lore-wise, I believe Tinkaton usually does pretty well into Corviknight, but here in Pokemon Go PvP, I believe that Corviknight pretty comfortably has the upper hand there by just completely walling any move Tinkaton could ever hope to throw.
Yeah, and I think, we were talking about the rise of ground types, but I think Corviknight with that, of course, super effective sand attack and then resisting all of Tinkaton's charge attacks, I think that's a big reason that we've seen the rise of Corviknight.
When it comes to Tinkaton, I also really like the fact that it does a really good job at shutting down some of the more flexible picks that I feel like can kind of run away with matches. Like we have seen Furret go for a Trailblaze and suddenly boosted Sucker Punches are shredding through a team. We've seen Malamar do incredibly well so far. I believe we already have 3 Malamars in day #2. The Squid cannot be stopped. But that's another matchup where Tinkaton can do very, very nicely. So I really like what you said, that for those who have access to Tinkaton and have already done the trades, you got in a good one. It really simplifies the team building process so much to have this Pokemon.
Yeah, you talked about Malamar and how we think we have 3 into day 2. Well, let's just remember those are all 3 from the same team and the same kind of little group of training partners, you could say. Of course, that's the Pocket Nighttime Clasher Sustenance Eater team. But, speaking of Malamar, we are going to have Shadow Malamar introduced to the game in just a couple of weeks here. So I'm curious to see whether that's going to shake up the meta for Portland at all, or if people are going to, kind of just play it safe and pretty much stick with the Milwaukee meta.
I was taking a look at Shadow Malamar. Obviously, this is a very early look. It hasn't released yet, but there are some very interesting... I think there's some merit to potentially running an attack away Shadow Malamar, because if you can really maximize out that Psywave damage, Psywave being the 1 turn, one extra damage per Psywave can add up so much over the course of a battle, and we actually saw that. I mean, it was the Shadow Lapras into the Tinkaton. 1 extra Psywave damage can make such a huge difference in terms of the Tinkaton. Just looks like it's slowly getting, like its health bar is just getting dissolved throughout the course of the battle. It's just gone in a split second.
Yeah, so what you're really looking for in an ideal Shadow Pokemon when you compare it to the regular non-Shadow form is whether you can do more damage but not take more damage. And, Shadow Lapras is one of those Pokemon where, other than the Tinkaton matchup, that's actually really not the case most of the time. Most of the time, the Psywave damage actually stays the same and you're literally just taking more damage. But there are a lot of Shadow Pokemon out there. I mean, I'm thinking of like Shadow Gligar and past years where you would literally just do more damage and not take more damage. It's like a free upgrade. And so that's kind of what we'll be on the lookout for when we're trying to evaluate whether Shadow Malamar has a place in this meta.
I do have very high hopes for Shadow Malamar because we've seen the regular Malamar. It just I mean, it put in so much work, and it looks like we do actually have a ruling here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like that first game is going to go through. I think part of the reason we were waiting a little bit longer is I think there was actually an appeal off that first ruling. But looks like Dijon is going to be able to take that game 1-0. So I think we're just going to be rolling straight into game number 2.
And I'm excited to see, do we see the Lantern again? Lantern almost able to pull off the miracle win, but losing that charge attack priority tie at the end. Or do we potentially see an adjustment? Because Shadow Primate was not brought in game number 1. But looking across this team, I mean, what realistically wants to take Shadow Primate energy? It looks quite scary.
Actually, this is going to sound strange, but I think Lapras wants to take the Shadow Primate energy. It doesn't want to take the fast attacks, but you can take those non-stab Rage Fists relatively well.
That's a fair point. We have one battler locking in, the second battler making last-second adjustments here, because for Beach, this is win or go home. And for Dijon, if he wins, he gets into day number 2.
And I did mention that I think both of these trainers have been in the grand finals before. They've been very, very close to that #1 spot, but not quite gotten it. But I think it's actually been a while since either of these trainers has really made that kind of deep day 2 run, and this match right here could definitely be their ticket in.
And I believe Dijon does do quite a bit of judging as well, so it is cool to see him as opposed to sitting behind the table, sitting in the competitor's chair for a change, and showing that, hey, he is an incredibly good battler, and it's so awesome to have trainers who are such good battlers as judges.
Absolutely. It's definitely a treat and a reward for the players as well to have their games in such good hands. But let's get right into game number 2. We've been waiting long enough, and it's actually going to be a Golisopod mirror.
It looks like one of these Golisopod is actually shiny. You absolutely love to see the shiny Golisopod, but who will win the charge attack priority tie here? It's going to be Dijon, and this X-Scissor gets to be fired off first.
Yeah, Dijon did get to fire off the X-Scissor first, and let's see whether Beach was able to lock in that X-Scissor. Looks like he was, so we're going to have to see whether these trainers decide to just stay in the lead right here, or maybe Beach tries to make a catch on the second charge attack.
Let's take a peek at the back line. We have, it's actually Tinkaton plus Water for both trainers here. Tinkaton plus Water. We're now going to see the switch out into the Tinkaton, and now Beach is going to send in his own Tinkaton.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup because a lot of the times you don't want to send in your Pokemon into the mirror behind energy. Tinkaton, it's still not great too because you have to take these super effective bulldozes, but it's actually not the worst thing in the world because you can take several and maybe even switch out at the end if necessary.
We do not see a bulldoze here. Sorry, we do not see a bulldoze debuff on the first bulldoze, but now Beach, 50-50 chance at the debuff, and the debuff does come through.
He is still behind on energy though, so Dijon is already at the next bulldoze. Again, obviously the second bulldoze is not going to be threatening the Tinkaton, but let's watch what happens when these trainers try to reach for their third one.
Beach will get to another bulldoze. Even debuff, Dijon will be able to hang on, but this is going to be doing more damage than it typically would. And we do have that water gun Lantern lurking in the back. If shields are down, then Thunderbolt could be quite deadly for that Lapras.
All right, bulldoze coming through for Dijon here, and Beach is just going to be letting it go, maybe hoping that the water gun Lantern can start getting ahead on energy. Oh, but actually, Beach's Tinkaton hangs on there, but maybe losing a couple turns there, not quite able to reach for the bulldoze, and now Beach has a decision to make, whether he wants to come in with the Golisopod or the Lantern, and he decides to reveal the Lantern.
Lantern is going to hit the field. We are going to see Bulldoze launched by the Tinkaton. Bulldoze not going to do a ton of damage, but it is still super effective. Now we're going to see the switch out here into the Shadow Lapras, and in the 2-shield, Shadow Lapras is just going to completely overwhelm in this matchup.
Yeah, despite the typing disadvantage, you're actually dealing neutral damage with your Psywaves and resisting the fast attacks of the Lantern. So this is a nice switch by Dijon, just kind of making sure he stays ahead in this game. Beach isn't even at the Thunderbolt yet, so you see the very slow pacing of the Lantern. And meanwhile, Dijon already at another Sparkling Aria.
We will see the bait from Beach and the immediate shield from Dijon. Dijon knows Water Gun not going to be threatening, so as long as he can shield up a potential Thunderbolt, he should be in a very nice spot. Another Sparkling Aria comes through, and for Beach, he's just running out of health on all available Pokemon.
Yeah, he is going to shield up the Sparkling Aria because, like you said, just running very, very low on health. Maybe the last hope effort is that you can somehow land a Thunderbolt through the shield, but Dijon already paces to a third Sparkling Aria. That's going to be enough to take out the Lantern.
Lapras just spamming out these charge moves, lightning fast speed. In comes Golisopod, and there's going to be the combo play. Dijon stored the X-Scissor from earlier, and now will get to pick up that knockout.
And that is going to be a second victory for Dijon. Still had 3 Pokemon remaining at the end of the match, so definitely a very commanding victory. And it looks like both of these trainers are, okay with that match outcome. And Dijon, of course, going to be advancing to day number 2 in the top 16.
Very well done by Dijon there. That Shadow Lapras has proved to be some very, very cool tech. Going up against that Tinkaton, being able to just provide that extra damage that we've seen the regular Lapras almost feel like it's floundering a little bit against Tinkaton, but that Shadow Lapras, my goodness, that change in damage is instantly noticeable.
I feel like that's pretty much the one matchup that you bring Shadow Lapras for, so it's definitely really rewarding when you see, the practice, the preparation, the studying of matchups really kind of pay off as we saw in that game number 1. But this is that game number 2. We were in this Tinkaton mirror for quite a while, and Beach actually survived a lot of bulldozes there, but of course the Lantern not able to close things out with 2 shields left on the field.
And Water Gun Lantern, maybe if it had Spark, it could have been a different story into that Lapras, but these water guns are just doing such little damage. And then Dijon with the exclamation point at the end, sniping with the X-Scissor, removing that energy and taking the series 2-0.
Very comfortable game there. Still had a shield at the end, had a lot of energy, had all 3 Pokemon. So nice games from Dijon. And Beach, on the other hand, unfortunately his run is going to come to an end here in Milwaukee. But I mean, we see Beach at a lot of tournaments, so I'm sure he'll be bouncing back in no time.
One thing that I do want to highlight is just I'm very impressed by Dijon. And Dijon, throughout that series, it really felt like he was playing at a very precise manner. Like he was making sure that his swaps were very timely, charge attacks timed very well, and it's really nice to see like such crisp mechanics get rewarded, because it is just it is poetry to watch. It's just incredible.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just Dijon's demeanor on stage or maybe it's his experience as a judge, but I feel like he just kind of is very calm, very precise, as you mentioned, and really just kind of knows what he wants to do, right? When there's a switch from the other side, he's not panicking. He's kind of just like, okay, like maybe let me farm up a bit, let me throw my charge attack, and then I'll counter swap or something like that. So I feel like Dijon definitely kind of has the whole game, available in his mind that he can foresee.
We've seen some unbelievable battles so far, and I'm actually excited to hear from the viewers who are watching at home. It sounds like we have some social media posts queued up here. And the first one from Alan saying, had a great time exploring Cape Town after Johannesburg, ready to go home and find ways to keep getting better and help grow the #PlayPokemon community, #PokemonGo.
Yeah, so for those of you who might have missed it, Alan actually traveled all the way from North America to go to the Johannesburg special event in South Africa. So you see that backpack that he won there as part of his prizing. He's already earned his invite to Worlds with that win. So congratulations to Alan, and I hope you're having a great rest of your trip there in Cape Town.
Next up, we have Zionic. Good morning. First live stream watch party today on YouTube for @PlayPokemon Milwaukee Regional Tournament. And we do get to see Zionic there boasting his stats and a pretty nice Tinkaton hammer for his avatar as well.
Zionic, one of our fantastic colleagues from Europe. So great to see him excited and ready to kind of share and showcase these North American battles as well.
And finally, from Crimson K19 Trainers, #PlayPokemon, #PokemonGo.
A very simple caption, but I think he got the idea across, right? He's looking at those medals, and if you know Crimson and you've watched especially some of those early streams in Indianapolis, maybe you might recall that Crimson has a couple of medals of his own, but we've actually got another post here from Lou the Pikachu, another one of our European colleagues. I've been enjoying the broadcast while painting a spooky friend. Okay, if she made that on the left, that is incredible, and Lou is very, very talented. That is a beautiful Galarian Corsola.
That is unreal talent, my goodness. And it finishes off by saying, a Pokemon that helped carry Icelandic Lapras to victory earlier this season, #PlayPokemon. It's just, I am a bit at a loss. That is unbelievable artwork there from Lou. I'm left speechless, Soph. I don't know what to say.
That's pretty beautiful. I hope she's able to maybe enter some of those. I know we have TCG artwork competitions sometimes, so definitely hope to see Lou maybe submitting some art into that in the future.
And it looks like we do have some information about our next losers finals. This is going to be for Group C. It looks like we're going to have Teddy Bear versus Elmo is Innocent.
That's right. I think we saw Teddy Bear earlier in the stream. I believe he lost to Rise to Occasion, who has advanced to day number 2. And now Teddy, kind of lost his chance earlier in the winners finals, but trying to kind of find that opportunity still here in the losers finals.
Now, Pokemon, I'm very happy to see, and it's surprisingly not furred, is Shadow Blastoise. Shadow Blastoise, we saw, I believe it was Dialap at a previous regional, have a great result running Shadow Blastoise. He had this really innovative strategy of the moment he could get any kind of an advantage, like he could get some damage on the opponent or grab a shield, Shadow Blastoise hit the field, and it really felt like it had opponents fighting for their tournament lives as Shadow Blastoise continued to roll and deal massive oppressive pressure.
I think we saw a regular Blastoise earlier in the stream just get kind of demolished by a Primeape, but this is actually a Shadow Blastoise. Gonna hit a little bit harder with those Hydro Cannons. Maybe that's gonna help out with some of these matchups, especially against Tinkaton. I could imagine the Hydro Cannon doing more would be pretty helpful, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look at this matchup between Teddy Bear and Elmo. Is there anything else that stands out to you besides the Primeape on Teddy Bear's team?
We are seeing a lot of Unova Stunfisk, and Unova Stunfisk again making an appearance on Teddy Bear's team. He's chosen to pair it up with 2 grass types, Shadow Jumpluff and, oh, look at Elbow there, wonderful stuff, and Credilli, and then has that ever-dangerous Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Primeape, and Tinkaton. So a few bulky options for Teddy Bear, but also it feels like he has quite a few Pokemon that at any time could be incredibly deadly sweepers.
We were talking about the diversity of ground types out there, and I see Elmo is innocent, actually has 2, has both the Cradilli and, the Claydol and the Clodsire there, and we haven't seen a lot of action from Clodsire, but I think it actually has a lot of play into Teddy Bear's team, so I'm curious if Elmo decides to bring it.
Yeah, Clodsire doesn't really, I would say probably its worst matchup would be the Shadow for Alligator, but up a little bit of energy, that's surprisingly fine for the Clodsire because Shadow Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr hits everything hard, but the fact that Clodsire can absorb that damage and still survive the Shadow Claws after, Clodsire could prove to be a bit of an X factor in this matchup potentially.
Yeah, curious to see whether Elmo decides to bring it. There's still a lot of other options on the table though, including that Golisopod, which I think can hit everything here for neutral or super effective damage. So that could also be another nice pick for Elmo.
We do have double lock-ins here. It's losers finals, a trip to day 2 on the line. Elmo is innocent versus Teddy Bear.
And this is the Shadow Jumpluff for Elmo versus the Cradilli from Teddy Bear. And this is a very weird matchup. You would expect the Flyer to be able to handily beat the grass type on the ground, and that is Cradilli. But with his super effective rock types, it's actually quite an uncomfortable matchup.
And we see an immediate no shield from Elmo. Teddy Bear willing to concede a free Fairy Wind in exchange for locking down a debuff before any damage gets applied onto that Cradilli.
And Acrobatics is going to come through, but like you said, because Teddy Bear was able to get that attack drop, he's going to be happy to let that first Acrobatics go and not have to expend a Protect Shield so early in the game.
Another Rock Tomb is reached, and this Rock Tomb will be enough to knock out the Jumpluff. Elmo now with a difficult decision, and he will actually invest a Protect Shield into the Shadow Jumpluff, which is now 2 stages debuffed.
Yeah, tons of energy on this Jumpluff. So Acrobatics coming through with both of the debuffs. I'm actually not sure whether this is enough to take out the Cradilli. Looks like it barely isn't, but that just means maybe some extra energy from Elmo. And yeah, he actually wants the extra energy on his Blastoise instead of on the Jumpluff.
Able to preserve that Jumpluff, resetting that 2-stage attack drop. Primeape is going to hit the field. Blastoise will immediately be put on the defensive as Rage Fist comes through.
Yeah, actually no shielding the Rage Fist. This is going to be the least heavy-hitting Rage Fist that the Primeape throws, but it still does quite a bit of damage to the Blastoise, and you start to see those stab karate chops really adding up.
This Shadow Hydro Cannon would do way too much damage. Teddy Bear thinks about it, realizes he likes his Primeape, and he's going to be protecting it from the massive damage of Blastoise. That's going to be a charge attack priority tie, well timed by Teddy, to prevent Elmo from forcing that final shield unless Elmo shields himself.
And Elmo decides to let the Blastoise and that Hydro Cannon go, so actually going to bring in the Golisopod, but I mean, how many times have we seen this, Henry? You have a boosted Primeape on the field. It's going to be really, really hard to get this out without significant fast attack pressure, and Elmo does not have that at his disposal right now.
And this is double boosted. You know what? Triple boosted now. This Primeape, oh my goodness, he's gonna let it go because he's saying my Unova Stunfisk up a shield should be able to close out this game.
Exactly right. Teddy has seen Elmo's entire team at this point. He knows that his Unova Stunfisk deals super effective damage to Galizapod and resists all of Jumpluff's energy. So I think Teddy, you know, of course we love seeing the Primeape just shred through teams on its own, but Teddy is going to be relying on the Stunfisk here to close things out.
It definitely feels like the safe play from Teddy, understanding I don't need to overcomplicate things. As much as I love a +3 Shadow Primeape, my Unova Stunfisk with a shield, there just isn't a way for Elmo to damage it, because the discharge will pick up the knockout, and all you have left is flying damage, and that's resisted by the electric type.
Yeah, and this Unovan Stunfisk is super healthy. Elmo's going to throw another charge attack here, but I don't think it's going to be enough to put a dent in this Unovan Stunfisk. Yeah, it doesn't even take half of what's remaining on that Unovan Stunfisk, and now a discharge is going to come through. I think Teddy is going to be able to take this first game.
Calm, cool, and collected is Teddy Bear. Discharge not quite going to be enough to knock out, but discharge number 2 is going to lock in the game 1 victory. So getting that positive alignment for Credilli, if you're Teddy Bear, honestly really felt like a key to victory here, as Credilli was able to get that shield advantage, and with shield advantage, Shadow Primeape was deadly in the end game.
Yeah, you were talking about how it might be nice to put Shadow Blastoise on the field once you have an advantage, but I feel like Teddy was thinking the same thing about his Shadow Primeape, right? Able to pull a shield with the Credilli, and then once he was able to do that, the Primeape just kind of shredded through a lot of Elmo's health.
That Primeape, he just got so much value out of it. Being able to resist those rollouts, Blastoise, the entire reason for running the Shadow is all of that oppressive damage, but if you're resisting the rollouts, you have shields for the Hydro Cannon, then suddenly it just feels like a golden opportunity for that Primeape, and Primeape was able to a little bit run away with it. And for Elmo, what adjustments now do you make? Because that Primeape plus Credilli combo was an incredibly effective one.
Well, I think this is where that Clodsire we were talking about really comes into play. You're able to resist those karate chops, although you do have to watch out for the Ice Punch. Does really well into both of the grass types on Teddy Bear's team. And you even have Earthquake to hit both Tinkaton and Unovan Stunfisk for super effective damage. So I'm pretty surprised we didn't see the Clodsire come onto the field in game number 1, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Elmo make that adjustment for game number 2.
I think Clodsire is a really nice prediction. We identified, even against the Unova Stunfisk, if you're up a little bit of energy, if Stunfisk, I believe, is even down 1 Thundershock, then that matchup can get very uncomfortable, as the Clodsire would then have a slight advantage. One battler has locked in, the other battler making last-second adjustments here. They're chatting about it. Here we go. Game number 2, there's a double lock-in.
Wishing each other some good luck. This could be Elmo's last battle in Milwaukee, so gonna try to lock in. And this is actually a favorable lead. He's got the Shadow Blastoise into the Shadow for Alligator.
Now both these Pokemon will be hitting for neutral damage with their fast attacks. Blastoise farming up quite a bit of energy, but it will be for Alligator striking first with a Hydro Cannon. Elmo more than happy to let that damage land.
This is resisted damage, so Shadow Blastoise, even though it is a Shadow taking damage from a Shadow, is able to take it. He is going to build up to the Skull Bash and actually goes straight for it. Doesn't even mess around with the Hydro Cannon.
Teddy Bear's thinking about it. Does he call it? No, he is going to get that Protect Shield, and shielding up that much energy is incredibly good for Teddy Bear.
And all of a sudden, this Shadow for Alligator is looking very, very menacing. Tons of energy on this Shadow for Alligator. The Blastoise is very low despite that defense increase. Elmo's actually going to shield it up. Maybe wants to get off one more Hydro Cannon, but actually decides to just save it and bring in the jump up. This is scary with the for Alligator up energy.
He's not baiting. He's going straight for the Ice Beam, and Elmo's not going to risk it. Immediate Protect Shield, as that Ice Beam would completely erase Jumpluff from the field. Teddy Bear staying in this matchup. He's going to pivot out into the Stunfisk, and all this energy is completely walled.
Great understanding from Teddy. I love that he built up energy on Shadow for Alligator before coming in to wall this energy. It's all resisted. Remember, this is a mono flying charge attack Jumpluff here, so really nice recognition from Teddy to be able to just take acrobatics after acrobatics.
Very well played, but due to the fact that the switch timers are misaligned, maybe there is an opportunity for Elmo, as Elmo not particularly threatened by discharges in this matchup, as Discharge not known for its damage dealing capabilities. So is there ever a potential opening for maybe a Discharge catch onto a Clodsire, or just looking to pivot out and reposition in this matchup?
Another discharge coming through, but like you said, doesn't do a ton of damage. It recently got a hit to both its energy and its damage, so we see Jumpluff able to hang on there. Elmo actually banks the energy to bring in Clodsire, but that Unovan Stunfisk can do a lot of super effective damage, but actually Teddy with a quick swap into Shadow for Alligator and able to fire off a Hydro Cannon.
Shadow for Alligator, this Hydro Cannon, it's survivable, but it's gonna hurt. Clodsire takes big damage, losing 2/3 of its HP instantly. Elmo farming up here, and no! He plays to the CMP tie that he does not win, and down goes Clodsire with close to 100 energy.
Miscounted the energy a little bit there, but honestly, even just to have a chance in the rest of this game, probably had to get a full farm down, which was just not happening. Brings in the Jumpluff to finish off the Feraligatr, but at this point, you just have a couple of HP remaining on both the Shadow Jumpluff and Shadow Blastoise.
This is gonna be tough. In comes the Stunfisk. Stunfisk able to force the energy, and now Credilli with a shield looks very, very safe for Teddy Bear to close out this game. Acrobatics connects, down goes the Stunfisk, but in comes Credilli.
Well, actually, it's going to be pretty hard for Credilli to Bullet Seed down that Jumpluff, but Elmo's going to switch out and try to get the last shield with this Hydro Cannon. Teddy, I think, is probably just going to let it go for the Bullet Seed down, and then maybe try to get back-to-back Rock Tombs off on the Jumpluff.
And there it is, the Rock Tomb is reached, and that's gonna be game over. Teddy Bear with the 2-0 victory, nicely rebounding, and Teddy Bear claims his spot in day number 2 here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, nice 2-0 victory, very clean. As for Elmo, he is going to end his run in Milwaukee in the losers finals, but honestly, that was a very nice run. I believe that's all the way in the top 24 of this tournament, which has over 100 trainers, so definitely no small feat. And as for Teddy Bear, we're gonna have to wait to see more of him in action tomorrow.
And I'm very happy to see him have a nice bounce back series, because in winners finals, it was up against Rise. Rise was able to make an amazing prediction, and that sometimes can be a bit demoralizing, but he's able to bounce right back, and that's why double elimination, you lose once, you're not out of it. You can still fight to claim your spot in day number 2, and that's exactly what he did.
I feel like I've seen Teddy make a couple of deep runs, but also I've seen him come very close to making day 2 a couple of times and not quite make it. So definitely happy to see him succeeding here in Milwaukee. But let's take a quick look back at this series. I think what we just saw was maybe the play where Teddy was able to bank energy and then absorb the Jumpluff's energy on the Unova Stunfisk, and then of course able to bring the Shadow Feraligatr back in. So, you know, with these very complicated matchups, it's really hard to keep track of things sometimes, but I think Teddy Bear did a great job.
Yeah, unfortunately the Clodsire unable to get the farm down there. If it got the farm down, there was a chance, but that Shadow Feraligatr, it's just too fast getting to those charge attacks. And Credilli, great job endgame at being able to secure that victory, surviving that Shadow Blastoise Hydro Cannon, because even in neutral damage, that Hydro Cannon hit, oh my goodness, it was so much damage.
I feel like the Credilli didn't have too much work to do. There was probably collectively 10 HP left on Elmo's side, but I feel like the star of the show really was that Shadow Feraligatr, right? It was pretty much able to neutralize the Blastoise, able to do a ton of damage to the Clodsire as well. So Teddy really showing us again why Shadow Feraligatr is such a great Pokemon.
And it was a true battle of the water starters, the Feraligatr versus the Shadow Blastoise. And I think a really impactful moment in that game was the decision to go for the Skull Bash. Skull Bash, so much energy. If it lands, the Feraligator's gone. But Teddy Bear, he thought about calling it, but he shielded at the last second, and getting that shield call right, erasing so much energy, just really put Feraligatr in an advantageous spot. And then with careful gameplay and switching it in endgame, saving that energy, all those careful plays pay off in a big win.
Yeah, it's really tempting to go for that, you know, neutral Skull Bash instead of the resisted Hydro Cannons, but it's also just so risky. And especially when you're Shadow versus Shadow in the lead like that, getting that Skull Bash shielded really kind of led to, you know, one thing kind of leading to another throughout the rest of the game, and it was really tough to come back from that.
One thing that I do want to take a look at here is actually going to be throughout the course of this season. We know these battlers, they're trying to become the Milwaukee Regional Champion. Who has won so far? We have Merida Marto taking the crown in February, San Juan out of pocket, and EUIC with Pato Man and the Shadow Walrein.
Yeah, and just looking at those North American names, we have Out of Pocket and Rise to Occasion already making their way to day number 2. As for Elam and Dunebug, I believe Elam did not come to Milwaukee and Dunebug was actually eliminated already. So, you know, still 2 trainers who maybe kind of want to make multiple entries for them on the next version of this graphic.
And we do see a couple Pokemon that are rising there as well. The Lapras, the Tinkaton, Shadow Drapion might be suffering a bit of a decline here thanks to our good friend Tinkaton, but it has been really nice to see the Tinkatons just put in so much work as the rounds progress. Like, we are seeing these Tinkatons, not only is it top usage, but it seems like the people who are using it are having a lot of success as well.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that go into that, right? First of all, Tinkaton by itself is just such a good Pokemon, but in terms of thinking about what Pokemon are successful, you also need really good players to be picking it up, and I think that's what we've seen with top players like Out of Pocket and Rise to Occasion making it to day number 2 already.
And they've really been able to take advantage of the fact that with Fairy Wind, it has very, very fast pacing. So it's one of these Pokemon that you can kind of use to dance in and out of these matchups. Because a lot of times, like we've seen Tinkaton against Lapras, if it's the regular Lapras, Tinkaton can kind of absorb 2 Sparkling Arias, bank some energy, switch out for later, where potentially the energy would be a bit more impactful. Like a Bulldoze into a Lapras, not going to do a whole lot. But if you're able to get an endgame where a Bulldoze is super effective, like onto a Dropion, then you can end up making that energy have more value. So again, energy management has felt to be a big part of a lot of these trainers who are getting these early day 2s.
And especially in these matchups where a lot of the Pokemon pace to their moves very quickly, you see a lot of these very drawn out games where at the end of the game, there's still 6 Pokemon left on the field, right? Making a lot of opportunities for catches and snipes, of course. So definitely a lot to keep track of. And I think that nature of just being really fast paced kind of leads to maybe a higher skill cap.
And that's one thing that we have to thank the 50-second switch timer for as well. These players being able to swap slightly faster has opened the door to so much more of this energy-based, dynamic play style. And just, I mean, I'm casting here today, but even just as a viewer, it's incredibly fun to watch the fast-paced switches. If someone desyncs a switch timer, then does that get punished later on by a switch in and they're unable to switch out? So there's a lot of mind games going back and forth in these series.
All right, well, we've been filling out some of the losers side of our bracket for day number 2, but we're actually going to be jumping back to the winners side of the bracket. We're actually already hopping all the way down to Group G. We've got Jan on the left, a former regional champion, and then the Omega Project on the right, who I don't know much about, but already here in winners round 3, so I'm excited to see this match.
And the Omega Project is bringing Corviknight. So no Tinkaton to be seen on Omega Project side, but bringing the other steel type of choice and pairing it up with a Lapras, a Furret, a Shadow Marowak, our second Shadow Marowak sighting, Shadow Sableye, and the ever bulky Clodsire.
And Shadow Marowak, again, a very interesting alternative to Claydol, where you don't take super effective damage from the Shadow Claws on Pokemon like Feraligatr, so that could be a key adjustment for the Omega Project here. But in terms of that Shadow Marowak, it has a lot of play into Jan's team, but you do have to watch out for that Superior and its super effective Vine Whips.
If it can dodge the Superior in the 2 shield, I think everything else but the Superior has to fear that Shadow Marowak on Jan's team. Even the Lapras, that Shadow Marowak, the alternating 12-turn, 9-turn pacing for the Bone Club, the Mud Slap Bone Club combination really adds up, even though it's only hitting for neutral on that Lapras.
Yeah, that matchup is pretty interesting because I think Marowak can win, especially if you're able to get those successful Bone Club baits. But of course, Marowak itself would also get one hit by the Sparkling Aria, so kind of an interesting matchup to play around with in terms of shield usage and energy.
You do have one battler who has locked in, the other battler making some last-second adjustments here, because we have moved down to Group G, so this is still the winner side of the bracket, but these trainers wanting to stay alive because they know the road to day 2 is a lot shorter on the winner side of the bracket, and continuing on that road is going to be winning this series.
Jan, a very studious trainer. You see him with a pen there, making some notes, thinking over his team selection for just a couple of more seconds. And I know Jan spends a lot of time looking at these tournaments, looking at the matchups. So let's see what he's cooked up here for game number 1.
Looks like we have a pair of lock-ins. It's going to be Superior for Jan, and that's going to be met with the Furret for Omega Project.
This is a matchup I don't know if we've seen on stream quite yet, but Superior does have access to that very efficient Frenzy Plant charge attack, and as for Fur, it's going to be throwing these Swifts, which are less efficient, but also just a little bit quicker.
Interesting decision here by Jan. Jan running probably arguably his 2 best Marowak counters in the Lapras and the Superior, but Omega Project with the read, saying, if you're going to run strong to it, I'm just not going to bring the Marowak, and instead opting for a line with Furret, Lapras, and Corviknight.
Frenzy Plant lands there, does a lot of damage to Furret, but it is able to get to this Swift. I believe that's a charge attack priority. I think Jan did tap on the Aerial Ace, but he is just going to let the Swift go, maybe hope that the Superior can hang on to still fire it off.
This could potentially set up a really interesting farm down for the Corviknight. Obviously, Steel flying into grass, normally dominant, but Sand Attack is going to be resisted there, so he could get a lot of farm if Jan decides not to pivot out, but no, he's going to go for the farm on the Lapras. Lapras does get a healthy Psywave head start.
And this Lapras from Omega Project does not have Skull Bash, and neither does J-Jans, which he comes in to meet the opposing Lapras with. So this could be quite a long, drawn-out matchup that we see in this Lapras mirror.
And the interesting thing about the Lapras being met with the Lapras is this now does set up Corviknight into the Shadow Dropion in the end game. Corviknight can usually have the upper hand there. Corviknight would more often than not typically prefer shields down since it does have a pacing disadvantage.
Yeah, J-Jan does have a little bit of a health advantage, but also a little bit of an energy disadvantage in this Lapras mirror match. So we're going to have to see how that impacts how this matchup plays out, or if either of these trainers decide to switch out prematurely.
I could potentially see if Omega Project's Lapras is ever energy dry, a switch into the Shadow Dropion, and there we go, right on cue. Dropion hits the field. We're going to see the Sparkling Aria come out from the Shadow Drop. Towards the Shadow Dropion, and J-Jan will immediately use the Protect Shield.
I think I saw that Poison Sting coming through, which meant that the Lapras is almost in crunch range. J-Jan has a lot of energy on this Shadow Dropion, and like you said, this is usually a nice matchup for the Corviknight, but these crunches do a lot of damage, especially if you can start landing some of these defense drops.
Oh, that defense drop shielded the first move, and now future crunches are doing more. That is a really unfortunate turn of events for Omega Project, as now the second crunch connects, and that's big damage, absolutely rocking the Corviknight.
And you see that crunch taking the Corviknight below 50% health, and now if you're J-Jan, you might even just want to start going for these Aqua Tails, maybe try to finish off the Corviknight down the line with just Psy Waves from Lapras.
We're going to see this Dropion continue to farm more and more energy. The Iron Head is reached, but he does not go for it, and he's going to have to, I believe, give up a shield if he wants to keep this Corviknight on the field of play.
And the Omega Project does exactly that. Shield's coming up, trying to switch into the Lapras. Maybe wants to try and catch an Aqua Tail, but J-Jan, very patient, sees it coming and goes for the crunch. This is going to be enough to take out the Lapras.
So Lapras will get knocked out. This is going to come down to energy management with Corviknight. Will Corviknight have enough in the tank to close out this game? Corviknight going for the Iron Head immediately. So Dropion is gone. It's going to be up to a race here to the charge move between Lapras and Corviknight.
Now Corviknight is definitely in Sparkling Aria range, and J-Jan actually already had the Sparkling Aria loaded. He is going to be able to take game number 1 here.
My goodness, that Lapras mirror went on for so long that I forgot there was a Sparkling Aria banked, but J-Jan, calm, cool, and collected here, never in doubt, and he's going to secure the Game 1 advantage.
Showing why he is a former regional champion, trying to make his way back to day number 2 here in Milwaukee, maybe reclaim some of that former glory. And that was a great first game from J-Jan, like you said, bringing 2 of the best answers he has to the Shadow Marowak, but actually didn't even come on Omega Project's side.
So will Omega Project decide to bring the Marowak? And if so, does J-Jan continue to try and run a line where it's basically ABA strong, like he's leading and he has a closer, that are both his best answers there? Because if Shadow Marowak ends up against like a Shadow Feraligatr plus Dropion core, it could get really difficult.
Yeah, I feel like we saw in the San Antonio Grand Finals, Elite just using the Shadow Marowak against the Feraligatr Dropion core to great effect. So that's probably what Omega Project could try to go for, although I'm not sure if J-Jan's going to end up bringing that Feraligatr, given that there's a Furret on Omega Project's side.
This crunch debuff was such a tough one. Shielded the first crunch, the second crunch doing way more damage, and that really put Corviknight on the defensive. It just lost too much HP, and that meant that it was in Sparkling Aria range endgame.
Yeah, a lot of those situations where you think there's a possibility that your defense drops, you usually want to try to save your shields for the later charge attacks instead of the prior ones. But it's also tough because there's a possibility that you're more likely to get baited down the line. So I can see why Omega Project decided to shield the first.
Yeah, it's a very tough game if you get debuffed. Unfortunately, that risk does get punished, and the debuff did come through. Looks like we do have lock-ins here for game number 2. It's going to be the Lapras making the return for J-Jan into the Corviknight for Omega Project.
Both trainers sticking with their relatively safe Pokemon. Corviknight very flexible into J-Jan's entire team, so it makes sense to bring it as a lead. You are resisting those Psy Waves from Lapras, but the Sparkling Arias do quite a bit of damage.
We will see the Iron Head launched by the Corviknight and an instant no shield here by the Lapras. Lapras able to absorb that damage comfortably, and only after a few more sand attacks will it actually get below half HP.
Yeah, Sparkling Aria coming through here. We'll have to see if this takes Corviknight below half HP, because that'll tell us whether the second Aria will threaten to knock out. Looks like it doesn't, so Corviknight probably going to be able to take the 0 shield situation here if that's what J-Jan decides to do.
Corviknight opting for the Iron Head. Sky Attack would do slightly more damage in this situation. Iron Head, we're going to see a no shield banking up the energy and sending in the Shadow Dropion.
Yeah, JGen might maybe noticing that the second Arya wouldn't KO, and Omega Project staying in for quite a bit of time before switching in Clodsire. But now JGen has so much energy, and it's going to start firing off these super effective Aqua Tails.
Things could get very tough for this Clodsire, as Clodsire does typically get knocked out by 3 Aqua Tails, and JGen is already at Aqua Tails number 2 and 3 when the Earthquake is reached.
I think that's a charge attack priority, so Omega Project is going to be able to fire off his own Earthquake before JGen's 3rd Aqua Tail, but it's still a very uncomfortable situation. I definitely expect to see JGen shielding this up, farming up a ton of energy before throwing that final Aqua Tail.
The Shadow Dropion, even if it's met with the Corviknight later in the match, the Corviknight's already taken enough damage to where Dropion's energy is actually extremely threatening. We're going to see a charge attack priority tie here on the Stone Edge to the Aqua Tail, and now Omega Project has locked in a charge attack. While it would do a lot of damage, it would not be enough to knock out.
This is nice counting from JGen. I wonder if he knows that this is just a Stone Edge, and it looks like he does instantly no shields. He knows he can still take the Stone Edge and a lot of fast attacks before getting knocked out, but actually decides to save all the energy and come into his Feraligatr.
Feraligatr going to be answered with Furret, and that's not what you're hoping to see as Feraligatr. Feraligatr does have the energy head start, but with Furret's normal subtyping completely walling off the Shadow Claws, Feraligatr never going to be able to farm down here.
This matchup could be a bit of a window for Omega Project to start clawing his way back into this game. Farming up a lot of energy, though, actually lets JGen get the Hydro Cannon off before he's able to pull a shield with one of his charge attacks, so I think that actually might have been a little bit of a mistake.
It looks like he may be trying to farm it into a range where Swift will knock out, going to throw the back-to-back Swifts here, and JGen knows that if he shields, there's another Swift loaded, so he is just going to immediately let this move through.
But JGen has a lot of energy on the Shadow Drapion, and I believe that Drapion wins charge attack priority against all of Omega Project's Pokemon, so pretty safe for him to just come in here and throw this Aqua Tail. This is going to be enough to take out the Furret, and now Omega Project left with a very low Clodsire, a pretty healthy Corviknight though, but no shields left.
Corviknight firing off its energy, going for the Iron Head, but JGen can shield, and this Poison Sting that went through should give him a crunch of energy. Crunch would inflict serious damage onto that Corviknight, and there is still an entire charge attack banked on that Lapras.
Exactly right. Omega Project is going to come back in with that Clodsire, I believe, but as long as JGen is able to tap his charge attack, there it is, Sparkling Aria coming through, super effective damage, and that is more than enough to take out this Clodsire.
We've been mentioning quite a bit, talking about this energy management, and it really feels like that was an energy management clinic by JGen, constantly preserving charge attacks on different Pokemon, switching them out when that attack maybe wouldn't be particularly impactful, and saving it for the end game where suddenly you feel like you might have an opportunity, but there's just energy everywhere for JGen, and there's just no ability to fight back.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the pacing of all of these meta Pokemon, right? Pokemon like Drapion, Feraligatr, even Lapras getting to Sparkling Aria in, 5 to 6 seconds. So JGen really kind of understanding that, maneuvering in and out of all of these different matchups and able to take a very clean 2-0 victory there.
That Drapion, again, when it's not being met with Tinkaton, its energy goes everywhere because Tinkaton not on the team, and there wasn't an Azumarill either. So there was realistically no Pokemon on that team that resisted both of Aqua Tail plus Crunch, and that just means that as long as it doesn't see the Marowak, which, come to think of it, actually wasn't brought either game, maybe just out of fear of it getting aligned onto the Superior, that just made that Shadow Drapion so flexible, and JGen was able to put in so much work, as we see right here, switching it in, and that Shadow Drapion just got to work.
And sometimes with these very long games, it's easy to forget that you even have that energy banked, but JGen knew exactly what he was doing. He knew he could come in with the Drapion late in the game to just take out the Furret, and then, of course, at the very end, knew he had the Aria banked on the Lapras.
This is really nice counting by JGen. This is a Stone Edge. It's not an Earthquake. I can survive it. The Feraligatr able to land the Hydro Cannon, and the choice here by Omega Project to not throw the Trailblaze. Could have Trailblazed and potentially outpaced and forced a shield, but JGen knew he had energy everywhere, and that energy was going to be very helpful as Crunch almost KOs the Corviknight there. That actually looks like it may have KO'd the Corviknight, and then there was the Sparkling Aria ready to go for the Clodsire.
And lots of dancing around by JGen with those Pokemon, and I feel like that was a really good showcase of why, he has won a regional title in the past. He knows these different matchups, like you said, he knows the counts, and he knows when he can take advantage of his opponent's mistakes, right? For example, not throwing a charge attack with the Furret. He kind of knew exactly what he needed to do and just threw the Hydro Cannon right away.
Some very impressive plays from JJan, and I am very excited to hear. It sounds like we do actually have an interview ready down on the floor with Stephanie and JJan, where we'll get to hear more about that incredible 2-0 victory.
Thank you, Home Slice Henry. I am here with JJan, just like you said, coming off of that 2-0 victory. How are you feeling, JJan, after that win?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, knowing I think I've qualified for points at least for this tournament. That's always the goal coming in, is try to, keep getting points to try to, qualify for Worlds. Last year, obviously, I got the auto invitation. It hasn't quite gone the same way this year, so just trying to do my best at every tournament.
Awesome. Tell me a little bit about your team construction in this meta, which I don't think really has settled in quite yet.
Yeah, it was very difficult to try to come up with a team. The final team actually came straight from Soph herself. I was DMing with a few people before, trying to figure out what they're running. And then I asked, what's the most used Pokemon? Try to go with that kind of stuff. Soph believed in the team, so I felt like I could run it.
I've done that as well. Soph has believed in some Go Battle League teams, and I've used them to a lot of success as well. Just before this, we were chatting about how your opponent is actually a local of yours.
Yeah, it's cool to be able to play some of my locals. That was Omega Project's, first time on stream. He's been to a few tournaments before. It's cool to be able to, have the local scene showing up at the regional level.
Awesome. And other than Softove, obviously, is there anyone else you would like to shout out here today before I let you go and prepare for your next battles?
Yeah, shout out to Jackson and Frost, who are here. They competed already in the tournament. Shout out to my parents. Shout out to the JJan fan club, of course. All the JJan fans celebrating right now.
Awesome. It's always good to have a good fan club. Now, we are going to watch some great highlights from those battles and then take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The Milwaukee Regional Championships is far from over.
All right, good game, good game. Yeah, good game.
Yeah, Stun Fist, man.
Yes,
You just had to have the core breaker. The heartbreaker, if you will.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Home Slice Henry, and welcome to Baxcalibur Blitz, an ice-themed trivia competition centered around the Pokemon Go Championship Series. Now, I have two contestants here who are actually both competing this weekend in Milwaukee for the chance to become the 2025 Milwaukee Regional Champion. Contestant number one, I'll have you introduce yourself.
Out of Pocket.
Nice to meet you, Out of Pocket. And how many tournaments have you done here before?
So many, dude. So many.
Would it be fair to say that you have played these games before?
Oh, 100%. Wow.
Awesome. Welcome, Out of Pocket. And now we have our second trainer. I'll have you introduce yourself.
I'm Dylan.
Nice to meet you, Dylan. And have you competed in any tournaments before?
No, this is actually my first time coming to one of these, so I'm really excited.
Hey, that's awesome. So we have a tenured competitor, an international champion, and a trainer who's showing up to their first regional. So we should be in for a good trivia competition. Now, this is going to be a 1st to 3, and these will be questions centered around ice types that have had success in the championship series. So I'm going to ask a question. When you have an answer, raise your hand. I'll hand over the mic. And if you get it right, you get a point. So the first of which will be around the European International Championships from 2025. What Shadow Ice-type Pokemon helped Pato Man claim the European International Championship? All right.
That'd be Walrein.
That is correct. 1 point here. Pocket, you're down early, man. Do you have a comeback in you?
1 trillion%.
All right, glad to hear it. Next up, we go to the Atlanta Regional Championships, also from 2025. Tomahawk UK managed a top cut performance with 2 Ice-type Pokemon. Oh, he's ready.
Alolan Ninetales and Shadow Lapras.
That is correct. Well done. All right. Next up, we're actually going to Brazil and the 2024 competitive season. And that is LNDS Harjeff actually managed to get a perfect unbeaten regional. And there was an Ice-type Pokemon on that team. What Ice-type Pokemon did he bring? Pocket again.
Alolan Sandslash?
That is correct. Honestly, that was a bit of a tough one. Frostlass and Sandslash are both really good in that meta, but Pocket, from an 0-1 deficit to a 2-1 lead. Now it's your turn. Can you rally back here?
I hope so, but I wouldn't doubt if not.
Fair enough. All right. Final question here. Or it could be the final question if Pocket gets it right. Now we're going to the first Pokemon Go World Championship won by Dancing Rob with an Ice-type Pokemon. Name that Ice-type Pokemon. Oh, that was close. I think, okay, rock, paper, scissors. Oh, he gets to go.
I'm going to go with Alolan Sandslash.
That is incorrect. Pocket with the chance to win.
Alolan Ninetales.
That is correct. Congratulations, Pocket. Now that you've already got a win here early in Milwaukee, are you going to be winning the whole tournament?
Honestly, I was really uncertain before, but now, I mean, I have to, right? I need to.
It just shows the power of the possible here at Baxcalibur Blitz. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll get you right back to some more amazing Pokemon action.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Home Slice Henry. Henry, what am I doing here?
Well, I have invited you here today because we're going to talk about the wonderful benefits that there are for playing Go at a regional championship.
Oh, you know, it's been so long, I almost forgot. That's actually a lie. I play Go at every single one of these regional championships I attend, and that's because there are some incredible bonuses. So if you are attending a Pokemon Regional Championship event and you go into your Today tab in Pokemon Go, you can actually see there is a bonus event running called Let's Battle. And if we could go ahead and take a look at the phone screen right now, you'll see that you get 100 additional Stardust per each catch, 3-hour standard lure duration. You get event-themed Pokemon spawns attracted to those lure modules. You get event-exclusive timed research, and of course, my favorite, 2 extra special trades for a total of 3 special trades a day. And Home Slice Henry, I don't know about you, but being able to utilize those special trades is always so exciting.
It is, because normally we have only 1 special trade per day, and a special trade, it can be a real difference maker, because especially with some of these newer, powerful meta Pokemon being released like Tinkaton, if you haven't been hatching your eggs, going to a regional is a really good opportunity, because you can also trade with people who you have low friendship with and have a better chance of getting one of those Pokemon that has like a low attack, very high 8 HP in defense, a Pokemon that's really well suited for the competitive scene.
I gotta make a confession to y'all. I know this is a safe space. I took my dog Cheese on many walks during the Tinkaton event, and unfortunately, we did not get lucky. I did not hatch a single Tinkatink the entire event. I got one from my husband, but it did not roll a low attack. It rolled very high attack. Henry, is there anything I can trade you to possibly get a good Tinkaton for PvP?
There is, yes.
Okay, let's make a deal.
All right, that I think we can do. I am still looking for Galarian Corsola.
I have 2 of those I could trade you.
That would actually be perfect.
Let's do
okay.
it. All right, let's jump into the trade screen here.
Perfect. So we are doing live trades here on broadcast. So I'm going to be sending over the Tinkatink. And Tinkatink, of course, is the first stage that will be able to evolve into Tinkaton, which is just unbelievable. I believe it's been eligible for 2 regional championships. And you know how many it's won? Both of them. It is 2 for 2, so it is doing quite well. We have the Galarian Corsola for the Tinkatink. And fingers crossed on our reroll here.
And we also got progress towards the special research going on.
Oh, perfect.
I know, everything works, right? All right, let me check the IVs on this one.
How'd we do?
Oh,
okay,
bad.
okay.
All right, let's try one more.
We do have 2 shots at this.
We do. Oh, I like that your buddy is a shiny Corsola as well. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to actually get that at the World Championships in Hawaii this past year.
Oh, that's awesome. All right.
And I've been slowly working on those XL candies. All right, second time's the charm. I believe. Come on.
I believe.
Good IV Tinkatink for Gabby. Let's see it.
All right. Let's see this.
How'd we do? Oh, so close. If attack and defense were switched, that one could have gone crazy. I did end up with a really good Corsola.
All right, that's low attack, high HP, and decent defense. That's pretty good.
Absolutely. So that is by far the best Corsola that I had, because previously all I had access to was Hatch IVs. And that's one of the nice things is having these extra special trades is you have an ability to swap a Pokemon like a Tinkatink, a Galarian Corsola, or if you're still after one of those legendaries as well, like I know it hasn't seen as much play recently, but something like a Cresselia or a Registeel in seasons past, they were dominant forces to be reckoned with. So they're just, even if you go to these tournaments as a spectator, they have spectator passes, and being able to, they oftentimes have community days during these regionals as well. And so if you get a boosted dust community day and the boosted dust from being at the regional, you're swimming in Stardust.
I know. That's exactly why I make sure to play every time I'm at a regional championship. So, hey, next time you attend a regional championship, or maybe this will inspire you to attend, make sure to open up Pokemon Go and take a look around. You never know when you'll make a new friend or maybe make a new trade that'll help your next Pokemon Go Battle League run. So thanks for watching. We'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the action here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I am DeFi250, also known as Stephanie Christine, and I am here with Nick today. And Nick, they just got done talking about all the different things that you can be doing at a regional championship. They focused a lot more on the trades, which is really exciting, but what about raids?
There have been many raids here at the venue. Mega Kangaskhan, Tapu Fini. And I know no one at home could see it, and frankly, no one at the venue could see it, but we saw it back here with our secret spy cameras. The 2 players up on stage have both caught a 100% stat product, legendary or mega evolution. We saw a Tapu Fini and a Mega Kangaskhan with those perfect stats. Just really incredible stuff from our trainers up on stage.
Caught from this very weekend. So if you want to do raids as well, these Pokemon events are great places to do that. I think it was Spartan with the Kangaskhan, and I think it was Man in the Planet with the Hundo Tapu Fini as well. Taking a look at their teams, though, I don't think we're going to see any perfect IV Pokemon here, but we have on Spartan side, we have that Tinkaton, double Tinkaton again, Nick.
Keeps going for us.
It keeps on working, but we do see the difference in the ground type Pokemon again, the Unovan Stunfisk versus the Claydol. I'm really interested to see which of the 3 ground types, because we also have Diggersby, is going to be the most prevalent in day 2.
I agree. I think Diggersby probably has the spot. However, in this immediate matchup, I think it's going to be pretty hard for Spartan to bring that Unovan Stunfisk, given it loses the ground-to-ground matchup. On the flip side, Spartan does have a same type attack bonus grass type user as opposed to Man in the Planet, whose only grass type coverage is in that Furret with Trailblaze. It's gonna not perform quite as strongly into water types because it's missing that extra damage boost. However, with the Trailblaze able to build up that attack stat of that Furret and do lots of damage with that fast attack of not Bullet Punch, but Sucker Punch, it's able to really put in pressure onto a lot of the Pokemon on Spartan's team, minus that Tinkaton.
Speaking of the Tinkaton, one of its hardest counters is Talonflame, and we're seeing that on both teams as well. Really interested to see the rise of that Incinerate user again later in this meta. Now that Tinkaton has been introduced, it's really important to have different Pokemon that can counter it, including your ground-type Pokemon, and having that fire pressure, which Flame Charge, Fly, Talonflame is really, really good still, and has a lot of play, I would say, into the rest of the meta as well. And it looks like actually the two Talonflames have different attack sets. If we look at Spartan's Talonflame running that Fly Flame Charge, like I mentioned earlier, where the Talonflame on the side of Man and the Planet is running that double Fly attack set of Fly and Brave Bird.
Yeah, Fly and Brave Bird had been the most common move choices for Talonflame for a long time because we hadn't seen Steel types in the meta for ever, more or less, since Galarian Stunfisk is not in the meta. Registeel hasn't been strong in the meta for a while. The most recent Steel type was like Shadow Steelix, I think, in Vancouver. But here we go. Game number 1, Spartan on the left, Man in the Planet on the right. This is a great lead for Spartan. The Cradilly into the Claydol.
Yeah, and even though the Claydol is shiny, beautiful shiny there, but I don't think that's going to help it any bit against this super effective damage that is coming its way from a Grass Knot. Takes the very bulky Claydol almost down into the red, and we're going to see Claydol fight back with Ice Beam. Now, we saw a Claydol earlier not bringing Ice Beam in its attack set. This is why Ice Beam, this is one reason why Ice Beam is so good on Claydol.
Yeah, a bit surprising to see the no shield there. Ooh, Rock Tomb here now thrown and is caught onto the Tinkaton. This is probably the move of choice here, given that both are resisted. Attack does drop. In comes Azumarill, keeping it away from the two grass types that Spartan has in the back.
Yeah, this is a real, I love this call for Man in the Planet to bring in the Azumarill, because honestly the Shadow Drapion would be okay here as well, especially now that the Tinkaton was debuffed with Rock Tomb. But I like that he brought in Azumarill to avoid, he knows the Cradilly's there, he doesn't know about the Shadow Jump Fluff yet, but maybe making a really good like team call.
I'll be curious to see if Azumarill ever really switches up towards Hydro Pump in this meta with more Tinkaton. Charge attack now being thrown by Tinkaton. Play Rough going back and forth on each side. Play Rough here is neutral damage, whereas when Azumarill throws it, it is resisted damage, and it looks like he's going to throw 3 more bubbles before a move. However, the Tinkaton now has reached a second Play Rough, which is going to do a lot of damage to this Azumarill.
And no shield for Man in the Planet, recognizing Azumarill can tank it and actually swapping right into the Shadow Drapion. And this isn't too bad with the Jump Fluff here. The Poison Sting's doing super effective damage, and Shadow Drapion can just pace to these crunches so quickly. Let's see, can we get a debuff right away? No debuff to be found.
Shields up for Man in the Planet. 2 shields there, only 1 for Spartan. I don't think the debuff is super necessary, whereas in even shield situations, it might have been. Aerial Ace Bait comes through. Man in the Planet not super happy with that. Looks like a charge attack tie now. Great timing for Man in the Planet. Going to be able to prevent the energy from Spartan to be used here, because I can't imagine he wants to shield, given it would lead towards a very juicy farm down with Poison Sting later.
Spartan's got to make a decision. Come in with the Cradilly, come in with the Tinkaton. Tinkaton is very low on health, and Cradilly has a ton of energy. Throws 1 Bullet Seed before throwing the Rock Tomb, which allows Man in the Planet to make this catch onto his Cradilly. Not very effective, but still knocks out, even though Spartan undercharged.
Great catch from Man in the Planet there. Next, Rock Tomb coming through, going to do a lot of good neutral damage here in this matchup. Shield coming up, doesn't want to take it, realizes that this will probably be the hardest hitting move left in the game, unless... I think it's probably pretty similar to Bulldoze, given how bad Bulldoze is.
We have decided that for sure today. Spartan going ahead and throwing a Rock Tomb, which is going to debuff this Shadow Drapion, as well as do quite a bit of good neutral damage. We are running low on health on all of these Pokemon. No shields remaining, so every attack is going to hit. We have the crunch. It should be
enough to knock the Credilli out. Tinkaton remains, but the Azumarill comes in and it is loaded on energy. Even though this play rough is resisted, a stab play rough from an Azumarill should be just enough to knock the Tinkaton out, and Man in the Planet takes an early victory here in the losers finals for Group D. Spartan needs to be able to turn this around to keep his tournament dreams alive today. What do you think Spartan can do to adjust? Do we need to see the Talonflame? Do we need to see the Lapras? What do we think?
Frankly, I think the team composition was fine. I think it was pretty neutral into the team. Unfortunately, Shadow Drapion just had a little too much play for Man in the Planet, and he was able to maneuver it in such a way that it was able to be very impactful. Catching this Rock Tomb on the Tinkaton, very great. However, I think it positioned him in a spot, especially this catch here, to be a little bit more vulnerable to Man in the Planet a little bit later on. The catch there, the switch, the energy built up onto the Azumarill because of the debuff on that Tinkaton, again, just gave Man in the Planet a little too much wiggle room.
Yeah, also Man in the Planet able to position that Azumarill really well to avoid both grass types on Spartan's side of the field. Here we have Unova Stunfisk into that Shadow Drapion. Now, Unova Stunfisk, it does have an advantage here, being able to throw those super effective Mud Bombs. However, Shadow Drapion still is going to outpace to Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail is not same type attack bonus, however, look how much it still did.
Yeah, the great thing for the Unova Stunfisk, though, is even though it's taking super effective damage from those Aqua Tails, is that it is able to very comfortably take two, actually opting to catch here on the Lapras, go ahead and neutralize some of this energy here. Man in the Planet's going to have to choose, do I want to switch into Azumarill or do I want to switch into Tinkaton after I build to a Crunch? Actually, no, opting to throw the Crunch now before switching, because he's only taking resisted damage from these Sideways, double resisted by the Dark typing, but that Poison subtyping, taking super effective damage from Psychic types, neutralizes one of those resistances.
And then we have the Tinkaton coming in. Now the Lapras has been softened up a little bit. It's at a lot lower health. Tinkaton is going to have to tank this Sparkling Aria. However, that's just fine. Tinkaton is free now to build up a little bit more energy. But there's another Sparkling Aria. Is Man in the Planet going to shield this?
I don't think so. I don't think it quite threatens enough. And I do really like the overfarm there from Man in the Planet, because he was in a position where a Bulldoze would not have been enough to knock out. Switch into the Talonflame, countered by the Azumarill. This is a great spot for Azumarill.
I really like how Man in the Planet threw 2 Fairy Winds before swapping out. So he was able to get a little bit more energy, but that Incinerate damage didn't quite apply.
Azumarill now throwing the Ice Beam. Great timing for Man in the Planet. I think that first charge attack thrown by Spartan was a Flame Charge, so a good no shield there from Man in the Planet. One shield now being used by Spartan, and it's a little bit tough here. I think even after this Flame Charge, I think Man in the Planet likely shields. He might be in a position where he could get bubbled down.
Ooh, we will have to see. We are going to go for that Ice Beam just to guarantee the knockout. Not going to take any risks. And it looks like Spartan's fine to let the Talonflame almost get knocked out. Saves it later. I don't know. This game might be over before he gets a chance to use that as a sacrificial swap.
I think he did have energy for a charge attack on that Talonflame. I'm not 100% sure. The Stunfisk is likely going to be the Pokemon that comes in. There's a shield left on both sides, but the Azumarill is very healthy in the back.
This Mud Bomb is more than enough to knock out, so we see Man in the Planet preserving the Tinkaton. The Tinkaton had a little bit of energy on it, like we saw earlier, was able to throw a couple Fairy Winds before swapping out.
Going for the Bulldoze here, frankly, I'm not sure if a super effective Bulldoze does more damage than a neutral Play Rough, but given the fact that Play Rough is just such a strong move, I'm going to have to guess that Play Rough does more overall damage, but gets the defense drop.
And I like how Spartan, building up a little bit more energy before throwing the Mud Bomb, knowing he's going to need as much energy as possible to be able to neutralize this Azumarill, actually goes for, maybe tries to make a catch there, but does not quite work.
Yeah, and I think that's going to cost him a little bit. Ice Beam now loaded, maybe got a little bit lost in how much energy Man in the Planet had on that Azumarill, off by, I believe it was just one bubble. Needed to get to double discharge there in order to secure a knockout, because a singular discharge would not have been enough damage. As discharge, it's a fairly cheap and not very hard-hitting move.
And it is tough to keep track of your opponent's energy, especially after making a loser's bracket run. A winner's bracket run, that's like a shortcut. You have so much fewer battles to face from the winner side. If you have a long day on the loser side, you're tired. It is tough. Sometimes people, when we're watching the stream and we can sit there comfortably and look at it, we can be like, ooh, that was a mistake, that was a misplay. But you're not the one standing out there trying to like keep everything together after a very long tournament day.
Yeah, our tournament days are generally a little bit longer than the players, but it's a lot less stressful back here behind the camera and the screens. Let's go ahead and look at the replay here of game number 2. Talonflame coming in, throwing the flame charge, just not quite enough pressure onto that Azumarill. You can see it's still in the back there with about half of its health remaining, and Mud Bomb, no shielded, picking up the knockout, but there's just not enough health, not enough energy onto that Azumarill. Bubble goes into the Talonflame, picks up the knockout, and Man in the Planet able to reach the Ice Beam to pick up the knockout and secure victory and move on to day number 2.
Yeah, Shadow dropping on an Azumarill core, it's something we've seen time and time again. I don't know if it's quite, I think so? Is it still good, I guess, is the question. Man in the Planet says yes, bringing it to both games. Spartan doing the thing again that I really enjoy, which is using every single one of his Pokemon. Used completely different set of 3 from game 1 to game 2.
All right, well, that was a very solid win there. Let's go ahead and do one of my favorite parts of the day and look at social media posts. People have been sending in. Will we be able to see some pets? Will we be able to see some shiny Hundo Eevee's B-Day Shundo? Thank you, Uzukuwu. No one will top this gift.
Yeah, that is quite the gift. I wonder if like that's Uzuku. Maybe switched a couple of the letters. That's a trainer. That's a Pokemon Go trainer that we know.
Yeah, and I believe he is here at the event as well. So maybe Solivanti is as well.
And that is a beautiful shiny. I wonder if she's going to keep it as is or evolve it into one of the many different evolutions of Eevee. Looking at Dan Farm D, says he's mocking me. That looks like a shiny Shelder plush. That looks very, very fun. You can see Dan Farm D in the middle of a Pokemon Go round.
Yeah, maybe waiting for his opponent to show up. Has his match slip there. William Bauer says, when you and your friends get together and battle the neighborhood Gigantamax, is that a Gigantamax Meowth going up against Tangrowth, Octillery, Electivire, and Piplup? Seems a little out of place.
That is a very fun photo, and I really enjoy doing the Gigantamax battles with my friends. You have the Dynamax battles and then the Gigantamax battles. Gigantamax is fun because you can get a big group of people together to take those on, where the Dynamax battles are limited to just a group of, like a close-knit group of 4.
Yeah, that's the only problem with them for me is I just don't have enough friends. I gotta get more friends.
Yeah, what do you have more of, friends or degrees?
We'll go with degrees.
Moving on, that was a great set of battles to continue on here at the Milwaukee Regional Championship, and we have even more. Next up, we are going to take a look at Omero and Just Durk. We see Just Durk pretty frequently helping us out on the staffing side, on the judging side, which is such an important role to play at these regional tournaments. We wouldn't be able to have these productions without our judging staff.
Absolutely. They do so much in the background. They help us get the people on stage for us to cast. They judge the battles up on stage. They help deal with reviews. And we have 2 of our judges up there probably listening, saying, why are they talking about us? Stop. Don't talk about me, please.
Yep, and Just Durk also bringing his partner, which is Pepsi, the dog that we love to see. We always welcome Pepsi at these championship events.
Of course. And let's wait a bit to look at the teams. Both of our players are still with their headphones off, but you, of course, at home, if you're at home, you can talk about the teams with your friends that I don't have. I don't know why I'm making fun of myself so much.
It's just so easy to do.
True.
Taking a look at Just Durk, I remember seeing him on that championship point leaderboard as well at the beginning of the stream. He was number 16. So this is a trainer who's been doing not just helping out at regional events, but also participating and taking advantage of all the different local scenes, taking advantage of the cups, taking advantage of the challenges to be able to secure all of those championship points.
And with the changes that were made with this season to the best finish limits, you're not required to go to as many events as you might have been in past seasons in order to get those championship points to fight for those leaderboard positions. I haven't done the math, which is frankly embarrassing for me. I should have done the math, but I'm very curious as to what the highest potential championship point value one could have at the end of a season if you go win all 3 ICs as well as 2 regionals, and then as well as have all of the local points as well. It must be like 3,000 points or something. It's got to be a ton.
Yeah, let us know. If you can do the math in the Twitch chat, let us know what is the maximum amount of championship points a person could feasibly have. We know that that's not going to happen because we had different international champion winners in Pokemon Go, and we still have another, but we do have another international event coming up, and that is NAIC in New Orleans in June, which is going to be very exciting. I'm excited to watch all of the action from home.
And frankly, if we did have a repeat winner this year, that would imply that the IC winner wasn't from North America, and that would be the first time that an IC has gone outside of its local region. That's something very interesting to me that has been the case for Pokemon Go in the Championship Series, is that the internationals have been claimed by people from that region each and every time, whereas for VG as well as TCG, they've had other regions win their ICs.
But that is not the case here. What we do have is Omero versus Just Durk. Omero coming here from Mexico today to try to earn some championship points. This is the losers finals for Group E, so he's trying not just to get a bunch of championship points, but lock in a spot for tomorrow, day number 2. We also have Just Durk that we've mentioned as well, has a ton of championship points for the North American region, and really trying to solidify, because in the leaderboard, those top 75 spots for the US and Canada get that Worlds invite. So Just Durk really trying to secure that, since he doesn't have an automatic invite. He doesn't have that win yet.
At number 16, I feel like he's got to be feeling pretty safe, given that a number of the people ahead of him probably have the automatic invites. So as you had said earlier, they don't count for the top 75 from each region. But let's go ahead and look at these teams. For Just Durk, we have Pepsi, but that's not a Pokemon. We have the Mandibuzz, a Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen a Shadow variant of the Alolan Sandslash. One of your favorite Pokemon, Golisopod, Unovan Stunfisk, the Shadow Primeape, and Furret. It's a very interesting team. A lot of not top meta picks, but fringe meta picks, I'll say. It's been a while since we've seen a Mandibuzz, and I feel like that probably is because it gets hard-walled by Tinkaton.
Yeah, it's interesting also to see not a Tinkaton in this losers finals on one of the sides, because we've seen so many Tinkaton, but Just Durk opting for a different steel type in that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which I'd have to imagine that Shadow Alolan Sandslash does quite well into the other popular steel type.
It does. Funny fact, Bulldoze from Tinkaton does less than Heavy Slam into Alolan Sandslash.
Which just feels wrong.
It feels absolutely wrong. That's super effective damage compared to neutral damage.
Just again goes to show how terrible of an attack Bulldoze is. But as I mentioned before, that's okay. We don't want to break Tinkaton by giving it 2 phenomenal attacks. Bulldoze is fine. What is also fine is starting off this losers finals. Group E, we have Primeape into Unovan Stunfisk. I don't know too much about this matchup. Can you tell me a little bit about what you expect to see?
I expect to see lots of damage coming from both Pokemon. Shield's probably not going to be used right away. I have to imagine that Just Durk is fine. No shielding here. Likely expecting an Ice Punch or a Rage Fist, but knows that he can comfortably hang on. Mud Bomb coming through on the opposite side won't threaten a knockout, so Omero could opt to no shield, but now instead opting to preserve the health on this Shadow Primeape. an immediate switch out by Just Durk into his own, and Rage Fist, a charge attack tie here. It's actually won by Just Durk. Will he be able to pull the shield from Omero? No. Omero probably recognizing this is not going to be quite enough to pick up a knockout, but no, it does.
It does knock out. Now Just Durk's Primeape has an attack boost going into this next, the next matchup, and it outpaces the Unovan Stunfisk. So this cross chop is going to hurt. Omero opts to not shield again, taking the Unovan Stunfisk down to half health. Just needs one more quick Thunder Shock to be able to throw a Mud Bomb in return, which is going to draw a Protect Shield.
And this is a bit of a reverse from our initial matchup. We're seeing the Pokemon on the opposite sides of the fields. However, in the back, Just Durk does have a Golisopod that would go up against Omero's Shadow Lapras, which is generally a fairly neutral matchup. Lapras has the benefit of the bulk advantage, but Just Durk has a slight typing advantage, going to be able to resist, I believe, both moves. No, actually access to Skull Bash for that Shadow Lapras does give it an opportunity for neutral, hard-hitting damage.
That Skull Bash is scary, but Just Durk is able to get to this X Scissor just before the Skull Bash is able to fire it. This is not going to be enough for a knockout, but it is going to put the Lapras deep into the red. It's at Skull Bash. Is Omero going to go for the Skull Bash or go for 2 Sparkling Aria? Just Durk has to make this call. It is going to be a Sparkling Aria, and he lets it go. What a call from Just Durk, and then is able to get to just a quick little Aqua Jet enough, which is going to be more than enough at this point to knock out.
Yeah, that is a solid endgame from Just Durk. Had a really strong team composition. Great play by switching into his own Shadow Primeape. Winning that charge attack tie between the in the mirror match is so incredibly powerful. Had he lost that charge attack tie, then maybe this game would have been very different, because then he would have needed to utilize an extra shield in order to keep his Shadow Primeape up on the field. And if he does shield, Omero could then max shields and then outpace once again, because again, if you win it once, it's highly likely you're gonna win it again, because the only time it can switch between the Pokemon who wins the charge attack tie is if they have the same exact stat value, which is fairly rare.
Here we can see the Lapras doing quite well into the Primeape, and here's that Golisopod, which is why I enjoy it so much. Those neutral Shadow Claws and then heavy hitting X's or damage. So we are gonna see Just Durk make a fantastic call here, saying, I think Omero is gonna go for 2 Sparkling Arias instead of 1 singular Skull Bash. That was the call that won the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he had 2 Pokemon in the back. If you look at the Unovan Stunfisk, it was still fairly healthy, so even if he lets that go, it would have been a really tough, or even if it was a Skull Bash and he let it go, it would have been a really tough spot for Omero, given he would have been energy dry after the Skull Bash. Let's go ahead and get into game number 2. This is a better lead for Omero. It is a Shadow Jumpluff into that Shadow Primeape, counter swap into his own Primeape after the Furret comes out.
Yeah, Primeape. So I love Furret. Furret is great, but Furret is great because there aren't very many fighting type Pokemon in the meta, and unfortunately Furret's just kind of got itself lined up against really the only one we've seen all day.
Yeah, the one difficult thing for Omero is that he can't throw Rage Fist in this matchup, and it looks like Ice Punch is not enough to pick up the knockout. Going for an Ice Punch here, I would have preferred a Rage Fist at this point from Omero. It's a little less energy, it would have been enough to knock out, and he would have been boosted going into the next matchup.
Now we have a mirror match of Primeapes. Omero's Primeape, I believe, has a slight energy advantage, maybe, but not enough of a health advantage. Actually is able to pull a Protect Shield from Just Durk, but now Durk can kind of comfortably just Karate Chop down.
Yeah, gets the full farm down, has 2 moves loaded. Looks like the Rage Fist is now going into the Jumpluff. I don't think this is going to nearly threaten a knockout. The second one will do maybe a little bit more than 30% of the remaining health of this Jumpluff, but I think a third one will be necessary in order to threaten a knockout.
And there, you are correct. We do need that third one. And Juster kind of recognizing that and saving the Primeape with a little bit of energy for the back. And here's that Dusclops again. Dusclops running Ice Punch and Shadow Punch in this meta. And we saw it in that kind of half, like, transition meta earlier in Vancouver, like you mentioned earlier. But we've seen a little bit of a reappearance of it today.
Yeah, this is a ground type that it will be much happier to face as opposed to a Diggersby. And of course, he's got to be, Omero has to be very happy that this was able to avoid the Ferret. It would have been an awful matchup for him. I think the Ferret would have been able to get a massive farm down as well as get the Trailblaze boosts to be able to do a lot of damage with against any other Pokemon in the back that Omero had. Mud Bomb coming through, going to do a nice little bit of chip damage and potentially put this into farm down range afterwards if Just Durk decides to shield.
We are going to find out, does Just Durk use the shield? He does. He protects the Unnovan Stunfisk, and the Unnovan Stunfisk wants to try to get as much energy as possible, but Omero decides to expend the energy here in order to try to get this Stunfisk off the field of play. Doesn't quite do enough, so we see a quick swap into Shadow Jumpluff to try to just finish this Stunfisk off.
There is very little health remaining on this Primeape, able to get to a Rage Fist. However, even if he throws it into the Jumpluff, he knows there's too much health remaining on Omero's Dusclops. He would not be able to get a Karate Chop down, and that is going to be game number 2 going over to Omero. There's also a shield on Omero's side, so throwing a Charge Attack would have made no difference anyways.
I'm really interested. Omero hasn't brought the Tinkaton yet, and I think Just Durk really built a team that has quite a bit of play into Tinkaton, but Omero's just hasn't decided not to use it, decided to switch things up, use the Dusclops, use the Shadow Primeape. We've seen the Stunfisk and that Shadow Lapras. Lots of variety on this team today.
And we see our players talking a little bit to the judges. It is possibly going to be a dispute. I believe there was a lost turn when the Primeape came in from Just Durk, and we saw that Omero was able to get to that Charge Attack first. However, as we saw in game number 1, Just Durk wins that Charge Attack tie, and that likely caused Just Durk to have to shield in order to preserve that Primeape. So I think that's what happened. We'll let the judges determine whether or not that affected the outcome of the game. So our match is going to be under review, so please hang on as that is discussed by our judges who are up on stage. We were talking, I was saying earlier that they probably wouldn't want us to talk about them too much, but we can bring the spotlight back to the rest of the battle, talk about the Pokemon that they were using as our judges make that decision.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Omero not using the Tinkaton. We can actually take a look, before we talk more about the teams, we can take a look at what the judges are currently reviewing, which is a missed fast attack.
Yeah, coming in 1 turn late means that the Rage Fist for Omero is ready before Just Durk's is, and that means that he's not able to get that Charge Attack tie, which is so impactful, why he likely brought a Shadow Primeape with really high attack in order to win that Charge Attack tie in the mirror match. Very crucial for Pokemon that are squishy and you sometimes see the mirror match for, like a Shadow Primeape. Also very impactful for Sandslash in metas where Sandslash is popular. I think we saw that be very crucial in the Atlanta Regional with Elam versus I forget who was playing, but it was an Alolan Sandslash mirror, and his once the Charge Attack tie was able to get the victory.
So those little moments are so important and so critical. We thank our judge team for taking the time to review to make sure that the results of the battle are like truly fair.
And it was nighttime clashing. I remembered. My brain is just always like maybe 2 turns behind. It gets a 2-turn swap when it's thinking about things, not a 0-turn swap, not a 1-turn swap. Those Pokemon Tinkaton, we haven't seen them too frequently in this matchup. I am disappointed that we are only seeing 1 on the field of play so far, kind of ruining our 2 Tinkaton streak that we had going. I'll be very curious to see if our day 2 usage is close to 100%. I think we've only had that one other time, and I think it was with Metacham a long, long time ago.
Yeah, and Metacham certainly not on 100% of teams now. We've had quite a few meta shakeups since then. Do you miss the Metacham meta at all, Alpha Phoebe?
I do and I don't. I think there were some points of the Metacham meta that I enjoyed. There were other parts that I didn't quite as much, such as anytime Noctowl and Trevenant were both super popular, felt like the game was very rock, paper, scissory. Trevenant has absolutely no play against Noctowl. I do miss Noctowl a little bit. I feel like it's one of my favorite flyers to have been popular in the meta. Very bulky, good coverage move. So I do miss it a little bit, but it was good for quite a while. It had its time in the spotlight. Happy to have other flyers be in the spotlight now.
Yeah, the metas where it was a lot of Trevenant, a lot of Lantern, a lot of Noctowl. It was kind of either you loved that or you absolutely hated it, and we're happy to see it go. What I believe we have from the judges is a rematch. Mr. Turnt, we're seeing that there was missed a turn right when Primeape swapped in, would have won that charge attack tie based on the previous game, so there was a rematch and there's no appeal.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and reload into a game number 2 here. It's the best of 3, so Omero is back to a position where he is going to have to win 2 games in a row in order to secure a victory here in this losers finals for Group E. Just Durk, 1 more win away from making day 2.
So we need to erase that last battle from our minds. It does not exist. We are 0-1. Just Durk needs that 1 win in order to secure that place. Iomero's trying to not have that happen, trying to fight for that spot in day number 2. We're going to have to see how Omero is going to switch this up, though, because Durk seems, with his kind of like you mentioned before, kind of core-breaking team, kind of slightly off-meta team. And again, I think Just Durk just likes to run Pokemon that he enjoys as well. We're going to have to see how that's going to play out.
I think one of the most crucial things for Omero is that if he's going to opt to play his Shadow Primeape, he needs to get it in a position where it has energy advantage, because as we've seen time and time again, it's going to lose that charge attack tie to Just Durk's. So he needs to make sure that he's able to throw his moves earlier than Just Durk can in order to secure victory in that mirror matchup.
Our trainers are just about locked in. If Just Durk can win this one, he secures his spot. Omero needs this win to keep his tournament dreams alive. And we have Jumpluff, Shadow Jumpluff, into Unova Stunfisk. What do you think about this lead matchup, Nick?
It's a deceptive matchup. You have a grass type versus a ground and electric type. However, the grass type is also a flying type, and it's only running flying type charged attacks. Stunfisk, very bulky, very easily able to hang on to that move. We see a swap in by Omero into the Shadow Primeape. I like this swap, trying to maybe pull out Just Durk's own Primeape. However, no, none is brought in. It is the Golisopod instead able to come out, actually pulling a shield with an X-Scissor bait. I'm very surprised by this X-Scissor. It is going to be resisted by the fighting typing, and I think it's the same energy cost as an Aqua Jet.
And we have the Aqua Jet. Is Omero going to protect the Shadow Primeape? Actually decides to protect it. Omero is 2 shields down early in a matchup. That is a big gamble to make in a battle.
In comes the Shadow Primeape of Just Durk, able to get to the Rage Fist. It looks like a charge attack tie once again. That's going to be going to Just Durk. In the back are 2 Pokemon that are fairly strong into Shadow Primeape. However, it's going to be a switch immediately into the Unovan Stunfisk.
Yeah, and Omero just doesn't have anything really left to deal with this Stunfisk. Tinkaton doesn't want to see it because of the Mud Bombs, and Jumpluff doesn't love this either because it can't do any, not even neutral damage to it.
Acrobatics coming through, going to do resisted damage, probably does 25-30% of the remaining health of this Unova and Stunfisk. 2 shields used to preserve that Shadow Primate, but unfortunately, Omero was unable to get it out of that mirror matchup. Discharge coming through, doing good neutral damage to the Shadow Jumpluff, and in the back for Just Durk is that Shadow Primate. It has 2 shields, and it's going to be going up against the Tinkaton. Switches in, 2 Fairy Winds come through there. Can Omero get the Fairy Wind down here?
Yeah, that is going to be a tough ask for this Tinkaton. This Primeape has a ton of energy. It's going to just be able to start ramping up with Rage Fist. I think I would normally, pretty much in almost any situations, I would place my confidence in a Primeape with 2 shields. We'll have to see, though. Primeape is able to land that attack because Omero took that gamble really early and used both of his Protect shields.
I think we might see another match under review here. We see Omero speaking to the judges. I think he lost a turn when his Primeape came in, and I think he should have outpaced Just Durk's Shadow Primeape there when we saw the charge attack tie that Just Durk won. As I was saying before that game played out, it's so important for Omero to have the energy advantage going into any Shadow Primate mirror match. And I think he had tried to position himself in a spot where he could do that, but it does seem like it is going to be a match under review. We'll have to see where exactly the issue was, if there were additional issues outside of what I'm calling out, and we'll have to see if our judges believe it is impactful enough to grant a rematch.
Yeah, I also think that Omero wasn't able to switch at one point when he clearly should have been able to. So I think there might have just been some lag issues with the phones. So we will have to take a look and see what the judges decide. Because it's not necessarily just was there an issue, it's was the issue impactful to the match.
Absolutely, and that's the hardest thing about being a judge is knowing exactly what is impactful, and that's why I'm thankful that I get to be behind the desk and not have to make the hard decisions. I just have to talk. I just have to yap.
We're both pretty good at yapping. Do you have any recommendations, Nick, for ways, like if you're playing Go Battle League, to really like optimize your phone? I know one thing I like to do when I'm playing, if I want to avoid any issues like that, is I'd make sure that I download all assets. So I know that can really help with some things.
Yep.
Sometimes you can refresh your game data, and that can be kind of helpful. I really like to play on a really good Wi-Fi connection, and then also have airplane mode on, so I know my phone isn't trying to hop between like my data and my Wi-Fi.
I think those are all really great suggestions. For Wi-Fi versus data, I would say use whatever works the best for you. For me, I have really good Wi-Fi at my house, but for whatever reason, it doesn't work well for Pokemon Go, so I have to use my data while I'm playing at home. The last suggestion that I would make is if you're like my friend Wholesome _ and you live maybe in a pretty hot state, you could buy a phone cooler, and that helps because the game is running a lot of these assets. It's running all of these animations, and as you can see in this match under review, here is the instant where he was unable to get that charge attack off first. All of those things, what you mentioned, can potentially cause your phones to not overheat or to not have to do as much in order to lower the processing cost of the Pokemon Go app in order to try to maximize your ability to play the Go Battle League or grassroots tournaments or any friendly battles you might be doing with friends at home.
Even outside of battles, I think having some way to cool your phone is really important when you're doing some of these big events. Like we have Go Fest coming up this summer. When I was in Yokohama, Japan, I definitely needed a phone cooler because it was Japan in the middle of August. It was so hot, and my phone had such a rough go trying to operate in those conditions.
I needed a whole body cooler. It was so hot. I was chugging Bakari Sweat after Bakari Sweat. I knew I wasn't saying it quite right. Bakari Sweat after Bakari Sweat, chugging water bottles as well. Whew, it was hot out there.
Yes, thankfully there were lots and lots of vending machines to be able to continue to get electrolyte replenishing drinks while we were running around in Japan. That was such a good time. But Worlds this year is going to be in Anaheim, California. We have many trainers who've already secured their invites. We got to see at the beginning of the stream, there's starting to be quite the list of automatic invites. And then the top 75 trainers from North America, which is Canada and the US, are going to be able to also get that invitation to Worlds. It's kind of like a nail biter. It's very different this season because you don't know if you secured that invite until the last tournament has been played.
And that's going to be NAIC. That's the last tournament. That's actually a tournament that I'm going to be going to myself, hopefully earn myself a few more championship points, maybe get a spot for Anaheim and Worlds.
Ooh, how many championship points do you have now?
700 something. I could look it up. I mean, I'll look it up at some point and you know, flex a little bit for the camera, you know.
No, I'm hoping to hit that championship point grind a lot more in the coming season. I've won and done well in a couple cups and challenges. I have 12 total championship points in the trading card game as well. So maybe I can learn a little bit more about that in the video game. See if I can get championship points all across the board.
Okay. Do your local tournaments also offer video game challenges as well, cups and challenges? Or is it just Pokemon Go?
I think it's just trading card game and Pokemon Go for now.
Maybe you could talk to your local tournament organizers and try to get a video game tournament set up.
All right, it looks like, just to give everybody watching at home or watching in the venue an update, there was multiple missed turns in the game. A rematch was granted, and then now there is an appeal process underway, which is why we see another judge going up to the table.
Yep, our head judge is going to be reviewing and going to be either approving the rematch or granting the appeal. Either way, we will be waiting here for that ruling, and once that is decided, we will either have another game number 2, or we will be moving on through the rest of this tournament. We are most of the way through the tournament so far. We are in the losers side, so this is a very crucial rematch opportunity, very important for both of these trainers to be heard, for their thought processes and their understanding of the end state of that match to be conveyed to the head judge. So we're allowing them to speak to the head judge, give their perspectives, and then the head judge will make that decision once they have heard everything and they have thought about it themselves.
And whether I'm watching at home or I'm behind the desk here or if I'm in the crowd, I love watching the losers bracket. It's much more fun for me because there's so much more on the line. You can really feel the pressure. Where the winner's side, if you lose, like, you get another chance. It's certainly not as comfortable. I call it the shortcut run all the time if you can just breeze straight through winners. Just keep winning. It makes it easier. But I think losers is where it's at. And almost every time that we do caster predictions for day 2, I almost always pick a losers bracket run because that to me is the most exciting, rooting for someone on the loser side, even though if you pick a winner's side, you're more likely to be correct. But I like to put my faith in the loser side bracket runs.
Of course. And I will say from personal experience, I very much prefer the winner's side of the bracket. I do so poorly on the loser's side of the bracket. I think my longest losers run has been 2 match wins in a row. Whereas on the winner's side, I've won 3 matches in a row a few times. So my loser side of the bracket's just not so great.
I've definitely had the experience of just having a really rough time on stream. I have never once won on stream while I've played.
I've won once on stream myself, I'm pretty sure. So I have a similar track record. The stage, it's so funny, you know. I sit in front of a camera, I talk in front of a camera all the time. I'll get nervous, anymore at least, and I just get so nervous on stage. It's awful.
Yeah, and that, again, I mentioned it before, but when we get to sit back, you and I, or people in the crowd, or people sitting at home, it's really easy to critique what is happening on the stage because we're not the ones experiencing it, where it's tough, especially again, right now in Wisconsin, it is about 4:30 p.m. So it has been a long day for these trainers.
And you know what else it is time for? It's time for a rematch. So after the appeal, the rematch was sustained, and we are going to be going into another game number 2 here. Omero's back is still up against the wall. Just Durk needs one more win to go into day number 2. So all the chips are still on the table, up for grabs here. This is going to be a crucial game here between Omero and Just Durk. Will we see Just Durk be able to dominate with the Alolan Sandslash, the Golisopod, and that Shadow Primate that's so key, the winning the charge attack tie into Omero? Or will Omero be able to utilize energy advantage on that Shadow Primate to secure victory like he attempted to do in that last battle?
Yeah, I love too how these trainers, both of them are bringing that Shadow Primate, even though we've been saying so many teams are running without a fighting type Pokemon, but both of these trainers recognize that Shadow Primate still does have a lot of play. Poor Annihilape, it had a little bit of time in the sun where it really got to enjoy itself, but now Shadow Primate seems to be the way to go in terms of fighters.
And we'll see if Omero can get his lined up against a Pokemon that is not Golisopod. Because looking at Just Durk's team again, it's actually really safe. The Mandibuzz, is running Snarl, which makes it significantly harder to run into a Shadow Primate. Here we go, game number 2 once more. It is going to be Unova Stunfisk versus Shadow Primate, and the Shadow Primate is in the back. This is extremely reminiscent of game number 1 between these two trainers, where we had the reverse. Omero brought in his Shadow Primate into Just Durk's, but he will have the advantage now of knowing that he loses a charge attack tie, so he will no longer go for that charge attack tie if he brings his Shadow Primate.
Yes, even though we've only, on the scoreboard, there's only the 1 game so far, and now we're in game 2, all of that knowledge gain hasn't gone away. It's something that these trainers can still use to their advantage. The cross chop does not quite knock out, but Just Durk makes a very quick swap in to absorb this Mud Bomb, which Golisopod resists. It's one of the best parts of using this Pokemon, the ability to resist ground type attacks.
This is going to be a great spot for Omero, now able to get the jump bluff onto this Pokemon as opposed to that Stunfisk in the back. The Stunfisk is going to have a neutral matchup against Omero's own Annihilape, going now for the, Primate, going for its flying charge attack. I didn't quite see it. It was the Acrobatics, big shield from Just Durk there. However, I think Omero's going to be pretty comfortable going for straight Acrobatics here, throwing up a shield. I was maybe expecting a no shield here, but maybe a little bit afraid of a fast attack down afterwards.
Oh, goes for the aerial ace, and Just Durk with it with the catches today. He is locked in, able to absorb this damage onto the Unova Stunfisk. And again, reverse. Here is that Shadow Primate against Just Durk's Unova Stunfisk.
Ice Punch coming through is going to do good, super effective damage to this Unova Stunfisk. Just Durk shielding this time because the previous time these two Pokemon had faced up, Omero had gone straight for the Ice Punch. Karate Chop going through means that Omero is loaded with a second Ice Punch. No catch available from Just Durk at this point, but I believe he is well outside of Ice Punch range. It is another charge attack tie. Mud Bomb being thrown by Just Durk. Ice Punch coming through from the Shadow Primate.
And the Ice Punch is super effective, does not quite knock out. So as that was a charge attack priority tie, the Mud Bomb is going to land right away into the Shadow Primate, taking it really down into the red. A quick swap in on the Galaisapod, and Omero makes a quick swap as well. It looked like Durk was kind of hesitating, like, do I want to fully charge this or not? But Omero is able to secure that aerial ace. This is going to be more than enough to knock out. It's super effective damage. Galaisapod, not the bulkiest Pokemon out there. It's known for its attack pressure.
I'm really curious, if just Durk had thrown one more Shadow Claw and gone for a charge attack tie, would he have been able to knock out that jump bluff? Given that without the charge attack tie, you don't get that Shadow Claw damage through.
It's the two Pokemon we've been seeing all day, Primeape versus Unovan Stunfisk. The Primeape is countered down and then has a charged attack. So Just Durk able to secure a victory here, knocking out with a Rage Fist. Omero has no Pokemon remaining. So that came down to the two Pokemon we've been seeing go back and forth time and time again throughout this series. Unovan Stunfisk and Shadow Primeape.
Man, that end game was so close in the end. These battles are tight. Looks like our players are talking with the judges again. We might have another match under review to see if there were any issues in that endgame, given exactly how close that matchup was. Any slight change might make a difference in that endgame.
Correct, because we mentioned before, the judges are not necessarily looking for was there an issue, they're looking for was the issue impactful. And when the end game comes down to just moments, just slivers of HP, you can really argue that any irregularity could be majorly impactful.
I think I was a little surprised. Going into that endgame, I actually thought that Omero had a significant advantage, and then something happened. Just Durk was able to pull it around. It looks like the dispute that is occurring here is because there might have been a lost turn in the Primeape versus Primeape matchup. Losing just a singular Karate Chop in the mirror match can be so impactful because of how much damage the Karate Chop does.
I think I found a solution, Nick. I think these two trainers just have to shake hands and agree we're not using Primeape anymore.
Ooh, yeah. Maybe it's all Primeape's fault.
I think it's Primeape's fault.
Let's just blame Primeape.
I think that's who we are going to blame today.
All right, well, as our judges review this match, we'll have to see if any major changes occur from these trainers. If there is a rematch here, do they opt for a Pokemon that is going to be a little bit stronger into that Shadow Primeape? I believe in the first game 2 that we saw, Omero did bring the Dusclops, or was that even game 1? I'm losing track here.
I am as well. One Pokemon I know we haven't seen at all from Just Durk is that Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz would be, I think, pretty solid into that Dusclops, and it would obviously be solid into the Shadow Jumpluff.
It's just so hard to bring. It also does quite well into Lapras, given that Lapras is using Psywave. But access to Ice Beam, if it is there for Omero, which it is not, means that that is a pretty bad matchup. So he really just needs to avoid the Tinkaton and the Unovan Stunfisk. Of course, that Shadow Primeape is going to be pretty neutral, given that it is running Snarl and not Air Slash. But I think just based on how volatile the matchups can either be very strong winning against the Pokemon that you mentioned, or it loses very hard to Tinkaton and the Unovan Stunfisk. That might be why that Just Durk is avoiding that Mandibuzz.
And yeah, I can see the Mandibuzz not really being useful, and I obviously know that the Furret doesn't want to be in this matchup either, because of all the Shadow Primeape action that we've been seeing. So that kind of chases Furret off the bench as well, or Furret onto the bench as well. Because pretty much from Just Durk, we've been consistently seeing the Galaisapod and the Shadow Primeape and the Unovan Stunfisk. Those seem to be staples for Just Durk.
Absolutely, they are so safe in this matchup. And here we go. Here's the moment of contention. It looks like the Primeape for Omero did get knocked out there. I'm not 100% sure if it was a lost turn or not. I know that things can be a little bit wonky, a very professional technical term here, wonky. When you have moves that would simultaneously knock each other out, I'm forgetting though if it's only with 1 turn fast attacks or if it also occurs with 2 turn fast attacks. I know that with 1 turn fast attacks, if you have the same exact mirror Pokemon, same exact stats, it will randomly decide, the game will randomly decide who ends up winning that matchup for, like, say, a Dialga Mirror, where they just go for the Dragon Breath down. It's completely random which one wins.
Yeah, and so knowing all of that little minutia of the game is so critical. Sometimes on the surface level, people think Pokemon Go PvP isn't all that complicated, but really, when you get down to it, there is a lot that goes into really knowing how to play this game and doing well. Something that'll take you from just doing well in a championship series event versus winning the whole thing.
Absolutely. I think I mentioned it before. I'll mention it again. It is so tough to review matches and to ascertain whether or not a moment in time, a half a turn, was impactful on the end game outcome. That's going to be what our players are talking to the judges about now. Of course, if they don't agree, they always have the chance to appeal. So if that does happen, we'll see the head judge can't come back up. But given that headphones are coming off, it does look like there is an agreement here that is going to be a match win for just Durk, and it is going to be a 2-0 for him to go into day 2 on the loser side of the bracket.
Omero made a great run, though. Congratulations to him as well for making it this far in the tournament. And congratulations to Just Durk for securing that day 2 spot. Pepsi looked very excited to get up from the stage.
Yeah, and I'll say there wasn't a significant team comp disadvantage for Omero, but given that his Shadow Primate was losing that charge attack tie, I think that meant that he had a team comp disadvantage just because the mirror match was so favored for Just Durk. So really great play for him to try to combat it, really try to come back from those losing positions where that Shadow Primate was just going rampant on his team.
Yes, and that is what Shadow Primate does. It runs rampant. And we are going to see, I think we have another couple trainers that we might be seeing come up soon. And I'm curious to see, are we going to see more Shadow Primate run rampant, or maybe even just a regular Primate? What do you think the difference is?
I think the Shadow Primate is just significantly better. It threatens so much with its moves. I think the more complex question is, what charge attacks do you want to run? We've seen quite a few. We've seen Ice Punch, we've seen Cross Chop, we've seen Close Combat, we've seen Rage Fist. I think Rage Fist is a staple. You just always run Rage Fist. It's such a good move, it's so powerful, and it helps with making your secondary attack more potent. I'm at a loss for what the best second charge attack is. Ice Punch helps with Jump Bluff. Close Combat can just absolutely nuke things. Cross Chop is very hard hitting once you're boosted with Rage Fist, and it's very cheap. So all of them are really great options, and frankly, it comes down to what you're comfortable with, and as well as what works best for your team.
What is going to work really well for me is Pawmi Community Day, and that's something I'm looking forward to. I absolutely love Pawmi's Shiny. There's a Shiny, a version in the trading card game. There's an artwork that shows Pawmi's Shiny, and it is one of my favorite Shinies in the game. Absolutely love it. How do you feel about Brick Break on Pawmi?
I think it'll be a nice addition. Brick Break is a move that provides some debuffs to your opponent. I think it lowers their defense. And with Pawmot being a very attack-weighted Pokemon, I believe it gets Wild Charge. That just means that you're gonna... It's the same as if you're giving yourself a boost. And boosted Wild Charge is just so scary. Fighting Electric is also... Excuse me. Fighting Electric is also a very interesting combination of typings. We don't have that many Pokemon with it, and the electric types does help mitigate that fighting type weakness to flying. let's take a look as well as some featured Pokemon that are coming up in the Might and Mastery season. We have Shadow Dialga coming in. Good luck everyone at home. When you get that Shadow Dialga, I'll keep my fingers crossed for you that you get that hundo. Or maybe you don't want a hundo. Maybe you want to use it in Great League.
I could see someone like Martine and Adequince using a Shadow Dialga, or at least trying to use it. But the Pokemon that I think is really going to change things up here is that Shadow Inkay going for Shadow Malamar. I think that could potentially change the game. We might see, that's something I think we might see in the Championship Series once it's allowed, once it comes through.
As well as in 3-star raids, that Shadow Lapras returning. So if you've been seeing players use it in the Pokemon Championship Series and you want to use it yourself, make sure you go out and raid for one. Shadow Tyrant making its debut, one of the best attackers for Rock-type damage in raid battles as well. All types of battles here are important. You know, we focus on the PvP battles, but raids are great fun, great way to meet people in your community. Don't forget about those Dynamax and Gigantamax battles as well. And make sure you go out to your community for those as well, because I've tried to do some Dynamax and Gigantamax with only 2 or 3 people. It just doesn't work out.
No, I had a great time against the Gigantamax Snorlax. That was really fun. I love all of the Gigantamax forms. I think they're really creative and really fun, and it's great to get those big groups of people together. So really important to go out and make friends in your local community. And you could probably meet some really great people who would want to do those types of battles with you right here at a regional tournament.
Absolutely. Regionals are a great place to meet up with old friends, but also make some new friends. We have our trainers up on stage on the left. It is Great Wolf, and on the right, we've seen him before, but it's been a little while since we've seen him. It's Bopper, one of my favorite trainers who's run Guzzlord, Skeledirge many, many times. Though, looking at his team, he's letting me down, but he's also making me happy. He doesn't have Guzzlord, but he does have Tinkaton.
Yes, and also a Shadow Swampert believer. We've seen a few trainers run it recently. Why Shadow Swampert? Why now?
Why Shadow Swampert? Well, I think the reason there is that Hydro Cannon is still a great move, and with the addition of Sludge to its move pool, provides it more coverage, more fast coverage into grass types. In past times, you were running Hydro Cannon with Earthquake or Sludge Wave. Mudshot's generating less energy nowadays, so you want a cheaper charge attack to pair with Hydro Cannon so that you don't have to build up to 80, 90 energy in order to throw a move. 90 energy, of course, no charge attack actually costs that much, but maybe that's what you wanted to build up anyways. And then typing-wise, it's going to do well into Azumarill. Sludge will do really great into water types as well, where you are resisting Hydro Cannon. It's great into the grass-type Pokemon, like Jumpluff or Cradilly.
Or Serperior.
Or Serperior, yeah. It's been a while since we've seen a Serperior, so it's great to see it come back. It looks okay into Bopper's team. You know, Shadow Drapian's a really tough matchup for it. It's probably going to get pushed out of the meta even more now that Tinkaton is here, and it seems like it's here to stay.
I would certainly agree, but Great Wolf has that Talonflame on the other side of the field, as well as the Shadow Marowak, and Drapion can do pretty well into Tinkaton as well. So very interested to see. Looks like instead of bringing a Tinkaton, Great Wolf made sure to bring lots of things that could potentially counter Tinkaton. Even the Shadow for Alligator, like, because you paste a Hydro Cannon so quickly and it does just such an insane amount of damage, it really looks like Great Wolf decided, if I'm not going to bring a Tinkaton, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to scare away any Tinkaton on the other side of the field.
Yeah, it's one of the Pokemon, Shadow for Alligator, where you really, if you're going up against it, you want to resist its charge attacks if at all possible. But Bopper, with that Shadow Swampert, is going to be able to, I believe, win charge attack ties and pace at the same rate as those Hydro Cannons. You know, the Feraligatr fine throwing Hydro Cannons into that Swampert because it is neutral. However, the Swampert does not want to throw Hydro Cannons back into the Feraligatr because it is resisted. It is a pure water type Feraligatr, whereas the Swampert is water and ground.
Our trainers are getting locked in and getting ready to get started in this battle. It's been, you mentioned before, it's been a minute since we've seen Bopper on the field of play, and he is a talented trainer, not just in Pokemon Go, but originally from the video game series, and I think it's always phenomenal when a trainer can do so well in multiple different Pokemon games. We recently got the news that Sejun Park is actually going to be the first trainer to compete in to qualify for Worlds in trading card game, video game, and now in Go just made that qualification.
I thought he had qualified the first year. Maybe I'm incorrect.
You might be incorrect.
Anyways, let's refocus back in on this. This is the Group F Finals, so it is our first Winners Finals without 2 Tinkaton. So let me down a little bit, Great Wolf. But that is what, is that 11 out of 12? Must be, because this is the only Winners Finals that I think we've seen that has not had double Tinkaton, and potentially still an option to get 100% day 2 usage.
Also just want to clarify, not just 3, Sejun Park has also qualified for Worlds in Unite as well. I want to be sure I'm getting factual information.
Okay.
That's so impressive.
I must be misremembering. I could have sworn that people were talking about how he had qualified earlier, but I'll believe the man himself when he tweets about it like he did.
And moving in, we saw that Shadow Marowak, the Cantonian Marowak, swap immediately out of that Jump Bluff matchup. It's not pretty for the Marowak. And then we saw the actually we see the Shadow Feraligatr come in.
I'm gonna have to say to my friend Martine, it looks like that Shadow Jumpluff did quite well into the Shadow Feraligatr, but it was behind, the Feraligatr was behind on energy. The Hydro Cannon, the move of choice going into a Lapras. However, this is a non-Shadow Lapras, so it can shrug that off. Sparkling Area is resisted by the Shadow Feraligatr. However, the neutral Psy Waves are going to add up if this is no shield and be able to pick a quick knockout after this next Hydro Cannon is thrown, but it's really close. Will Great Wolf be able to get off a third?
We are about to find out. This first Hydro Cannon is going to land. How much energy does he have? Just barely not able to secure that next Hydro Cannon, which kind of forces the Kanto Marowak to come back in, but it's not able to Mud Slap down. The Sparkling Aria is going to connect, and boom! Kanto Marowak has to get out of there. Now it's kind of Talonflame versus the world, and Talonflame is not a big fan of the fact that Bopper has 2 Protect shields remaining.
Really impressive timing from Bopper there, throwing at good timing after having swapped a little bit late. A charge attack being thrown by Great Wolf here is going to just be a fly, but 2 shields on Bopper's side, meaning that he's going to likely shield up everything coming his way. 2 more Poison Stings into an Aqua Tail going to come before the next fly. However, I believe this Talonflame should be able to hang on. It is a non-same type attack bonus Aqua Tail. It does not quite pick up the knockout. However, Bopper could either shield and Poison Sting down, or he could no shield and get the Fairy Wind down. I expect to see a no shield. Fairy Wind is going to be more than enough damage to pick up a knockout, and he still has a shield, and it's going to be maybe able to reach and move. No, actually opting for the Aerial Ace first, a little bit safer, given that 1 Rock Slide from the Shadow Kanto Marowak won't knock out, and he still has a shield.
So there is that Marowak coming in, again, going for the safer plays, and actually just going right for the Aerial Ace here, recognizing that Bopper's kind of got this in the bag.
And this is going to be game number 1, going to Bopper. Jumpluff showing just how great of a Pokemon it is, securing Bopper the victory here. Game number 2, we'll have to see how Great Wolf pivots in order to better handle that Jumpluff. I think he was a little bit soft to it in that first game. Maybe try to bring a Shadow Drapion of his own to answer it, but it's kind of hard to bring the Shadow Drapion when there's Swampert and Tinkaton on the other side of the field of play.
Here we have the Feraligatr. That was that moment where Great Wolf just could not quite get to that Hydro Cannon. What is the timing situation with that, where sometimes it feels like, oh, I feel like I just barely had the move and I wasn't able to throw it?
So I think in that specific instance, it was 2 Psywaves to knock out, and Great Wolf would have needed to survive actually 3 in order to land that Hydro Cannon. Because that Shadow Claw takes 2 turns, Psywave is a 1-turn fast attack. That's 2 Psywaves for the duration of the Shadow Claw, and then it costs 1 more turn to throw the charged attack. So a 3rd Psywave comes through, and the damage of 1-turn fast attacks applies generally before the charge attack can go off. Into game number 2, we're seeing 2 water types here. We'll see just exactly how this match plays out now that Swampert has access to Sludge. Actually, for Alligator winning the charged attack tie here, maybe this is a stat-dependent charge attack tie, and Great Wolf has opted for a very high attack for Alligator.
And Swampert going for the Sludge. We're gonna see a shield in return. These 2 Pokemon pacing similarly to their attacks. We're gonna have to see, is there going to be a catch attempt made? And there is. We could see Bopper tapping. When he was tapping for his energy, he was going right by the jump pluff. So then when the time came, he was able to quickly swap into the jump pluff, absorb that damage. But now for Alligator, deciding to kind of stay in, it can comfortably build up. And we see Great Wolf make a catch of his own onto this Talonflame.
I'm a little bit surprised that Bopper threw at that timing. The Shadows, I almost said Shadow Swampert, the Shadow for Alligator did not have a Ice Beam loaded. He only had a Hydro Cannon, so Bopper wasn't really threatened to throw at that point in time. Acrobatics coming through, doing a lot of neutral damage to that Talonflame, and now a Shadow Claw down provides Great Wolf with a ton of energy that can go into Bopper's backline.
But Bopper brings in the Swampert. It has an attack loaded and ready to go, and it's going to throw actually just the Hydro Cannon. Would be probably enough at this range to knock out. We haven't seen a lot of Swampert versus for Alligator matchups, Nick.
And it's an interesting choice for Bopper to throw that. I think the reason he opted for that is because it is a little bit safer into the rest of Great Wolf's team, given that he's probably not expecting the Superior to come out. In comes the Shadow Drapion, unable to get the farm down here, and this Hydro Cannon Shadow into Shadow is going to do so much neutral damage here. I'm pretty sure it picks up almost the 1-hit knock.
Comes very close. That is certainly some heavy damage. And then we see Great Wolf has a very, very healthy Shadow Drapion that it can knock things out in return. So we're going to see Bopper's Drapion goes down. There's just too much health left on Great Wolf's Shadow Drapion. And we can see Bopper kind of towards the end of that matchup recognizing, like, I don't think I have any win conditions left. I'm going to start taking notes. I'm going to start thinking, what can I do to turn this back around? This is, again, the winners finals for Group F. So like I mentioned before, not necessarily my favorite battles to watch because there's a little bit less on the line. It's a little less intense. Let's take a look at that replay, Nick.
Yeah, Sludge coming through, shielded up, is going to mean that Bopper wants to switch out from this matchup, knowing that he does lose the charge attack tie. It is actually slightly for Alligator favored, but very, very close. Catching the Hydro Cannon was great, but a little bit too antsy here to try to get the move onto that for Alligator. Throwing the Aerial Ace, still able to pick up the knockout later with an Acrobatics, but providing a farm down for Great Wolf, where that energy just had so many places to go, given that Bopper left the Lapras back.
And the trainers are going to take a moment to decide, what am I going to bring in order to secure my spot in day 2? Again, if they lose, they're still in it, but they have more battles to fight in order to secure that day 2 place. There's a lot more on the line on the loser side of the bracket. I really like the Talonflame on the side of Great Wolf, but I'm just not able to really get a lot out of it because Great Wolf decided to put the resources into the Shadow for Alligator instead,
Yes,
but
yeah.
I do think Talonflame was a really good pick.
Yeah, definitely, and it was able to shore up the bad matchups that the Shadow for Alligator had. Here we go into game number 3. This is the key decisive game, and the Primeape is going to win the charge attack tie into the Shadow for Alligator, opting for the Rage Fist bait. If this goes unshielded, that's going to be really great for Great Wolf, but with a shield going into the... Oh, excuse me, this isn't a Shadow Primate, it's a standard Primate. I just am now noticing that now. I think he could potentially get a farm down afterwards, but no, instead opting to switch into the Shadow Drapion. Another charge attack tie here. This one might force a shield from Great Wolf. Aqua Tail, I believe, was the move of choice, given that it is going to do neutral damage. I think, yes, Bopper can safely no-shield this. I think he might be needing to switch out, though, because I think he might get Poison Sting down.
Yeah, you'll have to talk to Bopper about that comment you made about how Shadow Primate is strictly better. We'll have to see. Maybe Bopper will win this match and prove you wrong. We have the Shadow Swampert throwing a Hydro Cannon. No shield from Great Wolf. That Drapion is washed off the field of battle. And this allows Serperior to come in, and the Swampert is stuck here.
Yeah, a bit interesting from Bopper there. He over-farmed, went for the charge attack tie on the Frenzy Plant. I think Great Wolf could have theoretically thrown an Aerial Ace right before to cut off all the energy from Bopper, but instead Great Wolf going for the full farm down there, able to load up nearly 2 Frenzy Plants, and Bopper's gonna be really careful where those Frenzy Plants land. He only has 1 shield remaining. No switch is up there. I think he would have really liked to try to catch this Frenzy Plant onto his Primate.
He waited every single moment of that timer out, but just was not able to secure it. Tries to make a catch here, but does not succeed. I think Great Wolf just very happy to continue using fast attack pressure, knowing that a catch attempt would be his lose condition.
Yeah, Frenzy Plant coming in. Another one is loaded. One more Psy Wave will not be enough to knock out this Serperior, and that is going to be game number 3 going over to Great Wolf, able to secure victory and move on to the winner's side of day 2.
I really liked Bopper's pick of the Shadow Swampert. It's just got matched up against the one thing that it doesn't want to see, and that is a Serperior. You could just see how much each and every one of those Vine Whips were doing to that Shadow Swampert. It was truly remarkable.
If I could give one piece of advice to Bopper, it would be bring the Tinkaton. Tinkaton would have been really solid into that Serperior. Unfortunately, didn't really get so much play there. And I get it. It's tough to bring into a team that has Talonflame as well as Feraligatr as well as Shadow Kanto Marowak, right? 3 really awful matchups. But it would have been great against the Serperior. You know, as you had said earlier, hindsight really is 20/20.
Yeah, and I mentioned before, Great Wolf clearly brought a team that was meant to scare Tinkaton away.
Yeah.
If you're not bringing a Tinkaton, I think Great Wolf has the right idea. You have to build really strong to it to just try to keep it on the bench.
And I did want to give an update. I did check the leaderboards, and I do have the number. I think I have 634 championship points, which I think I'm at like 38 on the leaderboards. So pretty comfortable right now, but would like to get some championship points at NAIC.
Awesome. There's lots of different things you can do at NAIC. You can battle it out for those championship points. But another thing you can do is you can make new friends to trade Pokemon with. We are going to show you a clip about the benefits of trading Pokemon with with other trainers. And we are going to go ahead and show you that, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot of battles left to play.
We sure do.
Avenues to acquire the best Pokemon for PvP, but one stands above the rest to be very effective at increasing your PvP roster: trading. Trading is by far the best game feature to leverage. It allows you to collect Pokemon from events that you might have missed, reroll stats of specific Pokemon, get exclusive attacks that can no longer be obtained outside of Elite TMs, and even get legendary Pokemon into the Great League like Lugia and Tapu Fini. The best times to trade are during events such as Community Day or Raid Hours, as they allow you to easily meet up with other players and can sometimes provide bonuses to the amount of special trades you can do. This is the time to ask around for Pokemon you need on your roster, especially if they are out of season like Trevenant, which only appears during Halloween events. Another great place to trade is at Play Pokemon tournaments. Trainers there are just like you and likely have key Pokemon you've been looking for, or regional Pokemon such as Tropius and Hawlucha. Now trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for future trades, as other trainers might need them from you. Here's a list of some of the top Pokemon used in the Great League for play Pokemon tournaments. While this meta is ever evolving, it's important to add these Pokemon to your roster as they are consistently performing at the highest level in both Go Battle League and play Pokemon. The friendship gifting system can also help you lower the costs of trades. For example, someone that you are good friends with will cost you 20,000 Stardust for a new Pokedex entry, while someone you are ultra friends with will only cost 1,600 Stardust. This is fantastic for trainers that can trade with their local community, as you can easily work towards higher friendship levels, while also preparing you for potential costs of trades when you go to special events. The stats of Pokemon traded are also randomized, giving you a chance at better stats for that Pokemon. You can do this by either trading with lucky friends for a chance at better stats, or trading with someone new to have a higher chance at low stats. The lower your friendship, the lower the floor for stats of the traded Pokemon. Pokemon with maximum stats, otherwise known as 100% or Hundo Pokemon, are used and preferred in the Master League. Lower stats, attack in particular, can be useful on Pokemon who don't reach their highest level in a given league, like Lantern in the Great League. So be sure to always leverage the trading feature in Pokemon Go. It's a great way to meet new friends and build your Pokemon Go PvP roster. See ya!
A great reminder as we head into this very dominant meta for Tinkaton. My name is Soaptope, and I'm again here with my good friend Homeslice Henry, and we're here to bring you some more of these finals matches that are deciding who heads into day number 2.
These matches have been incredible so far. There has been devastating catches, incredible games when it seems all is lost and then a battler is able to fight back and emerge victorious. So I can't wait to see what these next battlers have in store for us.
I feel like we've seen multiple games where there's actually multiple catches from both trainers in the same game, which has been really, really exciting to see these high-level gameplays. But in the next matchup, I think we also have two really high-level trainers. We've got Jan, who we already saw on the stream, and as a reminder, won the Toronto Regional Championship last season. And then he's actually going up against Snots, who actually I think was top 3 in the last Milwaukee Regional 2 years ago.
This should be an incredible matchup. So two trainers who have been here before, they've made day 2 and they've competed at the highest possible level. So I'm incredibly excited to see what these trainers have in store for us today.
Exactly, and we're going to get those teams on the screen in just a second, but I mean, we actually have it on the screen, so I guess I can just go through them. Jan, as a reminder, is running Claydol, Drapion, Serperior, Feraligatr, Lapras, and Tinkaton. And Snots has also the Lapras, but Unova, Stunfisk, Tinkaton, Malamar, Furret, and Corviknight. So I know we haven't gotten to look at those really in depth, but just like as an early preview, I think the Corviknight, which we've seen kind of as a flexible player throughout the day, could be key in this matchup against Jan.
Corviknight does look very, very strong here. Claydol, it's going to be resisting Mud Slap. We've seen Shadow Drapion, it can do pretty well there. But if we do actually end up seeing a crunch debuff as we saw in a previous series, then Shadow Drapion can potentially look to get the upper hand.
Yeah, it's one of those matchups where so many of Corviknight's matchups are kind of neutral, but not very comfortable, even if the typing actually looks favorable. So even though it has, the super effective sand attack, double resisting poison stings, it's still, like you said, not the most comfortable matchup, and Drapion can actually flip it sometimes.
And again, the rise of Unova Stunfisk has been a big storyline here today in Milwaukee. And what do we see on Stats' team? We see another Unova Stunfisk, although it's going to have to be very careful to avoid that Serperior and Claydol, as those would be two devastating matchups.
Yeah, Stunfisk really on the rise. It's such a great core breaker for that Tinkaton plus Water Core. And Jan actually has Tinkaton and 2 waters, as well as the Drapion. So, I was talking at the Corviknight, but I actually wonder if Unova and Stunfisk might be the star of the show here.
Looks like one battler has locked in, and we've got a double lock-in here in Milwaukee. So much on the line. This is the Group G Finals, and we have the lead set here. It's going to be Lapras into Serperior for Jan.
And a fantastic lead, obviously doing super effective Vine Whips and Frenzy Plants, but it's not, so the quick swap into Furret, and Jan doesn't really, actually he doesn't want to go into the Drapion for some reason, so he's just going to stay in here with the Serperior and take a Swift.
And Furret being able to outpace is quite nice, as that means Furret is not going to be behind in this matchup, saving the energy on Serperior, and now that Shadow Drapion is going to hit the field.
Yeah, you do resist those sucker punches, so this is a pretty nice matchup for Drapion. Crunch coming through. I don't think this is quite enough to take out the Fur, and you might even need to land another charge attack down the line. Oh, but you get the defense fall. Maybe you can Poison Sting down.
That defense fall there. Looks like the Furret will still be able to hang on, but it will force J-Jan's hand. J-Jan, if he doesn't want to go down a Protect Shield, is going to have to fire off some energy.
J-Jan has nice counting there, throws Aqua Tail just on charge attack priority, and now Snots is going to be letting his Furret go down, and he has to decide how he wants to get rid of this Drapion.
This could be a little bit uncomfortable. Psywave is going to be single resisted. Sand Attack is super effective, but Sand Attack, even when super effective, not known for the damage. So we will see Lapras hit the field as Lapras can attempt to get a pretty healthy amount of energy.
Oh wait, this could be very pivotal. J-Jan comes in trying to snipe the Lapras, but now if you're Snots, you can shield this up and maybe go into Corviknight now, which is a very, very hard answer.
Snot's gonna look to overfarm as much as possible here. Gonna go for a Skull Bash. J-Jan, will he decide to shield? He's looking at the team sheet. He's thinking about it. He shields the Superior. And now, does Snots make the read of sending in Corviknight?
I think he's probably gonna come in, yeah, right when J-Jan has the energy to throw a charge attack. And now this is very uncomfortable for J-Jan. He did all of this just to save that crunch on the Drapion, but now the energy from Superior, on the other hand, is just gonna go nowhere.
This Superior, this is its worst matchup. It has no coverage for this situation. The fortunate thing for J-Jan is his switch clock will be up soon, but not soon enough as he decides to let Superior go as Ironhead picks up the knockout.
I think Shadow for Alligator might finally hit the field here. The Frenzy Plant actually did chip the Corviknight just a tiny bit, maybe gonna put it into Hydro Cannon range, but Snots is actually going to be able to fire off the Sky Attack before J-Jan decides to throw a Hydro Cannon.
And Shadow for Alligator really needs to prevent this Sky Attack from landing. That would put it into potential Psywave downrange. Now the For Alligator gets to overfarm so much energy. Back-to-back Hydro Cannons are reached, and this could be difficult for Snots. And Snots is going to need this Lapras to try and sweep this endgame.
So don't forget that J-Jan actually, I believe, banked a crunch on the Drapion. So it's going to be up to J-Jan's For Alligator to try and get this Lapras into single crunch range. I expect to see Snots letting these Hydro Cannons go because he knows that there's energy on J-Jan's Drapion.
And Hydro Cannon, even if you no-shield it, that did not look very resistant to me. That's so much damage. We're going to see the Sparkling Aria come out from the Lapras, and Snots desperately needs this to knock out. For Alligator hangs on, too bulky. Hydro Cannon is reached, and Snots knows there's just too many charge attacks loaded for J-Jan. The Lapras is getting KO'd.
Yeah, that actually ended up really close considering how the game started. Snots actually almost able to claw his way back there. Like you said, we really needed that Sparkling Aria to take out the For Alligator, and if it did, I think Snots would have had a very good chance there.
Unfortunately for Alligator, just too bulky, which is not something we normally say about a Shadow for Alligator, but Shadow for Alligator was able to hang on, withstanding that damage, and with 2 charge attacks loaded and only 1 Protect Shield, it would unfortunately was just game over for the Lapras.
Yeah, we typically see Shadow for Alligator eating up both Protect Shields, but in that situation, you know, actually was able to hang on through the resisted Sparkling Aria to be able to take that game for J-Jan.
The pivotal moment of this match was J-Jan right here. He decides he's going to bank the energy, switch into the Superior, and that banked crunch is what prevented Snots from shielding in that endgame.
But I actually wonder if J-Jan kind of just overcomplicated things there, because if he had just, didn't that crunch end up landing on the Lapras anyways down the line, or it was intended to land on the Lapras, so I feel like he could have just stayed in, maybe just kept switch advantage as he had it, but ended up working out, as you see with the For Alligator again, surviving with just a sliver of health.
Shadow for Alligator's back. Maybe not as strong as ever, but my goodness, it has been putting on a show here in Milwaukee. And speaking of putting on a show, it looks like we do have a double lock-in here for game number 2. Snots locks in a Malamar lead, and for J-Jan, he's leading the Shadow for Alligator.
J-Jan is 1 game away from making day 2 on the winner's side, and this is an interesting matchup because these Pokemon actually pace to their charge attacks at the exact same time, but it kind of depends on the exact bulk of these Pokemon to see whether they can hang on to the other side's charge attacks.
The first foul play comes out from the Malamar, and we will see an immediate Protect Shield from the Shadow for Alligator. Shadow for Alligator farming up quite a bit of energy and already at the back-to-back Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, Snots does put up a shield, but like you said, back-to-back Hydro Cannon on J-Jan's side. Let's see if he throws it right away. And he doesn't. Actually comes into the Drapion, maybe hoping for a catch, but this is going to allow Snots to farm up a little bit of energy before throwing the Superpower, and then maybe dipping into one of his backline Pokemon.
This is very valuable damage. The Superpower does so much damage, and now the Lapras, importantly, finds a target and is not going to get aligned, at least for right now, against that Superior.
Crunch coming through, lots of energy on this Drapion. I think JJen might be able to reach double Crunch before Snots is able to farm all the way down, which could be very nice, but Snots doesn't want that to happen. Gonna throw the Sparkling Aria, and JJen is gonna let the Drapion go.
I think JJen is currently really prioritizing that Shadow for Alligator, where Shadow for Alligator, if it has the ability to potentially try and reverse sweep later on, Superior hits the field, and with no Ice Beam available for this Lapras, all Lapras can do is go for a Skull Bash.
And JJen, is he counting? Oh, he actually lets Snots reach the Skull Bash and is gonna just let it go here. Maybe gonna farm up a little bit more energy before taking out this Lapras. The problem is that the Superior has a lot of energy, but not really a great destination, as Snots does have the Corviknight. But JJen with a quick swap into Shadow for Alligator, going for a very aggressive Shadow Claw down.
Doesn't quite get it. The Lapras barely clinging to health here as it's going to make it to that Sparkling Aria. That is going to force a shield. There's the switch to the Malamar, but two Hydro Cannons are loaded and ready to go for this for Alligator.
Snots Malamar was barely just not at a charge attack, so he is going to just let that go and hope that the Corviknight can close things out. He's already seen the Superior, which is very, very low, so it's just going to come down to whether he can Sand Attack down for Alligator before it reaches another Hydro Cannon.
The shield comes up from Snots. He's hoping Sand Attacks hit harder than they ever have before. Sand Attack does not get same type attack bonus. Will we see the farm down? No, for Alligator barely hangs on. Now it's JJen's turn for the 1 HP survive.
All right, well, JJen does still have a little bit of Superior left, but I don't know if the energy is going to be all that useful. He has almost double Frenzy Plant. Is it going to be enough to go to take out Snots' Corviknight?
This Corviknight is very low. We do see the Frenzy Plant come through. He gets the Aerial Ace, but Aerial Ace will not be enough to knock out here.
Wait, I think this does less damage than the double resisted Frenzy Plant. Let's see how well the Corviknight takes this. Oh, it takes it with absolutely no problem, and Snots now has the Iron Head. I think this is going to be enough to finish off JJen.
JJen, my goodness. The for Alligator, it's so low. It's still here, but one Sand Attack from the Corviknight means Snots survives. And folks, we're going to a Game 3.
Decisive Game 3 coming up. We've seen JJen continue to rely on Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Drapion, and the Superior. Of course, all of those Pokemon have their targets, right? Superior looking for the Lapras. For Alligator, maybe the best answer to the Corviknight, weird as that sounds. So we'll have to see if he decides to adjust at all for game number 3.
I really liked the idea. JJen's idea was, I'm going to try and use for Alligator, even if it is the Corviknight in the end game. For Alligator, its energy can go very far, but throughout the course of the battle, it just got lower and lower, even purely just off fast moves, to the point where it was only going to get to one Hydro Cannon landing on that Corviknight, and that just wasn't enough to let Superior finish that game.
Yeah, I feel like the Shadow for Alligator kind of did its job, but maybe the Superior was the underwhelming one there. It got so low. I think taking the Skull Bash might have been kind of the key moment that turned things in Snots' favor, because at that point, you really just need the health on Superior, not so much the energy, which of course we saw just going into the Corviknight later down the line.
And this for Alligator, that survive. We thought maybe there was a chance, but no, Corviknight too bulky. It just shuts down Superior. One Sand Attack KOs the for Alligator. And now for a spot in day number 2, we have double lock-ins here. It's decisive Game 3, Snots versus JJen.
All right, JJen's got the Shadow for Alligator in the lead. Once again, he's changed up the backline, though. No Superior to be found. And so we have Shadow for Alligator into Corviknight.
This matchup, as long as the for Alligator commits shields, gets very uncomfortable for that Corviknight, because Corviknight is just at such a pacing disadvantage. JJen going to commit an early shield, and JJen is going to look to always try and have energy in reserve, because if you always have energy, it's a lot more difficult for Snots to pivot something out.
And that's the key to using Shadow for Alligator, is just really managing the energy very well. We see JJen farming up all this energy, just like you mentioned, and that puts the Corviknight very low, probably going to be looking to farm up even more energy just before Snots throws a charge attack, and I think that's actually maybe a charge attack priority.
Very nice counting by JJen. Snots will commit his first Protect Shield. He is not at 1 HP, which means he will be able to survive the single hit point of damage applied to the shield, and now put pressure on for Alligator with that Sky Attack.
Oh, and switch advantage could actually be key here. JJen's going to shield up the Shadow for Alligator, and that means maybe, I think that his... Oh, actually no, because Tinkaton is pretty good against both of JJen's backline Pokemon, so this is going to be really interesting to see how far he can just take this Shadow for Alligator.
Furret enters the field, but it's going to take a lot of damage in this matchup as Shadow Claw is double resisted, but the Hydro Cannons hit so incredibly hard. Furret continues the farm. Another charge attack reached by the for Alligator, and now Snots with a difficult decision here.
And he knows that that Hydro Cannon would have taken out his Furret, so it's going to shield it up. And now in comes the Drapion from Dijon, but now it's actually met by Tinkaton. This is the 0 shield situation, but I believe Dijon was just a tiny bit ahead on energy.
This might potentially open the door here for Snots, because the Shadow Drapion is the Pokemon that Furret typically doesn't want to see, and then it's just going to be 2 water types. There's already a Trailblaze banked. I know the Furret's taken a lot of damage, but maybe Furret can clutch this for Snots.
We'll have to see what happens when the Furret comes back in the later game. I think that Snots did get the defense fault on the Bulldoze, but doesn't really matter as the next Bulldoze will be enough to take it out. J-Gen going to go for this Aqua Tail, but I believe that was a charge attack priority.
This is a very impactful charge attack priority. This second move that is loaded on this Shadow Drapion is going to be lost because it is that charge attack priority tie. Losing that energy means this is going to be a healthier Tinkaton, and Switch Clock will be available if he wants to switch into the Furret.
Really nice counting from Snots there, but J-Gen finally showing the third Pokemon on his team, and that is the Lapras. But Snots with a quick swap into the Trailblaze loaded Furret, and it's going to land right on the Lapras.
No Protect Shields remaining for the Lapras. Trailblaze lands. That's super effective damage. These Sucker Punches now doing more damage as well. But the Furret, because of when it switched in, it's not going to outpace, and it will not get to land a boosted Swift.
And I think for J-Gen, all you need to do now is just land a Sparkling Aria on the Tinkaton before it gets to a play rough. But the Tinkaton has a little bit of energy. What's J-Gen going to do? Maybe go for the reach for the Gator? Oh, he does. Goes for the catch, but he doesn't get it.
Snots over farming as much as possible, gets the farm down, exits with so much loaded energy. The Lapras does not have a move. The Psywave goes through. Will this play rough be enough to knock out the Lapras?
It's going to be very, very close. Play rough coming through. Not the heaviest hitting charge attack out there, but it is enough for Snots. And barely takes it out, so Snots takes the 2-1 victory.
What a game! Oh my goodness, I wasn't sure that came down to how that Lapras is trained, but the Tinkaton, Snots committing to the win con, saying, if I throw a move on Feraligatr, I'm going to lose, so I'm going to commit to the farm down. Even if the Feraligatr gets the move, what's the worst that happens? I lose anyway, and he commits, and it pays off. What a game, what a win, my goodness.
Great anticipation from Snots there. And you know, on J-Gen's side, I actually think that if the Feraligatr didn't come in desynchronize that, there's a tiny chance it would have reached the Hydro Cannon. So, I mean, I'd have to go rewatch that to see if that was possible. But, you know, like you said, huge kudos to Snots. I felt like he was very far behind in that game, but somehow was able to pull it out.
The miraculous come from behind win, the Aria being enough to knock out, and the patience here by Snots. He has the play rough. He does not throw it. J-Jan switches at the last second, but Snots was watching for that catch the whole time. The Feraligatr does not get the move, and then the play rough into this Lapras. Lapras, it's known for its bulk. It can take so many hits, but it was not surviving that play rough.
Yeah, like you said, Snots just committing to the win condition. Really impressive. It's really easy to panic when you see your opponent swap into a different Pokemon. You're like, oh my gosh, the Feraligator's coming in. Maybe I have to throw Bulldoze. But like you said, Snots just very patient, knew it was coming, and knew that the Feraligatr was pretty much dry.
And Snots has previously had some really nice performances at Milwaukee Regionals, and it looks like he's going to be a top competitor in day number 2 with wins like that. It looked so dire, but he was able to pull a win con out of a hat.
Yeah, it feels like he kind of pulled that out of nowhere, right? But like you said, when we had the Tinkaton locked on the Drapion, it felt like that kind of just opened a tiny door for Snots, and you know, he just went right into that opening and opened it as wide as it would go.
And one thing that I do want to take a look at, because we've seen so many great games today, we've seen certain Pokemon rise to the top, is at the start of the segment, I believe we made a couple predictions. So I'm very curious to see what these predictions are looking like. And right off the bat, we have seen, I mean, I'm just going to highlight myself here. The Malamar plus Diggersby combination is on 3 of those winner's side teams. It might be the same team 3 times over, but it is represented there 3 different times.
Yeah, I'm counting that as one team for you. But I think we all actually did very, very well here, maybe with the exception of the Rayquaza from Alpha Phoebe. I am not sure what he was cooking with that one because I did not even see a single Rayquaza around. Maybe he didn't submit a 4th pick, or maybe he knew a trainer who was thinking of bringing Rayquaza but didn't.
He might have to wait for one of those European tournaments. I heard there's a European caster who really likes running some interesting legendary Pokemon. But across the board, I believe you had Shadow Feraligatr as one of your picks, and we've seen Feraligatr time and time again put in incredible work. So overall, I feel like we were pretty spot on with our meta calls here today.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking that the Tinkaton Lapras core was going to come into play a lot, and I feel like especially as we've been heading into to the later stage of the bracket, I've really been seeing a lot of Tinkaton, of course, and then various waters paired with it, whether that's the Golisopod. Did you pick that one, or did Phoebe pick that one?
I think that was one of our other casters. I don't think that I had Golisopod on there. But one thing that I do kind of want to revisit is the first few matches of the day that we had. We were hyping up Tinkaton, and then we're like, where is it? Well, it has not left our screen in hours, so it's Tinkaton after Tinkaton after Tinkaton. This day 2 usage, Tinkaton's usage has to be astronomical at this point.
Well, looking at our next matchup here, we only see one Tinkaton. That's going to be from Uzoku on the right, facing off against Vergy on the left. Again, this is another winners finals match, so whoever wins this is going to be in a great spot for day number 2.
Oh my gosh, my eyes do not deceive me. That's another Lantern.
Yeah, actually, I think that Uzoku and Beach, if I'm not mistaken, are locals, very good friends, playing grassroots tournaments together. So I'm guessing, based on how infrequently we see Lantern, that these two trainers have colluded a little bit.
And that's been honestly, a theme that we've seen again and again in Milwaukee is trainers working together, building the community, and theory crafting different teams. They can go to local tournaments, they can test out the team, see how it feels, and we've had a lot of trainers running similar teams that they built with their friends. And so far, it seems like the power of friendship has been a real winner here so far, because we have 3 of the same team at Top Cut, and I believe both Beach and Uzoku were able to make it into losers finals.
Yeah, definitely making very far runs with, the teamwork of their own. And I think this is something that Pokemon Go could really learn from the TCG, because I know in the TCG a lot of players will plan the same deck to run together or something, and they'll figure out all the matchups together. And I feel like for Pokemon Go, that might be an emerging strategy where you talk about teams or cores or maybe even just single Pokemon that you both feel like are really good to run.
Another Pokemon that I'm seeing on Vergy's side that is a little bit of a blast from the past is going to be Dugong. We've seen Lapras all day as the premier ice water type, but in situations where you want consistent ice damage, like against a Shadow Jumpluff, for example, the Dugong is typically going to perform way better. Not only is it able to apply the debuffs, but it has that consistent ice shard damage over time.
And the great thing about Dugong is that it actually, I believe, wins the 0 shield situation against Tinkaton. I think 2 drill runs pretty much perfectly knock it out, so that could be another reason to bring this, kind of rarer ice type back into the meta.
And with this Lantern also being on Water Gun, I mean, Dugong is going to have a bit of a pacing advantage there as well, so it honestly seems like there are 2 Pokemon it obviously really does not want to see, the Shadow Primeape and the Golisopod, although even if you give Dugong a little bit of an energy head start, it can make things really uncomfortable for the Golisopod.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Uzoku is going to bring both the Golisopod and the Shadow Primeape, but just looking at them individually, they both look very, very safe into Vergy's team, except for maybe one counter, right? In Primeape's case, that's the Malamar, and in the Golisopod's case, that is the Charjabug. So I'm curious to see what kind of offensive strategy he relies on.
Well, we are not going to have to wait much longer. We have a double lock-in here. Vergy versus Uzoku. We have the Dugong on the lead for Vergy into the Claydol.
Dream scenario for Dugong here. Let's see if Uzoku decides to switch out. Actually going to stay in here. I believe you do get to that Rock Tomb at the same time as the Icy Wind, so maybe not a terrible matchup even though you're taking super effective ice shards.
Dugong intentionally not playing 2 charge attack priority, instead looking to overfarm and no shielding a Rock Tomb. This is super effective damage, but it's a Dugong. It's going to be able to withstand that no problem.
We typically see Dugongs reaching for the shield as soon as possible in these matchups, knowing that they're going to be dropping the attack of their opponents. Uzoku is actually going to let this first Icy Wind go. Both of these Pokemon are very bulky, so I'm actually not sure if this is enough to take it out, and it's nowhere near enough. Just 1 Mud Slap off the Rock Tomb, so Vergy is going to throw the second Icy Wind.
This could set up a nice farm down for Uzo here, but the question will be, will Vergy decide to pivot out? Instead of conceding the farm down, and there's the pivot out, Charjabug is going to hit the field. Now that the ground type Claydol is out of the way, there's not really a hard check to Charjabug.
Yeah, but looking at the other side of this, I think Uzoku is very happy to see the Charjabug here, knowing that the Golisopod is now very safe in the back. So gonna be happy to just kind of chip down this Charjabug very, very slowly. And even if you can't quite finish it off, that's probably gonna set up Golisopod to be in a decent position.
Golisopod would love if both Protect Shields were remaining. In that 2 Protect Shield scenario against the Azumarill, Golisopod, it's fully walled, but it can actually emerge victorious there. So this is a decision point in the match, and we will actually see a no shield. Uzo hoping for an ability to preserve those 2 Protect Shields for the Golisopod, and the serve is going to be reached.
Yeah, throwing just a little bit before that last Volt Switch registers, I think, wanting to make sure that he can get off the Surf, but Vergi maybe recognizing the value of this Charge Bug, gonna shield it up and hope to get all this energy off. Actually reached for the X's are there, but I definitely think that Uzuku is not going to take the risk and just shield up the Golisopod.
We will see the shield, and now it's no longer that 2-shield scenario. It's going to be the 1 shield. Azumarill hits the field, and this is where Golisopod's charge attacks being completely walled can come back to bite it, because these Shadow Claws, they add up over time, but it's only in the 2 shield that they add up enough to where the Aqua Jets can knock out.
Exactly, they add up over time, but I don't know if there's going to be enough time in that 1 shield scenario. You see how little damage the Aqua Jet does, and as for Vergi, I think just going to be happy to try and land 1 play rough. He does still have, I believe, energy on the Charge Bug, as well as potential Volt Switch damage. So I think even if 1 play rough doesn't take out the Golisopod, that's probably all you need from this matchup.
The one good thing is the switch clock will be available. Due to the fact that he did switch in and then ended up shielding a move, the switch timers are misaligned. So will we see a potential catch onto the Lantern here, firing off this Aqua Jet 1 turn before, and Azumarill always with a no shield.
And that catch might be Uzuku's kind of only key to victory here. Let's see, maybe 1 Shadow Claw and switch. That is what he goes for, but it doesn't quite work out. Vergi kind of pulling a Snots there and anticipating the swap, able to get off this play rough, and I don't think it's going to be enough to take out the Golisopod, but Vergi does still have 2 other low health Pokemon that can do some fast attack damage.
Incredible patience from Vergi. He's now going to send in that Charge-a-Bug. Volt switches, pick up the KO. Patience proving to be a winning strategy, and that's going to be a Game 1 win for Vergi.
A little bit of a, we typically see these games end in a very flashy charge attack, but Vergi just very patiently throwing those Volt Switches, taking out the Golisopod. That's all the work that it needed to do, again, after the Azumarill could land that play rough.
And Vergi, he has been, even from before Pokemon Go PvP was in the Championship Series, he has been a grassroots battler for years, and all that experience came through in that game number 1. Calm under pressure, not letting the catch happen, when the catch was basically the only thing that he had to be careful of.
Yeah, he talks about Dugong kind of being part of the old meta a little bit, but actually I guess that Vergi probably has a lot of experience with all of these Pokemon. You mentioned that he's so experienced in the grassroots tournament, even before these Pokemon probably came into the meta, but I'm guessing that he went with Pokemon that he really feels comfortable with.
And going with Pokemon that you're comfortable with can be very helpful. Here was the catch attempt there, hoping to catch the play rough to let Golisopod avoid this play rough, but the play rough lands, and then Charge-a-Bug has a quick and easy farm down.
Yeah, if the Charge-a-Bug had actually gotten farms down with the Shadow Claws there, it could have been a little bit scary, but luckily had just enough health to hang on and deal those super effective Volt Switches.
Battlers making last-second preparations here for this game number 2. We have 1 battler already locked in, and for the second, making some last-second decisions. Looks like we do have a double lock-in for game number 2.
All right, Uzuku bringing that Lantern that we talked about, actually met with another Electro type in that Charge-a-Bug.
And with the Water Gun, this is a matchup that is a lot better for Lantern than it was if it would be running Spark. So very comfortable staying in and playing this out and taking a look at the back line. Could be tough sledding for that Tinkaton, but the Golisopod looks very, very strong.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we saw in the mid-game of the last game. Once you see that the Charge-a-Bug is out of the way, it does feel like the Golisopod has just a little bit more play. Although, of course, we did see all of its energy walled by the Azumarill, but there's no Azumarill on the field this time for Vergi.
Vergi, an interesting decision to bench that Azumarill. I mean, so far, it looks like it's paying off pretty nicely because the Tinkaton does great into Azumarill, but the Azumarill is nowhere to be found. Another X-Scissor is going to connect onto the Lantern, but after it played out last game, this is a very comfortable no-shield for the Lantern, as Lantern can guaranteed make it to the Surf.
Yeah, Lantern is a very bulky Pokemon, but, oh, actually, Vergi goes for the catch, but that's going to allow Uzuku to get to this super effective Thunderbolt, and this could actually be pivotal in terms of how the game plays out.
Will he elect to let the Lantern get farmed down, or will he aggressively switch in? The Golisopod is switched in, but now at an energy disadvantage, it is going to be debuffed until it switches out.
All right, Icy Wind coming through, going to apply that debuff, and now if you're Izuku, you probably want to overfarm a little bit before you knock out this Dugong, but this was actually a key decision to bring in the Golisopod because now you're actually going to have Tinkaton aligned with the Diggersby instead of with the Dugong.
And that is not where Tinkaton wants to be. Tinkaton would take massive super effective damage from the Scorching Sands. X-Scissor is going to connect, and down goes Dugong. There is still a little bit of health remaining on that Charge-a-Bug.
That's right. We'll have to see if Vergi decides to bring it in now or save it for later. Looks like he does decide to bring it in now, reaching for the discharge, and surprised to see that Uzuku didn't reach for one of those charge attacks to try and pull a shield, but now the discharge is coming through, and now I have to wonder if Uzuku is going to try to go for a full Shadow Claw down. Going to take a lot of Volt Switch damage, though.
Oh, unfortunately not quite able to do so because of that Icy Wind debuff that was applied earlier, firing off this X-Scissor. That's going to be no-shielded by Vergi, and Vergi suddenly, it's Diggersby versus the world.
All right, Aqua Jet coming through. This is super effective. I expect to see Vergi probably putting both shields on the line because I don't know what could even hit harder from Uzuku's team in terms of those charge attacks. So gonna stand with this Golisopod, and Vergi gonna just keep farming up energy. I don't know if Uzuku was trying to catch a Fire Punch, but Vergi again doesn't fall for it and gonna go for the Scorching Sands now.
At the very least, that Aqua Jet has its attack drop reset, but this is such a bad matchup for the Tinkaton. Scorching Sands, no debuff comes through, but that just removes so much health away from that Tinkaton.
And I wonder if what Uzuku is going for, maybe hoping to get some of these defense falls on the Diggersby, because that would pretty much be locked in for the rest of the game. There is a defense fall, so maybe hoping that the next Aqua Jet would do a little bit more damage. This is actually just a Fire Punch coming through. I think Tinkaton hangs on.
Fire Punch will not be enough to knock out. Switch Clock not quite available, makes the play rough. But Play Rough still should do less than an Aqua Jet, so Vergi making the right call. He's going to be no-shielding.
Love that recognition that there's still that Golisopod hanging out in the back. Uzuku's actually going to just let himself get farmed down, which probably means he's gearing up to save that switch timer for a potential catch. He does already have one Aqua Jet banked, so needs to make it to one more.
Golisopod, one of its biggest issues is it's running out of health here. Even if it's not a Fire Punch, it could be the quick attacks here. We do see the back-to-back Fire Punches are reached, and a catch might need to happen.
Yeah, here comes the Fire Punch. Like you said, already back-to-back Fire Punches, and it's really going to be up to Vergi on when he wants to throw these Fire Punches. And there it is. I don't know if Uzuku maybe waited a turn, maybe trying to kind of trick Vergi when he saw it, but Vergi, again, not falling for it. Second game in a row, we see so much patience, and that's going to allow him to, I think, take game number 2 and the series.
Very well played by Vergi. Vergi running more of an old school meta team, but making the old meta honestly look pretty fresh there with a clean 2-0 victory.
Yeah, Vergi, I know, made a pretty deep losers run in Atlanta, but wasn't quite able to make day number 2. So it's really great to see him, like you said, a veteran of the PvP scene, able to make it to day 2 on the winner's side here in Milwaukee.
We have not seen a lot of Charjabug, but it felt like Charjabug was really consistently great. Even against something like Claydol, it still has its play, X-Scissors can add up, but in that game number 1, realizing Claydol's gone. What is the counter here to Charjabug? Charjabug ended up being a very safe swap, and that's one of the kind of the more high-level plays you can make in a Show 6 style tournament where you know, oh, if the only technical counter to this Pokemon is gone, it suddenly becomes a very free pivot, and it set him up very nicely.
Yeah, let's take a look back at the series to see those very nice plays from Vergi. This is the end of that game 1. You know, you mentioned that high-level play of recognizing when the only counter to a Pokemon is gone, and I feel like that is what Uzuku was going for with the Golisopod, but unfortunately, you know, Golisopod isn't bad against Azumarill, but when shields start to go down, it doesn't become quite as comfortable.
And that Golisopod just not quite enough health. We did see Vergi going for a catch here as he ends up switching into the Dugong, trying for the Surf catch, but able to hang on and make the last-second Thunderbolt.
And I think if Izuku had, made the team read that the Tinkaton would be kind of dead weight in the back, maybe could have brought the Tinkaton into the Dugong. Obviously, it's difficult to make that read in the moment and call that it is exactly the Diggersby, so I understand why he brought the Golisopod in, which really just walls off of Dugong's energy.
And if you look at the 3 Pokemon that Vergi did not bring, it was the Malamar, the Shadow Drapion, and the Azumarill. All 3 of those would have been better for the Tinkaton, but unfortunately, it was the Diggersby. Even with a Bulldoze debuff, it was not enough. And then just the patience under pressure here. Vergi waits the turn, throws 1, and is able to fire off that charge attack in the middle of the Shadow Claw when it's impossible to catch.
Well, those are the kinds of strategies that you expect from a veteran such as Vergi. And, you know, even though he wasn't running the Tinkaton, and I don't even know how many trainers have made it into day 2 without Tinkaton, but really kind of showing that he understands the power of Tinkaton. Like you said, leaving those 3 Pokemon that lose to Tinkaton on the bench.
And another Malamar Diggersby core into top cut. It is, I mean, Malamar Diggersby is, feels like it's a little bit taken over here in Milwaukee, as that's at least 4 teams now into top cut using that powerful duo.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder why that core even fell off to begin with, right? I'm wondering if it's maybe because of Shadow Drapion and Shadow Feraligatr kind of being the dominant offensive Pokemon earlier on this season, but now with the rise of Tinkaton and other kind of counters to those Pokemon, I feel like maybe there's room for Malamar Diggersby to come back.
Especially with Tinkaton's increase in usage coinciding with a decrease of Azumarill usage. Azumarill a bit uncomfortable for that duo. Diggersby, if it gets 2 Scorching Sands debuffs, it can make life very uncomfortable for Azumarill, but that is only a 9% chance of occurring, getting those back-to-back debuffs. So with Tinkaton suddenly being the fairy type of choice, and that fairy type of choice having a very unfortunate matchup into the Diggersby, it really opens the door where Malamar, even in its bad matchups, it really feels like it still has really nice counterplay. And then Diggersby, it just absorbs hit after hit after hit.
And I can definitely see why some people are going for the Diggersby instead of Claydol for their ground type of choice. And sorry, a lot of people are actually going for Ufisk as well instead of Claydol, and that's really just because of all the Feraligatr and Golisopod we've seen, right? You want a ground type to cover Tinkaton, but you don't want to be taking super effective damage from Pokemon like the Shadow Claw users, Feraligatr and Golisopod.
And definitely let us know how you're feeling about the meta changes that we're seeing here in Milwaukee. We do have many socials here. We have the Play Pokemon, our brand new YouTube channel. We have an X account. We have a wide variety of different social media. So definitely get in touch with us that way, because it's been really interesting to see the rise of Malamar, the fall off of Azumarill, which Arceus Aurelius, our caster friend over in Europe, I think he's being proven a bit more right as the season progresses.
Yeah, maybe a little bit ahead of his time. He was saying that Azumarill is not going to be winning any more championships in the Might and Mastery season. You know, the first few championships already proved him wrong, but, you know, at this point, now that Tinkaton has been added to the meta, maybe Azumarill's going to be dropping a little bit in usage. But I feel like we've already, you know, gained some subscribers since the last time I saw the screen. So definitely make sure to subscribe to that channel. Check out all the videos. You can look back at, you know, tons of tournaments from the past, not just the most recent ones.
And as someone whose primary passion is these Play Pokemon tournaments, I'm happy to have a channel that's specifically just dedicated to those tournaments, so we can go back, see highlights from exciting games, because, I mean, watch it day one. We have seen our fair share of very exciting games. So I'm excited to when I get back and resting for the evening to kind of revisit the action, because there's been some unbelievable plays so far today.
Exactly. I really want to go back and watch S.James P21 versus Out of Pocket game number 3, because I thought Pocket was so behind, but he kind of just pulled a win out of nowhere. And of course, we're going to get to see him in day 2.
Very well played there by Pocket. And I believe we are approaching the Losers Group H finals here. So I am, okay. It looks like we actually have a trainer that we just saw on stream here, Uzoku, and he's gonna be battling against the C2U.
Yeah, not much of a break there for Uzoku. This is, you know, the kind of thing you often see in day 2 where the trainers are just on stage back to back. But, you know, Uzoku did drop out of the winner's side of the bracket, goes to the loser's side of the bracket, and now still has a chance to just win this one match and then make it to day number 2. C2U, I don't think we've seen on stream quite yet in Milwaukee, but he is known for making some very monster losers runs, including at the World Championships, where I think he won like 14 games straight or something crazy.
Yeah, it was definitely like 14 or 16 or something like that. It was an incredible run, and World Championships, obviously going up against the best of the best. So this is familiar territory for him. And he is running a team with Shadow Jumpluff, Furret, the Shadow Lapras, Tinkaton, the Unova Stunfisk, and Claydol.
Yeah, we talked a little bit before about why trainers are running Shadow Lapras, and it's really, again, just for that Tinkaton matchup. There is a Tinkaton on Uzuku's side, so we're going to have to see if that matchup plays out, because actually looking at the team, I feel like Lapras or Shadow Lapras are really, really safe into Uzuku's line.
Shadow Lapras' energy, even against Golisopod, which is a wall to that energy. Golisopod is still not going to want to take a Shadow Sparkling Aria. That damage adds up so much, and with this Lantern being on Water Gun, I believe it was the beach matchup, those Psy Waves were deleting that poor Lantern.
Exactly, because again, it's counterintuitive, right? The electric type should beat the water type, but if the electric type is using a water type fast attack and taking neutral fast attacks, obviously it's not going to end very well.
Taking a look across the teams, I was hoping to see a good matchup for Shadow Primate, but Shadow Primate, its energy can go pretty far here. I mean, this Shadow Primate is actually on Ice Punch, so it will have coverage for the jump left. So actually, you know what? The more that I look at it, I think Primate can potentially have some play, because we've seen some crazy Primate games so far.
It definitely has some play. We'll have to see if Uzuku thinks, I think it definitely has play, but if there might be better Pokemon that Uzuku can bring that are maybe just a little bit less risky than the Shadow Primate. But we're wasting no time here. Both trainers are already locked in and getting into this game number 1.
And for game number 1, these battlers have selected, we're gonna see, oh my goodness, it's the Lantern! Lantern making its return to the stage, but that's not what it was hoping to see, as it's going to be met with a Furret.
I don't think we've seen this matchup before, but maybe it's triggering some memories of Lickitung versus Lantern, the pure normal type with the grass type coverage attack, and C2U's Furret is already throwing this first super effective Trailblaze.
Immediate no shield by Uzuku here. The Trailblaze will land, and just like that, Lantern has lost so much of its available health.
And Furret's Sucker Punches are really adding up, already at a Swift as well. Uzuku actually reaches for that very heavier, much heavier hitting Thunderbolt instead of Surf, and C2U decides to shield it up correctly.
Now with that shield, we are going to see an immediate Swift, not wanting to take any additional damage on this Furret. But Uzo does have a very nice response to this available with the Tinkaton. So will the C2U decide to pivot out here, or instead just stay in with the Furret and play to the alignment? So far, Furret staying on the field.
Yeah, it would have been kind of interesting to see whether he maybe could have gone into the jump left instead. I don't even know if that's a much better matchup than the Furret, but C2U is happy to stay in. Gonna throw this Trailblaze, gonna try to boost those final kind of super effective, resisted Sucker Punches before this Furret goes down.
The Play Rough being launched by Tinkaton, because Bulldoze, it just doesn't do a lot of damage, so even at this health range, Furret would not be knocked out. Play Rough will pick up the KO, but now Claydol is going to hit the field.
Ooh, really fast swaps from both sides. The Golisopod from Uzuku matched by C2U's Jump Bluff. I think the Golisopod is actually up a shield though, which is going to help it out a lot, but it really does not want to take a super effective Aerial Ace.
Up a shield and up energy, this could get interesting. Not only that, but it appears that the second X-Scissor will actually be a charge attack priority tie to that second Aerial Ace, just due to that small energy head start that Golisopod had as well.
Yeah, that could be key. Like you said, not only up energy, but also up a shield. It looks like Uzuku did not reach for that charge attack priority, went for the extra Shadow Claw instead. But I think that still means that Uzuku is going to be able to reach the next X-Scissor before the Jump Bluff can reach another Aerial Ace.
Back-to-back X-Scissors are reached, and for the C2U, if this Jump Bluff cannot hang on here, this could spell disaster. We will see the shield. It's going to be a charge attack priority tie here if they throw, but we see a catch. He's able to save the energy, catching the Aerial Ace onto that Tinkaton.
And C2U throwing the Aerial Ace at what would have been a losing charge attack priority. Let's see if he decides to build up some energy before going back into the Claydol. Build back up to the Aerial Ace, and Uzuku is still just continuing to farm up energy. Gonna throw a Play Rough here, and it was well over 100 energy, but I don't even know if 2 Play Roughs is enough to threaten the Claydol.
Claydol, it has quite a bit of bulk to it. The Play Rough is going to land, and Claydol is unfazed. We're going to see, no, he can't get another Play Rough. He's forced to settle for the Bulldoze. But now, I believe Claydol can exit pretty close to a charge attack here. The Jump Bluff has a charge attack. Things are suddenly looking difficult.
Yeah, like you said, 2 charge attacks on C2U's side and no shields left on Uzuku's side. Super effective Rock Tomb coming through, and it isn't quite enough to take out the Golisopod, but I think just one more fast attack is enough to seal the game for C2U.
And at that point, Uzo realizing that, unfortunately, it was just a checkmate situation. There were too many charge attacks. They all hit for super effective damage on the Golisopod. So the decision to actually switch out of that winning charge attack priority tie and make the catch ended up just giving the C2U an opportunity to get so much energy on both of those Pokemon.
Exactly. I mean, maybe Uzuku could have thrown some energy at the Jump Bluff before it swapped out, because it ended up being the case that all of that energy on his Tinkaton kind of just went into the Claydol, but that wasn't really meaningful damage.
Yeah, Claydol, 2 Play Roughs, it is unworried. It is very okay in that matchup, and just being able to get that full farm down where from a matchup where its charge attacks do not do much to a matchup where its charge attacks are extremely threatening onto the Glassy Golisopod.
All right, Henry, I know you like your Furret, and we did see C2U use it pretty well in the lead there, but it also is a little bit risky, right? Gets pretty much, I don't know about walled if is the right word, but it has very bad matchups against the Primeape and the Tinkaton. So I'm curious to see if C2U continues to bring that or maybe drops it in favor of some of these more neutral Pokemon.
I wouldn't mind dropping it for the game number 2. It did very, very well, but it is a bit of a risk, so I wouldn't mind dropping it. And the one Pokemon I think I would keep would be that Shadow Jumpluff. That Shadow Jumpluff is so strong into this team. We've got the lead set, and there it is. Shadow Jumpluff staring down Golisopod for the 2nd game in a row.
Flashbacks to game number 1, and Izuku with a quick swap into the Water Gun Lantern. And I don't know if CTU knows these matchups. He does have 2 ground types in the back, but he seems a little bit reluctant to swap them in when they're taking super effective water guns.
This is a very interesting spot to be in as C2U. You know, Water Gun's not going to do a whole lot, but your charge attacks are walled here. Lantern just going to farm up so much energy, going for a Surf bait here onto the Jumpluff, and it's no-shielded.
What a call by C2U. This is going to be very resisted damage, and now he's going to be able to swap out with a ton of energy. I believe banked a full acrobatics, and now is happy to come into his Unova Stunfisk.
Unova Stunfisk, very, very bulky, will be able to withstand the super effective Surf, look to overfarm, and then not only try and pick up the knockout onto the Lantern, but have residual energy for these other Pokemon of Uzo.
Yeah, and looking at the other Pokemon, Unova Stunfisk can actually hit both of them for super effective damage. So once it's able to Thundershock down the Lantern there, it's going to be able to throw either Mud Bombs into Tinkaton or discharges into Golisopod.
And this health range on a Pokemon as bulky as Unova Stunfisk is going to be very difficult to remove from the field of play, as you're going to just take so much damage here. Oh, I don't even think the farm down is possible before a second discharge.
Yeah, I'm looking at the slivers of health from the Shadow Claw damage, and I think you're exactly right. C2U is going to be able to reach another discharge if Uzuku decides to go for the farm down. There's a discharge, and Uzuku continues to tap, but at this point, I think you just have to commit your shields and save this energy.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. And we could see a switch out here, and we do, but a great prediction there. The C2U trying to immediately put more pressure on the Golisopod, but Uzo says no. A nice catch of the Aerial Ace onto Tinkaton, and Tinkaton somehow finds a matchup that honestly looks pretty okay for it.
Yeah, somehow was able to dodge both ground types and able to lock onto the flying type here, but I think we've seen this a couple times where the acrobatics from Shadow Jumpluff actually did quite a bit of damage to the Tinkaton, so not the worst matchup in the world.
We're going to see an overfarm here. Another acrobatics is reached. We're going to see another no shield. Just, I mean, this will not knock out, but this poor Tinkaton, it's going to be so low, barely hanging on, as it will now finally click play rough.
But if you're CTU, how do you get rid of this Golisopod? I mean, I think CTU is realizing that his Claydol isn't going to be of much help to him in this situation, so going to be preserving this Jumpluff, which is already at very, very low health, brings in the Claydol, maybe hoping for a catch, but Uzuku, too patient, brings in the Golisopod.
Great reaction time, not letting the Mud Slap land. We are now going to see back-to-back Aqua Jets loaded. This is super effective damage. Claydol can survive, but it's going to leave a serious mark. And we do see the C2U going for the free Mud Slap there, anticipating that Uzo would try and see a B-tie.
Yeah, that's actually going to be maybe a critical amount of damage from that resisted Mud Slap. You see how low the Golisopod is getting, and C2 actually able to deal a lot of damage with these resisted fast attacks.
Very nice prediction there by the C2U, as that Mud Slap that snuck through was the difference between Golisopod making a last-second charge attack and getting farmed down. In comes Jumpluff. Jumpluff farms down, and that's going to be day 2 for the C2U.
Yeah, it came down to fast attacks there, maybe realizing that the charge attacks maybe weren't going to come as they needed to, but C2U, like you said, 2 wins into day number 2 as he flashes that Azumarill from the World Championships.
And another incredible losers run. He's really making a name for himself once he gets in the losers bracket. If you see him as your next opponent, you clearly have a lot to be worried about, because he's consistently put together these incredible losers bracket runs.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the bracket to see just how deep this losers run is, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if it spanned multiple matches like it has in previous tournaments. I believe that was actually the World Championships in LEIC where he was able to pull those off. And Uzuku, you know, have to give a lot of credit. He was able to anticipate a lot of C2U's switches and charge attacks, but still kind of wasn't enough to close things out.
And here the attempted snipe with the Claydol, but no, able to save it. But the Golisopod Mud Slap, and this was a pivotal moment right here. The free Mud Slap that went through, the shake of the head there, and that was the difference between another Aqua Jet being reached and Golisopod falling oh so short.
That's exactly right. And in those situations, it's kind of difficult to tell, is your opponent going to go for the charge attack or not? Because if they do, you do want to throw right away like Uzuku did. But if you're CTU and maybe anticipating that a little bit, he actually just took the free mud slap, like you said, which ended up being a big difference maker.
That's been a common theme so far today. A lot of trainers making these aggressive predictions, and when they pay off, it can completely flip games. That Golisopod's remaining health was going to be very difficult to deal with, but sneaking through that mud slap, it made the difference. Claydol was able to farm down, and there just wasn't really a path forward from there.
Yeah, I think when CTU kind of failed that mud slap snipe, I was like, oh my goodness, how is he going to get rid of this Golisopod? But like you said, kind of just found a way somehow with those resisted mud slaps, kind of piecing a bunch of damage together, and it was enough in the end.
And if watching the battles here today has kind of ignited a fire in you, you say, I want to battle. Well, we have the segment for you coming up here. We're going to have a segment talking about how Pokemon typing and different weaknesses and resistances work in Pokemon Go.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all for me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
And we are here to wrap up Milwaukee, day one of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I am Stephanie Christine, and I have a lovely host of people here today to help me wrap up day one. I'd like to hear a little bit from each of you of what really stood out to you about the Milwaukee tournament. Nick, why don't you start us off?
Simple answer.
Tinkaton. Malamar for me. Malamar, it almost felt a little bit like Vigoroth did in the Annihilate meta, where it has one matchup, the Tinkaton that Phoebe mentioned, that it really doesn't want to see, but everything else, everywhere else, its energy is always useful. And we saw it time and time again, Malamar just proving to be an incredible nuisance for most any opponent that it ran into.
Yeah, for me, I think just looking ahead a little bit to how trainers are reacting to the Tinkaton that Nick mentioned, right? We've seen some trainers reaching for Pokemon like Unova, Stunfisk, or Diggersby that we haven't really seen much, or even the Shadow for Alligator. But I think kind of anticipating where those trends go is kind of what we can expect to see not only in day number 2, but also going down the line to Portland.
Well, speaking of day number 2, let's take a look at our winner's side of the bracket for some matchups we can be looking forward to. Soph, what do you see here?
I see a lot of no names. I see Rise to Occasion and Nighttime Clasher, but also some names that we either haven't seen in a while or are maybe making their first appearance in day number 2. So for example, Snots, we haven't seen him really in day 2 since Milwaukee in 2023. Also Sustenance Eater, I think this might be his first day 2 appearance as well. So gonna be really exciting to see some of these teams and matchups tomorrow.
Especially, it's really cool to see Sustenance Eater and Nighttime Clasher both on the winner's side of the bracket. That was such a fun interview that you got to do, Henry.
I had a lot of fun with that interview there. And looking at the bracket, it looks like we could potentially have a brother versus brother winners finals, potentially, if they're both able to win out. And that's something I would honestly love to see, because that would be absolute peak content.
And what time should people tune into the stream, Nick, if they want to see some of this peak content for Milwaukee Day 2?
6 a.m. No, I'm just kidding. It's not quite that early for you. It is 9:45 a.m. start for Central Time. So if you're East Coast, you get to sleep in a little bit longer. If you're West Coast, then you have to wake up a little bit earlier.
And be sure that you are going to Pokemon.com/broadcast to get all of the action. I absolutely love this website because you can check out Pokemon Go, the Pokemon video game, as well as the trading card game, all in one super convenient spot. Where else can people go to follow the action, Henry?
Well, they can check out the brand new Play Pokemon YouTube channel that we have been hyping up all day, which is a one-stop shop for everything Play Pokemon, highlights, everything you could want, it's there.
And these trainers are going to be, for day 2, we are looking to see who is going to be our champion for Milwaukee, but we also have to look a little bit forward. Who's going to be our champion coming up here? We actually have a little bit left in the schedule to talk about. We have Portland as well as NAIC and Worlds in Anaheim. Before we sign off today, does anybody have any other trainers or any other thoughts before we close out?
I got one. So kind of bouncing back off Soph, she was talking about reactions to Tinkaton. I think another interesting thing is Tinkaton coming into the meta has really pushed a lot of the grass types out, and seeing how trainers have reacted to the lack of Cradily, the lack of Superior that have been both really quite dominant in earlier metas this year and last year as well.
So we're going to have to see, are we going to see some different grass types in day 2? Are we going to see just Tinkaton everywhere, 100% usage? You will have to tune in tomorrow to find out. Be sure to catch all of the action. We will see you tomorrow.
That was a tough comp.
It was.
That was really
bad.
It
was.
I just wanted to bring Patchy, but against your team, it was,
Yeah.
update.